Please like and share the video, and follow the YouTube channel Cultivation Audiobooks, and leave a comment with the novel you want to hear. I will upload it soon based on your request. Chapter 77. 100 million Daewon, Can We Really Live in a Big House, Big Brother? Qin Yuming was once again driving the car on the journey back. Luo Yunyang was riding shotgun, while Luo Donger was like a lively little bird happily chirping away in the back. Luo Yunyang didn't open his mouth. He let Qin Yuming reply with a laugh instead. That's right. It's a bungalow with a garden. It might not compare to a villa, but it's quite nice. Great, that's great. Luo Donger almost jumped up cheerfully. Shen Yunying was smiling wide. Her beloved son's future prospects were really gratifying. One should always try to be lenient, Yunyang. Those people were just having a birthday party. Don't you think that kicking them out might have offended them? Luo Yunyang forced a smile helplessly. He knew that his mother was just worried about him. That's not an issue, Aunt Shen. The Ling family was at fault to begin with. Although they lost a lot of face, they wouldn't dare do anything to Luo Yunyang. Plus, the rising dragon army would never stand by idly and watch Luo Yunyang get bullied. Qin Yuming was really good at reading others. As soon as she heard this, Shen Yunying let go of her worries. She liked Qin Yuming overall, but she didn't like the way she addressed her. We are both adults. You might be younger, but that doesn't mean you can call me aunt. Can't you call me big sister instead? She sure treats my son very well. Could she like Yunyang? When I became a martial master, I received quite a number of messages. I think I also got one from a company called Rapid Gem Automobiles. They gave me a free car, Luo Yunyang said as he watched Qin Yuming's skillful driving. How could you believe that? Are you dumb, brother? My teacher says that there's no such thing as free lunch in the world. If someone tries to give you something for free, they most likely want something from you. Luo Donger pouted as she talked like an experienced adult. Luo Yunyang reached out and patted his sister's head. Mom, he is bullying me. Luo Donger pouted as she leaned on her mother. Your brother isn't lying to you. Rapid Gem Automobiles really offered him a free car. Qin Yuming smiled and added, when you wake up tomorrow, you will find a car outside your house. Just as Qin Yuming said, when Luo Donger woke up the next day, she saw a beautiful car outside. The family moved almost in a dream-like state. Many relatives and close friends came to visit their new house. Luo Donger, who was praised and pampered by everyone, felt as though she had become a little princess. However, there was one thing that made her unhappy. Her big brother was going to leave. Luo Donger didn't want her brother to leave, but she didn't have much say in the matter. She could only watch helplessly as Luo Yunyang boarded a monstrous-looking car and left. Xu Zhang and the others welcomed Luo Yunyang back to Base 7. However, Luo Yunyang still felt some regret over this short visit home. He hadn't gotten to see Zhu Yan and Ji Yu Qianchen. He had heard that Zhu Yan was away on a mission and Ji Yu Qianchen was busy working. Come with me, kid, Xu Zhang said in a hushed voice after giving Luo Yunyang a dramatic bear hug. You will be meeting someone later, but you cannot agree to anything he suggests. Do you understand? Who will I be meeting? Luo Yunyang could tell from Xu Zhang's tone that the man didn't get along with this person. Luo Yunyang nodded and followed Xu Zhang's lead as they walked to a large meeting room at Base 7's Central District. Are you Luo Yunyang? Asked an old man who appeared to be in his 60s. He had a warm expression on his face, yet there was an imposing, dignified air about him. Next to him were a few sharply dressed young people, who were waiting on him. As the old man was talking, one of them served Luo Yunyang a glass of water. His movements were as smooth as flowing water, which led Luo Yunyang to believe that the server had not been trained in just a couple of days. I am. Luo Yunyang didn't feel anything in the old man's suppressing aura. His mind attribute was currently at 4, so he wasn't afraid of the man. You are a unique person. Please sign these documents, the old man said as he shot the boy next to him a look. The clean, neat boy quickly handed Luo Yunyang a black file. Inside the file was a golden felt-tip pen. The contents of the file were simple. Luo Yunyang would voluntarily give up the golden body fluid, and the other party would compensate him with 100 million Daewon. Luo Yunyang glanced up and instinctively looked at the old man as he heard him say calmly, I have to hurry back to Shenzhen, young man. Please be fast. What's written here? Luo Yunyang asked indifferently as he glanced at the elderly man. The old man didn't say anything. He just shot an impatient look at the young man next to him. The young man snorted. Can't you read? The Ni family is willing to spend 100 million Daewon to purchase your golden body fluid. No wonder I couldn't read it. It turns out that this wasn't written by humans. As Luo Yunyang spoke, he tossed aside the file and turned to leave. Don't act so shamelessly, kid. We are just trying to give you some face. The golden body fluid doesn't even belong to you. The Ni family just wants to show some respect to the rising dragon army. If you walk out of this door today, then you will become an enemy of the Ni family. As the elderly man spoke, his eyes were full of menace. Luo Yunyang looked at the old man, who seemed very strong, before he said, some people are really adept at playing dumb. I will grant your wish. From this day on, the Ni family is an enemy of mine. How dare you speak to the old master this way? One of the young men, who was infuriated by Luo Yunyang's frivolous manner, leapt up and extended his hands in an effort to seize him. The young man's technique was exquisite, and his cultivation base had already reached the level of a martial master. As he waved his hands, a layer of cold qi enveloped Luo Yunyang. Although the young man's speed was really quick, he was unfortunately facing Luo Yunyang, who was even faster. The instant the young man moved, Luo Yunyang used his attribute regulator. If he didn't use it, he might not have been a match for the martial master. Bang! Right before the young man could seize Luo Yunyang's fist landed on his nose. The essence of the young man's body was very strong, but he was unable to guard himself against this kind of strike, so he was sent flying. When the other young men saw this, they rolled up their sleeves and got ready to fight. Suddenly, the door was pushed open again. Chief Instructor Lu strode in calmly and stared at the group of young men surrounding Luo Yunyang. Whoever dares to try anything will have their arms broken, he said coldly. His Grand Master rank made his words sound even more imposing. Why are you protecting this kid, Lu Shu? The elderly man, who had been sitting up until now, stood up all of a sudden. Chapter 78, Plot. Lu Shu was Chief Instructor Lu's name. He stared at the elderly man as he said coldly, if the Ni family is bent on fighting the rising dragon army, then I can only say one thing. Anytime. Now, please leave. The elderly man shook his head as he looked at Lu Shu's strong body. Is it worth risking the rising dragon army's future over a kid? Lu Shu didn't say anything. He only spoke when the old man was about to leave the room. Definitely worth it. The elderly man's face stiffened awkwardly. The Ni family's representatives shouldn't even have been here in the first place, but someone important pulled some strings, so the commander agreed to let them have a word with you. Lu Shu patted Luo Yunyang's shoulders. Don't worry, you are a member of the Rising Dragon Army, so the entire Rising Dragon Army will stand behind you. Lu Shu's words made Luo Yunyang feel a rush of warmth flood his heart. Follow me. Lu Shu led Luo Yunyang through a pair of tightly guarded doors and into a room made entirely out of steel. After opening over 10 locks and typing many combinations of different passcodes, a tiny bottle containing a gold fluid was revealed. This is the golden body fluid. If you absorb this, even the full strength of a martial master wouldn't be able to hit you. I have never used golden body fluid before, so I am not too clear on its attributes, but using it to change your physical abilities definitely won't be a relaxing process. I think that the process must be similar to taking body forging medicine. The more you absorb, the more painful it gets. You have to try your best to endure it as long as you can. Lu Shu made his way out slowly. I will be waiting outside. You better use it quickly. Any undue delay may cause you trouble. Luo Yunyang knew what Lu Shu meant. As soon as the door was closed, Luo Yunyang opened the bottle and injected the fluid into his body. Compared to body forging medicine, the golden body fluid that entered his body felt like a thick metallic fluid. It was both heavy and scorching hot. The area that came in contact with the golden body fluid, as well as his surroundings, seemed to ignite. Suddenly, Luo Yunyang felt as if his body had started to burn. I have to reduce my speed, mind, and power and increase my constitution. Power. 1 speed, 1 mind, 1 constitution, 96. As soon as the adjustments were made, Luo Yunyang let out a huge sigh of relief. He felt the pain in his body quickly lessen. The burning sensation didn't seem to be that intense anymore either. Luo Yunyang shut his eyes as he slowly experienced these changes. He wasn't aware that his body had already started to flush. By the time it was over, his entire body had turned into a bright red ember on the verge of igniting. At this point, all he could do was endure it. Luo Yunyang silently encouraged himself and clenched his fists tightly. Hasn't Luo Yunyang come out yet? A voice close to a snarl rang out through Lu Shu's communication device. Thunder could have roared next to Lu Shu's ears, yet he still wouldn't have raised an eyebrow. Lu Shu set the communication device down before replying calmly, "Not yet. It's already been 4 days. Why isn't it over? I asked someone from the Sky High military, and he said that the longest amount of time one has ever used the golden body fluid is only 3 days. How would I know? Everything is possible when it comes to Luo Yunyang." Lu Shu replied coolly, "If my schedule wasn't so tight, I would have come over personally. You better take good care of my grandson-in-law." The Eagle King's voice carried a hint of a threat. "If anything happens to him, I will hold you responsible. You are overthinking things. Luo Yunyang isn't even your grandson-in-law at the moment." Lu Shu shook his head and ended the call. Damn it, why hasn't Luo Yunyang woken up yet? Lu Shu was a top-notch expert, so he normally wouldn't have been fazed by anything, yet he found it difficult to remain calm right now. This was the first time in years that he had groomed such an outstandingly talented martialist. If anything happened to him, then, nothing will go wrong. The golden body fluid is a treasured item. How could there be anything wrong with it? All sorts of thoughts flickered through Lu Shu's mind as he looked at the electronic screen not too far away. Displayed on it was the basic situation inside the room. Luo Yunyang's vital signs were still fine. As Lu Shu pondered over this in his mind, he couldn't help but call Xu Zhang over. These past few days, that fellow had been becoming more and more important to Lu Shu. "You were looking for me, sir?" Xu Zhang looked at Lu Shu respectfully. "Yes. Tell me once more what things are supposed to be like after absorbing golden body fluid." "The user's vitality is enhanced 100-fold. There is a divine glow, and then the user's skin tightens." By the time Xu Zhang was done explaining, his heart tightened. "Sir, Luo Yunyang couldn't have failed, right?" Worry flashed through Xu Zhang's eyes as Lu Shu remained silent. Suddenly, Lu Shu's communication device started ringing. Although Lu Shu didn't want to answer the call, when he saw the caller's ID, he clicked on the button. "Lu Shu, this is Ni Tianyuan. Long time, no see. I hope you are doing well." A dull voice wafted through the communication device's speakers. Ni Tianyuan's voice was really unique. Even though Lu Shu hadn't heard it in a long time, he could still recognize its owner right away. "I'm calling to warn you that this particular golden body fluid is immensely potent. It is advised to use a purple yuan fruit to neutralize its medicinal properties before using it." As soon as he heard this, Lu Shu stood up and roared furiously, Why didn't you say so earlier? A talented genius could have gotten hurt because of you. When I had Old Rock come over, I told him to pass on this information if he failed to purchase the golden body fluid. I didn't expect that he would forget," Ni Tianyuan said indifferently. "That's really unfortunate. That child must have probably turned into a golden statue." The call ended. Lu Shu had a crazy expression on his face as he struck the wall violently with his fists. The room, which was made entirely out of metal, vibrated frantically and cracks started to appear in the interlinking steel. Lu Shu's anger was no use to anyone. Things had already passed the point of no return. As he stood up to rush in, check on Luo Yunyang and call for help, the door suddenly opened and a tired-looking Luo Yunyang walked out. Luo Yunyang, who had always had fair, delicate skin, now seemed to have a golden luster all over his entire body. "How are you? Does it hurt anywhere?" Lu Shu asked as he hurried over to Luo Yunyang. Chapter 79. Golden Body, "I'm alright. I don't feel sick, just a little tired." As Luo Yunyang spoke, he took a deep breath. The skin on his body had become so taut, that it seemed to have the texture of a metal. Although Lu Shu wanted Luo Yunyang to have a full physical examination, when he saw how exhausted Luo Yunyang looked, he said softly, "Go rest first. We can test what sort of progress you made in the afternoon. Just remember, if you feel any discomfort, you have to let me know immediately." "Got it." Xu Zhang watched Luo Yunyang enter a room before turning to Lu Shu and saying with some apprehension, "Does this mean that Luo Yunyang is alright?" Lu Shu shook his head. "I don't know, but at least he didn't turn into a golden statue, like Ni Tianyuan said. Yeah, I have no idea how he managed to get through this. Whatever, if he is really alright, then I'll take him out and have some fun." Normally, Chief Instructor Lu would have hit Xu Zhang, but this time he actually agreed. He nodded his head and said, "Young people should relax every now and then." When Xu Zhang, who thought that he had said the wrong thing, heard Chief Instructor Lu's words, he looked sad. Chief Instructor Lu, who didn't seem to care about this, waved his hands around and said, "Let the students prepare. The source fluid will be distributed in 3 days. Let's see if they will be able to turn from snakes into dragons. It will all depend on them." Xu Zhang nodded. According to the rules, the source fluid should have been handed out the previous day, but the process had been delayed because they had been waiting for Luo Yunyang. The source fluid distribution was a really important matter for the members of the elite class. Their ability to form a source core was really important after all. Nothing unexpected had ever happened during the source fluid distribution in the past. However, this time Base 7 had 3A grade source fluids. Although the Da governor had given them the authority to hand out the source fluids themselves, choosing who would use the high-grade source fluids would be a headache. Chief Instructor Lu was under a lot of pressure. Luo Yunyang didn't return to his quarters in District 1. Instead, he went into a room inside the command center and sat down. The past 7 days had felt like being in purgatory for him. If he hadn't raised his constitution to the max and adjusted his mind whenever he felt like he was going to break, he was certain that he wouldn't have been able to endure it. At the beginning, the golden body fluid had only burned his body, but after half a day, Luo Yunyang had felt like the liquid had turned into a rock, blocked a path in his body and obstructed his blood and qi circulation. One's blood and qi circulation was something crucial that they could not do without. When his mind attribute was low, Luo Yunyang felt as if he was going to fall into a deep sleep that he would never wake up from. Just as he had been about to fall into a deep slumber, a sound had roared in his head and made Luo Yunyang sober up quickly. He couldn't lower his mind attribute. He had to remain clear-headed. 10, 20, 30, the higher his mind attribute was, the more painful it felt. The pain, which had felt like being thrown into a furnace, had made Luo Yunyang feel like he was going crazy. As his mind attribute had increased though, Luo Yunyang had been able to sense his body's reactions more distinctively. In the end, he had realized that everything going on in his body was clearly reflected in his mind. A drop of golden body fluid was dissolving in his body, but the dissolving process was too slow. Use force, let it fuse with my body, let it fuse into my own blood. This had been Luo Yunyang's only thought at the time. When he had used his mind power on the liquid, the golden liquid speed had slowly become quicker. Bit by bit, tiny incomparably sturdy cells had broken off the liquid. Suddenly, Luo Yunyang had been able to tell that the golden body fluid was actually a drop of blood. A drop of blood of unknown origin. Luo Yunyang, who had eaten steel-scaled python meat before, knew that a small piece of meat could weigh over 5 kilos. Although that drop of blood wasn't that heavy, its content had left Luo Yunyang in awe. He hadn't had any strength to ponder this at the time, as all his effort had been put into visualizing those cells splitting and circulating in his body. 1 revolution, 2 revolutions, 3 revolutions, as the golden body fluid had circulated faster and faster, Luo Yunyang had sensed distinctively that it had already fused into his bloodstream, entered his muscles and flesh, and refined itself in his skin. By the time it was over, Luo Yunyang felt extremely exhausted. He wanted to get some sleep, but he was so alert that he couldn't fall asleep, no matter how hard he tried. Chief Instructor Lu's agitated words had made Luo Yunyang decide to walk out. He still didn't know that his use of the golden body fluid was in fact something other people had plotted. He also didn't know what sort of changes his body would experience after using the golden body fluid. Luo Yunyang opened the attribute regulator in his mind. What's this? Power. 51 speed. 10 mind. 15 constitution. 76. Although the increase of his mind attribute had exceeded Luo Yunyang's expectations, when he thought about the immense pain he had suffered, he actually felt relieved. According to his basic telekinesis cultivation techniques, the more he suffered, the greater his improvement would be. Of course, if he wasn't able to endure the pain, he would collapse. The existence of a new column below Constitution surprised Luo Yunyang. Strictly speaking, it wasn't exactly below Constitution, but after it. It was probably a sub-effect related to Constitution. Golden body. 17. What exactly was this? Could there be some other effects to his Constitution? For example, if his Constitution was currently 76, could 56 be his own and 17 belong to the golden body? As he thought over this, Luo Yunyang took a deep breath. Suddenly, he felt his body's tautness increase immensely. There was also a faint golden luster flickering all over his body. Could he adjust this golden body attribute? Luo Yunyang tried to change the number that represented the golden body, but he was disappointed to find out that the number wouldn't budge. Was the attribute regulator broken? Startled, Luo Yunyang quickly raised his constitution by 30 points. Right after this change, the golden body attribute, which had originally been at 17, became 24. Constitution 106, golden body 24. This change revealed the relationship between golden body and constitution, which was directly proportional. The increase of his constitution attribute had led to an increase of the golden body attribute as well. Although this made sense, its effectiveness was a little dubious. After all, if constitution was raised too high, then his power, speed and mind would be limited. Mildly glaring golden rays flickered on Luo Yunyang's body. As he saw them, he felt the impulse to find someone to try this out with. Chapter 80. Kicked by an elephant. There was no right person for this in the command center though, so Luo Yunyang restored all his attributes back to their original state and turned his attention to his mind power. His mind power had already reached a level that allowed him to understand clearly what was going on in his body. Luo Yunyang, who had forgotten how much he had originally increased his mind attribute, immediately raised it to 80. His total attributes currently added up to 152, so 80 points wasn't that big of a deal. His 80-point mind attribute changed his perception of his surroundings completely. Everything became extremely clear, which made Luo Yunyang feel a sense of control. However, this sense of control was restricted to this room. Rise. As he envisioned this thought, an ornamental knife hanging on the wall was unsheathed. Under Luo Yunyang's control, the knife flew quickly through the air and instantly unleashed one of the 5 tiger breaking knife techniques. Although the tip of the knife didn't flicker much, as Luo Yunyang was controlling it, he could feel the sharpness contained within it. Its sharpness made Luo Yunyang feel as if there was nothing he couldn't overcome. He wanted to continue, but he suddenly sensed someone coming over, so he returned the knife into its sheath with his mind. Luo Yunyang, are you really okay? Don't you need to have a checkup? Xu Zhang asked the moment he stepped into the room. The man seemed deeply concerned. Luo Yunyang gave him a teasing smile. I'm fine. You are the one who's hoping that there is something wrong with me. How is that possible? That golden body fluid. Xu Zhang stared at Luo Yunyang as though he was looking at a freak. Luo Yunyang's mind attribute was currently at 80. Although he couldn't read Xu Zhang's thoughts, based on Xu Zhang's expression, he could still more or less guess what was going through his mind. Was there a problem with the golden body fluid? Luo Yunyang's straightforwardness made Xu Zhang pause for a second. In the end, he just revealed everything. Just before you came out, Chief Instructor Lu received some information from the Sky High military. They told him that the golden body fluid had to be used in conjunction with some kind of medicine. They actually forgot to tell us. There was a slight trace of anger in Xu Zhang's eyes as he said this. These people are just bullies. How could they actually forget to tell us something so important? Did they think that we are fools? They clearly didn't want Luo Yunyang to know this information. You got lucky. Damn it. If we get a chance in the future, we have to settle this debt with his grandson. He is a member of the Sky High military. Luo Yunyang walked forward and patted Xu Zhang on the shoulder without a word. Now that he knew about this, Luo Yunyang was definitely displeased. He abided by a certain set of principles after all. If someone offended him, he had to return the favor. If someone offended him again, he had to return it again. If someone kept offending him, then they had to be eliminated. Alright, kid, let's not talk about this right now. Go back and get some rest. The source fluids will be awarded in 3 days. An A-grade source fluid is rather impressive. As he mentioned the A-grade source fluid, a faint hint of envy was evident on Xu Zhang's face. After telling Xu Zhang goodbye, Luo Yunyang headed in the direction of District 1. When he had left, someone had driven him over in a car, but now he had to return on foot. I wonder how strong my body is right now. Luo Yunyang was deep in thought, when he suddenly heard some disdainful voices. I wonder what sort of despicable methods Luo Yunyang used to actually defeat the noble son of the Ni family. Villains like him are really powerful this year. There were 3 people speaking, but the one Luo Yunyang paid attention to was the one who hadn't spoken. It was Lin Changjian. 2 enemies are about to clash on a narrow road. A while back, Luo Yunyang had used his mind power to torment Lin Changjian, but he had never actually met him face to face. Now that he had the golden body foundation of the golden body fluid, Luo Yunyang wanted to test out how strong it really was. He walked over in the direction of those voices. I think you shouldn't wait any longer, Big Brother Lin. Teach that kid a lesson he will never forget. Otherwise, he will never know what a big place the world is. The person speaking was the fella who had bought the mosquito repellent and had been brutally beaten by Lin Changjian. Back then, Luo Yunyang had personally heard him get showered with curses. He had no idea how he had managed to suck up to Lin Changjian and go back to being his lapdog so quickly. What people dreaded the most when they were badmouthing someone was seeing the topic of their conversation suddenly appear before them. Although this person sounded enthusiastic, he felt really afraid deep inside. Luo Yunyang's impressive feat of sweeping the 5-kilometer bridge made him very scared of his strength. Although he was a martial master, he wasn't confident that he would emerge victorious if he fought against the most talented martialist of the 8 armies. Luo Yunyang, you, the words had barely left his mouth, when Luo Yunyang slapped him hard across the face. Luo Yunyang's power had reached 51, so his slap contained a few thousand kilos of force. Even though Luo Yunyang had controlled his strength, the other person's source core wasn't that powerful, so he was still sent flying. You actually dared hit me. The other martialist shrieked as he felt a twinge of pain. Normally, it was the upper-class students of the Rising Dragon Army who humiliated the lower-class students. Some time ago, he had beaten up a lower-class student under Lin Changjian's orders. Times had changed, though. Now, he was the one taking a damned beating by a lower-class student. If he could tolerate this, then there was nothing that he wouldn't be able to tolerate. Your eyes must be deceiving you. It was clearly your face that knocked into my palm. You mustn't do things half-heartedly. When you walk, you have to keep your eyes wide open instead of just badmouth others. Luo Yunyang sneered as he hopped lightly on his legs like a boxer. What, does this work too? When the upper-class student who had been slapped heard Luo Yunyang's shameless explanation, he was furious. However, he didn't dare attack Luo Yunyang rashly. Instead, he looked over at Lin Changjian for help. Just because you defeated a few martialists, it doesn't mean that you are unbeatable. Lin Changjian snorted. You brought some glory to the Rising Dragon Army, so I won't punish you, but you have to apologize to Xiao Jin. When the martialist called Xiao Jin heard this, he became listless. Apologize, damn it, Lin Changjiang had only asked for an apology. If apologies are effective, how about you let me slap you and then apologize? Although Xiao Jin was very unhappy with the method Lin Changjiang had used to resolve this, he didn't dare say anything. How do you spell the word apology, Big Brother Changjian? Could you teach me? You read a lot, so you wouldn't lie to me. Oh, I heard that Big Brother Changjian was kicked by a donkey some time ago. No, actually it was an elephant. Did your brain get kicked until it became defective? FCK, you son of AB*TCH. Why are you being so vicious? Another of Lin Changjian's lackeys couldn't help but curse. Now he was just rubbing it in. Being chased frantically and getting beaten up by the white jade gem elephant had been Lin Changjian's most humiliating moment. Even his lackeys couldn't mention it. Why had Luo Yunyang brought this up so easily? You are asking for it. As Lin Changjian spoke, his body turned into numerous tendrils of dark shadows and rushed over at Luo Yunyang. Chapter 81. Insufficient strength. Lin Changjian brandished his palm. His target was Luo Yunyang's face. He wanted to send Luo Yunyang flying with a single slap. This way, he would be able to dispel the hatred in his heart and show people the consequences of offending him. However, just as he waved his palms forward, he suddenly had an ominous feeling. Lin Changjian instinctively threw his head back and dodged. Luo Yunyang's palm brushed across his cheek. Although it didn't strike his face, the wind it created stung his skin. Lin Changjian stared at Luo Yunyang in confusion. The source core he had awakened was a grade 3 darkness source core. His cultivation speed was really fast, but it also made him very stealthy. He had just split into several shadowy figures. Although they were all fake and didn't possess any real firepower, normally no one would have been able to detect him. How had Luo Yunyang detected him? Bewildered, Lin Changjian gave up any intention of launching a surprise attack. You have some skills, but today I'll show you the difference between a true martial master and a fake one, he said coldly. As he spoke, Lin Changjian brandished his fists once again. Suddenly, Luo Yunyang felt the area within a 10-meter radius get enveloped by a cold, gloomy power. As he found himself stuck in the middle of this power, he felt a sense of helplessness. This was probably the power of Lin Changzhen's darkness core. As this uncomfortable sensation increased, Luo Yunyang felt a luster start to appear on his skin. That uncomfortable feeling vanished completely in an instant. Meanwhile, Lin Changzhen's fists had reached the front of Luo Yunyang's body. Lin Changzhen had a somber expression on his face. He believed that, if he struck with his fists, the power contained in his darkness core would teach Luo Yunyang a lesson. Even if the base's instructors helped Luo Yunyang, he would still suffer some severe injuries. This would ideally lower the grade of the source core that he will awaken. Bang! His fist, which contained a frigid corrosion, struck Luo Yunyang's body hard. According to Luo Yunyang's estimation, the force that struck him had to be at least 25,000 kilos. His past self would have been sent flying by such a force, yet the moment this force entered Luo Yunyang's body, the dim golden glow absorbed it all. Despite the fact that Lin Changzhen's fist had struck Luo Yunyang's body, Luo Yunyang remained standing there like Mt. Tai. Lin Changzhen flashed a sinister grin when he saw the unmoving Luo Yunyang. His strength wasn't the main point. What was more important was the darkness attribute hidden in his force, which was a dark source power that could corrode anything. When this dark source power entered the body of a martial master, it hurt the original source of the body and made it function at only 30%. Lin Changzhen hopped back lightly with a sneering grin as he stared at Luo Yunyang. Meeting his fist head-on had been Luo Yunyang's greatest mistake. Who does he think he is? However, Lin Changzhen was not aware that Luo Yunyang hadn't felt any discomfort when Lin Changzhen's dark source power had entered his body. He just kept standing there like an immovable mountain. Are you a girl? Is that all you got? Luo Yunyang, who didn't have a favorable impression of Lin Changzhen, showed no restraint as he talked to him. Lin Changzhen sneered. You have already taken a shot of my dark source power. In 3 minutes max, you will be lying on the floor. What if I'm not? Luo Yunyang, who was extremely confident in his own body, replied sarcastically. How about this? If I don't collapse, you will start calling me daddy, he said when he saw Lin Changzhen raise his head to look at the sky, as if he wasn't willing to chat with him. Lin Changzhen's expression became even uglier as he snorted, all right. If you don't collapse, I'll call you daddy. If you do though, I will make sure that you walk on your knees all the way to the base's gates. If you don't, I will not give you any treatment. Lin Changzhen, who had a lot of confidence in his abilities, had decided that he would discredit this arrogant fellow completely this time. Given Luo Yunyang's current standing at the base, if Lin Changzhen hurt Luo Yunyang, many people would request that his source core be removed. Lin Changzhen knew that he wouldn't have any way of resisting this kind of pressure. Rather than make things convenient, why not take advantage of Luo Yunyang's arrogant nonsense to come up with a ploy? This way, even if Chief Instructor Lu stepped in personally, Lin Changzhen would be able to put in his own request and gain even more benefits. Plus, discrediting Luo Yunyang's reputation was something that would make him extremely happy. People had started gathering around to watch the show. The lady in black and her short-haired friend were among those people. Didn't Lin Changzhen say that he would wait for Luo Yunyang to awaken a source core before seeking him out? Is he really that impatient? The source fluids haven't even been distributed yet. The short-haired competent woman, who didn't fear Lin Changzhen, didn't lower her voice. Don't tell me you are afraid of losing. Lin Changzhen, who knew this competent woman very well, didn't retort. He just snorted. Another student watching from the sidelines interjected, I saw everything. Although both parties are responsible for this, it was Luo Yunyang who provoked Lin Changzhen. Did you get it wrong? Little brother Yunyang is cultured and refined. How could he provoke anyone voluntarily? The short-haired beauty replied. Luo Yunyang's face turned dark when he heard the short-haired beauty refer to him this way. When did I become your little brother? When he noticed the short-haired beauty's disbelief, the upper elite class member immediately recounted what he had seen. You are a disgrace, Lin Changzhen. You launched a sneak attack when the other party wasn't even ready. Being in the same class as you is humiliating. The short-haired beauty then turned her gaze to Luo Yunyang. His source core is full of corrosive power. You have to let him treat you at once, or you could look for Chief Instructor Lu and report that he bullied a newcomer. It's fine, Luo Yunyang said indifferently as he smiled at the short-haired beauty. His strength is insufficient. It tickled a little, but it sure didn't hurt me. Insufficient? This son of AB*TCH is just too cocky. Thousands of curses popped into Lin Changzhen's mind, threatening to spring out. Had he actually dared say that Lin Changjian had insufficient strength? What a joke. 1 minute, 2 minutes, 3 minutes, Lin Changjian's self-confidence eventually disappeared. He suddenly stared at Luo Yunyang as if he had seen a ghost. Go ahead and address me. Daddy is waiting. Luo Yunyang took a step towards Lin Changjian calmly. He seemed to be full of self-confidence. How could Lin Changjian call him daddy? Furious at this humiliation, he leapt up into the sky without a word. Meanwhile, his palms had turned pitch black. If one took a closer look at Lin Changjian's palms, they would be able to see a layer of black rays emerge on the surface of his skin. Careful, Luo Yunyang, he's using his divine source transmuting palms. The short-haired beauty warned Luo Yunyang hastily when she noticed that he was not moving. Chapter 82. Remember this, my child. Luo Yunyang had come across the divine source transmuting palms while he had been searching for cultivation techniques on the Basis internet. According to what he had found, the divine source transmuting palms were more suited to dark source powers that engulfed everything. Once something was struck by the divine palms, even if that something was a rock, it would immediately disintegrate into powder. Luo Yunyang could easily have dodged the move if he wanted to, but he had a great deal of faith in his golden body, so he chose not to move instead. When his opponent's palm pressed against Luo Yunyang's body, a hint of ecstasy appeared on Lin Changjian's face. Although he had recently made a breakthrough in the cultivation of the divine source transmuting palms, he hadn't yet reached a stage where he could hurt someone from afar. Besides, one needed to prepare for a certain period of time, so it wasn't very effective during combat. Plus, there were very few idiots that would stand still and let Lin Changjian hit them like Luo Yunyang. Although Lin Changjian felt a little anxious when he saw that Luo Yunyang seemed to be in good health after his first blow, he still wasn't willing to lose this fight. He had desperately unleashed his most destructive ability, which was the divine source transmuting palms, only to be caught off guard by Luo Yunyang's reaction. This son of AB*TCH isn't even trying to dodge. Although the golden body fluid could make one invulnerable to knives and guns, it didn't have much of an effect against this sort of special source power damage. As Lin Changjian waited for Luo Yunyang's expression to become pained, Luo Yunyang opened his mouth once again and said, "My devoted son always likes to tickle his daddy." Lin Changjian suddenly noticed a dim gold radiance on Luo Yunyang's face. The golden rays made Lin Changjian feel a strange fear. Fear made people lose their rationality. Lin Changjian shouted and threw himself wildly at Luo Yunyang, his two hands thick with dark source power as he struck at Luo Yunyang 13 times. Although these 13 strikes couldn't compare to the divine source transmuting palms, they were a combination of Lin Changjian's entire dark source power. After the 13 strikes were unleashed, the dark source power contained within his source core was consumed completely. Everyone watching the fight could sense the chi contained within each strike. However, when Lin Changjian's fist struck, the golden light coming from Luo Yunyang's body started becoming even more magnificent. Eventually, Luo Yunyang looked like a golden statue. The instant the dark source power bombarded Luo Yunyang's body, it was dissolved softly by Luo Yunyang's source power. Remember this, my child. Your attacks are a little weak. Luo Yunyang shook his head with a sigh as he gazed at Lin Changjian, who looked as tired as a dog. Lin Changjian let out a furious howl before he turned around and rushed off to a distant place. His actions made Luo Yunyang's mind go blank for a second. The spectators around him couldn't believe what they had just seen. In their eyes, Lin Changjian was like a mountain that no one could climb. How could this mountain have crumbled before Luo Yunyang? Running away without a fight was a vile act that would become an irremovable stain in Lin Changjian's life. Has Lin Changjian gone insane from rage? The short-haired beauty looked puzzled. Lin Changjian made a sensible choice. Luo Yunyang had good reason to provoke him. That golden body fluid has already given him an unbreakable gold body. Although we have no idea how strong this sort of unbreakable gold body actually is, there is one thing we can be certain of. It isn't something that we can break, the lady in black added in a softer voice. Staying here would have been disgraceful and humiliating for him. Running away was the best decision. The short-haired lady nodded. She now regarded Luo Yunyang even more seriously. Lin Changjian was the second-in-rank person in the entire Basis second-year class after all. If Luo Yunyang could afford to let his opponent run away, then that meant that his abilities were even stronger than hers. Her friend had just said that she wouldn't be able to break Luo Yunyang's defense either. What did you just say? You think you wouldn't be able to break Luo Yunyang's defense either? That doesn't seem quite right. You have cultivated a lot. The lady in black shook her head. I'm not being modest, I just really can't be sure of the outcome in this case. Lin Changjian, come back here right now. How could you abandon your daddy and run away by yourself? Luo Yunyang did not move an inch as he shouted loudly, if you don't return to the base, daddy will never forgive you. An unborn child is better than an untaught child. Lin Changjian's two lackeys seemed to be in especially poor shape right now. Lin Changjian's flight had felt like the sky falling down on them. Big brother Luo, we would like to join the Ardent Sun group. As Luo Yunyang's gaze landed on the two of them, the more quick-witted one immediately started to suck up to him. Join the Ardent Sun group. Luo Yunyang snickered inwardly. He really despised the sort of people that went whichever way the wind blew, but destroying Lin Changjian's entourage wouldn't be a bad idea. The moment he thought of this, Luo Yunyang looked at the two junior martial masters and replied with a deadpan expression, you can join the Ardent Sun group as peripheral members. Thank you, big brother Luo. Thank you, we will abide by your rules and never embarrass you. The two men nodded their heads as vigorously as woodpeckers. The grateful expressions on their faces made them look as if they were on the verge of kneeling on the ground and kowtowing. When he was done speaking, Luo Yunyang swaggered off. A member of the upper class, who had joined in the fun, said, how strange. It used to be the lower class that followed the upper class. When did the rules change? When did the upper class become a follower of the lower class? Nobody replied, but many people had odd expressions on their faces. As he stepped out of District 2, Luo Yunyang kept trying to recount what had just happened during his fight with Lin Changjian. If he compared his other abilities to Lin Changjian's, he certainly was no match for him. However, the moment he had used the golden body, he had become immune to Lin Changjian's attacks. This effect alone made Luo Yunyang very happy with his golden body. The golden body could also be adjusted, so if it was doubled, his defensive abilities would increase even more. However, Luo Yunyang had a feeling that the golden body's functions weren't just limited to this. Just as he was pondering how to improve his golden body and strengthen his functions, he suddenly realized that his surroundings were not the same. When he looked up, he noticed countless eyes watching him. Our leader is mighty. A banner with these 4 words was being held up on 2 wooden poles. Beneath the banner stood Chen Yong, Qin Feifei, Xie Tian, Xie Di, Sun Miao Miao and so many others. Familiar faces were watching Luo Yunyang reverently. Big brother Yunyang, you are finally out. We have been planning this party for a long time. Qin Feifei's face was red. She wasn't sure what sort of mood she was in, but she instinctively ran over to Luo Yunyang. When his gaze landed on Guan Wanli, Luo Yunyang smiled. Guan Wanli's cultivation of the unbreakable golden clock technique had garnered him a reputation around the base. He was currently known as the second in rank among the new batch. Luo Yunyang was the first in rank. Guan Wanli hadn't joined the Ardent Sun group before, but now it seemed like he had become a member. Chapter 83. The Golden Sun Devouring Dragon Move. Greetings, leader. Although Guan Wanli appeared slightly coy, he only hesitated for a second before he saluted Luo Yunyang solemnly. Luo Yunyang waved his hands around. We are all brothers and sisters in the Ardent Sun group, Wanli. Now that you have joined the group, you are one of us. If you have anything to say, just say it. There's no need for etiquette or any other such nonsense here. Guan Wanli couldn't believe that the normally cultured and refined Luo Yunyang would ever speak so rudely. No, he was actually being straightforward. Guan Wanli's face turned red at once as he chuckled. I am only a little brother, so I will naturally abide by the big brother's instructions. Luo Yunyang was just about to say something, when he heard Chen Yong say, we just saw Lin Changjian rush out. His speed was abnormally quick. If you face him again in the future, you will still have to be careful. A slightly odd expression appeared on Luo Yunyang's face. I know that your cultivation base is higher after using the golden body fluid, but you still shouldn't underestimate Lin Changjian, big brother, Guan Wanli added. I heard that his cultivation base has reached the peak of a 3rd grade martial master. After one more level, he will be able to use his source power to form armor that's impervious to knives and guns. You must be very careful when you face him again, big brother. As everyone was looking at Luo Yunyang in concern, someone suddenly shouted, big brother. Wait up, it was Lin Changjian's 2 lackeys. Although they hadn't been considered too strong among the previous batch of elite martialists, they still had a reputation because they had been following Lin Changjian around closely. Guan Wanli and the others immediately put up their guard. They actually didn't fear these two. The only one they feared was Lin Changjian. If Lin Changjian tried anything now, they weren't sure that they would be able to stop him. Lin Changjian wouldn't dare randomly attack anyone at base 7, but if he heard Luo Yunyang, it would be a huge calamity for the Ardent Sun group. We are very sincere about joining the Ardent Sun group, big brother. This is a small token of our respect. The two men ran over to Luo Yunyang, each of them holding a small box in his hands. The first box contained a purple gold ginseng, and the second one contained a gold bodhi. These items were considered really precious for martialists who had not become martial masters yet. Many people strived for a couple of years, but were still unable to acquire them. Luo Yunyang was already sick of consuming them, but he knew how to handle flattery, so he said a few words of encouragement to appease the two men. Then, he returned to his private quarters. The source fluids would be distributed in 3 days, so they couldn't party too wildly yet. As he watched Luo Yunyang walk away, Guan Wanli felt even more dispirited. He had joined the Ardent Sun group because he wanted to follow Luo Yunyang's pace and perhaps one day be able to surpass him. However, he suddenly realized that the distance between him and Luo Yunyang was so great that he would never have any hope of catching up with him. Guan Wanli would probably have been confident enough to challenge Lin Changjian after 1 year, yet Luo Yunyang had already dealt with him and turned him into a laughing stock. Guan Wanli could only sigh as he watched the woman he liked throw increasingly tender looks at Luo Yunyang each day. Luo Yunyang's room was still the same. After tidying it up a little, Luo Yunyang went over to the clean elegant food house to gorge himself on food. He wanted to have steel-scaled python meat again, but this time he ordered 15 kilos instead of 5. The 15 kilos of steel-scaled python meat was a piece of meat the size of a person's fist, yet when Luo Yunyang ate it, he didn't feel the same unease he had last time. It seemed as though he didn't feel anything. His squirming stomach digested the food quickly. Luo Yunyang already had his own exclusive training area in District 1. Although it was just a small courtyard, this treatment was something that very few people were able to enjoy. Luo Yunyang took a deep breath and began cultivating the earth-splitting devil ape move and the tail-swaying storm dragon move. He cultivated the first 7 diagrams, including the howling ape roaring dragon technique. This set of techniques had already been imprinted in Luo Yunyang's bones, so he believed that he would be able to perform them perfectly even in his sleep. By the time one conquered the howling ape roaring dragon technique, their bones, flesh, skin and 5 viscera had already toughened to the max. However, the moon-swallowing devil ape move and the golden sun devouring dragon move were the real breakthroughs. Luo Yunyang had been trying to search for the origins of the ape-dragon blueprint, but he had been unable to find any information. However, he had a hunch that, if he didn't cultivate the golden sun devouring dragon move, a day would come when he would regret it. He felt a sense of dread as he recalled the circumstances the last time he had tried to cultivate the golden sun devouring dragon in the forest. Although he hadn't been able to visualize what was happening in his body at the time, it had felt like several blazes had been ignited in him. If he was even a little careless, those flames would instantly turn his body into ashes. Luo Yunyang clenched his teeth as he made a decision. His body was currently much stronger than it had been back in the forest and he had the golden body, so he should probably be able to cultivate the golden sun devouring dragon properly. However, before attempting to cultivate it, Luo Yunyang focused all his attention on cultivating the moon-swallowing devil ape move. He needed to stock up large quantities of frigid power, so that the cultivation of the golden sun devouring dragon move would be safer. As Luo Yunyang used the moon-swallowing devil ape move, a cold chi within the void broke through and entered his body. As the energy entered his body, Luo Yunyang felt as if ice crystals were forming within him. The convergence of this power made him feel a pleasurable sensation go through his mind. 1 mouthful, 2 mouthfuls, 3 mouthfuls, as he swallowed these cold chi greedily, Luo Yunyang, who was still on his personal training ground, slowly turned into an ice sculpture. I can't absorb any more. When he realized that he had reached his limit, Luo Yunyang stopped cultivating the moon-swallowing devil ape move and raised his mind attribute to 50. The state of his body appeared clearly in his mind. He could feel that the glowing frigid chi within his dantian had already grown to the size of a grain of rice. A portion of the cold chi he had absorbed had poured into this glowing dot, while the rest had assimilated in his body. Although the effect of the moon-swallowing devil ape move was not bad, it still couldn't be compared to the first time he had cultivated it. This glowing dot, just like his mind power, was something that Luo Yunyang kept a secret. He had originally planned on using them during the fight for the source fluids, but in the end his attribute regulator had been enough, so there had been no need to bring them out. Ever since his source core had formed, Luo Yunyang had been questioning whether it was really a source core. Based on the books he had read, the effects of this glowing dot and a source core were pretty similar. However, according to the Da Alliance's theory, source cores could only be awakened by using source fluid. Luo Yunyang pushed any thoughts of source cores aside and remained tranquil for a long time before he formally began cultivating the Golden Sun Devouring Dragon move. Because of his previous experience, he was extremely cautious this time. He knew very well how dangerous the Golden Sun Devouring Dragon move could be. As he mouthed the chants, some thoughts popped up in his head. When he had fully comprehended the chants, he looked up into the void and absorbed one mouthful. The instant that he swallowed it, a colossal bright red ball of fire was projected in his mind. Suddenly, a slender fire serpent shot out of that colossal ball of fire and moved towards Luo Yunyang. The moment that the fire serpent entered his body, Luo Yunyang, who had been feeling chilly, felt his body become extremely hot. The fiery heat was like numerous raging flames setting his body ablaze. His prior experience helped Luo Yunyang not panic. He quickly urged the energy he had stored by using the moon-swallowing devil ape move to keep his temperature steady and then used his mind power to speed up the fire serpent wandering in his body. Bright red, scarlet red, red gold, the color of Luo Yunyang's skin and flesh changed constantly, until the frantic fiery heat and the cold chi within Luo Yunyang's body eventually started to battle. Ice and fire alternated, leaving a sour taste behind each time. Luo Yunyang felt that his skin and flesh wouldn't be able to endure any longer. He just wanted to fall apart. Last time, he had forcefully interrupted the Golden Sun Devouring Dragon move and used the energy of the gold bodhis, as well as the stored power of the moon-swallowing devil ape move, to forcibly eradicate the power of the Golden Sun Devouring Dragon from his body. This time, Luo Yunyang chose to endure it. Dim golden rays started to appear on his red gold skin and flesh. The golden rays made Luo Yunyang calm down as the look on his face became milder. Finally, after a long time, the power of the colossal ball of fire that he had devoured became a tiny glowing dot stored within Luo Yunyang's dantian. Chapter 84. Source Fluid Distribution. A fist struck hard into an ironwood board. A charred black fist mark appeared on the iron wood, which was 3 times as durable as steel. When Luo Yunyang pulled his fist back, flames appeared on the fire-resistant ironwood. As he watched the ironwood burn, Luo Yunyang came up with an idea. He brandished his fist again, but this time, the power he urged out originated from the glowing dot of cold chi he had absorbed. As his fist struck, frost encapsulated the piece of ironwood. However, the blazes on the ironwood were not extinguished. Instead, they started burning even more intensely. Ice and fire coexisted as one. Luo Yunyang decided to treat this energy as a source power, although he wasn't sure whether he could call it a source power. As for the 2 glowing dots in his body, he decided to keep referring to them as source cores, just like he had before. Power: 64 speed, 10 mind, 16 constitution, 75 golden body, 18. Based on the figures shown on the attribute regulator, Luo Yunyang could tell that the cultivation of the Golden Sun Devouring Dragon wasn't going bad. The attribute points he had gained added up to a total of 14. Even though he hadn't used any source fluids, he had already acquired 2 types of source cores. If he used a source fluid, what sort of source core would he awaken within his body? Luo Yunyang was really looking forward to finding out. During those 3 days, he focused on cultivating the ape dragon blueprint and absorbing large quantities of energy for his source cores by using the moon-swallowing devil ape move and the Golden Sun Devouring Dragon move. His 2 source cores were also enhanced considerably. According to Luo Yunyang's speculations, each type of source core could be used for 13 strikes. Although 13 strikes wasn't much, based on the figures he saw on his attribute regulator, an ordinary 3rd grade martial master would be able to unleash only 10 by using the power of their source core. All the members of the elite class were gathered on the military drilling ground. That day was a dignified occasion for all of them. Luo Yunyang, Cultivation Room Number 1. Although Chief Instructor Lu had a calm expression on his face, most people could detect an eager anticipation in his eyes. Cultivation room number 1 was the best cultivation room. No one could object to this arrangement. There was practically no one that wanted to express even the slightest bit of disagreement. In their opinion, cultivation room number 1 would inevitably belong to Luo Yunyang. Only Luo Yunyang qualified to use it. Luo Yunyang nodded and followed a soldier to cultivation room number 1. Suddenly, Chief Instructor Lu's voice rang out once again. Sun Miao Miao, cultivation room number 2. The person who got assigned to cultivation room no 2 would get the second A-grade source fluid at base 7. It was no surprise that Sun Miao Miao was awarded the second A-grade source fluid. She had managed to obtain an A-grade source fluid during the competition at Zipping Lake after all. Although Sun Miao Miao had expected this, when she heard her own name, she couldn't help but get excited. She had to calm down and keep her emotions in check. She was a girl who normally paid a lot of attention to the way she portrayed herself, so this sort of reaction was somewhat unexpected for her. Many people looked enviously at her as Sun Miao Miao and a soldier quickly headed over to cultivation room number 2. Suddenly, the atmosphere became tense. Although most people had known deep down that the last A-grade source fluid would not be awarded to them, they had still harbored some anticipation in their hearts. An A-grade source fluid was something that could determine one's future. They all had to create a firm foundation with a solid source core if they wanted to have any possibility of progressing. If they awakened a weak source core, then all their future prospects would be bleak. Guan Wanli was very nervous. He needed to get the third A-grade source fluid, so he had asked his grandfather to pull some strings. That source fluid had to belong to him. His heart was beating furiously. This A-grade source fluid was just too important to him. Guan Wanli, cultivation room number 3. Chief Instructor Lu had been staring at Guan Wanli's face for half a minute before he announced this. Guan Wanli felt a little uncomfortable under Chief Instructor Lu's gaze. He knew that Chief Instructor Lu did not trust him. He hadn't used his own abilities to win that source fluid after all. The person who had obtained it had been Luo Yunyang. As he followed a soldier to cultivation room number 3, Guan Wanli's resolve became stronger. He wanted to awaken a high-grade source core and show everyone how extraordinary he was. He wanted Chief Instructor Lu to see that he wasn't weak. He wanted to at least become second in rank after Luo Yunyang. Chen Yang, Yang Yirui, Xie Tian, Xie Di. Cultivation room number 4. Chief Instructor Lu's voice was as emotionless as ever, yet Chen Yang, Yang Yirui and the others started cheering together. An A-grade source fluid had been out of their reach all along, so their main objective had been to get a B-grade source fluid. Thus, when Chief Instructor Lu called out their names first, they were all beyond delighted. The 20 B-grade source fluids had attracted a lot of people's attention, including Bai Yuming's. The arrogant Bai Yuming had been watching the 20 B-grade source fluids closely. He had already given up any hope of getting an A-grade source fluid, but he believed that he would get a B-grade source fluid no matter what. He was more talented than most people after all. If it hadn't been for Luo Yunyang's suppression, Bai Yuming thought that perhaps he might have been able to obtain an A-grade source fluid during the 8 army meet. Bai Yuming was hoping that his name would be on the list, but when the 20th name was announced, it wasn't his. It was Zhao Buja's. Why not me? My cultivation base is much stronger than Zhao Buja's. Bai Yuming kept reminding himself of this. Just grin through this. You will speak through your strength later. Bai Yuming was unable to control his emotions. All he could hear was the rumbling sound in his ears. The huge stone crushing his heart started to disintegrate and turn into countless tiny fragments. These tiny fragments squeezed together to create an even greater pressure that forced him to shout at Chief Instructor Lu at the top of his lungs, "I refuse to accept this." Chief Instructor Lu glanced at Bai Yuming, but didn't speak right away. Instead, he turned to look at the remaining elite class members. Do any of you object to my decision? In the past, when everyone had been incooperative, the vast majority would have objected as soon as they heard this question. They all tended to believe that, if they couldn't get something, no one else should have it either. Humans always had this kind of selfish thoughts. As Bai Yuming watched them expectantly though, almost everyone replied in unison, "I wholeheartedly accept Chief Instructor Lu's arrangement." Bai Yuming saw disdain and mockery in their gazes. He suddenly felt as if he was the target of a multitude of arrows. His heart was on fire, his entire body seemed to be ablaze, his mouth felt chapped, and a burning pain flooded his throat and eyes. He couldn't accept this, but he ultimately had no choice but to come to terms with it. Chapter 85. Luo Yunyang's choice. Chief Instructor Lu didn't take any further notice of Bai Yuming. He just kept reading aloud the names. Finally, right at the end, Bai Yuming heard his own name. He would get the lowest D grade source fluid. Under no circumstances had Bai Yuming ever expected that he would actually obtain this sort of source fluid. If the probability of forming a source core using an A-grade source fluid was 50%, then the probability of awakening a source core using a D-grade source fluid was just 5%. Plus, the source cores formed by using D-grade source fluid were generally inferior. Chief Instructor Lu had already left, so Bai Yuming could only sullenly follow the indifferent soldiers to the cultivation room. He clenched his teeth in an effort to accept this, but he wasn't able to say any discriminating words against that young man with a poor family background anymore. Although Luo Yunyang hadn't witnessed this outcome, he had played a role in it. Bai Yuming's natural aptitude was decent, but Luo Yunyang had once again passed on his request to Chief Instructor Lu through Xu Zhang. Xu Zhang had regrettably told Luo Yunyang that Chief Instructor Lu was an upright person that would definitely not do something like that, so when the results were announced, Xu Zhang, who had been standing on the sidelines, had felt a little foolish. Luo Yunyang was the first to take his source fluid. The A-grade source fluid looked like a vial of cyan jade pearls inside the green crystal bottle. When the source fluid was injected into his body, Luo Yunyang felt his blood start to boil. This sort of boiling sensation could drive a person crazy. Luo Yunyang, the best choice would be to clear your mind, calm down and get some sleep. The person who helped Luo Yunyang inject the A-grade source fluid into his body was a lady in a white gown and a face mask. Although her face couldn't be seen clearly, her gender could still be determined. Although A-grade source fluid has the highest rate of success and possibility of awakening the strongest source core, it also causes the most intense pain. We are currently researching ways to create source fluids that cause less pain, but the results aren't that good. The lady then added faintly, "I will give you some sedatives. You will most likely know the result by the time you wake up." What Luo Yunyang needed to do right now was endure the pain. After the increase of his constitution and power, what he wanted the most was to improve his mind attribute. How could he let such a good source fluid go to waste just like that? "I don't need them, thanks." Luo Yunyang waved his hands before he shut his eyes gently. The sensation of his blood boiling wasn't a very pleasant feeling. It actually felt like countless ants squirming all over his body. The ants would gather and disperse from time to time, making Luo Yunyang unconsciously grit his teeth tightly. About 15 minutes later, strings of green veins started to appear on his arm. His golden body didn't seem to have any effect. His mind attribute increased to 6 points, 7 points, 8 points. Thanks to these small increases, Luo Yunyang slowly realized that the ants squirming in his body were actually many specks of little lights. These lights were like really tiny stars. Even though he could view them through his mind attribute, Luo Yunyang could still tell that they were really small. The tiny scarlet stars gathering in his body had already started to converge into a lump. Although this process was immensely different from the moon-swallowing devil ape move and the golden sun-devouring dragon move, thanks to his experience with those two, Luo Yunyang could tell that the current process was basically the formation of a source core. Actually, the attribute of this source core was very similar to the power of the golden sun-devouring dragon in his body. They were both fire attributes, so it didn't seem like there would be too much of a difference between them. The newly formed source core seemed to be slightly weaker than the source core formed by using the golden sun-devouring dragon. This meant that, if this source core was awakened, it would be like a duplicate of the golden sun-devouring dragon's source core, so it wouldn't be much use to Luo Yunyang's cultivation progress. Would the A-grade source fluid really be wasted on a source core like this? Two similar source cores, one of a higher grade and one of a lower one, would have a hard time complementing one another. One would be a repeat of the other, so they wouldn't be of much use together. Luo Yunyang knew that it wasn't the right time for him to hesitate. His mind quickly swept through the specks of light in his body and detected a type of green speck that was even more luminous than the scarlet specks. The number of these green light specks wasn't high, as the convergence of the scarlet specks made the green ones disperse. "Gather up." Luo Yunyang willed the green specks of light to converge. Under the effect of his mind power, the green specks quickly gathered up. The red specks of light, which seemed to be able to sense the thread of the green specks, formed a ball and rushed towards the green specks, which had yet to converge completely. They obviously wanted to scatter the green specks of light. Boom! As the red and green specks clashed, Luo Yunyang felt as though two earth-shattering forces had collided in his head. That force, which only lasted for a moment, made Luo Yunyang feel slightly dizzy. However, he still kept gritting his teeth tightly. I cannot faint. I can't awaken another scarlet source core. That wouldn't be of much use. As Luo Yunyang kept raising his mind attribute, the glow of the green source core became even more magnificent and intense. Eventually, after a final clash, the green specks of light that had converged broke open the red source core that had already formed. As the red source core was broken with a loud rumble, Luo Yunyang felt truly relieved. It was also at this moment that he faded into unconsciousness. When he woke up again, he saw a fat, sinister face smiling at him. How could such an ugly face actually be smiling at him? Almost instinctively, Luo Yunyang punched that face. Boom! When the punch landed on the face, which had been closing in on Luo Yunyang, Xu Zhang let out a blood-curdling screech. His screech woke Luo Yunyang up completely. He suddenly realized who he had just sent flying. Luo Yunyang quickly got to his feet and looked at Xu Zhang, who was sprawled outside the room, and Chief Instructor Lu, who was smiling at him. Chief Instructor. Luo Yunyang felt only utmost respect for Chief Instructor Lu. You have taken a really long time to wake up. Yunyang. Ha ha ha. Very good, very good. Chief Instructor Lu's eyes were glowing as he regarded Luo Yunyang. Luo Yunyang felt full of vigor. He was about to say something, when he suddenly heard someone say, "The commander is still waiting, Luo Yunyang. You better hurry up and get examined." Chapter 86. Boundless Vitality. It was the Viceroy. There was only one person called the Viceroy among the Rising Dragon Army, and that was the Rising Dragon Army's chief commander. As the man spoke, someone else handed over something that looked like a grip ball. Luo Yunyang, force out some power from the source core within your body and grab onto this ball for a second. Luo Yunyang nodded. As he grabbed the ball, he instinctively gathered some source power in his hand. The ball suddenly lit up. All right, you can put it down. The results will be out very quickly, Chief Instructor Lu said softly. Hit me again, Yunyang. Your punch was just too enjoyable. Xu Zhang ran over to Luo Yunyang expectantly. Luo Yunyang was speechless. This fella was asking to get beaten. Could his earlier punch have damaged his brain? Xu Zhang might have seemed very casual, but Luo Yunyang knew that he treated him very well, so he would feel bad if he had actually hurt him. What are you doing, Xu Zhang? Chief Instructor Lu said in a stern voice as he watched his subordinate, who seemed very pleased. Xu Zhang, who had always feared Chief Instructor Lu, replied with the voice of an addict, I really enjoyed Luo Yunyang's punch, Chief Instructor Lu. I want him to hit me again. Although Chief Instructor Lu was considered experienced and knowledgeable, this was the first time he had seen someone request to get beaten in such an odd way. If he's asking for a beating, then just give him a vicious one. Don't show him any damn mercy, he told Luo Yunyang with a snort. Luo Yunyang didn't hesitate this time. He just threw a punch directly at Xu Zhang, aiming for his body instead of his face. When his punch landed, Xu Zhang was sent flying once again. The moment he landed, he hopped back to his feet energetically. That was pleasant. It was really invigorating. It was actually the most pleasing thing I have ever felt in my life. Give me another one, Yunyang. There was a glow in Xu Zhang's eyes as he stared at Luo Yunyang. Luo Yunyang was feeling really depressed. He didn't know why his attacks seemed to have no effect on Xu Zhang. Could he have gotten weak, or had perhaps the other fella become strong enough? Just as Luo Yunyang was about to start doubting his own existence, Chief Instructor Lu stared at Xu Zhang with the same dumbfounded expression. Based on what Chief Instructor Lu knew about Xu Zhang, there was a difference between his cultivation base and Luo Yunyang's. If the two went all out, Xu Zhang would definitely not be a match for Luo Yunyang. The probability of him being thoroughly massacred by Luo Yunyang was 100%. This had been a blow with Luo Yunyang's full power, supplemented with the source power from his newly awakened source core, yet Xu Zhang had been able to stand back up as if nothing had happened. Could Xu Zhang be one of those legendary experts who concealed their strength for years and tricked everyone with their coarse, boorish appearance, when they were actually great Grand Masters? Thinking about this made Chief Instructor Lu's mouth go a little dry. If it had been anyone else, Chief Instructor Lu would have believed it, but Xu Zhang, how could this be? Try to hit me again, Brother Yunyang. Xu Zhang blurted out shamelessly. Just hit me again. That punch was really enjoyable. Xu Zhang heckled impatiently. Just think of it as doing a good deed. Consider it a way to repay me for devotedly teaching you all those days back. Now, just give me a good beating. Think of it as charity. Xu Zhang pestered Luo Yunyang, making him feel that, if he didn't hit him, he would be an ungrateful person who had forgotten about all the times he had helped him in the past. Luo Yunyang shook his head. He was just too helpless and frustrated. He must have made a mistake somewhere along the way, but where? He really had no idea. Xu Zhang's incessant nagging made Luo Yunyang strike out at him furiously. Once again, Xu Zhang ended up lying on the ground. How refreshing. It's just too refreshing, Xu Zhang shouted as he buzzed around happily. What exactly was going on? Luo Yunyang was speechless. The others were all equally dumbfounded. An electronic sound was suddenly heard, attracting the attention of everyone present. The series of beeps signified that the results of Luo Yunyang's source core were out. Grade 1 source core. Wood-based life source core. Smiles appeared on everyone's faces. Anyone in the Da Alliance who possessed a Grade 1 source core eventually became immensely wealthy. What is a wood-based life source core? Chief Instructor Lu asked as soon as he heard about the wood-based life source core. Wood-based source cores are very rare, but the majority of them possess tremendous destructive power. A strike from a wood-based Grade 6 source core can create a huge attacking force, someone explained. He didn't proceed to give an explanation about Luo Yunyang's life source core, as this was the first time he had ever heard of such a source core. Wood-based life source cores contain inexhaustible vitality. When they strike the body of any human or living being, they can provide boundless vitality. A mechanical voice said. The bases examining equipment gave an explanation for Luo Yunyang's life source core. Boundless vitality. If he punched someone, would that mean that he would heal them? This ability was really. The expressions of all the high-level officials present turned slightly darker. They had originally thought that once Luo Yunyang's source core was awakened, he would continue to mow down everything in his path. They hadn't expected his power to be boundless vitality. Hit me, Yunyang, Chief Instructor Lu said seriously as he looked at Luo Yunyang. Luo Yunyang had a dazed look on his face. He had believed that the red specks of light were weak compared to the glowing dot he had formed by cultivating the golden sun-devouring dragon move, so he had chosen the green specks of light, which had seemed more resplendent. The source core formed by the green specks of light didn't disappoint. It was indeed a Grade 1 source core, but couldn't it have been a little more reliable? Healing the targets of his beatings was an ability that defied natural order. When he heard Chief Instructor Lu's request, Luo Yunyang hesitated for a split second before throwing a punch. He used half his strength, so when his punch landed on Chief Instructor Lu's torso, the man didn't even sway. Chief Instructor Lu stood as still as an unshakable mountain. At first, a faint smile appeared on his face. However, this smile was quickly replaced by his normal solemn expression. What's wrong, sir? Someone asked Chief Instructor Lu, immediately assuming that there was a problem. Chief Instructor Lu waved him off as he said in a neutral tone, damn, this really is no ordinary comfort. I faintly felt as if my own source core was about to make a breakthrough. Chief Instructor Lu shook his head and added, there wasn't enough strength. How could a breakthrough occur so easily? Please move aside, sir. We are brothers, Yunyang. Please hit me again. Oh, I'm such a scumbag. I said I would take you to the Evil Spirit Imperial Palace, but I haven't. Don't tell me you aren't even a little bit angry. If you are, then just hurry up and beat me. Chapter 87. Attribute Adjustments. Luo Yunyang, who was left speechless by Xu Zhang's constant badgering for a good beating, pulled back his arm again. This time, he used his full strength. Although he didn't make any adjustments by using his attribute regulator, the force of his punch sent Xu Zhang flying in the air. As Xu Zhang landed on the ground, his expression turned very odd. He suddenly let out a maniacal howl and flashes of dark silver light rays started to converge around his body. A set of dark silver armor formed, using the source power that had appeared on Xu Zhang's body. Although the scars on Xu Zhang's face made him look really ugly, anyone looking at him right now would see him in an awe-inspiring light. He's become a second-grade martial master, someone said with a hint of envy in their voice. Luo Yunyang didn't know what to say as he watched Xu Zhang's gloating expression. He had only struck the guy a few times, yet he had actually made a breakthrough. The higher the level of the cultivation, the harder the cultivation got for martialists. Forming a source core was something that the majority of martialists found very difficult to achieve. The status of a martial master who possessed a source core was 10 or 100 times better than a first-rate martialist's. However, that didn't mean that everything was just fine and dandy afterwards. The formation of a source core was only the first step in a martialist's path. As one climbed higher, the going got even tougher. Many people were unable to achieve a source core breakthrough and remained third-grade martial masters well into old age. The source core that Xu Zhang had formed had been of a very low grade, so many people had reckoned that he would just remain like this for the rest of his life. However, he had unexpectedly made a breakthrough and advanced to a second-grade martial master in one go. Ha ha ha, this is really refreshing, Brother Yunyang. You must be furious. Don't you find my gloating annoying? Why don't you hit me again? Xu Zhang smiled wide as he shouted loudly. Luo Yunyang still had nothing to say. He just didn't know what to say to this fella. Hit me, Luo Yunyang. Let me check if that's really the case. Another person looked at Luo Yunyang excitedly. Don't hit him, he has thick skin. Take a look at me. I am the best target for a beating. My skin is crispy and my flesh is really tender. An officer with a large mustache told Luo Yunyang with a chuckle. Luo Yunyang didn't know whether to laugh or cry. How could he say that he has crispy skin and tender flesh? Alright, stop disturbing Luo Yunyang. Everyone out. Chief Instructor Lu waved his hands around. Yunyang, you go find a place to rest first. I will report this matter to the Viceroy. Then, he turned and stared at Xu Zhang, who was still making a ruckus. Shut the hell up. If I hear any more of your nonsense, I will throw you into the Black Forest. When Chief Instructor Lu left, Luo Yunyang's surroundings became much quieter. He sat cross-legged on the bed and quickly raised his mind attribute and started to observe what exactly was going on in his body. When his mind attribute reached 60, Luo Yunyang could sense clearly the situation in his body. He saw a glowing green dot of light within his dantian. This glowing dot, which was about the size of a grain of rice, kept swallowing whatever energy was around it. At the top left side of the green spot was a bright scarlet light speck. The radiance of this speck was twice as bright as the green spots. At the top right side of the green light spot was a silvery white light spot. Its illuminance was a little weaker than the scarlet spots, but its glow was stronger than the green light spots as well. The green light spot had to be the source core he had formed, while the scarlet and silvery white spots were the source cores formed by the moon-swallowing devil ape move and the golden sun-devouring dragon move. This meant that Luo Yunyang had actually formed 3 source cores. No matter how hard he tried to recall the records he had found in books, Luo Yunyang couldn't remember a similar phenomenon taking place before. As he thought about this, he instinctively brandished his fists. Although his power attribute had decreased quite a bit, when he struck out, he saw a band of green energy flow from his source core to his fists. The source power he had instinctively used originated from his green source core. What if I want to use the power of the scarlet source core instead? As he thought about it, Luo Yunyang brandished his arms once again. When he struck out this time, a scarlet light flowed out of his scarlet source core and gathered in his fists. When his bright scarlet fist struck the air, several blazes sprouted up. If he had used this power earlier, Xu Zhang wouldn't have been as pleased as he was now. Power: 66 fire, 7 ice, 6 wood, 5 speed, 11 mind, 16 constitution, 78 golden body, 18. Luo Yunyang opened his attribute regulator and discovered that there were 3 new categories next to his power attribute: fire, ice, and wood. The scarlet source core was fire, the silvery white core was ice, and the green one had to be wood. 3 source cores, all classified as power. Luo Yunyang wasn't very satisfied with his current power, as awakening a source core was like soaring a great distance for martialists. However, it seemed like his advancement wasn't very big. He had only gained 5 attribute points compared to when he had been cultivating the golden moon devouring dragon, which made Luo Yunyang feel somewhat displeased. It seemed like the formation of this source core had been dominated by the moon-swallowing devil ape move and the golden sun-devouring dragon move. As Luo Yunyang started to mull over the attribute regulator in his mind, he transferred his 7 fire points to ice. His ice points now became 13. When Luo Yunyang also added the 5 wood points, the figure became 18. When Luo Yunyang was done with this adjustment, he used his internal vision to check the situation in his body and found out that there hadn't been much of a change. The 3 source cores in his body still seemed the same. However, when he brandished his fists, his palms turned sparkly and translucent and his entire arm was enveloped by a layer of white frost that looked like armor. His entire arm was full of frost power. Delighted with what he saw, Luo Yunyang kept raising his ice attribute. 18, 19, 20, Luo Yunyang raised his ice attribute to 36, before it could no longer increase any further. Suddenly, he realized that his golden body had reached 0. His power, speed, mind and constitution could be mutually converted, so when these main attributes increased, their secondary attributes increased as well. These secondary attributes could also be adjusted through the attribute regulator. Could this be because these powers belong to the same grade? While Luo Yunyang pondered this, the frost power covered almost his entire body. A set of silvery white armor had formed on his body. It was the source armor of a second-grade martial master. Chapter 88. A high-quality assistant. Although Luo Yunyang felt that this source armor was a little forced, it was still the mark of a second-grade martial master. After enduring this for another 3 minutes, he dispelled the armor surrounding his body. He just couldn't maintain it any longer. Time had trickled by while Luo Yunyang had been muttering to himself, so he suddenly realized that he was extremely hungry. Ha ha ha, you are really awesome, brother. You are an extremely rare, high-quality assistant. One day, your value is going to exceed that of giant pandas before the apocalypse. Ha ha ha. Xu Zong's thundering voice floated over once more as he gazed at Luo Yunyang passionately. Come on over and give me a hug, Mr. National Treasure. The guy was really asking for a beating. How could he just hug someone he wasn't close to? As he thought about how ridiculous this sounded, Luo Yunyang charged towards Xu Zong and punched him hard. However, this time around, when Luo Yunyang flexed, he didn't use any of his 3 source cores. As a result, Xu Zong, who hadn't put up any defense whatsoever, landed on the ground like a piece of rock. Ow, you are really vicious, Yunyang. You didn't even use a source power. Why did you even bother hitting me? To think that I have always treated you like a younger brother. Come on, use some source power and hit me properly. Xu Zong kneaded his hurting shoulders as he smiled at Luo Yunyang. As Luo Yunyang stared helplessly at Xu Zong, who really needed a spanking, he was left almost speechless. I know you are hungry, brother. Come on, let me take you out to eat. Ha ha ha. Xu Zong, who suddenly seemed to remember something, stopped annoying Luo Yunyang and tactfully changed the topic. Luo Yunyang saw a hint of a smile on Xu Zong's face. He could faintly guess what was up. Meanwhile, Ni Yongxin was moving his arms about leisurely in an unnamed ancient tower. As his arms moved, layers of azure blue rays of light appeared and surged like billowing waves. Very good, very good. The soaked garb technique in combination with the power of a grade 2 water-based source core would definitely compose an unrivaled defense. No martialist from the 8 army's youngest generation will be able to compete with you. A tall middle-aged man said as he laughed heartily. Ni Yongxin didn't believe him. He could see clearly that the man was trying to suck up to him, so he wasn't interested in what he had to say. There's no need to be skeptical, Yongxin. We have received information about the source core that Luo Yunyang awakened. Ni Yongxin's calm, clear expression changed. He now gazed at the middle-aged man with a grave expression. He awakened a grade 1 source core. Less than 10 grade 1 source cores emerge in the Da Alliance each year. The corners of the middle-aged man's lips curled up. He awakened a wood-based life source core. That means that any person he hits will receive boundless vitality, which will certainly help raise the cultivation base of his target. The middle-aged man threw his head back and roared with laughter. Isn't it funny? How could such a source core be used to face an enemy? Ni Yongxin shook his head with a sigh before gazing into the distance. You don't have to feel pity for him, Yongxin. His value has already increased many times over. Although he can't hurt others, his ability to raise the cultivation base of any source core still has many uses. The clan believes that they should win him over. Your second youngest sister is pretty ordinary, so it's about time that she contributed a little to the family. They want to get her to marry Luo Yunyang. The normally proud Ni Yongxin suddenly looked as if he had swallowed a dead fly. He stared in shock at the middle-aged man's moving mouth. Why did he all of a sudden feel like giving him a good whack? In the end, Ni Yongxin didn't say anything. Eat up, Yunyang. This is B-grade dire beast meat, damn it. I can only get this once a year. Xu Zong picked up a piece of snow-white dire beast meat as he yelled loudly at Luo Yunyang. Luo Yunyang's mouth twitched. Among all the dishes Xu Zhang had ordered, only the Snow White Dire Beast meat had come from a B-grade Dire Beast. All the others were C-grade and D-grade Dire Beast meat. After forming a source core, one can absorb the nutrients of these Dire Beast meats even quicker. You should know that B-grade and higher grade Dire Beasts can form source stones within their bodies. Absorbing the energy of those source stones would allow us to cultivate even faster. Oh, I forgot, the energy of a source core can only be tempered and used. You have to decide on a style of cultivating techniques quickly. Xu Zhang chuckled as he stuffed his face with food. You don't have to worry about any of these things, though. In a few days, people will be delivering a bunch of secret cultivation arts. Who asked you to become our respected national treasure? FCK. When he heard the words, national treasure, again, Luo Yunyang recalled the sort of silly, harmless-looking creature that he had seen while using his computer. Instructor Xu, actually Xu Zhang waved his arm around, not letting Luo Yunyang finish. All right, brother, I know you feel a little indignant, but think about it. This actually isn't a bad thing. This way, your safety will be guaranteed. You don't have to be like us and get sent on all sorts of missions. Your promotion and your performance during the 8 Army meet have earned you quite a lot of points. You can exchange them for a lot of good stuff. As he spoke, Xu Zhang stuffed the last bit of Dire Beast meat into his mouth and stood up. You have plenty of points, so this meal can be your treat. You are welcome. I shall make my move first. Ha! As he watched the bald man hum on his way out, Luo Yunyang really felt like beating him up ruthlessly. He wouldn't use his wood-based life core. He wanted to use his fire-based and ice-based powers instead and let this fella thoroughly enjoy a fiery, icy hell. Just as Luo Yunyang was seriously contemplating this, Qin Feifei and the others rushed over to him. They all had a complex expression on their faces as they looked at him. Big brother Yunyang, congratulations on awakening a grade 1 source core. I knew that only you would be able to awaken such a source core. Sun Miao Miao said first, her tight little face filled with honesty. Luo Yunyang chuckled. You guys have also awakened your source cores, right? How was it? What sort of source cores did you awaken? I awakened a grade 5 earth-based source core. Chen Yang was the first to report his status. Although a grade 5 earth-based source core wasn't considered high grade, it was still a medium-grade source core, so he would make a lot of progress in the future. Big brother Yunyang, I awakened a grade 6 wind-based source core. Qin Feifei said softly. The others also reported the type of source cores they had awakened. Among them all, Sun Miao Miao and Guan Wanli's source cores were the best. The two of them had awakened a grade 3 lightning-based source core and a grade 3 metal-based source core. When everyone had finished reporting on their awakened source cores, the atmosphere became slightly awkward. Even Chen Yang, who was pretty eloquent, didn't know what to say. Based on their expressions, Luo Yunyang could guess what they were thinking. In this precarious age of strong heroes and powerhouses, a high-quality assistant sounded very impressive. However, this meant that he would find it very difficult to climb to a position at the top of the pyramid. Chapter 89. Zulong's Tomb. We will always be members of the Ardent Sun Group, Big Brother Yunyang. Chen Yang, who seemed to have sensed that something was off, proclaimed loudly. Qin Feifei, Yang Yirui and the others simultaneously exclaimed, We will as well, Big Brother Yunyang. Oh, we forgot, Big Brother Yunyang. Just yesterday we received a call for you. A lady called Ji Qianshan was looking for you. She asked that you return her call as soon as possible. The smart Qin Feifei added quickly. Why was Ji Qianshan looking for him so urgently? The last time he had returned home, Luo Yunyang hadn't gotten to see Zhu Yan or Ji Qianshan, who had been like parents to him, which was something he still regretted. Luo Yunyang turned on his communication device immediately and dialed Ji Qianshan's number. Communication devices couldn't be used in most areas of Base 7, but the restaurant he was in was one of the few top-notch places in Base 7, so communication devices worked there. Yunyang. Ji Qianshan's anxious voice was heard after a few rings. Luo Yunyang felt his heart tighten. He thought of Ji Qianshan as a woman who wasn't afraid to love and hate. Her tiny body seemed to contain an immense strength. It was this very strength that had allowed her and Zhu Yan to be together for so long. What happened? Luo Yunyang asked bluntly. Zhu Yan has gone missing. He left a few days ago to protect a research expedition team that would enter some unknown place, but not a single one of them can be reached anymore. Ji Qianqin's voice was trembling as she spoke. Luo Yunyang's face fell. Zhu Yan held a special place in his heart. He was both like a mentor and a friend that Luo Yunyang treated like his older brother. How could he actually have gone missing? Don't worry, big sister Qianqin. Luo Yunyang took a deep breath before he asked, hasn't there been any news from the Rising Dragon Army's side? No, but someone said that this time everything points to disaster. Ji Qianqin started to sob as she was speaking. I don't believe that Zhu Yan is dead. He must be waiting for someone to save him. Of course big brother Zhu isn't dead. Luo Yunyang said a few more words to console Ji Qianqin before ending the call. Does anyone know anything about a recent mission that left the Rising Dragon Army Chang'an General Headquarters to enter a classified location? Luo Yunyang turned to Sun Miao and the others. As he looked at them, they unconsciously straightened their bodies. They all felt like a team of small beasts about to be admonished by their king. We don't know much about these things, big brother Yunyang. I think perhaps Instructor Xu Zhang would know more than us, Sun Miao reminded him. Although Xu Zhang would help, Luo Yunyang felt that he wouldn't know as much as Li Xiaoyang. As he recalled how Li Xiaoyang had provided him with a grade 2 body forging medicine, Luo Yunyang quickly searched for a way to contact him. Thankfully, after urging Luo Yunyang to join the Rising Dragon Army, Li Xiaoyang had sent him many messages, so he had left a communication channel open. Luo Yunyang dialed Li Xiaoyang's communication device number right away. Ha ha, congratulations, Yunyang, I heard that you awakened a grade 1 source core. You are really a blessing for the Rising Dragon Army. Luo Yunyang could sense some mockery in his words. Although he didn't mind getting teased by someone like Li Xiaoyang, he really needed his help right now, so he naturally had to make the man fear him. If you know what sort of source core I awakened, then you must also know how powerful I am. I could get someone to exterminate you anytime I felt like it. Luo Yunyang chuckled. I could offer to hit a few people a number of times and hire them to squash you. Do you think anyone would be interested in the job? Sun Miao, Guan Wanli and the others just stood there flabbergasted and listened to this exchange. If it had been anyone else, this would have been an unadorned threat, but Luo Yunyang made it sound like a line of reasoning. There was nothing wrong with what he had said. Please don't act rashly, Luo Yunyang. We are still on friendly terms after all. I don't harbor any ill intentions. I was just messing with you. Li Xiaoyang was immediately terrified when he heard the tone of Luo Yunyang's voice. He was a smart person, so he realized that the gap between him and Luo Yunyang was really wide. He just didn't have the power to challenge Luo Yunyang. Although Luo Yunyang might not become a top-notch powerhouse, his ability still made him very strong, so Li Xiaoyang didn't want to offend him. If anyone begged Luo Yunyang to hit them and he asked them to beat up Li Xiaoyang in return, then Li Xiaoyang could die at any moment. Whether I am joking or not depends on my mood. Now, you better listen carefully to what I have to say. I will give you 10 minutes to settle the matter. If you don't, then you can't blame me for killing you, Luo Yunyang said in a cold, dull voice. Alright, I'll do it, just tell me what you need. Li Xiaoyang wiped away the sweat on his forehead with a tremble as he spoke. I need to know exactly what mission Zhu Yan went out on and why he hasn't returned yet. Luo Yunyang got straight to the point. Li Xiaoyang exhaled deeply before he said, I really don't know much about this. All I know is that a while ago, a crack appeared in Zulong Mountain that could lead to Zulong's tomb. There have always been all sorts of legends about Zulong's tomb, so as soon as the crack appeared, the top brass sent out an expedition team to enter Zulong's tomb and check out the inside. Zhu Yan was assigned to the escort party of the expedition team. 3 days ago, they sent out an SOS. They have remained uncontactable ever since. All the various armies in Chang'an are preparing to send crack teams in to see what exactly is going on. Li Xiaoyang said all this in one breath. When he was done, he was so afraid that Luo Yunyang would get angry again that he quickly added, although Zulong's tomb has many labyrinth-like layers, it isn't really that dangerous. It's possible that they only got lost inside. Li Xiaoyang's consoling words had no effect on Luo Yunyang. Although he didn't think that highly of himself, there probably wouldn't be anybody among the teams that would be sent into Zulong's tomb that was genuinely concerned about Zhu Yan. Zhu Yan was just an unimportant member of the escort party after all. Has the Rising Dragon Army's team been selected? Luo Yunyang asked Li Xiaoyang as he clenched his fists. Yes, it has. 3 members of the Green Dragon Combat Squadron will be going, Li Xiaoyang exclaimed in a startled voice. Luo Yunyang didn't say anything else. He just hung up the call and headed quickly in the direction of Xu Zong's quarters. The door to Xu Zong's room was kicked open. 5 minutes later, Xu Zong was dragged in the direction of Chief Instructor Lu's office. The only person who could permit Luo Yunyang to leave Base 7 was Chief Instructor Lu. Chapter 90. A young master combat squadrons were the most valiant fighting teams in the Rising Dragon Army. The Green Dragon Combat Squadron was the 6th in rank combat squadron in the Rising Dragon Army. Although its rank wasn't considered very high, it let the Green Dragon Combat Squadron enjoy an extraordinary status. Outside the final safe zone of Chang'an City, about 5 kilometers away from Zulong Mountain, 3 men in Rising Dragon Army uniforms were sitting on 3 rocks and chatting idly. "Damn, what do our superiors want?" a short, stocky man asked with a moan. "We set off a long time ago, yet now we have to wait because some other people will be joining us. What are they coming for? Don't they trust their own brothers?" Seated beside him was a tall man with a red face. That seemed to give off a sense of righteousness. "All right, stop complaining. Our combat squadron might be independent, but we are all still soldiers of the Rising Dragon Army." Although the shorter man was unhappy, he was a little afraid of the taller man, so he stopped grumbling and talking drivel. Suddenly, the last man, who was a tanned, coarse-looking fellow that looked like an old farmer, said, "The latest order was given by the Flame Emperor himself." The other 2 men's expressions changed immediately, unconsciously turning solemn. To these people, the Flame Emperor was like a god-like existence. Their expressions were full of respect as they looked at their leader. "What did the Flame Emperor say?" the short guy asked. "He said that the person coming is very important to the Rising Dragon Army. No matter what happens, we have to ensure that he doesn't get hurt in any way," the tanned man said. Then, he added in a firm voice, "I promised him on the spot that even if I, Lu Tifeng, lost my life, I would make sure that no harm would come to that person." The other 2 fellows fell silent. Both of them knew the tanned fellow very well. They had been risking their lives and limbs together for years after all. Lu Tifeng always meant what he said and would make every possible effort to achieve his goals. If he promised to do something, he would definitely accomplish it, even if he lost his life along the way. "Damn it, Big Brother Lu. If you have already put it this way, what more can we say? We'd do anything for the Rising Dragon Army," the short man shouted resolutely. As the men were speaking, a car suddenly drove over fast. The person driving was a lieutenant colonel. His face appeared strained, as if someone had kidnapped his wife and was asking for ransom. "I'll be heading back, Luo Yunyang," Li Xiaoyang said the moment Luo Yunyang exited the car. Then, he left as quickly as he had driven over. Luo Yunyang's slightly youthful face made him look inexperienced in his full Rising Dragon Army uniform. He actually looked like a new recruit. This was the first thought that popped into the mind of the short man when he saw Luo Yunyang for the first time. This was exactly the sort of person they disliked taking along on missions. Most of the time, new recruits were inexperienced and impulsive. Too often, these 2 flaws proved fatal. "I am Luo Yunyang. I have been ordered to report to squad leader Lu Tifeng," Luo Yunyang said earnestly as he eyed the 3 men. "Greetings, Luo Yunyang. I am Lu Tifeng. Welcome to our squad." Lu Tifeng sized Luo Yunyang up meticulously before pointing at the short man. "This is Zhang Hu. He wields dual blades. You can call him Dual Blade Zhang." The main purpose of dual blades was naturally offense. The calluses on Dual Blade Zhang's hands proved this point. "This is Ma Longali. You can call him Brother Ma. He is our navigator and an expert in all sorts of traps. As for me, I like tough battles." Although Lu Tifeng's words were thorough, they were also a little awkward. After he introduced himself, he looked at Luo Yunyang. "What are you adept in and what martial skill level are you at?" Luo Yunyang didn't find anything wrong with Lu Tifeng's question. A squad leader had to be familiar with the members of his own squad after all. "I must be a 3rd-grade martial master. My best skill is my forceful eagle claw technique and 5 tiger breaking knife techniques." Actually, Luo Yunyang had only cultivated the forceful eagle claw technique once. He had done so by looking at the secret manual the Eagle King had given him. Lu Tifeng and Ma Longali's eyes met for a brief second. In that moment, they both saw a hint of astonishment in the other person's expression. Although they were members of the Green Dragon Combat Squadron, they were only 1st-grade martialists. Meanwhile, this fella, who was just a kid, was actually a martial master. What a lucky fellow. Seems like you are the elite martialist of the legends. Zhang Hu's tone had a clear hint of hostility. You might be an elite martialist, but in this squad, you have to listen to Big Brother Lu, newbie. Otherwise, we won't play nice. A first-grade martialist being this impolite to a martial master was a rare occurrence in the Da Alliance. Luo Yunyang smiled. I'm a squad member, so I will naturally listen to the squad leader. Lu Tifeng heaved a big sigh of relief. He had originally imagined that someone that could make the Flame Emperor call out would probably be a young master. However, he hadn't expected that he would be a young master with a cultivation base that exceeded theirs. This sort of young master was much harder to handle than an ordinary young master. Let's go, we should head to the gathering point ahead. Lu Tifeng shot Ma Longali a look as he spoke. Ma Longali quickly started walking ahead. Ma Longali's movements convinced Luo Yunyang that he was indeed an expert. Lu Tifeng was already being really careful, even though they had barely even left the safe zone. Luo Yunyang now had even more confidence in his abilities. They didn't encounter any dangers during their 5-kilometer walk. When they reached the bottom of a slope, they saw 20 to 30 people gathered there. The majority of these people were clad in uniforms of the 8 armies of the East. All it took was a single glance for one to tell that the people there were each army's crack troops. It seemed like they were all familiar with each other, and there was quite a number of people that smiled and greeted Lu Tifeng. Old Lu, you guys came. I heard that you were jilted recently, Dual Blade Zhang. Ha ha ha, falling out of love is normal. Don't be so sad. When you go through a few more breakups, you will become more experienced. These greetings, albeit boorish, united everyone and showed that the people there were comfortable around each other. That's too much noise. Shut up, all of you. A cold voice yelled suddenly. The person who had spoken was a man in his 20s in a set of casual clothes who looked like a cold, strict fellow. The long sword on his back made him look like a tree in the wind. The man was currently staring disdainfully at Lu Tifeng and the others. If you guys keep making so much noise, I'll shut your mouths up. When Zhang Hu, who had been in a slightly irritable mood, heard these words, he nearly charged at the man and drew out his blades. All right, Lu Tifeng waved his hands around before he said, where is Researcher Qin? We have to report to her. When Lu Tifeng spoke, many people turned their attention to a woman tapping away on a laptop. The woman was wearing plain gray exercise attire. Women didn't tend to like this sort of attire, as it concealed their curves and exposed all their flaws. However, the lady in question seemed to have a nice body and beautiful features. The man with the sword shot Lu Tifeng a look of contempt as he said, you guys should find a place to rest first. Can't you see that Researcher Qin is busy? If you make a ruckus, I will have to become unpleasant. Lu Tifeng glanced at the woman before he signaled for Zhang Hu, Luo Yunyang and Ma Longali to go over and sit with a friend of his. Lu Tifeng's friend was a chap who looked like a black bear. His limbs and face were huge, and his thick stubble made him look especially formidable. Old Shang, who is that fella that's roaring away like a badass, as though everybody here owes him money? Zhang Hu, who knew the bear-like fellow very well, asked quietly. The instant Zhang Hu said this, the young man looked over. Luo Yunyang could sense a hint of killing intent in his gaze. These two lines had actually made the man want to kill someone. Luo Yunyang, who could clearly sense his killing intent, started disliking that fella even more. Who else could it be? I heard that he is an elite member of the Sanggu Research Center. He came here especially to protect Researcher Qin. Although Luo Yunyang wasn't very familiar with the Sanggu Research Center, he suddenly recalled seeing the word Sanggu on a bottle of strengthening medicine. It had probably been some other company with a similar name. What's the relation between the Sanggu Research Center and Sanggu Medical? Luo Yunyang asked the bear-like man with a smile. Hee, I didn't expect the Green Dragon Combat Squadron to actually accept a new member. Hello, little brother. I am Shang Ben, but you can just call me Old Shang. Sanggu Medical is just a company that belongs to the Sanggu Research Center. Old Shang's eyes suddenly flickered. Alright, there's no point talking about this useless stuff. Let's talk about something more pleasant. Dual Blade Zhang, for example. I heard that you fell out of love again, you little brat. Want Big Brother to share some techniques about sweeping through the field of love? Although Zhang Hu liked being called Dual Blade Zhang, Old Shang had purposely touched on a sensitive subject, so being called Dual Blade Zhang had only made him feel even more miserable. Stop bragging, old Shang. Everyone knows that you don't have a daughter-in-law yet. People say that your son might remain a virgin for his entire life. Ha ha ha. Ma Longali didn't look like someone who liked to joke, but whenever he opened his mouth, he shut everyone up. Shang Ben scratched his head and changed the topic. Anyway, I heard that a top-notch martialist of the Rising Dragon Army awakened a special source core. Whenever he hits someone, the target's vitality is replenished 100 times over. Is that really true? How can there be a weirdo with such an odd source core? Chapter 91. Investigating the path. Luo Yunyang blushed with shame when he heard Shang Ben say this. People said that bad news spread 1,000 miles a second, but he hadn't expected this piece of good news to spread so quickly. Some of our brothers have also heard about it. It seems like the source core that Genius awakened is really like that. Lu Tifeng laughed before he added, who knows if it's true. It would be great to receive a beating from him. Zhang Hu faced the sky with a sigh. I heard that there was an instructor at Base 7 who advanced from a 3rd-grade martial master to a 2nd-grade martial master after getting punched by him. Damn, the person Zhang Hu was talking about was undoubtedly Xu Zhang. Luo Yunyang didn't know whether to laugh or cry over this rumor. Xu Zhang hadn't become a 2nd-grade martial master with one punch. That had been the culmination of quite a beating. Gather up, a high-pitched voice shouted as they were chatting animatedly. Although Lu Tifeng and the others seemed unreliable, they were actually much more reliable than normal people. In the blink of an eye, Luo Yunyang and at least 30 other soldiers had formed 8 lines according to where they came from. Luo Yunyang stood behind Zhang Hu. Although he wasn't very conspicuous, he could see everything that was going on at the front very clearly. The spotlessly white neck of researcher Qin made her look like a beautiful swan in exercise attire. Her eyes, which were devoid of emotion, swept over Luo Yunyang and the other soldiers. Other than the young man from the Sanggu Research Center, there was also an old man in his 60s beside her. The old man, who had a small build with a hunched back, looked like a candle flickering in the wind. However, Luo Yunyang was able to sense a very formidable power coming from him. When his gaze landed on the man glanced over at Luo Yunyang. The instant he looked over, Luo Yunyang looked away. Although the old man looked puzzled, he pulled his eyes away just as quickly. Everyone has to obey orders during this search and rescue. Anyone who doesn't will be charged with a violation of the martial law, said the young man from the Sanggu Research Center as he looked at Luo Yunyang and the others. My surname is Li, so you can call me Mr. Li. I am the officer with the highest rank here, so you have to follow my orders. I hereby announce the beginning of this operation. Although the man's arrogant, bossy attitude pissed off many people, Lu Tifeng and the others didn't show any signs of resistance. As military personnel, they all had to obey orders. Although researcher Qin was a woman, her speed wasn't slow as they walked. Luo Yunyang could tell that her body wasn't any weaker than Lu Tifeng's or any of the other soldiers. After passing through a small path that had clearly been opened recently, Luo Yunyang and the others reached a crevice that was about a meter wide. The crevice actually looked like a bottomless cave. You, and you, step out. The Li fellow said as he picked out 4 soldiers. The 4 soldiers were from different armies. Shang Ben, who had been chatting with Luo Yunyang and the others a while ago, was among them. Shang Ben and the other soldiers quickly stepped forward. If you are 100 meters into the cave and there is still no danger, send us a signal right away, Li said. As soon as he gave the order, the 4 men entered the cavern without hesitation. They all took out their weapons the moment they stepped into the cave. Ever since the emergence of dire beasts, the weapons that the 8 armies of the East used had gradually changed from firearms to cold weapons. The offensive strength of cold weapons was far greater after all. Shang Ben, who was in the center of the party, was wielding a huge hatchet. His tall, sturdy build would allow him to provide strong assistance to his comrades faster. Lu Tifeng, who noticed the unhappy expression on Luo Yunyang's face, said softly, "There's nothing wrong with his orders, so I'm afraid we have to comply." Luo Yunyang could detect some determination in Lu Tifeng's expression. Although he had always done whatever he wanted in the Rising Dragon Army's elite class, right now he sensed a different sort of drive in Lu Tifeng. He quickly adjusted his mind attribute without saying anything else. His total attribute points now reached 171. Since there was no need for him to do anything, Luo Yunyang raised his mind attribute to 150. Power: 3 fire, 0 ice, 0 wood, 0 speed, 2 mind, 150 constitution, 16 golden body. 3 Luo Yunyang had stopped raising his mind attribute. He now had a deeper understanding of the attribute regulator, so he knew that each attribute acted in harmony with the others and each was equally important. Although he could support his mind power completely right now, if his constitution got any lower, he would feel exhausted, even if his mind attribute remained the same. Now that his mind was at 150 points, Luo Yunyang was able to use his mind power to observe his surroundings clearly in his head. There was no danger during the first 100 meters of the cave. Luo Yunyang also noticed some faint traces that he definitely wouldn't have been able to see under normal circumstances. For example, he saw some shallow footprints that had only left a faint mark. Luo Yunyang was able to see them clearly and tell which ones belonged to Zhu Yan. Zhu Yan obviously hadn't been considered very important, as he had remained on the fringes as the team had entered Zulong's tomb. A short while later, Shang Ben and the others came out and reported no problems. When Li heard their report, he signaled for the team to keep moving forward. Li kept sending different scouts ahead along the way. He was being extremely cautious, even though it didn't seem like there was any danger on that path. However, Luo Yunyang could sense traces of a battle around. He could even sense a spot where someone had fallen. As they passed through the long crevice, Luo Yunyang and the others suddenly saw the path open up ahead and a large stone hall appear before them. There was nothing but intricate carved patterns on the walls of the hall. Even Luo Yunyang's current vision didn't allow him to spot anything of value. They rested here, Li said after scanning the hall with his eyes. Researcher Qin nodded. She scanned their surroundings before taking out a notebook and quickly jotting down some notes. A few moments later, she shook her head. No, this isn't right. Was my research wrong, or is this place wrong? This is definitely the underground palace's vermilion bird seat. Why are there water-based constellations here? Li glanced at researcher Qin, who kept shaking her head, before looking at the 6 exits in the large hall and muttering to himself, this isn't easy. Then, he pointed at Lu Tifeng and a few others. You, the lot of you. In the space of a few seconds he pointed at no less than 12 people. Form teams of 2 and scout out the first 500 meters outside these 6 exits. Then return and report. His current mind attribute allowed Luo Yunyang to sense a few hundred meters into each of the tunnel exits. Thanks to his perception, Luo Yunyang could tell that 5 out of the 6 paths contained immense danger. If Lu Tifeng and the others were unfortunate, only 2 out of the 12 men that would go in would make it out alive. As he watched Lu Tifeng prepare to go in without hesitation, Luo Yunyang muttered, slow down. Only one of those 6 paths leads out. According to my calculations, this is the right path. As soon as he finished speaking, a flash of fury flickered through Li's eyes and a faint glow appeared in researcher Qin's beautiful eyes. The woman clapped her hands lightly. That's right, my line of thinking was wrong. The 4 divisions and 5 elements complement each other. The wisdom of ancient people is different from what we imagine in a lot of aspects. As she said this, she turned to Luo Yunyang and said sincerely, thanks for pointing that out, little brother. If you don't mind, perhaps you could accompany me to investigate Zulong's tomb. Luo Yunyang didn't know much about Zulong's tomb. He had only voiced his thoughts because his mind attribute had detected the dangers along those paths. As he was about to make a modest remark, Li interrupted him. It's best to proceed cautiously regarding this matter, researcher Qin. This kid doesn't know anything about the layout of these ancient places. His judgment is clearly just a fluke. Plus, we need to be more careful if we want to enter the inside of the imperial tomb safely. The lot of you, just go ahead and enter the 6 paths with your teams immediately. Researcher Qin put her hands up. Mr. Li, death awaits in 5 of these 6 paths. I am certain that we should not let them go in. As the leader of this expedition, researcher Qin had the final say, yet Li waved his hands around and said, please forgive me for not listening, researcher Qin, but your safety is more important. When he was done speaking, he gestured with his hands. Enter the 6 paths immediately. Otherwise, you will be accused of insubordination. Researcher Qin sighed deeply and retorted in an angry tone, this persistence in your views will cause them to die for nothing. We are doing this for the sake of the alliance, researcher Qin. You aren't an expert on these matters, so just leave them to me. I can take care of them perfectly well. Li snorted. As he spoke, his gaze landed on Luo Yunyang and the sides of his lips curled up into a grin. Luo Yunyang felt a deep loathing for Li as he watched Lu Tifeng, who had hesitated for just a second. He was the sort of person that died in the first episode of a TV series. How was Li being careful? He was clearly just trying to defend his own pride at the cost of Lu Tifeng and the other 12 soldiers' lives. Don't you think that you are despicable for doing this? Luo Yunyang asked bluntly. You are slandering a superior, which is a first-class offense. The situation we are in can be considered war, so disrupting the morale of soldiers is an offense punishable by death. As he said that, Li leapt in the air. The glimmer of a sword headed for Luo Yunyang's neck. He had to kill Luo Yunyang to establish his might. Chapter 92. Come with me. Luo Yunyang definitely wasn't afraid to strike back. The moment Li drew his sword, Luo Yunyang got ready to control his throwing knife, which was called the Chasing Sun. Although Li had acted first, Luo Yunyang was absolutely certain that he would be able to slice his neck the instant that he tried to strike. Right before the throwing knife was about to fly out of Luo Yunyang's leather bag, two blades flew out like lightning and appeared before him. Zhang Hu wielded his dual blades like a net, shielding Luo Yunyang's body. As sword and dual blades clashed, Zhang Hu was pushed back 30 steps in a flash. As soon as Zhang Hu had been pushed back, the magnificent sword light that had moved towards Luo Yunyang was completely exhausted. Zhang Hu didn't look good. He was so exhausted that he couldn't help but spit out a mouthful of fresh blood. Lu Tifeng and Ma Longali, who had also drawn their weapons, were standing guard in front of him. How was it? Lu Tifeng asked. Zhang Hu wiped the blood away from his mouth as he said forcefully, "It won't kill me." "What are you doing, Mr. Li? Are you trying to kill Rising Dragon Army personnel? The Sangbu Research Center might be powerful, but the Rising Dragon Army isn't a force to mess around with either." Lu Tifeng looked around him before he said, "Although we are supposed to follow your orders, our lives aren't in your hands. If you wish to kill our brother, you will have to go through us and our weapons first." The strong fighters of the 7 armies hadn't liked that Li fellow much from the start, so when they saw him try to kill someone without a warning, they couldn't help but get infuriated. Even though they were from different armies and there was immense competition between them, there was also a tremendous sense of identity among them. This meant that, when faced with an external pressure, the soldiers of the 8 armies would naturally stick together and watch each other's backs. "We were ordered to come here and follow Researcher Qin's orders. Who are you to say otherwise?" Shang Ben brandished his huge hatchet as he roared. "If you try to harm my brothers from the 8 armies, then you will have to go through my hatchet first. That's right, you will need to ask my blades permission." All the soldiers, who had heard the noise, had gathered around Luo Yunyang. Although Luo Yunyang had utmost confidence in his own abilities, the scene still warmed his heart. He suddenly really felt like a part of them. Li turned red in the face as he faced everyone's resistance. He had complete confidence that he could slaughter every single one of these soldiers, but he couldn't afford to offend the crack troops of these armies. Although they were all martialists, they would find a way to make him suffer, even if he survived. Plus, he thought of himself as a superior martialist. How could he stoop so low as to fight with this boorish group of soldiers? Researcher Qin, Mr. Li, everyone, although Mr. Li is to blame for drawing his weapon, our task is to find the first research team. If tension flares up between us along the way, we will be subjected to martial law upon our return. While we fight, we are just wasting the best time window for a successful rescue. How about we put aside our differences and proceed?" The elderly man who had been standing next to Researcher Qin quietly suggested calmly. "If Researcher Qin has already determined which path is the best, then let's go that way." Mr. Li glanced at the elderly man gloomily, but ultimately nodded his head. "All right, let's take that path then." The moment he said this, Shang Ben and the others started smiling. If a bigger group went, then it would be less dangerous. "Even if we take this path though, we still have to be wary," Li said. "Since you all feel that I don't value your lives, I shall be the scout this time." Li's promise to personally scout the path eased the fury that the soldiers of the 8 armies felt for him. It's difficult for a single person to handle unforeseen circumstances alone, though. "You seem to have guts, kid. Would you dare come with me? Let's see if there are any cowards in the Rising Dragon Army," Li proclaimed loudly as he stared at Luo Yunyang. Shang Ben's expression changed. Although he looked really crude, he was actually a very scrupulous person. How could he not see through Li's sinister plot? Lu Tifeng, Zhang Hu and the other soldiers' faces darkened as well. The atmosphere was rather grave when Lu Tifeng said, "He is still really young. He lacks experience. How about I accompany Mr. Li instead? He. Seems like there's quite a bunch of cowards in the Rising Dragon army." Mr. Li didn't even pay any attention to Lu Tifeng as he kept making snide remarks. Researcher Qin looked as if she wanted to say something, but she was stopped by the elderly man who had just spoken. Everyone's eyes turned to Luo Yunyang. They weren't stupid. They all knew that Li wanted to save his dignity by trying something on Luo Yunyang. One couldn't meet their enemy head-on at a time like this. If Luo Yunyang agreed, then Li's snide remarks would effectively lure him into his trap. However, if he didn't agree, Li would insult the honor of the Rising Dragon army in front of all these people. "It's no big deal, big brother Lu. Let me go with him." Luo Yunyang pushed his way past Zhang Hu and strode forward. Zhang Hu watched Luo Yunyang in admiration as Lu Tifeng put out his hand and held Luo Yunyang back. "I am the squad leader. You have to listen to me during this operation." As he tried to pull Luo Yunyang back, he realized that his body was like a steel pillar that wouldn't budge. "Let's go." Li looked pleased. As he spoke, he took several large strides towards the path that had been determined to be the safest. Their two figures disappeared into the path in no time. Before Luo Yunyang had even stepped inside, beads of sweat had started streaming down Lu Tifeng's head. "Brother Luo is in danger." As he muttered these words, Lu Tifeng started heading towards the cavern. Suddenly, he was obstructed by the elderly man. "You should follow the orders, soldier." The elderly man stared at Lu Tifeng icily. As he confronted the old man, Lu Tifeng felt like he wasn't facing a person, but a colossal source beast. His steely mentality turned into faint dread under the old man's gaze. Researcher Qin frowned, but didn't say anything. Meanwhile, Lu Tifeng continued to mutter to himself as he walked forward. The old man snorted. "The three of you better behave yourselves. If anything had happened inside, this would have already been over." These words seemed to strike a pressure point on Lu Tifeng's body, which appeared to sway. He had failed to protect Luo Yunyang. He had failed to keep his promise to the Flame Emperor. He had failed the trust of his commanders. He had failed everyone. As he was feeling remorse, Li had already leapt up with his sword drawn and tried to behead Luo Yunyang once more inside the cavern. He didn't even bother saying anything to the young soldier of the Rising Dragon army. What he wanted was to use his blood to wash off the humiliation he had suffered. Only then would he be able to re-establish his authority. When the sword light flickered, the young man's tender face would become a thing of the past. However, the instant he brandished his sword furiously, a flicker of light appeared in the corner of his eye. The light, which was as quick as lightning, flew eerily towards the sword light he had created. What was this? Li didn't even have time to say his own name, when the glint of a knife suddenly passed through his body. His tenacious body, which could practically withstand a third-grade martial master's attack, was split into two. "Those whom the gods wish to destroy they make mad." This saying describes you perfectly. You can't blame me for your own death wish. Luo Yunyang said indifferently to Mr. Li's severed head while its eyes were still wide open. There was a bag made from some unknown type of leather on Mr. Li's body. When he opened it, Luo Yunyang found about 8 card-like objects and over 10 bottles of different shapes and sizes, which were filled with medicine. Luo Yunyang took all the items and stored them in his own bag before using his mind power to detect a pit not too far away. Then, he kicked Mr. Li's corpse into the pit. When all this was over, Luo Yunyang didn't keep scouting forward. He had enough confidence in his own abilities to operate there, but he felt that following researcher Qin would be easier. Luo Yunyang had a hunch that she might still have a method of contacting the research team ahead. 3 minutes later, he walked out of the tunnel entrance nonchalantly. Disbelief was written all over everyone's faces when they saw him come out. The majority of them sensed that Luo Yunyang had managed to escape a calamity. Although they had felt pity for him inwardly, none of them had given him any hope of surviving. It seemed like that Li fellow was still worried about the Rising Dragon army's reaction. Otherwise, he would surely have done something about Luo Yunyang. Lu Tifeng and the other 2 men felt tears streaming down their cheeks. Luo Yunyang had actually walked out safe and sound. This outcome was definitely the best possible scenario. There would have been an opportunity for revenge if Luo Yunyang had suffered any injuries, but they wouldn't pursue the matter now. "Are you alright?" Lu Tifeng asked as he tried his best to hide his emotions. "I'm fine." Can't you see that I'm perfectly alright? Luo Yunyang smiled at Lu Tifeng. Lu Tifeng and Zhang Hu exchanged a look. They both felt that it was best not to probe any further. If Luo Yunyang could force himself to smile, then the rest of them would not expose his scars. Although his face hadn't been hit, who knew how much his body had suffered? Why hasn't Mr. Li come out yet? Although the elderly man found this surprising, he didn't really think much of people like Luo Yunyang. However, when Mr. Li didn't come out after some time, the old man couldn't help but ask Luo Yunyang about him. Mr. Li hasn't returned. He was right behind me. He told me to scout 20 meters ahead before I returned. Luo Yunyang looked as innocent as a harmless white rabbit. Chapter 93. Punch me again, hero. Luo Yunyang's words made the old man feel a little dizzy. Deep down he was absolutely certain that Mr. Li had left researcher Qin behind and headed off first. Where exactly had he gone, though? Could Mr. Li have been killed by this insignificant being? The old man shook his head as he thought about the possibility of such a thing happening. Although he believed Luo Yunyang, this outcome was just too strange. He simply couldn't believe that Mr. Li could have been killed at the hands of this young soldier. Even if the soldier's cultivation base was, he is actually a martial master. The old man's expression suddenly turned grave. No martial master could be underestimated after all. However, when he sensed the weak vibe of a martial master on Luo Yunyang's body, the worry in his heart vanished completely. Mr. Li was a second-grade martial master. If he were in the Rising Dragon army, he would have been able to lead 1,000 soldiers. How could such a man be killed that easily? He hasn't returned yet. The old man stared at Luo Yunyang before he asked, "Tell me, why hasn't he returned?" Although Luo Yunyang knew the answer to his question, he put on an innocent expression as he faced the old man. He is an officer. Why would he report to a lowly soldier like me over something so insignificant? Why would you think he would? The old man turned away from Luo Yunyang without another word. The majority of the soldiers didn't say anything, but they kept glancing at Luo Yunyang. They glanced at him over and over again. 15 minutes went by, but Mr. Li didn't reappear. A hint of decisiveness was visible on researcher Qin's beautiful face. Let's move. Perhaps something happened to Mr. Li and he had to move forward. Although researcher Qin was the highest-ranking commander of the operation, Mr. Li's confident presence had stolen the spotlight. However, now that his whereabouts were unknown, it seemed that all authority had naturally returned to her. Although Mr. Li was no longer there, researcher Qin was also a capable leader. She quickly divided Luo Yunyang and the 30 other soldiers into a formation according to everyone's respective abilities. Luo Yunyang had a feeling that she was much more reliable than Mr. Li. The path wasn't narrow, but the passage created from the accumulation of massive rocks felt really fragile. Luo Yunyang found it hard to imagine how Zulong had managed to wear down these massive rocks. Have you ever heard about this? Zulong's tomb, which is beneath us, is actually just a facade. Researcher Qin suddenly told Luo Yunyang. Luo Yunyang hadn't expected researcher Qin to start a conversation with him. He froze for a second before he shook his head. He had never heard of such a thing before. He has been on the edge of the sky and at the ends of the earth. He has been sent to hell and heaven, researcher Qin added. One day, he will return. Although researcher Qin's voice was gentle, Luo Yunyang couldn't help but feel his hair stand on end when he heard her dream-like voice recite these words. The passageway, which was made of huge rocks, seemed endless. Luo Yunyang and the others kept trudging forward mechanically. Damn it, how long has it been? Someone cursed angrily. Luo Yunyang noticed that the soldier cursing was wearing a sky-high military uniform and his eyes were a little bloodshot. Hang in there, brother. If we press on, we will definitely make it out of here. Another soldier wearing the same uniform asserted. Judging by his unsteady manner, his words had been meant to console himself rather than his comrade. Those two weren't experiencing any problems, though. It was Zhang Hu that had a big problem. At first, Zhang Hu had still been able to joke around with Lu Tifeng and the others, but suddenly his face turned ghastly pale and he nearly crashed face first into the ground. If it hadn't been for Lu Tifeng's quick reaction, Zhang Hu would have already been lying on the ground. Zhang Hu, how are you feeling? Lu Tifeng asked as he took a small bottle out of his rucksack. It's no use. I already took some earlier. Zhang Hu waved the medicine away. It feels like there are countless needles scattered all over my body. It's probably that Li fellow's source power. His last 2 words made all the soldiers around him fall silent. Although they were all crack troops from various armies, none of them possessed a source core. As a result, when a source power entered their bodies, they found it very difficult to expel it. Unless there was a martial master that could help them expel the source power, however, a martial master was hard to come by under the circumstances. Plus, a faint sense of danger had been shrouding everyone's minds ever since they had entered that place. A martial master wouldn't be willing to waste any of their own precious source power while there was a threat of danger. Press on, we'll make it out of here soon. Lu Tifeng poured out a pill before he said, swallow this. I will carry you out on my back. It's fine, I have been waiting for this day ever since I joined the Rising Dragon Army. I was lucky I ended things completely with that woman. Zhang Hu waved off his comrades. You can leave me some supplies and let me wait here for you. Luo Yunyang felt some admiration for the serene Zhang Hu. Although Zhang Hu and the other soldiers were much more ordinary compared to the martialists in the Rising Dragon Army's elite class, their audacity in the face of death was admirable. Sir, I'm begging you. Please help my brother expel this source power. Lu Tifeng beseeched the old man. The old man snorted, but didn't say anything. His stance was clear. Even though helping Zhang Hu wouldn't consume much of his source power, he believed that wasting his energy on someone this insignificant was not worth it. Lu Tifeng's expression kept changing. In the end, he clenched his teeth and prepared to sacrifice the last ounce of his dignity. However, just as he was about to make a decision, Luo Yunyang grabbed him. Are you afraid of pain? Luo Yunyang asked Zhang Hu. Everyone was stunned by his abrupt tone. The other soldiers, who were sympathizing with Zhang Hu, were flabbergasted. Weren't Luo Yunyang and the other Rising Dragon Army soldiers supposed to be comrades? This fella seemed a little out of sorts. Was it possible that he would end Zhang Hu's life and save him from this misery? If that was the case, it would be too. I am not afraid of death. Why would I fear pain? Zhang Hu declared heroically, staring straight at Luo Yunyang. However, he had answered too quickly and he soon regretted it slightly. He had barely finished speaking, when Luo Yunyang's fist smashed hard into his face. In an instant, Zhang Hu was sent crashing to the ground. What are you doing? Ma Longali and Zhang Hu were good friends. Although he could only look on helplessly as Zhang Hu passed away, he couldn't permit anyone to trample over his body. Luo Yunyang wiped his hands silently. He had a faint smile on his face, as though he had just done a good deed. Ha ha, the injuries on my body are all healed. Zhang Hu jumped up from the ground. His face was radiant, and he seemed ecstatic. He looked completely different from his weak self moments ago. The old man stared fixedly at Luo Yunyang. Considering Zhang Hu's situation, even his own cultivation base would have taken at least 10 minutes to save him. Plus, saving him would still require some source energy. That kid had only thrown a punch and made Zhang Hu all vigorous and lively. What was going on exactly? Could you hit me again, brother Yunyang? I feel like there are some parts of my body that haven't fully recovered. Zhang Hu bounced on the spot a few times before scurrying over to Luo Yunyang's side. The Zhang Hu before him was full of vigor. How could he not have fully recovered? Luo Yunyang, who understood his own punch very well, stared at Zhang Hu and flexed his arm. It's said that someone in the Rising Dragon Army awakened a Grade 1 life source core that can assist in cultivation and heal injuries. Researcher Qin's eyes were glowing as she looked at Luo Yunyang earnestly. I always thought that the Rising Dragon Army was lying. I never expected that the rumors would actually be true. This grade of a source core really exists in the world. Luo Yunyang only flashed Researcher Qin a dim smile in reply. Even the old man was staring at him in astonishment right now. What are you doing here? The old man said after muttering something to himself. Considering your rank, you shouldn't have been dispatched here and be put at risk. Although Luo Yunyang didn't like the old man very much, he still answered, I have a friend that's stuck in here, so I decided to come over and take a look. Helping a friend was ordinary, but only a very righteous man would help a friend who was trapped inside Zulong's tomb. What a hero. Punch me again. Zhang Hu gave Luo Yunyang a thumbs up as he kept trying to badger him. Luo Yunyang remained silent. Meanwhile, Lu Tifeng and Ma Longali acted like they didn't know Zhang Hu, who was acting like an idiot. No matter how much they pretended, it wasn't any use. Everyone there knew that Zhang Hu was their subordinate. Do you know when we will be able to get out, Yunyang? The sky-high military soldier that had been very irritable previously suddenly hollered at Luo Yunyang. It just so happened that Luo Yunyang's mind power was able to see from a distance, so he immediately replied, "We will get out in 5 minutes." A flash of excitement appeared on the soldier's face. "Don't get carried away, Luo Yunyang. If we aren't able to get out in 5 minutes, do you know what the consequences will be?" The old man, who was somewhat annoyed, sounded like he was criticizing Luo Yunyang. However, reality soon smacked him across the face. He had barely finished speaking, when a glimmer of light shone through from the front. This glimmer of light allowed them to see a large hall in the distance. After this long trek, they had finally reached the end of the stone passageway, which had clearly tested their willpower. Immediately, practically everyone turned and gazed at Luo Yunyang reverently. Chapter 94. The suspended sun and moon at the end of the massive stone passageway was an enormous palace. When they stepped through the passageway, everyone stared in amazement at the sight before them. An azure sky, a sun and a moon were suspended in front of them. A dazzling palace with glorious splendor stood beneath the sun and the moon. It turns out that the records were all true. There was a fanatical glint in researcher Qin's eyes as she spoke. A sea of mercury and a sun and moon made of pearls. Compared to the feverish researcher Qin, Luo Yunyang was extremely calm as he gazed up at the suspended sun and moon solemnly. While he had been cultivating the last 2 diagrams of the ape dragon blueprint, he had acquired an extraordinary understanding of the powers of the moon and the sun, so the 2 celestial bodies actually felt very intimate to him. Luo Yunyang hesitated slightly before he faced the pearl that represented the moon. Then, he followed the moon swallowing devil ape move and greedily swallowed a mouthful. A pure cold qi entered Luo Yunyang's belly along with this mouthful and quickly assimilated into the silver source core within his body. The silver source core swelled up until it had doubled in size. This absorption was even greater than when Luo Yunyang had cultivated for 10 days. The attribute of this frigid qi seemed extremely compatible with his own source core. There simply hadn't been any need to cultivate, so it had all been assimilated by his source core. Luo Yunyang faced the pearl that represented the sun once again and sucked in a deep breath without hesitation. The mouthful of pure sun qi made his source core grow as well. If he hadn't gone there to rescue Zhu Yan, he would probably have isolated himself, as this was a really good place for private cultivation. "Look, what is that?" Although Lu Tifeng sounded calm, Luo Yunyang could hear some terror in his voice. When he followed the direction in which Lu Tifeng was pointing, Luo Yunyang saw several corpses in all sorts of military uniforms. They were all lying on the ground in different positions, but no traces of injuries could be detected yet. Although everyone had initially been amazed by the huge palace, the expressions on their faces suddenly changed completely. Fear was written all over the face of each soldier of the 8 armies. "It's Mad Zhao, he is actually dead," someone shouted in disbelief. "Cousin, say something, just talk to me already." The dead bodies naturally didn't make a sound. As the soldiers looked at the corpses of their comrades, they all felt very depressed. "This place is dangerous," the old man standing next to researcher Qin said, pointing at the dazzling gold and jade palace. "But I believe that the people we are searching for must probably be inside." Researcher Qin nodded. Her eyes swept through the public square several times before she said, "Zulong's tomb is full of dangers. Once we enter, we have to be really careful. If we act carelessly, we will all die here. The mission of the Alliance is on our shoulders. We cannot cower. We don't have much time left after all." When she mentioned the time they had left, researcher Qin had a sorrowful expression on her face. Her words clearly had a deeper meaning. Lu Tifeng, Shang Ben and the rest of the soldiers all turned to look at Luo Yunyang. Although Luo Yunyang hadn't given them any orders, they all saw him as their fully qualified, deserving leader. Luo Yunyang turned to face researcher Qin. "Do you have any way of detecting a safe path through this public square? Our most advanced instruments aren't effective here. We can only make speculations based on the ancient human mechanisms that we have discovered." Researcher Qin looked at Luo Yunyang as she said softly, "Based on the information we have about this public square, I calculated that there are 17 paths that could possibly be safe. However, there is only one among them that is completely safe." Dread was evident on a number of soldiers' faces when they heard researcher Qin's words. Although they fought dire beasts every year and many of them lost their lives in the process, it was hard for them to keep their cool after seeing the corpses of their deceased comrades. "Can't we take our time and assess the path?" asked Luo Yunyang, who immediately understood the meaning behind researcher Qin's words. The calculating apparatus can no longer be used here. Even if it worked, I would at most be able to eliminate 3 paths, researcher Qin said in a sorrowful voice. My abilities are still lacking compared to my father's 17 paths. As it turned out, some people would still have to lose their lives in order to determine which path was the safest. Although this was a way of selecting a path, it was a simpler and way more cruel method. Aren't you good at deduction, kid? How about you calculate which path is the safest right now? The old man said coldly as he looked at Luo Yunyang. His words were clearly a form of instigation. Plus, Luo Yunyang could sense some malice in his aggressive manner. Luo Yunyang had relied on his mind power up until now, but this time things were different. The public square was massive, so his mind power simply had no way of covering the entire area. You would never consider not helping, would you? The old man's questioning became even more intense. Luo Yunyang stared at the old man coldly. The man was clearly targeting him. Unless I'm wrong, your cultivation base must have already exceeded a second-grade martial master's, so you must be able to form a source armor. Luo Yunyang said out loud. There shouldn't be much danger that you wouldn't be able to handle if you scouted out these 17 paths. The old man's expression darkened as he snorted coldly. Are those the rising dragon army's ways? Researcher Qin put her hands up. The two of you just stop arguing. I will keep making calculations to see if I can find a proper path. All the soldiers turned to look at researcher Qin solemnly. They knew very well that if the correct path couldn't be found this way, they would have to sacrifice their lives to find it. Even though they were very unwilling to do so, they were all crack troops of the 8 armies, so they had no other choice in the matter. They were able to enjoy the privileges the 8 armies granted them, but they also had to carry out the duties assigned to them by the 8 armies. As researcher Qin concentrated on the public square, Luo Yunyang turned his own attention to that particular area. He immediately raised his mind attribute to 150. However, although his mind power was strong and his senses were sharp, he still couldn't determine which path was the safest. The area that his mind power was able to cover was just too limited. However, Luo Yunyang was able to sense a few existing problems in some areas within the 50-meter radius that his mind power enveloped. He also realized that the most troubling issue was the powerful killing intent that the old man gave off. This place was already fraught with dangers, so having a strong top-notch fighter that harbored killing intent towards him wouldn't make his mission any easier. No, I still can't make any calculations. Researcher Qin pushed away the computer in front of her, clearly looking somewhat irritable. Don't blame yourself. Who knows how much wisdom and intellect was used to build Zulong's tomb in this large palace. Being able to narrow this down to 17 paths is already good enough. As he said all this, the old man glanced gloomily at the corpses lying over at the side. Your father also paid quite a high price to get in. Just as researcher Qin was about to open her mouth to speak, the old man called out to Luo Yunyang, based on what I see, you are not just a mere martial master. You also have reactionary abilities that aren't the least bit ordinary. Even if you encounter some dangers, I'm sure you will be able to handle them safely. How about this? The two of us will go along little Qin's 17 paths and inspect them one at a time. You take 8 and I'll take 9. You can't think that an old man like me would try to bully you. Luo Yunyang felt like every single word that came out of that old fellow's mouth was a sword striking his vital points. There was no way he could hide or evade, as the plan that the old man had suggested was clearly a wise way to proceed. If Luo Yunyang didn't agree to it, then he would seem inhumane. The expressions on Lu Tifeng and the other soldiers' faces changed. Now that they knew Luo Yunyang's identity, they also knew why. Those big shots thought so highly of him. The Rising Dragon Army's instructions were clear. They would have to sacrifice their own lives before they let Luo Yunyang get harmed in any way. If there was any mishap, they wouldn't be able to bear the consequences. Just as Lu Tifeng was about to say something to prevent this, Luo Yunyang replied after hesitating a little, sounds good. Zhang Hu and the others were very experienced, so when they saw Luo Yunyang's faint hesitation, they could immediately tell that he wasn't very confident. He had just been forced into this situation. The old man chuckled mischievously. All right, kid, this will be fun. I am Mu Xinghe from the Sanggu Research Center. You better remember that. As he spoke, the old man sucked in a breath of air and specks of light started to converge around his body. In a flash, a set of murky yellow source armor had formed on the man's body. Judging by the speed at which the old man formed his source armor, he definitely wasn't just a simple second-grade martial master. He had to be a first-grade martial master or even a top-notch martial master. Luo Yunyang didn't say anything as he took a handwritten diagram from researcher Chin and flipped it open to take a look. In 15 minutes, Luo Yunyang and the old man had split up and chosen their routes. Then, the two men stepped foot onto the massive public square that led to the huge palace. Now that all his attribute points were concentrated in his mind, Luo Yunyang's mind power allowed him to quickly sense everything within a 50-meter radius of him. However, even though there weren't any dangers in the next 50 meters, he was still extremely cautious. What he was about to confront was no ordinary danger after all. The old man moved just as carefully. Although his body was surrounded by the armor formed by his source power, the old man wasn't willing to face death yet. 1 step, 2 steps, 3 steps, the old man had already moved forward about 30 meters, when he realized that the distance between him and Luo Yunyang was becoming shorter and shorter. The old man flashed Luo Yunyang a smile as a murky yellow glow started to concentrate around his palms. He would strike by using his source power. The old man had already resolved to leave Luo Yunyang to rot in this place. However, just as he was about to attack, Luo Yunyang cried out in alarm and leapt into the air. The saber in his hand danced around swiftly as a number of spears shot out at him like arrows from beneath the ground. The old man smiled slyly. This was the best opportunity to get rid of Luo Yunyang. "Don't panic," the old man shouted. Then, he blasted a fist in Luo Yunyang's direction. The ball of source energy was like an artillery shell headed for Luo Yunyang. However, as his source power blasted out, he felt a sense of extreme danger in his heart. The fear he felt made his entire body tremble. Chapter 95. Making the first move, the old man had good reason to try to kill Luo Yunyang. Besides the matter with Mr. Li, he still felt that, while Luo Yunyang was around, the authority of his word would be threatened. However, he had never expected that, before he could even make a move, that son of AB*TCH would actually take the initiative and strike first. How could this be? Luo Yunyang shouldn't have dared make the first move. He was inferior compared to the old man, both in terms of status and cultivation base. However, he had already sensed the direction the danger was coming from. The old man turned his head and waved his arms around confidently. A wave of light shot out in the direction an item was flying straight over from. Mu Xinghe was a grade 1 martial master, so he could use source power to strike from afar. What harm could an insignificant ploy like this inflict on him? His murky yellow source power quickly blasted the thing trying to launch a sneaky attack. Suddenly, the old man saw the object clearly. It was a throwing knife. The old man's lips curled into a sneer. His cultivation base was already so high that flying knives, guns and cannons would have little effect on him. The only thing that could actually hurt him was source power. How is this possible? Complete disbelief was written all over the old man's face. The throwing knife that he had assumed would be blasted into smithereens had actually swerved in midair just before the collision with his source power. Then, its speed started increasing as it descended frantically towards his neck. The throwing knife was no longer a throwing knife, but a dazzling white light. When he saw this white light, the old man instinctively shrunk back. The knife light collided with the source armor on the old man's body. The armor was cut through as thoroughly as a sheet of paper before the light flickered through the old man's neck. How is this possible? Suddenly, all the old man could think about was the unbelievably frigid cold coming from the area around his neck. He had yet to reach this sort of legendary realm, yet now that his neck was severed, only death awaited him. Just as he got extremely frightened, a thought formed in the old man's mind. He finally understood what had happened. He's a telekinesis user. No, a telekinesis master. I actually offended a telekinesis master. There was only grief remaining in the old man's thoughts. I might not have liked you, but I would still have watched my words and actions and treaded carefully before doing anything. If you had said that you were a telekinesis master earlier, I wouldn't have offended you, no matter how displeased I was. Mu Xinghe's mind suddenly froze during these last thoughts. Researcher Chin and many of the other soldiers thought that he must have been struck by invisible spears while he had been trying to save Luo Yunyang. Luo Yunyang's knife had been really fast after all. Plus, Luo Yunyang had been using his mind power to control the knife, so the direction it flew from had deceived most of them. Venerable Mu, Researcher Chin shouted in alarm. There was a heavy atmosphere among the other soldiers. Although the majority of them didn't really like Venerable Mu, he had still been the strongest man in their party, so he had been considered someone that the soldiers could rely on. However, this formidable man seemed to have just taken his last breath in front of everyone. If that was the case, then would there be any other way of making it through what lay ahead? Luo Yunyang was standing a short distance away on the public square, gasping for air. He wasn't pretending this time. He had really exhausted most of his mind power a few moments ago. Breaking through a Grade 1 Martial Master's armor and beheading a Grade 1 Martial Master in the fastest way possible might have sounded simple, but it was actually extremely difficult. Only after he had taken a few deep breaths did his head start feeling a little better. Although his 150-point mind attribute was very powerful, the wear and tear on his body was just as strong. Luo Yunyang adjusted his mind attribute to 10 and raised his constitution to 100. When this was done, he immediately felt much better. What do we do now, Researcher Chin? This place is really dangerous. I think we should turn around and head back. Yeah, if Venerable Mu is dead, what could people like us even do? I think we should turn back and ask the experts to help instead. Several soldiers felt a lingering fear, which caused a noisy discussion to break out. Although the soldiers didn't fear death, they didn't want to throw away their lives blindly. Not when they knew that death was the only possible outcome in this particular situation. No, we must keep going. The previous research team is still waiting for us, Researcher Chin said firmly, wiping tears away from her eyes. I know that some of you are afraid, but we must do this for the sake of the Da Alliance. Researcher Chin clutched her fists as she said this. Got it, we don't have much time, so we definitely have to make the most of the opportunity we have been given. If we had the ability to keep going, we wouldn't even have flinched, Researcher Chin. We would have just charged ahead without hesitation. You have seen for yourselves the current situation, though. Even if we all put our lives on the line, it would still be very difficult to make it through. Shang Ben's voice sounded cold and detached. That's right, we can't just throw our lives away. Someone chimed in. Researcher Chin felt completely powerless as she looked at Shang Ben and the other soldiers, who were all voicing their dissent. She had been pampered since birth and become a researcher at a very young age. Her position was actually the equivalent of a general in the army. She was so valuable that people said that, if an even greater catastrophe occurred, researchers like her would be of a much greater use than generals. Researcher Chin normally thought very highly of herself, but at this very moment, she actually felt the difference between a researcher and a general. She couldn't give up now, though. She wasn't resigned to doing so. Aren't you all soldiers of the Alliance? If you really want to retreat, then go ahead. Even if I am the only one left, I will still go over there. As she spoke, Researcher Chin strutted resolutely towards the platform as proudly as a white swan. All right, all of you shut up. Researcher Chin is right. We are all soldiers of the Alliance, so nobody is allowed to retreat before our mission is accomplished. Luo Yunyang's figure appeared beside Researcher Chin. He gazed at the faces of Shang Ben and the others as he said resolutely, I know you aren't convinced by what I just said, but I shall convince all of you right now. The only reason Venerable Mu died was to save me. I, Luo Yunyang, will never forget his kindness as long as I live. Luo Yunyang added impassionately as he glanced at Researcher Chin. I will help him finish the mission that he was unable to see through. I will realize that old miser's final wish. I will not let him die in vain. As he said all this, Luo Yunyang felt a secret delight. He suddenly realized that he could easily have become an actor. Most people were unable to utter such shameless words so passionately. Of course, the reason he had put on this performance was to completely get rid of any suspicion that he had murdered Mu Xinghe. Although he still didn't know Mu Xinghe's status, it was better to let others think that he had lost his life trying to save Luo Yunyang rather than that he had gotten murdered by him. Researcher Chin stared at Luo Yunyang's youthful, somewhat tender face. There seemed to be some kind of maturity there. The heavy burden she felt in her heart suddenly felt lighter. She felt grateful to Luo Yunyang for relieving her of that burden. She was grateful that this young man had lent her a helping hand during this crucial moment. Just look at his resolute attitude and irrefutable words. Researcher Chin grinned as tears started falling down her face unconsciously. She used her hands to wipe away the tears. The fact that this young man had stepped forward so bravely had warmed her heart. Now that Brother Yunyang has put it this way, the Green Dragon Squad has nothing more to say. Worst comes to worst, we will greet death with open arms. Lu Tifeng declared loudly. Shang Ben glanced at Luo Yunyang as he chortled. We will walk with you, our great hero. Now that they had a leader, the morale of the soldiers had improved. For a brief moment, their morale felt like a glowing rainbow. Luo Yunyang once again expressed his desire to fulfill Venerable Emu's mission and start to scout the paths again. His and Mu Xinghei's original plan had been to succeed through failure. They had already scouted 2 paths, so there were 15 paths left to explore. When he was 1/3 of the way in, Luo Yunyang encountered a large pit. He had already discovered it earlier, so he just backed away quickly and avoided the trap the moment that it appeared. There were all sorts of traps and dangers along the paths that he followed, but each time, Luo Yunyang was able to detect them beforehand and bypass them one by one. Damn, this is really dangerous. If I were him, I would have been a decaying corpse by now. Yeah, there are thousands of hidden traps. The fella that designed this square must have been really capable. Luo Yunyang is really lucky. Lucky, what do you mean? This is clearly a result of his strength. Once, twice, thrice, by the 10th time this happened, everyone was watching Luo Yunyang calmly. They weren't worried about him, as they had already gotten used to his power by now. Every time there was a danger, Luo Yunyang would evade it by the smallest of margins. This fellow is insanely lucky. I think that he might be the illegitimate son of the god of luck. Zhang Hu lamented as he looked at Luo Yunyang with glowing eyes. No danger, just like before, there was no danger ahead anymore. When Luo Yunyang managed to reach the huge palace, the reserved researcher Qin and the other soldiers all cheered jubilantly at the same time. Shang Ben and the others, who were all crack troops of the Da Alliance's various armies, hadn't wanted to be labeled as deserters. Now that all the dangers had finally been eliminated, they could all see the hope of continuing onwards. Luo Yunyang followed his original path as he walked back slowly. Suddenly, researcher Qin threw herself at him. Luo Yunyang froze up. He unexpectedly felt the 2 arms on his body actually lift him up in the air and twirl him around a couple of times. Once more, the princess's hugs are the best. Everyone's rowdy jeering made Luo Yunyang feel a little foolish. Luo Yunyang unconsciously sensed a very nice smell coming from researcher Qin's body. It was a faint, light fragrance as intoxicating as the scent of a pomelo. Researcher Qin's surprising move had caught Luo Yunyang off guard. Her 2 delicate-looking arms were actually full of strength. As they clutched onto Luo Yunyang's waist tightly, Luo Yunyang felt unable to breathe. He opened his mouth wide and gasped with great difficulty. Before he could even manage to see anything, he heard researcher Qin whisper in his ear, "You really are remarkably heavy." When he heard her, Luo Yunyang felt like smashing a table. What was this about? I didn't even want you to hug me, alright. Luo Yunyang has discovered a safe path. Everyone follow me. Make sure to not take a single wrong step. You have to remember that you aren't just responsible for your own lives right now, but for your comrades' lives as well. Researcher Qin took a deep breath before she said loudly, "Move out." Chapter 96. Seeing but not revealing. In half an hour, everyone had made it through the public square safely and arrived beneath the large palace. When researcher Qin saw the long flight of stairs leading to the palace hall, she couldn't help but glance at Luo Yunyang with an instinctive look of reliance. This palace must probably be the main building of Zulong's tomb. According to the ancient records, its name should be the Sun Moon Palace. As she spoke, researcher Qin's gaze flitted across everyone present. If the research team is trapped here, the place they would most likely be trapped in would be the Sun Moon Palace. That's why we should be even more cautious when we enter it. When researcher Qin finished speaking, the 3 members of the Green Dragon Combat Squad and everyone else gazed at Luo Yunyang. Although nobody had appointed him as leader, the strong were always worshipped in the army, so Luo Yunyang had undoubtedly become the group's leader. You come up with a plan, researcher Qin. I will head up first. Luo Yunyang's words were very simple. However, the simpler his words were, the more he garnered everyone's respect. You should rest for a while and eat something, brother Luo. I have the best energy bar for you. A soldier from the Sky High military smiled wide as he took out a golden energy bar. That's a grade 8 energy bar. Luo Yunyang's voice had a trace of ruefulness as he stared at the golden energy bar. Grade 8 energy bars were really expensive, because they were made from C-grade dire beast meat. Even the richest people in the Da Alliance couldn't eat them all the time. Although they could afford the cost, a high elite status was also required in order to purchase this sort of grade 8 energy bar. Luo Yunyang didn't hold back. He had just murdered Mu Xinghe, so he had used too much of his energy. He immediately wolfed down the bar. It tasted so good that he finished the entire thing in a few mouthfuls. Heat rose in his stomach, but it was absorbed by the green source core in a flash. The sky-high military soldier looked dumbstruck as he watched Luo Yunyang make quick work of the energy bar. He didn't regret not eating the grade 8 energy bar himself. He was just impressed. The bar weighed at least 25 kilos, yet Luo Yunyang had devoured it in the blink of an eye. He had been a little too savage. I have some refreshing water here, Yunyang. Have some. Researcher Qin handed over a small bottle. Luo Yunyang studied the bottle, which didn't have any markings, and hesitated a little before replying, "Thank you, Researcher Qin. I'm Qin Wanqing. Just call me by my name," Qin Wanqing said, waving her hands around. This change stunned all the soldiers, who were offering Luo Yunyang free stuff. Suddenly, Zhang Hu flashed a dubious smile and teased him in a curious tone, "Why don't you thank Wanqing, Yunyang?" "Right, you have to thank her vigorously." Shang Ben patted his chest as he teased him with a knowing look. "I could only help you get to this point, you macho man." His teasing made everyone burst out laughing. The previously tense atmosphere lightened up considerably. After half an hour of rest and reorganization, Luo Yunyang and the others started moving forward once again. There were 81 stairs, so they made their way up extremely carefully. Fortunately, they didn't encounter any problems. They suddenly saw the words, Sun Moon Palace, written in seal script. They seemed to be made out of pure gold. When one looked at them, they exuded an aggressive, domineering aura. Qin Wanqing's gaze swept through the words once before she shook her head gently. When her gaze landed on the interior of the large palace hall, she stood rooted to the spot. Both she and everyone else had blank expressions on their faces. What they had seen were countless soldiers wielding crossbows. No, they were probably stone figures shaped like soldiers. Some of the soldiers were standing or squatting, but the crossbows in their hands were all pointed in a single direction. They were all surrounding and pointing at the center of the room. In the heart of this encirclement were a few people who were seated on the floor. Although they all looked pitiful, judging by their expressions, the majority of them had to be military personnel working for the Alliance. Besides some slight movement in their arms and hands, they didn't seem like they dared to budge. "Father." When Qin Wanqing faced this scene, she couldn't contain her emotions. When he heard Qin Wanqing's cry, Luo Yunyang turned his eyes to a middle-aged man of average height. The man looked wise and far-sighted. He had an ordinary face, but his eyes were very bright. When he heard Qin Wanqing's voice, a flicker of emotion flashed across his eyes. "Wanqing, who asked you to come here? Zulong's tomb contains countless hazards and dangers. You. Suddenly, the middle-aged man sighed. "All right, if you are here, then it seems like the heavens haven't forsaken me completely. Listen up, I have a prescription for a body-strengthening powder here that you must make sure is delivered to the Alliance. How can we save you, father? We are going to rescue you right away." Qin Wanqing felt as if her heart had been stabbed by a knife. As she spoke, she instinctively wanted to step forward. "Don't come any closer. Do you want your comrades to be buried here as well? Do you want to be condemned by the entire Da Alliance? Don't tell me that you want to destroy humanity's last hope." The man's stern voice stopped her. Luo Yunyang suddenly saw Zhu Yan standing behind the man. Although he seemed to be missing an arm, he still looked lively. When Luo Yunyang looked at him, Zhu Yan caught sight of him and flashed him a big smile. "These stone figures have already been awakened, Wanqing. The crossbows they wield are made of some unknown material that can penetrate a martial master's armor." There was a hint of admiration in the man's voice as he spoke. "If we learn how they manufacture this sort of crossbow, then the chances of humanity coming out victorious in a future war would rise considerably. What a pity. All right, hurry up and memorize this prescription. You should all memorize it as well. There must be absolutely no mistakes." Researcher Qin's father had just finished speaking, when a second middle-aged man in a military uniform said, "I am Senior Colonel Kui Shengdao from the Royal Forest Military. I order the entire operation to follow Professor Qin's orders. Anyone who disobeys will be subjected to martial law. Sir, our mission was to find you and take you back to the Chang'an headquarters safely," a man who looked like a skinny monkey said resolutely. "I know that you really want to rescue me, old Hu, but saving this secret formula is more important. This formula will increase the strength of the 8 armies of the East considerably. My life is insignificant compared to it. Plus, if my source power is unable to beat these things, do you think you would be able to achieve anything? Just obey my orders. His words were like a heavy burden in everyone's hearts. It's great to see you here, Yunyang. Please tell xianxia that, if she loves me, she can't drown herself in memories of me. She must move on, find a nice person to marry and start afresh. I will only rest in peace if I know that she's happy. Zhu Yan said calmly when he saw Luo Yunyang. This sort of tranquility was the peace a person felt when they confronted death. His calmness was a fearlessness that deserved respect. Luo Yunyang's eyes turned red as he looked at Zhu Yan. He knew Zhu Yan well enough to know that he wasn't pulling his leg this time. I came here to save you. Don't tell me you're going to make me go back and tell big sister xianxia that I came here and saw you for the last time and then returned back alone. Is there really no other way out? Luo Yunyang was really frustrated. Qin Wanqing, Lu Tifeng, Zhang Hu, Shang Ben and the other soldiers all looked over at Luo Yunyang. They were really concerned about the lives of Professor Qin and the rest of the team. Although the surviving research team members didn't have any ties or relations to them, the soldiers had hoped that they would be able to rescue them and take them back safely. I like your way of thinking, young man, but there really isn't any other way. Professor Qin glanced at Luo Yunyang in admiration as he added, if there was any other way, we wouldn't have chosen to die. My beloved daughter hasn't gotten married yet either. My greatest wish is for her to find someone that she truly loves. Professor Qin's words caused tears to come gushing out of Qin Wanqing's eyes once again. The woman gazed longingly at her father. She wanted to say something, but no words would come out. She really didn't know what to say to her father right now. Promise me, don't say no. Luo Yunyang heard a soft voice next to his ear. As he tried to understand what it meant, he suddenly heard Qin Wanqing blurt out, I have already found someone who makes my heart beat violently, father. He is very brave and he volunteered to join this mission to rescue you. I hope that you will give us your blessing. As she spoke, Qin Wanqing grabbed Luo Yunyang's hand. Beads of sweat formed on Luo Yunyang's forehead. Could you use some of your IQ when it comes to emotions, sister? Your dad is really smart. How could someone with such a high IQ not realize that you are trying to deceive him? When Luo Yunyang glanced at Professor Qin, he saw a faint smile on his face. Although it was a smile full of gratitude, Luo Yunyang could also see the meaning behind it. I can see through this, but I won't say anything. This was an exchange of sentiment between father and daughter. Luo Yunyang chose to remain silent. If the father had seen through the act but wouldn't expose it, then Luo Yunyang could do this much. Be good to my Qinger. She is a good girl, Professor Qin said eventually in a calm voice. As Luo Yunyang watched Professor Qin's lonely figure and Zhu Yan's grateful expression and noticed the unflinching resolve on Kui Shengdao and the other team members' faces, he felt really indignant. Those people couldn't die there. Is there really no other way? Luo Yunyang had still not given up. Chapter 97. Doing the right thing, there is no other way. Unless someone is able to shut off the mechanism in under 1 second. Kui Shengdao said, glancing at the end of large palace hall. At the end of the hall was a flight of 36 steps made out of black jade. On top of those steps was the statue of a black dragon grasping the sun and the moon in its claws. Kui Shengdao had been staring at the round scarlet sun. Luo Yunyang stood at least 20 meters away from the sun, so he would have to rush over to that black dragon and shut off the mechanism within that time frame. Qin Wanqing was silent for a bit before she said softly, I'll beg the martial god to help. Would that work? The martial god is indeed strong, but Zulong's tomb isn't as simple as we expected. There is another set of mechanisms inside the tomb that is used specifically to deal with the most powerful martialists. We can only admire the people who created Zulong's tomb. Although there is a difference between their technology and civilization compared to ours, there have been people among them that walked down a different path. Professor Qin's eyes were glowing with adoration. There was another set of mechanisms made especially to deal with the strongest martialists. Although this sounded somewhat illusory, everyone present knew that Professor Qin wouldn't mess with the lives of all these people. If he said something like this, then he had to be certain. Suddenly, the atmosphere became even more stifling. None of the people present could just stand by and watch as Professor Qin and the others died. Please read out the secret formula, Professor Qin, said Lu Tifeng. His voice was so calm that he sounded almost uninterested in the entire matter. Nobody there had a problem with Lu Tifeng's approach. Everyone knew very well that he wasn't a coward. He was just being sensible. They agreed at last. Please recite the ancient body strengthening formula, Professor Qin. Kui Shengdao clapped his hands as he spoke in a resounding voice. Professor Qin nodded before he said clearly, anyone with a good memory should help memorize this. If there are any mistakes, the effects of the formula will be very different. 100 grams of ancient hemp, 70 grams of earth ginseng, 250 grams of yellow smoke weed. The long prescription was so precise that it was exact to the very last gram. Memorizing all these ingredients was not an easy task for an amateur, yet everyone there memorized the formula carefully. Some people even wrote it down on whatever materials could be used to take notes. Meanwhile, Qin Wanqing just listened quietly from the sidelines. When Professor Qin repeated the formula a second time, Qin Wanqing, who had already memorized it perfectly, recited it along with her father. All right, you can all go back now. Professor Qin waved his hands at Lu Tifeng and the others. I don't wish for any of you to watch us die. Qin Wanqing bit her lip hard. This time, she shed no more tears. She wanted her father to remember her most resolute side. Goodbye, father. Qin Wanqing turned her head away as soon as she said these words. The instant that she turned her head, Luo Yunyang, who was standing beside her, could already see tears streaming down her cheeks. When he noticed Lu Tifeng and the others all looking at him, Luo Yunyang said softly, I am half confident that I could shut down this mechanism. As soon as he said this, Qin Wanqing immediately turned around, her eyes filled with hope. Blood relationships could not be replaced easily after all. Having to bid farewell to her father, whom she had depended on for so many years, was indescribably painful. Can you really do that? Qin Wanqing tried her best not to look anxious. I am half certain, Luo Yunyang replied calmly as he met Qin Wanqing's gaze. This time, he wasn't lying. After doing some quick calculations using his mind attribute, he had concluded that there was some hope. The result could be successful or unsuccessful. Everything would happen in a second, so Luo Yunyang would have no way of controlling the outcome. As he had thought about all the possible outcomes, he had felt a little hesitant deep down. He could have left peacefully. It was true, if he hadn't said anything, nobody would have known that there was a chance. He could have just left. However, he had still spoken up in the end. Although Luo Yunyang had felt sufficiently rational, cool-headed and indifferent at first, everything that had just happened had made his blood race. Every person trapped there enjoyed a high status in their own domain, yet they were all about to meet their death calmly. If Luo Yunyang had half a chance of saving them, would he choose not to help in order to guarantee his own safety? If he didn't at least try, then he would live in guilt for the remainder of his life. It would be a lifetime of guilt and unease. Luo Yunyang was afraid that he wouldn't forgive his lack of regard for the rest of his life. Thus, he decided to speak up. His words relit the fire in many people's eyes, especially Zhu Yan's and the trapped team members' eyes. However, when Professor Qin spoke, his voice was dull. Shouldn't you tell me how high the probability of failure is first, young man? You've got barely half a chance, right? And if you fail, you will die. Am I wrong? Luo Yunyang didn't reply. His gaze landed on Qin Wanqing instead. I have already decided to do this, but I hope that you could promise me something. Spit it out. Qin Wanqing bit her lower lip. She hadn't promised anything yet, but judging by her expression, she would do anything she could to help Luo Yunyang. I still have a mother and a younger sister. If I don't make it, they won't have anyone to rely on. Their lives would be extremely tough. Can you promise that you will help look after them? Luo Yunyang stared at Qin Wanqing's face. I will treat your mother and younger sister like my own family. Qin Wanqing promised right away. Luo Yunyang smiled. He was really afraid of dying. He was afraid that the people who relied on him would be forced to leave Chang'an and start a new life in Donglu town after his death. However, he had finally made a choice. He would not hesitate. He would do the right thing. These words were like a mountain in his heart. He couldn't act indifferent or detached anymore. He had chosen to step forward. Everyone leave this place, Luo Yunyang said resolutely as he waved away Qin Wanqing and the others. Qin Wanqing turned her head away and left without hesitation. She didn't look at her father or Luo Yunyang again. Although there was no sunlight accentuating her figure, her silhouette looked firm as she left. Zhang Hu opened his mouth to say something, but he was pulled away by Lu Tifeng before he could. Lu Tifeng shook his head and shouted at Luo Yunyang, if you fail, I will treat your mother and sister like my own family. I promise. Xiang Ben glanced at Luo Yunyang and nodded his head. Chapter 98. Heaven and Earth flipping places. When everyone stepped out of the large hall, someone shouted goodbye. All the leaving soldiers faced Luo Yunyang and gave a seemingly ordinary, yet unmistakably firm and solemn military salute. Luo Yunyang returned the salute silently before he turned back to look at Professor Qin, Zhu Yan and the others. He didn't start right away. Instead, he sat down cross-legged on the floor. Power: 66 fire, 7 ice, 6 wood, 5 speed, 11 mind, 16 constitution, 78 golden body, 18. Luo Yunyang studied the figures on the attribute regulator before raising his mind attribute to 168, leaving only a few points for his speed, power and constitution. He used his impressive mind power to simulate once more what would happen during the process of shutting down the controlling mechanism. Unfortunately, when he was done with the simulation, his chances of success were still only 50%. Prepare yourselves. We might be bidding this world goodbye soon. Luo Yunyang said dully as he looked at Zhu Yan and the others. Zhu Yan bit his lip hard. He knew that Luo Yunyang didn't need to be there. The only reason he had gone there was because Zhu Yan was there. If it hadn't been for him, Luo Yunyang wouldn't have been sent on this mission. The brotherly camaraderie between them was invaluable. Zhu Yan muttered something to himself before he said, I believe in you. You can do it, just like you were able to walk from Donglu town to Chang'an. I believe in you, too. Professor Qin shouted suddenly, I am still waiting for you and Qinger to give me a granddaughter. I want to watch her grow up. Luo Yunyang smiled. He knew that Professor Qin was trying to reduce the pressure he felt. Greetings, father-in-law, Luo Yunyang said respectfully as he rushed over and grabbed Professor Qin's hand. Kui Shengdao, Zhu Yan and the other soldiers burst into laughter. Even though this was a dangerous, crucial moment when they didn't know whether they would live or die, this had unconsciously made them all relax. Luo Yunyang raised his speed attribute to 150. This adjustment would let him get close to the speed of sound and allow him to reach the pearl that resembled the sun in under 1 second. Kui Shengdao and the others thought they saw a flash, yet before they could work out what they had seen, the throwing knife in Luo Yunyang's hand had already shot out. Luo Yunyang adjusted his attributes in midair and quickly raised his mind attribute to 150. The throwing knife's speed and Luo Yunyang's speed as he charged forward were so fast that, in the blink of an eye, the throwing knife was already stuck in that bright red sun. Crack, crack, the stone figures guarding the area started to move. The crossbows in their hands had already turned to aim at the mechanism. By the time he activated the lever to shut down the mechanism, an uncountable number of powerful crossbows were pointed at Luo Yunyang, Professor Qin and the others. Everything suddenly shook. Heaven and earth had flipped places. Professor Qin and the others didn't have any time to think. By the time they could react, the stone figures that were about to fire at them had suddenly stopped moving. Meanwhile, the black dragon holding the sun and the moon suddenly started to move as though it had come to life. The dragon raised its claw and swatted down violently at Luo Yunyang. There was a bright flash of light before Professor Qin and the others saw the falling Luo Yunyang enter a hole that had suddenly split open. The hole immediately disappeared without a trace. Luo Yunyang knew very well what clambering up from the depths of hell, reaching heaven and then falling back down to hell felt like. He seemed to have gone through a hell where only death awaited and reached paradise. When the crackling sound stopped, Luo Yunyang heaved a huge sigh of relief. Now that the mechanism had been shut, he would be able to leave with Zhu Yan and the others. However, just as he thought that everything was going smoothly, he felt a sudden immense pressure on his body. He felt totally powerless to retaliate under this crushing pressure, which made him feel how small and weak he was. Luo Yunyang, who couldn't react in any way, was struck down. When he regained his senses, he realized that the place he was at was actually full of bright light. The suspended sun was dazzling beyond measure. Could he have been sent out of Zulong's tomb? If that was really the case, then it was great. Luo Yunyang scanned his surroundings. He realized that, although he could see the large sun that had been suspended in the sky, he could only see in a small radius of a few hundred meters around him. This was a sky of only a few hundred meters. Was he being narrow-minded about the current situation, or was this, bewildered, Luo Yunyang suddenly thought about Base 7. Was this place a crack in the void, just like Base 7 was? Luo Yunyang saw a stone dragon that looked like it was about to soar up in the air in what was the center of this pocket of space. The 30-meter-long stone dragon seemed to contain a mystical kind of magic. When Luo Yunyang glanced over at it, he felt an immense pressure oppressing him. Even when he raised his mind attribute to 150, he still found this pressure overwhelming. As Luo Yunyang stared at the stone dragon, he realized that there was a name written in seal script on its eyes. Zulong. When Luo Yunyang saw the name and recalled what Qin Wanqing had told him, he reached the conclusion that this was where Zulong's true tomb was. Zulong lay beneath this stone dragon. Although Luo Yunyang didn't try, he had a hunch that if he took a few more steps towards Zulong's tomb, he would find himself buried in this unknown place. Luo Yunyang took some deep breaths and then looked around. There was a stone house about 60 meters away from the stone dragon. Luo Yunyang strode towards that house. He couldn't enter Zulong's tomb, so he could only check out what was inside the stone house. The door of the house was shut. When Luo Yunyang tried to push it open, he felt two strange energies flow through him. It was a blazing sensation and an incomparable frigidness. The moment these two strange energies entered his body, Luo Yunyang felt the two spots he had acquired through the ape dragon blueprint start to react. As the two energies converged with the powers of the ape dragon blueprint, Luo Yunyang's body felt immensely comfortable. The two source cores seemed to double in size. When Luo Yunyang opened the attribute regulator once again, he noticed some changes to his power. Power: 77 fire, 10 ice, 9 wood, 5 speed, 11 mind, 16 constitution, 78 golden body, 18. He had merely touched the door, yet he had made huge progress. This was unimaginable. Suddenly, a huge question formed in Luo Yunyang's heart. What exactly was the relationship between the ape dragon blueprint and Zulong's tomb? Why did the suspended sun and moon in Zulong's tomb contain such a frigid and burning power? Why had this door contained the same power? Chapter 99. The ancient Qi refiner. As the door opened soundlessly, Luo Yunyang saw a figure sitting cross-legged on the floor. The man looked like a refined intellectual. When Luo Yunyang stepped through the stone door, the man, who seemed to sense something, looked at him. His eyes were as bright as day. Luo Yunyang immediately felt a wave of power battering his mind. When this wave of power struck, Luo Yunyang instinctively wanted to resist it. He didn't know whether it would be good or bad for him, but no matter what it was, he wasn't willing to let someone else's power enter his body. Unfortunately, he didn't have the ability to resist. Countless thoughts and memories popped up in his mind. Luo Yunyang felt like he was a computer and that wave of power was a USB drive that had been inserted into him. He quickly compiled its contents and soon understood everything about this wave of spirit energy. This was Kai Hen, an ancient Qi refiner. Based on the consciousness left behind by this person, Luo Yunyang knew that he had always been cultivating in this tiny space. However, for some unknown reason, when that place had been shattered, Kai Hen had entered the human realm and met Zulong's great-grandfather. For the sake of obtaining cultivation resources and finding a cultivator just like himself, Kai Hen had become a vassal for Zulong's great-grandfather, until Zulong had swept away everything before him. He had cultivated the ape dragon blueprint. Unfortunately, due to the fact that the vital energy in the world had been diminishing, Kai Hen had not been able to continue cultivating his techniques. When Zulong had eventually passed away, Kai Hen, who had known that time was limited, had supervised the construction of the tomb and chosen to remain within this crevice in Zulong's tomb. There weren't many details regarding his life, other than a rough outline, which was mostly about the process of cultivating the ape dragon blueprint. Actually, this set of techniques shouldn't have been called the ape dragon blueprint, but the heaven battling ape dragon chart. Back in his time, Kai Hen had intentionally spread the fundamentals of the heaven battling ape dragon chart in order to find a successor. This had included the first 9 diagrams, which had been circulating around, also known as the ape dragon blueprint. Zulong had respected Kai Hen greatly, so he had issued an order that allowed everyone to cultivate this set of techniques. Anyone who could cultivate the first 7 diagrams would be given a great reward. Unfortunately, as years passed by, Kai Hen had been unable to find someone who was able to cultivate all 9 diagrams of the ape dragon blueprint. Although the blueprint wasn't very difficult, human constitution back then couldn't endure the power absorption of the last 2 diagrams. Where did my forebears come from? Where did the heaven battling ape dragon chart originate from? These were the last questions Kai Hen had left behind before he had isolated himself. Perhaps these questions had stayed in his mind for a long time, because when Luo Yunyang was struck by this consciousness, they suddenly were especially deafening. Where did my forebears come from? Where did the heaven-battling ape-dragon chart originate from? Luo Yunyang mumbled these words silently. Although he wasn't Kai Hen, the two questions kept reverberating in his mind. Luo Yunyang took a deep breath and looked at the area where Kai Hen's body had been. A golden painting lay on the floor. When Luo Yunyang picked up the painting carefully, he saw countless images on it. There was a huge sun and a moon made up of countless apes and dragons. The shapes and forms of these apes and dragons were really strange. It seemed as if someone had wanted every line and stroke to fit into the sun and moon. It was the heaven-battling ape-dragon chart. The moment Luo Yunyang's eyes landed on the painting, a sense of familiarity filled his thoughts. This familiarity came from Kai Hen. When this bout of mind energy entered Luo Yunyang's body, he saw that it contained most of the records of Kai Hen's experiences while cultivating his own ape-dragon blueprint. From the earth-splitting devil-ape diagram, all the way to the heaven-battling ape-dragon chart, every bit and trace of realization was extremely distinct. Luo Yunyang's eyes swept across the heaven-battling ape-dragon chart slowly. He spent quite some time on every diagram, especially on the last two diagrams, which were the moon-swallowing devil ape and the golden sun-devouring dragon. Luo Yunyang spent an exceptionally long time on these two. He had always felt that his comprehension of these two diagrams had reached a whole new realm, yet now it seemed like his understanding of them was still really shallow. He had to recultivate this part of the ape-dragon blueprint. As soon as he decided that, Luo Yunyang noticed a red and a yellow jewel about the size of an infant's fists lying close to where the heaven-battling ape-dragon chart had been. These jewels weren't actual precious gems. They were Kai Hen's two source cores, which he had concentrated and sealed before his death. Contained within them was the pure yin and yang qi that Kai Hen had cultivated for so many years. Although they could be considered a treasure produced during his source power cultivation, their value was even more significant to Luo Yunyang. As he held the two jewels in his hands, he bowed solemnly towards Kai Hen's body. Although Kai Hen wouldn't be able to sense it, Luo Yunyang felt only utter respect for him. Boom! As Kai Hen's body turned into dust, a loud yell resounded through the void. Where did my forebears come from? Where did the heaven-battling ape-dragon chart originate from? The voice was unyielding and full of indignation. Luo Yunyang clutched the heaven-battling ape-dragon chart even tighter as he heard this parting roar. He knew that this episode had ended, yet his heart was trembling even harder than before. As he heard this frantic voice, his body felt like it was wrapped up in something. Thanks to his prior experience, Luo Yunyang didn't resist. When he opened his eyes, he saw a patch of clear sky. The familiar sight excited Luo Yunyang. Being able to escape from such a desperate situation was normally a cause for celebration, yet the entire expedition team looked like a bunch of troops that had just lost a battle. No one made a single sound. Professor Chin, who was walking in the middle of the group, had basically accomplished his biggest achievement by carrying out his duty during this expedition to Zulong's tomb. He had found the secret formula that was the reason Zulong's army had been able to sweep aside all its enemies. Although this was an extremely important contribution to the Da Alliance, he couldn't bring himself to be happy. When we return to Chang'an City, we should all pay a visit to Luo Yunyang's house. Professor Chin broke the silence. What for? A chuckling voice suddenly said in Professor Chin's ear. Professor Chin's heart skipped a beat when he heard it. When he looked up, he saw a figure bathed in sunlight. The figure seemed to be full of vigor. It was Luo Yunyang. Chapter 100. The Sangbu Research Center. Qin Wanqing, Zhu Yan, Lu Tifeng and the others were all stupefied. Their faces were full of disbelief as they stared at Luo Yunyang, who was right in front of them. How was this possible? Practically the moment that this thought popped in their minds, everyone rushed over to Luo Yunyang. Ha ha ha, I knew that you hadn't died. Zhu Yan smiled wide as tears of joy flooded his eyes. Luo Yunyang and Zhu Yan grabbed each other's hands. Words were not necessary to express how they felt. Didn't you fall into that mechanism? What happened? Kui Shengdao asked, maintaining the cool-headedness of an officer. Luo Yunyang smiled. The mechanism was connected to this place. I have been waiting over here for quite some time. Luo Yunyang had decided that he wouldn't reveal the truth about Zulong's tomb. The items he had acquired from Kai Hen were just too important to him. Although he wasn't a selfish person, he knew that as soon as he started something, a lot of things would be out of his control. I will no longer curse the despicable gods. Come on, let's go back and have a drink, Xiang Ben said, patting Luo Yunyang on the shoulders. We are heading back for a drink. Lu Tifeng, who walked next to Luo Yunyang, gave him a playful punch. Yeah, let's get a drink, Zhang Hu shouted, punching Luo Yunyang on the shoulders. Each and every soldier, including Kui Shengdao, walked over to Luo Yunyang and talked about having a drink when they returned. These boorish, crude-looking men were clearly expressing their most private, sincere thoughts. They only invited out for drinks people whose abilities they acknowledged. Let's head back for some tea, Qin Wanqing muttered quietly as she walked next to Luo Yunyang. Her words caused a chorus of hooting laughter to break out. Professor Qin chuckled as he added, "Don't forget to come over to my place for a meal, kid." Luo Yunyang was speechless. Even though Professor Qin was gazing at him as if he was his son-in-law, he hadn't said anything clearer. This was just an invitation to a meal, so Luo Yunyang nodded his head. Thank you, Professor Qin. The party went on its way once again. This time, the atmosphere was much more lively. Although there had been some casualties during the operation, being able to walk out alive was a very unexpected outcome. Beware of the Sanggu Research Center, Qin Wanqing said in a very serious tone as she walked up to Luo Yunyang. Although Mu Xinghei's death and Mr. Li's disappearance didn't seem to be related to Luo Yunyang and he didn't know exactly what sort of place the Sanggu Research Center was, it would definitely not let this matter go easily. Aren't you working for the Sanggu Research Center? Luo Yunyang had always assumed that Qin Wanqing was a Sanggu Research Center employee. Although I am a researcher, I do not work for the Sanggu Research Center. Qin Wanqing bit her lip lightly before she added. Back before father disappeared, Mu Xinghei had some dealings with him, so he came looking for me. Although I knew that he was conspiring about something, I only cared about rescuing my father. 2 hours later, Chang'an City came into view. The steel fort-like city made everyone feel relieved. When Luo Yunyang saw Chang'an, he felt his entire body relax. Welcome back, Professor Qin. A group of people in suits had already gotten in formation to welcome them. The fair plump man standing among them was the consul of Chang'an City. Although he didn't have absolute authority, he was a person whose word held an enormous weight in the city. The fact that such an influential person had come to welcome Professor Qin personally showed what an important figure he was. You all need to cooperate with us on some certain matters. Please follow me to the Sanggu Research Center, a man in total black attire ordered as he walked up to Luo Yunyang and the others. To the Sanggu Research Center. As Luo Yunyang watched the proud man, a thought sprang to his mind. He didn't want to go to the Sanggu Research Center, as he didn't know what was going on there. Luo Yunyang scanned the man from head to toe before he replied, "Get lost." These words, as well as the self-confident manner in which Luo Yunyang had said them, made everyone exchanging pleasantries around them, including Professor Qin, turn to face him. The tall proud man in the black suit had never expected to be treated this way. The Sanggu Research Center controlled a large portion of medicine manufacturing, so even the finest financial groups lowered their heads when dealing with its representatives. How dare that young man actually talk to him that way? How dare he act so rebellious? Capture this little thief. As he spoke, he gestured with his hands. I suspect that he has stolen the Sanggu Research Center's secret documents. The man had barely finished speaking, when more than 10 men in suits surrounded Luo Yunyang from all directions. Every single one of them was as strong as a grade 1 martialist. Lu Tifeng and the other soldiers close to Luo Yunyang quickly assumed a fighting stance, and other people, such as Kui Shengdao, who had been friendly with Luo Yunyang, immediately started to walk over. Take them all back to the Rising Dragon Army. I suspect that they have stolen Alliance secrets with help from Source Beasts. A domineering voice was heard before the Flame Emperor appeared in full uniform. Luo Yunyang almost laughed when he heard his words. Help from Source Beasts. This was the first time he had heard of such a crime. The black-clothed cocky fellow trembled slightly when he was confronted by the Flame Emperor. Although he enjoyed a high status at the Sanggu Research Center, he couldn't compare to a military commander like the Flame Emperor. How could he be suppressed with such a ridiculous excuse? If that was the case, his future prospects at the research center would be bleak. Your Highness, are you intentionally trying to make an enemy out of the Sanggu Research Center? The man specifically emphasized the words, Sanggu Research Center, when he spoke as a warning to the Flame Emperor. The Flame Emperor chuckled and beamed at the cold, arrogant man before waving his sleeves around. Over 10 rising dragon army soldiers following him immediately rushed over to the black-clothed man. "Don't you care about this matter, sir?" The black-clothed man wailed loudly at the consul, who was chatting with Professor Qin, as he looked at the soldiers rushing over at him. As the consul of Chang'an City, Ji Yuanbo handled way too many thorny issues in his line of work. While the black-clothed man howled, he acted like he didn't hear anything and kept chatting with Professor Qin. Everyone else pretended not to hear anything either and went about their own business. The black-clothed man, who was restrained by 2 Grade 2 martial masters, was taken away obediently along with his subordinates. Chapter 101, The Necessity of Becoming a Martial Grand Master. Thank you, Flame Emperor. Although this wasn't the first time he had seen the man who had recruited him to the Rising Dragon Army, Luo Yunyang still felt a lot of respect for him. The Flame Emperor laughed heartily. "You bled for the sake of the alliance. How could I let you bleed and then cry right afterwards? I have to deal with these ignorant people personally." The Flame Emperor patted Luo Yunyang on the shoulder as he said, "Everything is all right now that you're back. Have a few days of rest before you return to Base 7. Nobody will be allowed to bother you." Luo Yunyang nodded. Suddenly, he saw Zhu Yan run over to Ji Qianshan like a madman and hug her tightly with his remaining arm. The couple, who were embracing tightly, seemed to have forgotten everything else going on around them. They were in their own little world. "All right," Zhang Hu rubbed his eyes with a chuckle. "Damn it, it seems like old Zhu is the true love expert. I will have to ask for his guidance in a few days." Everyone present began to disperse after watching the touching scene. Luo Yunyang and the others started to return to their own units, while Qin Wanqing and her father followed the Chang'an city consul away. Luo Yunyang had just exited the city gates, when he received a message. "This is just the beginning. Hurry back to Base 7. The message was from Qin Wanqing. Although it was only 2 sentences, Luo Yunyang could sense the urgency in Qin Wanqing's words. Luo Yunyang reached his home and had a meal before he was transported quickly back to Base 7 by the Flame Emperor. Although the officer who took him back to Base 7 said that there was a pressing task at hand and Base 7 had asked Luo Yunyang to return immediately, Luo Yunyang was quite certain that this task had something to do with the Sanggu Research Center. A day after his return to Base 7, he met Chief Instructor Lu. "You have quite some guts, kid. You actually dared kill Sanggu Research Center personnel." Chief Instructor Lu shouted at Luo Yunyang furiously when they met. "Are you going to tell me that you were thorough and there is simply no way anyone could find any evidence? Let me tell you, there are some people who do not need any evidence." Luo Yunyang fell silent. He knew that what Chief Instructor Lu had said was true. Although he was not aware of the influence of the Sanggu Research Center, there were really some people who didn't need a reason to do as they pleased. "All right, the Viceroy has already personally handled the matter. For the time being, all you have to do is cultivate properly and train your body." "Got it." Chief Instructor Lu's hand shook as a thin manuscript was sent flying towards Luo Yunyang. Its title was, The Youthful Emperor's Secret Art of Longevity. Only a martial Grand Master can truly be free. These were Chief Instructor Lu's parting words before he left the room. On his way back, Luo Yunyang kept silently mouthing these words. Martial Grand Master, Martial Grand Master. One could become a martialist by possessing 500 kilos of strength and a martial master by awakening a source core within their body. However, one had to break through the limits of their body and harness the power of the sky and earth in order to become a martial Grand Master. A martial master's source power was gained through physical cultivation and source core accumulation. A martial Grand Master could harness unlimited energy from the heavens and earth through the void. This meant that a martial Grand Master's power was theoretically inexhaustible. There was only one martial Grand Master in the entire Base 7 and that was Chief Instructor Lu. Luo Yunyang had to become a martial Grand Master. Some people didn't need a reason to do as they pleased. Chief Instructor Lu's words had affected Luo Yunyang greatly. Their particular words had shattered many of the ideas in his head. When he returned to his room, Luo Yunyang immediately looked at the youthful emperor's secret art of longevity. Then, he closed his eyes and opened the attribute regulator. Power: 77 fire, 10 ice, 9 wood, 5 speed, 11 mind, 63 constitution, 78 golden body, 18. A glint of joy flickered in Luo Yunyang's eyes when he saw his mind attribute points. Although this wasn't the first time he saw this figure, every time he looked at it, the taste in his mouth was as sweet as if he had just eaten honey. 63 points, this increase was just too much. Before Luo Yunyang had entered Zulong's tomb, his mind attribute had only been at 16 points. 16 points were already formidable enough, as they had allowed him to have a photographic memory and detect danger. However, there was a big difference between 16 and 63. Now that his mind attribute was at 63, Luo Yunyang's mind power was even closer to the level of a telekinesis master. In fact, a junior telekinesis master could be compared to a top-notch martial master. According to Luo Yunyang's estimation, when his mind attribute hit 200, his mind power would be equal to that of a junior telekinesis master. Naturally, Luo Yunyang wanted to find the reason for that huge leap. The reason was very simple. Luo Yunyang had been taught by Kai Hen. Although Kai Hen had mostly imparted the heaven-battling ape-dragon chart to Luo Yunyang, it had been wrapped up in the mind power that Kai Hen had been cultivating for so many years. When this mind power was combined with Luo Yunyang's, his mind attribute naturally experienced a huge improvement. Luo Yunyang knew what having 63 mind attribute points was like, but using his attribute regulator to raise his mind attribute to over 200 points was something that he hadn't tried before. When his mind attribute had first hit 63, Luo Yunyang had wanted to experiment with it. However, due to the matter with the Sanggu Research Center and the lack of a quiet environment, he had put it off. Now that everything was settled, Luo Yunyang raised his mind attribute to 200. When he did so, he noticed some huge changes. Power, 0 fire, 0 ice, 0 wood, 0 speed, 2 mind, 200 constitution, 25 golden body, 5. The moment his mind attribute was raised, Luo Yunyang could sense everything within a 200-meter radius clearly in his mind. He even sensed that he had a field of control in a 5-meter radius around him. As he thought about this, a hammer 20 meters away flew over and fluttered around frantically in the air under his control. While the hammer danced around in the air, Luo Yunyang's gaze landed on his saber, which he called Bloody Scar. Suddenly, the Bloody Scar flew into the air and began fighting with the hammer. The Bloody Scar unleashed the 5 tiger breaking knife techniques, while the hammer used an ordinary wind-splitting hammer technique. As the two weapons fought in midair, neither of them seemed to have the upper hand. Luo Yunyang decided to multitask. The Bloody Scar and the hammer fell to the ground as he floated up gently towards the sky. Although his feet were only 5 meters off the ground, the feeling of floating in midair and overlooking the land gave Luo Yunyang the strange impulse to throw his head back and howl at the skies. Having the ability to fly had always been every man's dream. Top-tier martial masters could use source energy to form wings and move unhindered. As he used his mind power to control his body in midair, Luo Yunyang felt that he wasn't any weaker than a top-tier martial master. Chapter 102. Recultivating the Ape Dragon Blueprint. An hour later, Luo Yunyang had completely familiarized himself with the changes in his mind power and gently recalled his throwing knives, chasing sun and accompanying moon. These two throwing knives had made a big impact back in Zulong's tomb. If he had encountered old Mu Xinghe now, he had absolute confidence that he could kill him with one strike. After restoring his attributes back to their original state, Luo Yunyang took out the heaven-battling ape dragon chart. Besides the 9 movements of the ape dragon blueprint, there was also a set of higher-level techniques on the chart. However, Luo Yunyang wasn't ready to cultivate these techniques yet. He wanted to assimilate Kai Hen's cultivation of the ape dragon blueprint into his own body first and make sure that his foundation was firm. After studying the first 9 diagrams of the heaven-battling ape dragon chart, Luo Yunyang started to recultivate the ape dragon blueprint according to Kai Hen's experiences, as well as his newfound comprehension of the blueprint. Although the earth-splitting devil ape was a move that he had practiced countless times, when he unleashed it once again, he had a very different experience. Even though Luo Yunyang had already trained using all his muscles in the past, when he unleashed this move now, he felt like every single muscle in his body had come alive. He even felt muscle fibers that hadn't changed much in a long time start to move about vigorously once again. He used the earth-splitting devil ape move, the tail-swaying storm dragon move, the howling ape roaring dragon technique. Luo Yunyang practiced each move slowly and seriously. When he finished cultivating the full set once, his entire body felt incomparably relaxed and comfortable. If he had felt like a piece of steel after his previous cultivation, then after this new round of cultivation, he felt like a piece of steel that had been forged 10, or perhaps 100, times. Luo Yunyang didn't immediately cultivate the moon-swallowing devil ape move and the golden sun-devouring dragon move. As soon as he had acquired Kai Hen's cultivation experience, he had realized that his cultivation of these two techniques had been a fluke. Based on Kai Hen's records, in order to cultivate these two techniques, one needed to have reached the pinnacle of cultivation of the previous moves, as well as possess an excellent comprehension of them. Luo Yunyang hadn't reached Kai Hen's so-called pinnacle. The reason he had been able to cultivate the last two diagrams of the ape-dragon blueprint had been his attribute regulator. However, when Kai Hen had cultivated the moon-swallowing devil ape move, a fragrant osmanthus tree had appeared on his visualization of the moon. The pureness of the moon's essence that was absorbed depended on how distinct one's visualization of the moon was. An ancestor of Kai Hen's had even had the moon palace appear on the visualization of the moon in his heart. Luo Yunyang took a deep breath before he started practicing the moon-swallowing devil ape move based on Kai Hen's experiences. The moment he unleashed the moon-swallowing devil ape move, a bright moon appeared in his thoughts. The moon that Luo Yunyang visualized was not much different from the one he had when he had first started cultivating the moon-swallowing devil ape. However, there was a fragrant osmanthus tree on the moon in Luo Yunyang's thoughts this time. Luo Yunyang could see a faintly discernible roof beneath this divine tree. The roof wasn't very big, but it was much more distinct than the fragrant osmanthus tree in Kai Hen's memories. Luo Yunyang felt a pressing need to see what exactly was under this roof. When he urged his mind to look at the bright moon, the tiny roof slowly started to transform and the moon palace gradually became visible on that bright round disk. However, there still seemed to be something under the doors of the divine palace. Luo Yunyang wanted to look closer, but even though he tried to use his mind abilities, he still found it difficult to discern what exactly was beneath the palace. My mind attribute is not high enough. Increase. Luo Yunyang quickly used his attribute regulator to raise his mind attribute to 200 points. The already very clear round disk suddenly became three-dimensional. Luo Yunyang now felt as though he was actually on the moon. Beneath that colossal moon palace was a plump rabbit hopping around at a high speed. When Luo Yunyang's gaze fell on the rabbit, he could even sense the rabbit looking at him. Luo Yunyang felt his entire body freeze up. Although this only lasted for a moment, it felt like an eternity to Luo Yunyang, who didn't know how to describe what had happened. When he came back to his senses, he felt a delicate flow of something like white jade descend from the sky. The instant this frigid cold entered his body, Luo Yunyang felt as if he had taken the ninth heaven's jade fluid. Every single pore on his body felt immensely comfortable. As he pondered over this quietly, he used his internal vision to observe the source core within his body. He realized that the silver source core that represented the moon's energy had not become any bigger. Instead, it had actually grown smaller and even more condensed. Luo Yunyang exhaled and used the moon-swallowing devil ape move once again. This time, he didn't increase his mind attribute. However, after his previous breakthrough, the jade rabbit appeared in his visualization again. Pure energy flowed into his source core, making it even more resplendent. Luo Yunyang didn't stop. He started cultivating the golden sun-devouring dragon with glowing eyes right away. Kai Hen's cultivation experiences made him the best teacher Luo Yunyang had ever had. 3 hours later, Luo Yunyang was delighted to use his internal vision. The source core in his body, which was like a golden blaze, was pulsing continuously. Luo Yunyang opened his attribute regulator, only to discover that the figures had changed again. Power: 87 fire, 15 ice, 14 wood, 5 speed, 11 mind, 63 constitution, 78 golden body, 18. Luo Yunyang wouldn't normally be that pleasantly surprised by a 10-point increase to his power, yet he couldn't help but feel overjoyed when he saw that his fire and ice attributes had gained 5 points each. As he energetically prepared to start cultivating the absorption technique of the golden sun-devouring dragon according to Kai Hen's experiences, his stomach suddenly rumbled. He was hungry. Luo Yunyang reached out with his hand and made a grabbing motion in the direction that his energy bars were stored. A grade 8 energy bar instantly flew into his hand. Luo Yunyang devoured the bar ravenously. In the past, he would have gone over to the clean elegant food house to eat his fill, but after being stimulated, he now needed to cultivate these techniques even more ferociously. Energy bars would have to do for now. Chapter 103. A state scholar has no equal. After devouring the energy bar, Luo Yunyang took out the heaven-battling ape-dragon chart and carefully studied the breathing methods shown there. Thanks to Kai Hen's memories, Luo Yunyang was now very familiar with the breathing methods of the heaven-battling ape-dragon chart. After pondering over it meticulously, Luo Yunyang raised his mind attribute to 220. Out of his remaining 29 points, he allocated 25 to his constitution and left speed and power 2 points each. Thanks to this distribution, Luo Yunyang's body was now able to support the consumption of his mind attribute. With 220 mind attribute points, Luo Yunyang was able to detect all of Kai Hen's mistakes while cultivating. After verifying the cultivation of these breathing methods once more, Luo Yunyang sat down cross-legged on his bed and started to slowly control his breathing. During this round of cultivation, he raised his constitution to 220 and lowered his mind to 25. As he used those breathing methods, Luo Yunyang found himself sinking into an empty space. He could feel a sun and a moon suspended higher up, two sources of power, one gold and one silver, that originated from the cores of the sun and the moon flowed into his body. Thanks to the breathing methods, these energies traveled throughout his body and stimulated every single one of his cells. Although the two energies entered his body at the same time, the paths they took inside his body were different. They were like two parallel lines that never intersected. His cells started growing and the vitality of each cell became stronger, so Luo Yunyang could clearly sense that, as the two vital energies circulated through his body, the frigid and burning qi left some traces inside him. When the two energies flowed into his source core, Luo Yunyang's entire body felt really nice. He recognized this feeling, as it had appeared many times in Kai Hen's memories. Luo Yunyang opened his attribute regulator impatiently. He wanted to see what the results of his first cultivation would be. Power: 91 fire, 17 ice, 16 wood, 5 speed, 11 mind, 63 constitution, 80 golden body, 18 fire, 1 ice, 1. His new constitution attributes made Luo Yunyang ecstatic. Ever since he had used the golden body fluid, he had become more and more conscious of the importance of his constitution. Cultivating the breathing methods of the heaven-battling ape-dragon chart had produced these new constitution attributes, which was something he was really happy about. Luo Yunyang wondered if cultivating his wood system would give rise to a wood constitution attribute. He took out the Youthful Emperor's Secret Art of Longevity manuscript, which Chief Instructor Lu had given him, and looked through it quickly. Compared to the breathing methods of the heaven-battling ape-dragon chart, these cultivation methods were much simpler. No matter how Luo Yunyang looked at it, he believed that there weren't any offensive moves among this set of techniques. The manuscript could be summarized in one sentence: the power of all living things becomes the power of longevity. However, compared to other breathing methods, Luo Yunyang felt that the Youthful Emperor's Secret Art of Longevity didn't seem bad. Cultivating it actually meant being able to absorb vital energy from any source. After a simple look through it, Luo Yunyang decided to cultivate these techniques, even though it seemed like the base lacked vital energy. He would have to head into the forest, which was brimming with vitality and all sorts of fresh, delicious food. Luo Yunyang took out his communication device and let Xu Zhang know what he would be up to before heading into the forest outside Base 7. Thanks to his previous experience, he reached the C-grade dire beast territory in no time. All living things form a cycle that grows and multiplies without end. One needs to assimilate oneself with the world in order to become immortal. Luo Yunyang recited the ways of the Youthful Emperor's Secret Art of Longevity, and placed his hands on a huge tree. The moment he used the manuscript, he could sense the large amount of vital energy contained within that tree. Luo Yunyang wanted to channel this vital energy into his body and replenish his source core. After deciding on this plan, he started to absorb all the vital energy. Suddenly, he realized that, even though he had used the Youthful Emperor's Secret Art of Longevity, he still wasn't able to absorb the vital energy. Was his wood system's power too little? This thought flickered through Luo Yunyang's mind as he recalled the contents of the Youthful Emperor's Secret Art of Longevity. He made various adjustments by using his attribute points before raising his power to 200 straightaway. As a result, his wood system's points became 11, and his fire and ice points became 35 and 33 respectively. When he transferred the points of these two elemental attributes to his wood-based system source core, its points became 79. As he recited the chant and used the Youthful Emperor's Secret Art of Longevity, once more, Luo Yunyang felt a full-bodied vital energy flow from the huge tree into his body. The power was really placid, yet when it entered Luo Yunyang's body, it felt extremely invigorating. The feeling was so pleasant that Luo Yunyang wanted to fly. Suddenly, he really felt as if he could fly up in the sky. 1 minute, 2 minutes, 3 minutes, an hour passed before Luo Yunyang moved his hands away. The huge tree that had had its vital energy sucked away remained as green as ever, but Luo Yunyang had a feeling that it wouldn't live much longer. The youthful emperor's secret art of longevity wasn't bad. If it could be used to absorb an adversary's vitality, that would be a really beautiful sight. However, this was only a dream. After all, no opponent was a plant that would stay obediently in one spot and let Luo Yunyang absorb their vital energy. What sort of fool would just sit there and wait for death? When all the vital energy was assimilated into his source core, Luo Yunyang considered his cultivation of the youthful emperor's secret art of longevity complete. By that time, the sky had already darkened. A C-grade wolf-like dire beast was howling at the sky. Luo Yunyang wouldn't be kind to the beast, which had run in front of him to show off. He suddenly leapt in the air and charged towards it. Although wolf meat wasn't that nice, Luo Yunyang was famished, so he couldn't afford to be picky. Luckily, he had packed a lot of things for his cultivation in the woods. As a wolf thigh was roasted over the fire, Luo Yunyang took out all sorts of bottles and jars. Damn, that's good, I'll just stay here for the next few months. Luo Yunyang muttered to himself as he took a huge bite out of the roasted wolf thigh. At base 7, time was something that couldn't be seen or grasped. The flow of time couldn't really be felt either, because there were simply no seasonal changes over there. I heard that just yesterday, Sun Meow Meow manifested a source power on her sword and sliced through a piece of number 7 titanium tungsten steel. Really impressive. That's not all. 2 days ago, she challenged Lin Changjian, an elite who is nearly a grade 2 martial master, and defeated him. That is really formidable. In my opinion, Sun Meow Meow probably has the strongest combat ability among this batch of newcomers. I think that Guan Wanli is also rather impressive. Besides awakening a high-grade source core, he also has a family-imparted technique that's a very strong defense. I heard that a few days ago, his body acted like black iron. He didn't even suffer a scratch, even though someone used an axe to chop him up. All sorts of discussions were taking place by the main gates of Base 7. The people chatting were the sentry guards. The guards lacked the ability to enter the forest, so all they could do in their free time was gossip. Oh, I forgot, is there any news on Luo Yunyang? He hasn't appeared in quite some time, a soldier said softly. Although he awakened a high-grade source core, its combat strength is garbage. Just think about it, if you try to hit someone but patch them up instead, then what kind of combat strength does this source core even possess? I think that his decision to enter the forest wasn't bad. I heard that there has been quite a number of people who have left the Ardent Sun group. The soldier, who had been chatting happily, suddenly turned his head and saw a young man walking over from a distance. The young man was in full Rising Dragon Army uniform, and there seemed to be a slight swagger in his step as he walked. When the soldier who had been talking spotted him, he immediately remembered who he was. "Greetings, sir." The soldier saluted the young man quickly when he recalled Luo Yunyang's rank. "All right, soldier, are you busy now?" Luo Yunyang asked him indifferently. "I will be relieved of my sentry duty shortly, sir." "I'm not busy." Although the soldier felt some apprehension deep inside, his voice was still loud and clear. "Very good. Since you like to gossip, I would like you to run 100 laps around Base 7 when your sentry duty ends. If you train your lungs, you will be able to talk more the next time you are on sentry duty." Although Luo Yunyang didn't seem the least bit angry, the soldier looked crestfallen after hearing his words. That smiling officer was really goddamn scary. He could be smiling as he stabbed someone in the heart with a knife. "Damn, that fellow is really inconsiderate," one of the sentry guards lamented after Luo Yunyang had walked away. Luo Yunyang didn't notice the soldier speaking, as he had already caught sight of Xu Zong's particularly bright, conspicuously bald head. "Ha ha ha, you are really great, Yunyang. Come on, let me take a look at the Rising Dragon Army's youngest state scholar ever." Being an elite martialist was a symbol of status in the Da Alliance, so different elite ranks received different benefits. Those benefits could be as important as cultivation resources, or as insignificant as free education for one's offspring. All these things were closely related to one's elite rank. According to a common saying, which was actually very true, women of a high elite status would rarely marry a man of a lower elite status. The highest elite rank was S, but that didn't mean that there was no higher honor than that. Any resident of the Da Alliance's 13 eastern cities that surpassed all elite statuses was called a state scholar. This title originated from the saying, "A state scholar has no equal." Meanwhile, any resident of the Da Alliance's 17 western cities that surpassed all elite statuses was called an epic. Although the evaluation of these ranks was not set in stone, if a martialist wanted to become a state scholar, the most basic requirement was becoming a martial Grand Master. Being a martial Grand Master was the criterion for becoming a state scholar. Chapter 104, Wherever there are people, there is fighting. I'm a state scholar. Although Luo Yunyang's cultivation base had increased immensely and his senses were really acute, Shuzong's words still gave him a big shock. He had been working hard to become a martial Grand Master, yet after a few days of cultivating, he had become a state scholar. Shuzong had actually called him a state scholar. Was this a dream? Perhaps Shuzong was running a fever and his brain was fried. I don't have a fever. Shuzong chuckled. He was used to Luo Yunyang putting a hand to his forehead and slapping it hard. Shuzong tried to dodge the moment Luo Yunyang raised his hand, but he realized that his head, which was supposed to be dodging, had pushed itself into Luo Yunyang's palm instead. The resounding smack that followed was very loud. You perverted fellow, if you have the guts, then why don't you beat me up? Come on, if you dare. Shuzong hooted outrageously as he stared at Luo Yunyang. This wasn't the first time Shuzong was asking for a beating. Luo Yunyang was on good terms with him, so he naturally was willing to share some of his benefits with his instructor. He used the youthful emperor's secret art of longevity and gave Shuzong a direct punch that sent him flying away. Awesome. Although Shuzong's clothes were all wrinkled up, he seemed completely awake. He looked as if he had just eaten a ginseng replenishment pill. Ha ha ha, damn, that was pleasing. Shuzong roared with laughter. We are brothers, right? If you are my true brother, then aim a punch over here. Hee hee, if I frown, I'll change my name to something other than Shuzong. Luo Yunyang punched him again. This time, he didn't use the youthful emperor's secret art of longevity, so Shuzong was sent flying without any side benefits. Give me a punch, big brother. Shuzong was like a slave tugging away at Luo Yunyang. Enough, Shuzong, stop causing trouble. Chief Instructor Lu strolled over slowly and glanced at Luo Yunyang. Come on, Yunyang, hit me. Let me see how much progress you have made in the past 2 months. Although Luo Yunyang had always respected Chief Instructor Lu greatly, he gathered the tremendous vital energy in his source core and sent a powerful hit at Chief Instructor Lu without hesitation. Chief Instructor Lu was a martial Grand Master, so even though Luo Yunyang's punch was very powerful, he didn't sway one bit when he was hit. Didn't you eat today? Is that all your strength? Is this the best you've got after 2 months of cultivation? Chief Instructor Lu said icily. Luo Yunyang flexed his arms and met his stern gaze. You asked for it, sir. Don't accuse me of being rude afterwards. As he spoke, Luo Yunyang pulled his arm back once again. This time, he used 1/10 of the strength he had used before. You sly imp, can't you just make an old man happy? Chief Instructor Lu shook his head as he felt the vitality contained in the strike. Sir, I always thought that you were a respectable man, but now I realize that I was wrong. If you want to cheat a pure, honest young man, then you can't be human at all. Shuzong shook his head. He now knew what trick Chief Instructor Lu was trying to pull. I should be the one using such a good trick. He couldn't help but exclaim. Shuzong must have told you that you've become a state scholar. These are your state scholar credentials and badge. You are one of the youngest state scholars to ever exist in the Da Alliance's 13 eastern cities. Chief Instructor Lu handed Luo Yunyang a very exquisite box rather casually. All right, as Luo Yunyang took the box, he was already complaining inside. Shouldn't there be a more dignified ceremony for state scholars? Shouldn't there be? Why are you giving me this? Luo Yunyang didn't open the box immediately. Although he didn't believe that Chief Instructor Lu would deceive him, he still wanted to clear the doubts in his heart. Because you are heading to a fight. Chief Instructor Lu paused before he added, no, you are actually heading to an exchange. Fight, exchange. Luo Yunyang didn't understand much. He was a rising dragon army elite. Could he be going to the sky-high military for an exchange? After the apocalypse, a total of 37 cities were left in the east and the west. These 37 cities are humanity's last bases. Chief Instructor Lu's tone was serious as he spoke. Luo Yunyang's knowledge about post-apocalyptic historical events was based only on what he had read in books. When he heard Chief Instructor Lu bring this up, he immediately became solemn. Back when the entire Da Alliance was being established, total unity was its foundation. Chief Instructor Lu chuckled faintly before he continued. However, wherever there are people, there is always fighting. According to historical records, some of the dynasties were still fighting endlessly before the apocalypse, even though they were on the verge of being destroyed. Luo Yunyang recalled all this as he looked at Chief Instructor Lu solemnly. Does this exchange involve any fighting? That's right. After the Da Alliance was established, all its resources were supposed to be consolidated. However, it was decided that they would be evenly distributed between the 37 cities, so there would be no conflicting views on their allocation. Chief Instructor Lu sighed deeply before he said, "You might not know this, but back when the Da Alliance was first established, there was a time when resource allocation nearly caused the entire Da Alliance to collapse. In the end, Martial God Luo Kai suggested to divide all resources into 100 portions. Each of the 37 cities would get 2 portions, and the remaining 26 portions would be allocated based on the results of a combat exchange between the younger generation. Although this solution didn't really solve any fundamental problems, it allowed the crumbling Da Alliance to experience stability once again," Chief Instructor Lu added. This exchange, which happens once every 5 years, is happening again this year. Luo Yunyang stroked his state scholar credentials. He understood that he would be a member of the exchange team, but he had already been given a state scholar title before the exchange had even started. Wasn't this a little too generous? The 13 Eastern didn't do that well at the last exchange, so the top brass of the 13 cities have high expectations for this exchange. Your goal is to get 30% of the 100 portions. As Luo Yunyang listened to Chief Instructor Lu's words, he felt an itch to get on with this. He believed that, back when he had lived in Donglu town, the fact that life had been so tough might have had something to do with the allocation of those resources. As a result, he now felt the impulse to fight for the people who had led similar lives with his family back then. Don't worry, sir, I definitely won't let you down. Chief Instructor Lu gave a slightly awkward laugh. You don't have to worry too much about fighting. Your main objective is to protect yourself and the youthful emperor's secret art of longevity. You must remember that you are part of a team now. Do you even know what a team is? A team of people must cooperate well. A safflower might be really pretty, but if it wasn't for the green leaves that serve as foil, it would never be as beautiful. Chapter 105, Mr. State Scholar Luo Yunyang's high IQ got to work. He immediately understood what Chief Instructor Lu meant. Luo Yunyang would actually be just a supporting member of the team. To put it bluntly, he would be helping the main force members replenish their strength when they ran out. This meant that Luo Yunyang would actually be the equivalent of a battery. You won't lose out either, kid. From now on, you will be a state scholar. As long as you are able to hit the targets, you will become a hero of the 13 Eastern cities. Chief Instructor Lu patted Luo Yunyang on the shoulder. You have to take me out to dinner, Mr. State Scholar. Luo Yunyang thought that what Chief Instructor Lu had said was very reasonable, so he didn't understand why he felt unhappy when he heard it. Oh, I forgot, this is a set of body techniques you can learn to improve your survival skills. You have it really good, kid. If this set of techniques belonged to anyone else, it would have cost at least 1 billion Daewon. As he spoke, a USB drive appeared in Chief Instructor Lu's hands. It really was a USB drive. Luo Yunyang had expected a manual like the youthful emperor's secret art of longevity, but it had actually turned out to be a USB drive. Chief Instructor Lu really enjoyed the stunned look on Luo Yunyang's face. He chuckled as he explained, this is the martial god's 9th heaven dragon moving steps. Not only is it quick, but you can also use it to evade attacks. Although you will be protected during this exchange, you should remember that true strength means being strong yourself. When Luo Yunyang heard that these were martial god Luo Kai's body techniques, he took the USB drive unceremoniously and faced Chief Instructor Lu. Sir, will anyone else from the Rising Dragon Army be taking part in this exchange? Ha ha ha, we are not just talking about the Rising Dragon Army. Mr. State Scholar will be the only one taking part on behalf of all the 8 armies of the East. Chief Instructor Lu looked reverent as he said, the others are all geniuses that have been groomed since a very young age. They are the true elites of the 13 eastern cities. Groomed since a very young age. True elites. These words made Luo Yunyang quickly realize what exactly was going on. Luo Yunyang and the other martialists that made up the Rising Dragon Army's elite class were the best martialists selected among ordinary people. On the other hand, the people that Chief Instructor Lu was talking about had received specialized training ever since they had been born. As a result, they were even more extraordinary. Sunlight shone on Luo Yunyang through the tiny window of the plane, making him feel drowsy. This environment was so comfortable that it was perfect for sleeping. Luo Yunyang was currently resting comfortably in the plane's first-class cabin as he traveled to the venue of the exchange. This time, the event would be held at an ancient city at one of humanity's 37 strongholds. Taking a plane is actually quite boring. I heard that before the apocalypse, first-class cabins had even had network signal. Now, there's absolutely nothing to do. A young girl with a sweet face glanced at Luo Yunyang with her gentle eyes and smiled faintly. If you have nothing to do, I have some books here that you could read. It would help time go by faster. Like Luo Yunyang, Ling Yubing was also a powerhouse of the young generation that would be representing the 13 eastern cities at this competition. According to her, she came from the Thoughtless Research Center. That's right, the research center wasn't called formless, but thoughtless. After listening to Ling Yubing's conversations with others, Luo Yunyang had found out that she was a third-grade telekinesis master. Luo Yunyang felt a little ecstatic when he heard this. After all, his own mind power wasn't shabby either. He just wanted to find a telekinesis master to exchange some pointers with. Many people believed that telekinesis masters were extremely arrogant, but after interacting with Ling Yubing, Luo Yunyang realized that she wasn't. She actually treated him quite well. She didn't seem to have a bad temper or a big ego, and she had even voluntarily helped him out with many things. A girl like her, who was both beautiful and capable, with a status no inferior than his own, who spoke and acted in a lovable manner that eased people's hearts, was extremely hard to come by. If Luo Yunyang received this sort of treatment, he would naturally have to pay a price for it. For example, he would give her an extra punch or two during the competition, which was exactly what she needed. Thank you, Miss Ling. I shall take a look then. Although Luo Yunyang didn't really want to read a book, he still accepted Ling Yubing's act of goodwill. When she handed him the book, he was dumbfounded. He had expected that, as a telekinesis master, Ling Yubing would be reading books that would help increase her telekinetic abilities. He hadn't expected to be handed a series of books called 10,000 Reasons. 10,000 Reasons. Ling Yubing blinked at Luo Yunyang with her big beautiful eyes as she smiled. Cultivating is really straining on the mind, so I like reading this kind of books in my free time. Luo Yunyang felt like tears were about to start rolling down his cheeks. He really didn't know what to say, so he just flipped through the book. Sir, the gentleman over there sends these drinks. A lovely flight attendant in a red uniform said politely as she handed Luo Yunyang a cup. Thanks to his current mind power, Luo Yunyang could sense the thick energy contained in the drink. When he looked in the direction the flight attendant was pointing at, he saw a chubby man nodding at him. Fat Shui is normally really miserly. He has never treated me to a sip of X3 health beverage, yet now he's fawning over you like this. I'm sure he doesn't have any good intentions. Ling Yubing glanced at the fat man with a groan. Do you think a person like him could ever get a girlfriend? Luo Yunyang didn't know how to respond, so he just chuckled and accepted the drink. As soon as he drank a mouthful, a comfortable feeling washed through his body. Ling Yubing didn't seem envious that he was having a supplement that boosted one's constitution. When Luo Yunyang smiled at Fat Shui, the man smiled back in satisfaction. Although Fat Shui was rather polite to him, Luo Yunyang didn't dare act carelessly. This fella had introduced himself as someone who had awakened a grade 1 wind system source core after all. Plus, before they had boarded the plane, he had told Luo Yunyang on the sly that he had awakened a divine bloodline and was destined to become successful, so Luo Yunyang should look for him if he ever had a problem. Luo Yunyang had just finished his beverage, when the beautiful flight attendant walked over again. This time, she was holding several bright red dates in her hands. Fire dates. Ling Yubing's eyes seemed to glow. This sample is from the gentleman over there, Mr. Luo. He says that he didn't bring along enough of them on this trip, but he will give you 1 kilo when we return. The flight attendant told Luo Yunyang respectfully. The girl, who was an attendant on the few aircrafts that could fly between the eastern and western regions of the Da Alliance, was not the least bit ignorant. She could actually be considered quite experienced and knowledgeable. Although she had already been briefed on Luo Yunyang's and the other passengers' statuses, she had expected that these geniuses wouldn't be able to see eye to eye. It was completely unexpected that she had come across someone like Luo Yunyang. It seemed as if everybody was really friendly to him. The girl took a closer look at him. He was wearing ordinary clothes, and his face was clean. Although he was smiling, he was not speaking much. However, his face was still really pleasing to the eye. Could he be a legendary king that could make everyone around him pledge their allegiance to him with just a brush of his hand? Luo Yunyang flashed a smile at the young man on his left to show his gratitude. When the young man saw Luo Yunyang smiling at him, his stiff face immediately blossomed into a smile. Chapter 106. Treated like national treasure. Luo Yunyang flashed a smile at the young man on his left to show his gratitude. When the young man saw Luo Yunyang smiling at him, his stiff face immediately blossomed into a smile. That won't do. You actually made that heartless man give you something. Nothing can compare to the stuff produced by the Farm God Research Center. Ling Yubing complained as she smacked her lips. Luo Yunyang held up a fire date. If you like them, you can have it. Forget it. If I ate this fire date, that heartless man would hate me. Ling Yubing waved it away. That fellow is a powerful sicko. I can't afford to offend him. Luo Yunyang ate the fire date slowly, feeling his body's power increase a little. Ling Yubing was staring ahead. Sitting in front of them alone was a girl around 16 or 17 in cowboy pants. Although her clothes were simple, she gave off an extremely graceful and dignified vibe. If one tried to describe her, calling her an enchanting beauty that put flowers to shame and captivated both birds and beasts would be an understatement. It seemed like there was only one phrase that could describe her appropriately. She was the quintessence of beauty. Although Ling Yubing was also a girl that was high on the attractiveness scale, if she stood next to this girl, it would be impossible to judge them on equal terms. This girl attracted most of Luo Yunyang's attention. However, what Luo Yunyang noticed wasn't the girl's beauty, but the gorgeous antique sword in her hand. Although it was not unsheathed, when he gazed at it, he felt a sense of awe. Say, do you think she would give you anything? Ling Yubing asked him with a mischievous grin. Luo Yunyang didn't really know. He could understand why the others would give him free food and drinks. He was like a large battery that could recharge them after all. If they wanted to have a good performance, they would need his support. Luo Yunyang couldn't understand this girl, though. Just as he was about to avoid this question, the girl turned around and glanced at him. Then, she handed him the book she had been holding. I know that you don't have to attack, but this sword manual isn't bad. You can take a look at it. Ling Yubing shook her head. This girl's EQ is really low. How could she speak to Luo Yunyang in such a way? Shouldn't she have said, I can't understand this sword manual. Could you please help me out? Wouldn't this have been much more appropriate? As Ling Yubing watched the girl calmly pass the manual over, she suddenly realized that her thoughts had been unnecessary. The girl was very calm, and her words were extremely genuine. No one with a strong ego would ever think that she was looking down on them based on her actions. Luo Yunyang accepted the sword manual. Although he had been cultivating the 5 tiger breaking knife techniques for a long time, he was still interested in the manual. It was a manual on the mountain shifting sword art, a bold, unrestrained sword art that seemed to contain thousands of kilos of force in each stroke. Luo Yunyang was flabbergasted as he looked through the sword manual. He had originally thought that the manual that this girl was using would be nimble and graceful, yet it was actually a manual full of heavy, cumbersome sword strokes. Swordplay is dead, only people are alive. People who are able to move as they desire are able to break through the barriers of their bodies, the girl said softly, as if she could sense Luo Yunyang's doubts. Thank you, Luo Yunyang said sincerely. His mind attribute wasn't low, so he was able to understand what she meant immediately. He felt a hint of admiration for this girl, who was clearly a gifted genius. Although she hadn't announced what sort of cultivation base she possessed, Luo Yunyang could sense that Chu Yuan was probably the strongest one among them. While he was browsing through the sword manual, a thick tea fragrance wafted over. The special energy contained within the fragrance made him perk up just by smelling it. When the attendant brought another cup, the young guy who had given Luo Yunyang the fire date smiled warmly. Brother Yunyang, Chu Yuan, this tea is quite good. You too can try some. Luo Yunyang studied the clear, jasper-like tea and smiled at the young guy as he took a slow sip. Meanwhile, Chu Yuan replied with a rather wooden expression, "I don't like tea." Her words made the young guy seem slightly embarrassed, but he quickly covered his embarrassment by replying with a bright smile, "If Lady Chu doesn't like it, then let's pour it away." This was just a tiny incident that took place during their over 10-hour journey. By the time Luo Yunyang had finished the sword manual and was almost done simulating it in his head, the plane started to descend. About 20 minutes later, they walked out of the VIP hallway. As they walked out, a bright light shone down on them. Numerous reporters holding all sorts of equipment flocked around them. Suddenly, someone standing there said in a loud voice, "This is Maya Online, everyone. The representatives of the 13 eastern cities have arrived. We will be reporting everything to you live. This time, there is a total of 5 representatives from the 13 eastern cities. However, what we don't know is whether they will return home empty-handed, just like last time. Ha ha, we are looking forward to their performance." Meanwhile, many people were shouting questions at Luo Yunyang and the others. Although there was security personnel present, quite a few people still managed to shove microphones in front of their faces. "What are your thoughts on the competition this time around? Are you prepared to lose? The core of the entire Da Alliance has always been over here. Do you feel that you are toiling to no avail by coming here?" Although there was assistance from the security personnel, it still took Luo Yunyang and the others quite some time to break out of the reporters' encirclement. The hotel they were staying at was top quality. Even calling it grand might have been an understatement. Luo Yunyang had just put down his luggage and taken a hot bath, when there was a knock on his door. It was Fat Shui. The young man wasn't smiling happily, like he had before. His smile had been replaced by a furious expression. "What's up?" Luo Yunyang asked with a smile. "Have you seen the sky vision of the ancient city of Maya? They had the cheek to say that we are only lambs coming to their slaughter. They said that we won't withstand a single blow." Fat Shui was burning with rage as he roared, "FCK them. Sky vision." Luo Yunyang was a little puzzled. "Take a look for yourself." Fat Shui took out something that looked like a remote control. A screen immediately appeared before Luo Yunyang. Chapter 107. The warmest welcome, everyone. The quinquennial 37 City Exchange meet is once again upon us. I believe that everyone will be keeping a close eye on the competition. It concerns all our lives after all. As the host of this program, I, Hubble, would like to tell everyone to sit back and relax. Everything will be fine. Just moments ago, the 5 representatives of the 13 eastern cities arrived in the ancient city of Maya. I have all their information right here. A bald middle-aged man had appeared on the screen. It went without saying that his words and expressions during the broadcast were vivid and colorful. As the bald man was speaking, little bubbles popped up continuously on the screen. "Stop wasting time, old Hubble. Just hurry up and reveal all that juicy information. I am not worried about the representatives of the eastern cities. I am more concerned about the beast-like warriors from Howang City. I heard that there is someone among them who can stop an elephant with just one finger." Luo Yunyang watched the pop-up windows and Hubble at the same time. He was a little puzzled as he asked, "Although I haven't seen much of Maya City yet, it seems like its residents are way more advanced than we are. Science and technology are readily available here, and people receive even more materials and resources. Besides aiding defense, this also improves the residents' lives." Fat Shui clenched his fists. "This time, I must definitely win a portion of resources. Just one extra portion would improve the living standards of the 13 eastern cities and give people who lack proper medical care an extra hope of surviving. The 13 eastern cities are currently lacking manpower." The young man called Luo Yunyang is only a 3rd-grade martial master. Hee, how can this sort of martialist be called a legend? Oh, no, we better not use this word wrong. I think it's best that we call them the way they are addressed, state scholars. Hubble chortled heartily. Ha ha, a state scholar with no equal. I know the meaning behind these words in the East. Can this sort of person be called a state scholar with no equal? I must be drunk. It seems like we should change the rules. The 13 eastern cities have reached a new low. They aren't fit to get so many resources. The contents of the pop-up windows flashed by even more furiously. Apparently, there was an increasing number of people that paid attention to Hubble's views and joined the discussion. When Fat Shui returned to his room, Luo Yunyang stopped watching the so-called sky vision. Instead, He stood by the window of his high-floor hotel room and gazed down at the throngs of people below. His communication device suddenly beeped with the following message: "Head to the Goddess of Wisdom Manor and attend the dinner banquet." Luo Yunyang deleted the message and shut his eyes to contemplate the set of mountain-shifting sword art techniques. Although he had gone through the mysteries of that sword manual on the plane and simulated it, he still felt that there were certain areas that weren't right. Luo Yunyang didn't know how much stronger the mountain-shifting sword art was compared to the 5 tiger breaking knife techniques quality-wise, but if he were facing an enemy, he would still prefer to use the 5 tiger breaking knife techniques. When he received another notification on his communication device, Luo Yunyang changed his clothes quickly and headed to the lobby. "You are here at last, Luo Yunyang. We have been waiting for you." Fat Shui rushed up to him impatiently to welcome him. Even though Fat Shui was wearing a suit, he didn't seem to have an air of elegance. On the contrary, when people looked at him, they thought to themselves, "Please don't move around abruptly. You might tear your clothes, if you aren't careful." Luo Yunyang didn't know exactly what this divine bloodline that he had awakened was. Ling Yubing was wearing a pink dress that showcased her graceful figure and snow-white skin. She really had the air of a goddess. However, she was unfortunate enough to have Chu Yuan standing next to her. Even though Chu Yuan was wearing a rather ordinary cyan dress that hid her best features, she still looked amazing. A silver rapid gem limousine was already waiting at the entrance of the hotel. A hotel attendant opened the car door respectfully and helped everyone enter the vehicle. "We are representing the entire 13 eastern cities. We can't disgrace the people of the 13 eastern cities at this dinner function," the guy who had given Luo Yunyang the tea, whose name was Wei Zongxing, said solemnly. "Hee hee." Fat Shui chuckled. Ling Yubing and Chu Yuan didn't speak. Luo Yunyang just smiled. He didn't pay much attention to this sort of dinner functions. His only objective was to eat his fill. The competition would start the next day, so he might as well eat as much as he could. His thoughts were pretty simple at the moment. He would just eat until he was satisfied. The Goddess of Wisdom Manor was really huge. When Luo Yunyang and the others got out of the limousine, they were greeted by a grand entrance. That's right. The entrance was huge. A small plaza beyond the gate, a white jade sculpture of the Goddess of Wisdom, and several large fountains formed the entrance of the manor. A group of attendants in suits and bow ties stood respectfully to the side. There were around 400 to 500 reporters camped out at a good spot outside the gates, so when Luo Yunyang and the others got out of the limousine, bright lights started flashing all around them. "It's the 5 state scholars from the 13 eastern cities. That young lady is really beautiful. She is simply a goddess. Actually, I think calling her a goddess doesn't do her justice. I think only Miss Li Chen could be compared to her in the West. I have always been a faithful fan of Miss Li Chen, but as soon as I saw this goddess, I couldn't help but switch sides." "You traitor." The crowd came alive immediately. Chu Yuan, who was the subject of all this praise, took no notice of her surroundings. It seemed as if she hadn't heard anything. "Now, let us invite our distinguished guests from the 13 eastern cities, who are the 5 pillars that the Da Alliance will be relying on in the future." As Luo Yunyang and the others entered the manor's garden, which was filled with bright lights, a passionate voice echoed all around. "This is unparalleled state scholar, Miss Chu Yuan. Unparalleled state scholar, Mr. Wei Zongxing. Unparalleled state scholar, Mr. Shui Jingshan. Unparalleled state scholar, Miss Ling Yubing. Unparalleled state scholar, Mr. Luo Yunyang." Every time a name was announced, everyone broke into thunderous applause. Of course, the one who received the loudest applause was none other than Chu Yuan. Good-looking guys and guys who thought they were good-looking applauded maniacally. It was plain from their expressions that they had been really moved by Chu Yuan's beauty and were welcoming her wholeheartedly. "Dang, do you realize how many celebrities are here, Yunyang? Whoa, that's my favorite idol. I never expected to see her at this welcoming party. She actually smiled at me." As he watched everyone welcoming them, Fat Shui's eyes were glowing. He almost couldn't speak coherently. Luo Yunyang followed Fat Shui's gaze and saw a tall elegant lady. He didn't really recognize her. The time he had spent in Chang'an City had been too short after all. Chapter 108. Son of God Fat Shui, who seemed a little displeased with Luo Yunyang's cluelessness, said indignantly, "Did you know that I am a hardcore fan of hers? I can recite anything you want to know about her. Her height, her hobbies." Just as Fat Shui started to get naggy, a group of 5 people strode over slowly. Standing in the middle of the group was a blonde guy who looked like the son of a god. Thanks to the information provided, Luo Yunyang knew who he was. The big shots of the Legislative Assembly of the 13 Eastern cities had singled him out as someone to watch out for. It was the son of God, Lamardo. There wasn't much to say about this man, as he was actually really mysterious. There was only one word that could describe him: frightening. There was also a record of him training under unrivaled warrior Johann, so it was suspected that he had cultivated the judgment of God. On behalf of the 17 Western cities, I warmly welcome every single one of you to the best part of this dinner gala. Lamardo was unable to take his eyes off Chu Yuan. Luo Yunyang could feel the fervent passion in his gaze. Lamardo had 4 companions with him, 2 men and 2 women. One of the men was really tall, while the other one wasn't short. He appeared a little frail. When Luo Yunyang glanced at him, he seemed to be aware of it. He immediately returned his look. The moment their eyes met, the guy seemed to be contemplating something. His condescending gaze made him look like a cat toying with a mouse. That fellow is a pervert. Luo Yunyang stopped looking at the guy, who happened to be dressed in black. He couldn't help but turn his gaze to the charming red-haired beauty in the formal dress. The girl stood quietly by Lamardo's side, so it was rather evident that she was his companion. Her hair is like a fiery blaze. This thought popped into Luo Yunyang's mind the instant that he saw the girl. However, what really caught his attention wasn't this red-haired beauty, but the girl standing on Lamardo's other side. That girl, who was dressed completely in black, seemed as frail as a piece of firewood. Her appearance was rather ordinary, but when his gaze landed on her, Luo Yunyang felt a great pressure that seemed like mental strength. Could she be a telekinesis master? Lamardo, our friends from the 13 Eastern cities and the 7-city coalition have sent an application to the Da Alliance's Legislative Assembly, requesting to change the team battle to an individual battle for the sake of fairness. A tall, sturdy young guy in a formal suit had stepped forward among Lamardo and the others. The moment he said this, Chu Yuan and the others immediately turned to look at Luo Yunyang. The 37-city exchange meet had always been a team competition. The 13 Eastern cities sent 5 contestants, the 17 Western cities sent another 5, and the remaining 7-city coalition sent 5 more. The competition was a team battle involving 15 of the top elite martialists of the youngest generation. Although this might have seemed a little unfair, it was actually rather impartial. According to the laws of probability, the powerhouses selected from the 13 cities were generally stronger than those selected from the 7 cities. Of course, there were usually some insanely strong individuals that couldn't be ignored either. Luo Yunyang didn't really mind changing the rules. An individual battle was something he wasn't afraid of. However, when everyone's eyes turned to him, he suddenly understood. These fellows think that I am not capable enough to do this. Although Fat Shui's gaze had a trace of pity, it was still full of kindness. Meanwhile, Chu Yuan's gaze was. She actually seemed to be completely emotionless. Ling Yubing, on the other hand, had an indignant look on her face. Wei Zongxing seemed completely disgusted. It seems like there are everlasting benefits, but no everlasting friends. These shameless fellows have been treating me as an amazing battery. They were fawning all over me on the way here, yet the way they view me has suddenly changed in an instant. While Luo Yunyang thought about this, he felt Lamardo and everyone else's eyes fix on him as well. The way these people were looking at him wasn't friendly. He actually felt as though they were mocking him. They know what sort of source core I have awakened. Luo Yunyang was certain that someone had betrayed their combat strategy. He couldn't guess who right now, but there was definitely someone playing tricks on them. The Da Alliance's Legislative Assembly has voted and approved the proposal of Haowang City and the other 6 cities. Lamardo grinned. Sky Vision will be conducting a live broadcast. This will be the first time since the apocalypse that there will be a live broadcast in the entire Da Alliance. We will all become true superstars. Lamardo's words brought smiles to many people's faces and initiated a round of ass-kissing replies. While Lamardo and the others were talking, Luo Yunyang turned his attention to the rows of spotlessly white dining tables. He would prefer to eat to his heart's content rather than talk nonsense with this boring bunch of people. Luo Yunyang was a glutton to his very core, so how could he pass up an opportunity to gorge himself? That's a B-grade phantom beast called colossal deep-sea lobster. Luo Yunyang's eyes lit up when he saw a lobster about the size of a round table. When he browsed online, his favorite activity was to browse through all sorts of delicacies. After this colossal deep-sea lobster had gone through several mutations, its two pincers had become so sharp that they could slice through steel plates as thick as an arm. Meanwhile, its flesh had become even more delicious. Half a kilo of colossal deep-sea lobster flesh cost at least 1,000,000 daewon. Plus, there was a high demand but little supply of it. Having such a huge colossal deep-sea lobster on display wasn't a common sight. When it came to such luxurious foods, Luo Yunyang believed in trying everything once. This time was no exception. He grabbed a large plate full of lobster and chose an inconspicuous corner to sit down and concentrate on eating it. If you are able to eat, then I can rest easy. It's all right, you can't be blamed for the mistakes of our strategy. Fat Shui carried over a plate of meat and came to sit next to Luo Yunyang. Luo Yunyang, who was enjoying every bite, could feel the energy flowing from his stomach to his green wood source core. You should just take it easy and enjoy life. Leave the fighting to your brothers. Didn't I tell you that I awakened? As Fat Shui was showering Luo Yunyang with a torrent of consoling words, a pleasant voice interrupted them. Mr. Luo, could I trouble you for a second? When he heard that voice, Fat Shui suddenly felt dizzy. He looked like he was about to faint. Unfortunately, nobody would pay attention to him if he fainted there. Luo Yunyang looked up. An elegant lady stood before him. Her skin was fair, and there wasn't a single hair out of place on her head. Her movements were calm and graceful, and her faint smile was perfect. What can I do for you? Luo Yunyang asked in confusion. I am Lichin Xingyu. It's a pleasure to meet you, Mr. Luo. May I have your card? The lady, who had a warm yet charming expression on her face, actually gave off the vibe of a celebrity. Chapter 109. Too popular. Although the lady was over 30 years old, due to the emergence of the sixth factor after the apocalypse, the human lifespan had increased, so 30 years of age were the equivalent of 22 before the apocalypse. I don't have a card. Luo Yunyang replied casually before minding his own business and digging back into the colossal deep-sea lobster. Lichin was the most famous socialite of the 17 western cities, so her charm could make most men kneel before her. Luo Yunyang's unconventional behavior surprised her and piqued her interest. This is my private number. I am available 24/7. You can give me a call anytime. Lichin gently handed Luo Yunyang a golden card that smelled like roses before floating away amid a burst of fragrance. You, how dare you brush off my idol? Fat Shui pointed at Luo Yunyang, looking as if he was about to puke. Luo Yunyang blinked innocently. He didn't have anything to say to the fat young man, who was lost in a one-sided romance. She's your idol, not mine. Unparalleled state scholars like us are extremely popular. Fat Shui's chubby face suddenly lit up. Quick, look, a rose. No, it's the rose of Luofeng City. The rose of Luofeng City. Luo Yunyang had never heard of such a thing. He picked up the golden card with his greasy hand and stuffed it into his pocket before turning back to the huge lobster before him. An exquisite, elegantly dressed beauty walked up to him. Saying that the 1.80-meter tall woman was devastatingly beautiful would be an understatement. Mr. Luo, there are some matters pertaining to cultivation that I am not very clear about. I was wondering if you would be able to help me clarify some of my questions. The lady sat down across from Luo Yunyang. She looked as if she was anxious to learn. Luo Yunyang had a wooden expression on his face. He glanced at the blue-eyed, blonde-haired lady before swallowing the lobster in his mouth and replying rudely, "You are only a second-grade martialist. I think you should just ask an ordinary teacher. What I study isn't appropriate for you." An impulse to beat up the cold-hearted bloke rose up in Fat Shui's heart as he watched Luo Yunyang, who was being completely insensitive. Fat Shui waited desperately for these ladies to look at him. As soon as they looked his way, he would be able to spread his tail like a peacock and show off. However, the celebrities and socialites around them wouldn't look at him. Instead, they all looked at stupid Luo Yunyang. This is totally unreasonable. It just doesn't make sense. I allow you people to come close to me, but I definitely do not permit you to ignore me. This is so damn infuriating. The rose of Luofeng City didn't cower before Luo Yunyang's rudeness. She just kept chatting with him gracefully and left him a name card. 1 card, 2 cards, 3 cards. Several beauties treaded nimbly over and talked with Luo Yunyang, acting all friendly and leaving all sorts of scented cards before slinking away gracefully. The sight of them made Fat Shui really jealous. He actually felt as if he was going to crumble. Why do all these godlike ladies voluntarily seek out this idiot? Am I inferior in any way? Why do they have to make such a bad choice? As the waning moon rose higher in the sky, the people attending the reception started to leave in succession. Luo Yunyang, who had eaten more than half a colossal deep-sea lobster, felt really comfortable. He stretched his body and prepared to leave with Fat Shui and the others. Mr. Luo, I have a collection of pre-apocalyptic Lafite wine. How about we have a glass while we chat through the night? A lady with beautiful features, who seemed to be around 30 years old, suggested with a smile. Luo Yunyang watched her speechlessly. The woman, who came from the 17 western cities, seemed a little too passionate. I've had too much to eat, so I will be heading back to get some sleep. Although Luo Yunyang was slightly tempted, he still rejected her offer firmly. You beast. No, you don't even deserve to be called a beast. You don't even have that ability. Do you know who you just rejected? Fat Shui, who was unable to stand this any longer, exploded as soon as the lady left dejectedly. He just threw himself at Luo Yunyang and tried to hit him. Luo Yunyang's body was like smoke, so he gently floated out of Fat Shui's reach. Do you know why you are so popular? It's all because of your source core. If I knew that would be the case, I would also have awakened a wood-based life source core. Then, all this joy would have been mine. Stop talking nonsense, Fat Shui. Ling Yubing punched him playfully. I'm not even talking about you. Just let me say this. Many people see it as Tang Seng's flesh. Do you want to monopolize it for yourself? Fat Shui, who wasn't afraid of Ling Yubing, mocked her without restraint. Ling Yubing wanted to chase and hit Fat Shui, but Wei Zongxing interjected, all right, Teacher Xie needs us for a meeting. Let's hurry back. The teacher that Wei Zongxing had mentioned was the one coaching Luo Yunyang and the others during this competition. The man, who was over 50 years old and looked like an old farmer, had told Luo Yunyang and the others to call him Teacher Xie. Luo Yunyang wasn't sure where this Teacher Xie had come from, but Fat Shui and the others seemed really afraid of him. Someone from the inside has leaked our secrets. Teacher Xie's voice was mild. He didn't seem to be worked up. It was as if he didn't consider this a big deal. However, Luo Yunyang could sense a fearsome determination start to ferment in Teacher Xie's body. Both our tactics and your abilities have been leaked. Teacher Xia's voice suddenly became slightly dispirited. You guys will have to be more flexible during the upcoming battle. In an hour, Teacher Xie had made most things clear. The majority of his instructions were focused on Chu Yuan and the other 3 members of the team. Get some rest, Yunyang. There's no need to feel any pressure. Teacher Xie smiled at Luo Yunyang before wrapping up the meeting. Although his words were very polite, Luo Yunyang could see through them. He no longer had any faith in Luo Yunyang as a competitor. Luo Yunyang didn't argue. There were many eloquent people on earth, yet very few people who knew when to keep their mouths shut. Didn't facts speak louder than words? When the competition started the next day, Luo Yunyang would let his ability speak for itself. On the next morning, Fat Shui told Luo Yunyang cheerfully, you are really lucky, Yunyang. You will be getting a bye during this round. I was rather unfortunate, though. I will have to face Haowang's half-beast warrior. Chapter 110. Kneeling before God. Luo Yunyang was dumbfounded. He had spent the previous day honing his strength so he could fight well and show Fat Shui and the others that he was just as capable when it came to combat strength. He had never expected to actually miss the first round. Why wouldn't the god of luck come and visit him? How could he be so heartless as to let Luo Yunyang miss out on this sort of opportunity? Someone like me, with such an imposing presence, must be at least a little stronger than you, right? Fat Shui complained. He actually seemed a little aggrieved. Luo Yunyang jabbed his finger at Fat Shui's fat with a snicker. You don't seem like much at first glance, little fat brother, but when one takes a closer look, you are way worse. Use your conscience when you speak. Since when do I speak without a conscience? My conscience is deeper than all of yours combined. Luo Yunyang was being mean, so Fat Shui grabbed him and pleaded, encourage me a little, brother. It would be great if you gave me a good beating later. Luo Yunyang nodded his head. Wanna swap places with me? Luo Yunyang was full of anticipation as he said this. He wasn't being polite to Fat Shui. He really wanted to swap places with him. If that was allowed, old Xie would have already swapped you and Chu Yuan. Do you know who Chu Yuan's opponent is? She will actually have to beat Hamilton from Freedom City. I heard that that bloke's awakened source core power is magnetism. He had a magnetic attribute source core. Luo Yunyang knew that Chu Yuan was well versed in swordsmanship. A strong sword user fighting against a magnetic attribute source core was bound to be a disaster. This allocation would make others suspect that the competition was rigged. When Luo Yunyang met Fat Shui's gaze, Fat Shui could only shake his head. Although we understand what's going on, all we can do is just accept this disadvantage. You have already entered the top 8 after all. When they ran into Wei Zongxing, his expression was ugly. He looked at Luo Yunyang as though he owed him a large sum of money. When Luo Yunyang found out who Wei Zongxing's opponent would be, he understood why he seemed to be feeling so crappy. His opponent would be Lamardo. Although the man had yet to display his strength, he had already been labeled as the strong Lamardo by commentators. The fate of the 13 eastern cities in the next 5 years is depending on you guys. Teacher Xia's face and voice were the same as always. However, Luo Yunyang didn't have to use his attribute regulator to sense that Teacher Xia wasn't in a good mood. He only muttered a few words before he went silent. I can definitely win. Chu Yuan's voice was faint, but she exuded a very powerful aura. There would be 7 matches that would decide who would head to the quarterfinals. These 7 matches would be held at 7 different stadiums. Luo Yunyang followed Teacher Xia's instructions and went to watch Fat Shui's match. The two of them took a rapid gem automobile again. However, this time Fat Shui wasn't as excited as he had been last time. He sat upright and very still, giving off a very dangerous vibe. I have really awakened a divine bloodline, Yunyang. Fat Shui told Luo Yunyang just before they got out of the car. When he heard those words, Luo Yunyang punched Fat Shui viciously as a form of encouragement. As soon as they got out of the car, they saw a massive crowd. However, none of the people there were supporting them. Simon will emerge victorious. Sweep away that little fatty. You are the strongest. The 17 western cities are the strongest martialists of the Da Alliance. All sorts of banners were being waved as cheers rang out from every direction. Luo Yunyang wasn't really bothered by this, but he wasn't the one competing either. Don't worry, just relax. Go out there and do your best. If you lose, you'll still have me. Luo Yunyang tried to encourage Fat Shui, who was clenching his fists tightly. The tense young man burst into laughter and pointed at Luo Yunyang. I know you are just trying to encourage me, but you shouldn't use this kind of method. Ha ha, it's hilarious. Don't feel bad, I am not mocking you. You have gotten a bye into the second round, so today you shall sit alone in the stands and watch Daddy toy with that stupid Simon. Just as Fat Shui started bragging, Li Chen sashayed over in an elegant black dress. Mr. Luo, I had been waiting to hear from you ever since I got back yesterday, but you were too heartless to give me a call. My heart felt so empty that I couldn't sleep last night. Luo Yunyang had made a lady complain playfully that she had lost her sleep. Her words couldn't really be considered a complaint, but rather a form of tantalizing encouragement. Luo Yunyang didn't really appreciate this sort of treatment, yet the blow it gave Fat Shui was a mortal one. I pulled quite a few favors to get a seat near you, Mr. Luo. As Li Chen spoke, she walked naturally up to Luo Yunyang. Luo Yunyang couldn't get rid of her in front of so many people, so he didn't really pay much attention to her. He just walked over to his own seat. I realized that you can live a good life without relying on fighting. Please hear my prayer, God. Fat Shui said before he walked out to the newly partitioned arena inside the stadium. Although the arena is only 100 square meters wide, its construction cost 1 billion Daewon. The most expensive area is its source lines. Li Chen exhaled before she added, the source lines can withstand the attack of a martial grandmaster. When Luo Yunyang turned his attention to the source lines that Li Chen was talking about, he saw several curved lines that intersected beneath the arena. Luo Yunyang sensed that these source lines were in sync when they linked up. Simon! A bout of ear-shattering shouts and cries rang out like a surging tide. By the time this wave of noise was over, the slender guy in black, who had stood by Lamardo's side the previous night, had already appeared on the stage. Although he had handsome features, he gave off the impression that he was frail, perhaps due to the fact that he was so tall. However, even his opponents had to admit that he was rather charming. His charm was the sort that could enchant one unknowingly. He might appear very mature, but he is in fact only 20, Li Chen, who had been smiling, enlightened Luo Yunyang when Simon glanced over. Suddenly, Luo Yunyang's keen senses detected a killing intent coming from Simon and enveloping his body. Li Chen is a femme fatale. I heard that your comrades call you Fat Shui. I shall call you Fat Shui, too. You definitely are no match for me, so I shall give you an opportunity to withdraw now. Simon said in a very self-confident tone as he stared at Fat Shui. I can take on 9 of you. There is no way I would surrender so easily. Fat Shui was someone who always gave his all. He never let anyone belittle him. However, as he said those words, Simon sneered at him, turned his body into a mirage and rushed over to him. His speed was astonishing. As Li Chen and the others watched, they saw a number of afterimages. No ordinary person could determine whether they were real or fake. Nice try. Chubby Fat Shui also put on a breathtaking show. Layers of yellowish-brown light rays flowed forth from Fat Shui's body and quickly converged to form a yellowish-brown armor around him. He was a second-grade martial master. Anyone who was able to form a source armor was a second-grade martial master. Judging by the speed at which Fat Shui had formed his armor, it was evident that he had advanced to a second-grade martial master for quite some time. Simon's dark red claws, which were made out of light, landed on Fat Shui's armor in quick succession, producing a chorus of metallic ringing sounds. Although he was fast, he still wasn't able to break through Fat Shui's defense. However, Fat Shui's attacks were unable to land on the real Simon. Their exchange in the arena was extremely quick. Simon landed at least 10 blows on Fat Shui with a single motion, but these blows only ended up hitting Fat Shui's armor. Luo Yunyang shook his head. If Fat Shui had so few tricks, then he would inevitably be the one to fall. No matter how impressive a particular defense was, it was bound to be broken one day. Plus, using one's source power to support one's armor was an energy-consuming process. Now, I shall see whether you are able to cover your face with that armor. Simon halted gracefully on the stage with a smile. Although he was smiling, his speed was now more than double. These words had barely left his mouth, when he became a black streak that appeared by Fat Shui's side. Fat Shui didn't seem alarmed. There was actually a strange smile on his face. When he saw this faint smile, Luo Yunyang felt the energy all around Fat Shui start to surge forward. In a flash, the area in a 5-meter radius around Fat Shui was enveloped in a yellow glow. Luo Yunyang couldn't sense what this yellow glow did, but the originally quick as lightning Simon suddenly seemed to move like a snail. Is this the divine bloodline that Fat Shui said he awakened? Simon looked as if he was stuck in quicksand. Although he struggled vigorously, his speed kept slowing down. The entire stadium was silent. Even Li Chen, who had kept talking to Luo Yunyang, was now holding her breath. This match was extremely important for everyone there. If their hand-picked team lost this competition, then their living standards would experience an immense decline. As he looked at Fat Shui's solemn expression, Luo Yunyang had a feeling deep down that winning this match wouldn't be that simple. Simon's performance wasn't bad, but his speed wouldn't be enough for him to represent the 17 Western cities at such an important competition. Just as Luo Yunyang frowned faintly, Fat Shui suddenly grimaced painfully. At first, Fat Shui had shackled Simon's movements, but as he narrowed the distance between them to a meter, droplets of blood started trickling down Fat Shui's forehead. Simon, who had seemed to be stuck in quicksand, had already stopped struggling. A smile had appeared on that gentle, soft face of his. It was the smile of a victor. Chapter 111. The sky shaking Fat Shui's head was hurting so bad that it felt like it was about to split open. However, Fat Shui persevered. His previous technique was still being used on Simon's body, so as long as he could attack once, he would be able to win. 1 step, 2 steps, 3 steps. As Fat Shui trudged forward, countless eyes from the faraway 13 eastern cities were fixed on him. Ever since the introduction at the start of the program, everyone watching the big showdown that occurred every 5 years had known what the results would signify. If their side could obtain more shares, then their lives would experience huge improvements and they would be able to receive a lot more resources. This way, the disparity between the 13 eastern cities and the 17 western cities wouldn't keep growing wider and wider. Fat Shui was still stubbornly persisting, despite the fact that he was bleeding from all 5 orifices of his face. Most of the people watching were tearing up. It doesn't matter if you lose. Don't try to endure this anymore. One of the onlookers shouted. Although the young girl who had shouted knew that Fat Shui was too far away to hear her, she still couldn't help but speak out. She didn't want to keep watching all that blood drip out. The girl's words were immediately followed by a chorus of resonating voices. Many people were praying deep down that nothing bad would happen to the brave young man. It's the dark soundwave technique. Over 10 formidable old men were quietly watching the scene on a liquid crystal screen in a stately large hall. The screen was split into 4 sections, but 2 out of the 4 had already been turned off. Only the sections showing Fat Shui and Chu Yuan were still on. The person who had spoken was the Eagle King. His sharp eyebrows were shuddering as he said, "I never expected that these fellows would actually groom a bat. This could also be considered a good thing. Humanity's strength has improved quite a bit after all," a faint voice was heard saying. The person who had spoken was an old man with a staunch face and a frail body. Although the old man's cultivation base didn't seem very strong, the Eagle King was looking at him respectfully. Indeed, Vice Chairman, nobody questioned the old man's words, partly because what he had said was correct and partly because of his old prestige. "If that little fatty can endure this for 10 minutes, we will win this match," an unflinching old man muttered. His words attracted quite a bit of attention. "The fatty's potential isn't bad, but he won't be able to endure for 10 minutes, someone said quickly. Meanwhile, Fat Shui, who had been moving on the screen, suddenly collapsed on the ground. The screen also seemed to suddenly freeze. Although everyone had anticipated this outcome, the moment Fat Shui fell, their expressions became miserable. Fat Shui's defeat meant that there was only one hope left for them at this competition. Chu Yuan, who was facing Hamilton. Although they could only see Chu Yuan and the long sword in her hand through the screen, everyone noticed that her forehead was already sweating profusely. The two of them had only exchanged a few blows ever since they had gotten on the stage, yet they were already in a deadlock. The Eagle King and the other martial grandmasters knew that, if this went on, the exchange between them would only get even more dangerous. The next strike would probably be the strike that would decide who would emerge victorious. "Our secrets were leaked," the dignified old man said rather coldly. "Although this isn't a life or death situation for the 13 eastern cities, the living standards of our cities would still worsen considerably." The old man turned to a quiet old man and asked, "Has the financial department come up with a budget?" "We have, Vice Chairman. If we only depend on the most basic of resources, then we will be able to ensure that our people do not die of hunger. Other than that, I'm afraid that..." The quiet old man suddenly looked dispirited. "In the next 5 years, all the statistics of the 13 eastern cities will decline. The nurturing of our youngest generation will be reduced by at least 50%. If that's the case, then all our hard work during the past 10 years will be for naught." As the girl on the screen suddenly moved, everyone grew quiet. Her movements were extremely quick. Some people, who had been focused on the discussion, didn't even see her move. Before long, everything was over. The girl was still holding her sword upright, yet it seemed as though she had switched positions. Her opponent now had a gash between his eyebrows. However, what was more shocking was that the shield that Hamilton had kept lifting up had been sliced clean right through the middle. "It's the sky-shaking slash," someone exclaimed in disbelief. "How is this possible? How could Chu Yuan use the sky-shaking slash? Doesn't one have to link the intent of the sky and the earth before using this strike?" The sky-shaking slash, how unexpected. After the Sword Saint went into isolation, I never thought that I would see this strike again. Gasps and cries were heard all around them. The Eagle King and the others even stood up and gestured joyfully. There was hope at last. This was the sky-shaking slash after all. If Chu Yuan was able to use the sky-shaking slash, then none of her peers would be a match for her. It seemed as though they would be able to get a decent result at the competition. However, as everyone was cheering jubilantly, Chu Yuan's hand on the sword started to tremble and her entire body seemed to shudder. "Chu Yuan is injured. She just unleashed a force too great for her body to handle." An old man seated beside the Eagle King determined in an instant. The Eagle King and everyone else turned to look at Chu Yuan. Although they were separated by the screen, everyone had a rough picture of the situation. She could still persevere, but... The old man who had spotted Chu Yuan's injury first sounded a little hesitant. "I suggest that Chu Yuan forfeits the next match. We can't let such an outstanding martialist get hurt," someone else muttered. This suggestion made everyone quieten down. They all felt more confident after Chu Yuan's move, but given her current condition, if she fought again the next day, she could suffer irreparable damage. A top genius could still find opportunities to make life more comfortable in the 13 eastern cities. Both issues could be considered extremely important. Let the girl rest properly after the match. We can't just let a child shoulder our responsibilities, an unquestionably firm voice said, breaking the silence. Chapter 112. Getting a good beating back in the hotel, Fat Shui had a bloody nose and a swollen face. However, it didn't seem like he had suffered any serious injuries. Luo Yunyang, you ass. Are you messing with me on purpose? Why did you have to hit me so viciously? You were supposed to be helping my wounds heal. Fat Shui grimaced as he rubbed his cheek. Luo Yunyang cast a sidelong glance at the fatty, but didn't bother answering. Instead, he focused his attention on Wei Zongxing and Ling Yubing. Although the two of them didn't seem to have any visible injuries, they were devoid of the fighting spirit they had had when they had first arrived. They had lost. These two had both been utterly defeated at a very important competition. Although Wei Zongxing had been eager for victory during his fight with Lamardo, he had only had one exchange with him before he'd lost. According to him, he simply didn't have the ability to resist the Son of God. Chu Yuan, we will be relying on you from now on. Ling Yubing said earnestly as she glanced at Chu Yuan. It's all right, I will. Although Chu Yuan appeared tranquil, her words were resolute and decisive. However, before she could finish, Teacher Xie cut her off. The 13 eastern cities have already made a decision. Chu Yuan will forfeit the next round. Why? Wei Zongxing nearly shouted as he stood up. Chu Yuan raised her head slowly. I can still fight, I know you can, but the sky-shaking slash you used today consumed too much strength. If you were allowed to keep fighting, you could get seriously hurt. No matter how important this fight is, we can't just drain the whole pond to catch a single fish. Teacher Xie gazed blankly into the distance as he said, this defeat has nothing to do with any of you. The problem was the issue we had with confidentiality. You should all rest well. When the competition comes to an end tomorrow, we will return to the 13 eastern cities. Luo Yunyang watched Teacher Xie. His expression didn't change, even though his footsteps seemed a little heavier. He was just about to speak, when Fat Shui said, even if Chu Yuan can't fight tomorrow, don't we still have Luo Yunyang? Perhaps Yunyang might be able to win some shares for us. Wei Zongxing didn't say anything. He just went to his room straight away. Ling Yubing punched Luo Yunyang on the shoulder and said, if you win, I will follow you blindly in the future. Chu Yuan didn't speak. However, when Fat Shui and the others left, she approached Luo Yunyang and said in a grave tone, I need your help. Luo Yunyang had never expected Chu Yuan to actually say such a thing. As he turned his head, Chu Yuan added, I do not come from the cities, so I know how tough life can be. That's why I must get on the stage tomorrow. Luo Yunyang studied Chu Yuan's serious face as he said, you still have me. I can fight tomorrow. Chu Yuan opened and closed her mouth before she eventually said, I hope that you won't need to exert yourself on the stage. Otherwise, you wouldn't be able to help me. I don't have to go all out. Luo Yunyang said nonchalantly, waving his hands in front of him. Luo Yunyang was in the same stadium he had been the previous day. However, this time he would be stepping inside as a competitor instead of a spectator. The last representative of the 13 eastern cities is about to take his last stand. Let's wish everyone from the 13 eastern cities the best. The Sky Vision reporter holding the microphone was completely unrestrained. While he spoke, there were quite a few intentional close-ups of Luo Yunyang. Rich people from the 13 eastern cities had already gathered before the Sky Vision. They understood the reason behind the disparity between them and the 17 western cities. They were even clearer on the outcome of this match. Therefore, even though they were being badmouthed, they still gathered before the Sky Vision and prepared to watch the final match. As we all know, the source core that Mr. Luo has awakened is no ordinary source core. He is a first-rate supporting assistant that will unfortunately have to fight this time. We can all take guesses on how long Mr. Luo will hold out for. Luo Donger grasped the remote control tightly. Although she wanted to hurl a round of abuse at this so-called commentator, she was too busy anticipating the appearance of her gallant, unrivaled brother. Luo Donger hadn't gone to school that day. She had wanted to stay home and support her brother. She actually had sufficient grounds to believe that her beloved brother was the best. Just the sight of that huge dazzling stadium took Luo Donger's breath away. She stared fixedly at the screen, searching for any traces of her brother. Back at Base 7, Xu Zhang and the others were sitting on wooden stools, watching quietly. They had not gone there to watch Luo Yunyang compete. It was Chief Instructor Lu who had rounded everyone up before the match began. This competition was a presentation of the youngest generation of the entire Da Alliance after all. Yunyang's source core is a really big weakness. Xu Zhang moaned as he rubbed his head. Qin Feifei, Sun Miao Miao and the others remained silent. They naturally knew all about Luo Yunyang's situation. Whatever the case, giving up without a fight is never the right decision. Chief Instructor Lu said, shooting Xu Zhang a death glare. Luo Yunyang's opponent had taken the initiative to appear in the arena first. As soon as he appeared, he summoned his dark red source power. Suddenly, countless illusions of himself appeared all over the arena. It was Simon, the very Simon who had defeated Fat Shui would be Luo Yunyang's opponent during this match. The crowd broke into rapturous cheers during Simon's display of power. Luo Yunyang strode into the arena slowly. When the two of them stood facing each other, Simon laughed heartily. I was really excited when I heard that my opponent today would be you. Come on, give me a good beating. I know that your power is special. Getting hit by you will be even more pleasurable than getting a massage. Hurry up, I can't wait. Simon's words caused quite a bit of clamor. There were even some spectators blowing on horns that people had used in the past while watching sport events. The whole atmosphere was really lively. That's disgraceful, Wei Zongxing muttered. Fat Shui shot him a look silently. There were many reporters watching them, so he didn't want to become a laughing stock. As Luo Yunyang stared at the hooting Simon coldly, an idea flashed by in his mind. He immediately made a decision. Power: 99 fire, 18 ice, 17 wood, 6 speed, 22 mind, 65 constitution, 85 golden body, 18 fire, 2 ice, 2. If this fellow was itching to get hit, then Luo Yunyang would give him a taste of his power. Although a physical body was normally unable to breach armor formed out of source power, this general notion was not absolute. Luo Yunyang made some adjustments through his body's attribute regulator. Power: 200 fire, 36 ice, 34 wood, 12 speed, 22 mind, 15 constitution, 34 golden body, 8 fire, 12 ice. 1 Chapter 113, Kiting. When Luo Yunyang had completed the adjustment, he strode forward and charged at Simon. Although his speed wasn't slow, Simon didn't think much of it. He had already formed a layer of armor with source power, so he was standing on the spot with a relaxed smile, as if he was enjoying a spring breeze. He had already figured out that, if Luo Yunyang used his normal strength, he wouldn't be able to break through his source armor and hurt him. If Luo Yunyang used his source power, then perhaps being struck a couple of times might even prove beneficial for Simon's cultivation base. Thus, when Luo Yunyang raised his fist, Simon's expression was calm. He actually didn't even move an inch. Boom! Luo Yunyang's fist struck his front. When this force made contact with his body, Simon felt as if an entire mountain had crashed into him. He wanted to steady himself, but the pressure of that gigantic force made him feel like a leather ball that had been kicked forcefully and sent flying away. Back at Base 7, Chief Instructor Lu exclaimed practically the moment that Luo Yunyang struck out, "It's the 6th mountain cleaving strike." It was the 6th mountain cleaving strike of the 8 mountain splitting techniques. Those days, Luo Yunyang mostly cultivated the 8 mountain splitting techniques. In fact, he had already cultivated the 6th mountain cleaving strike. Each of the 8 mountain splitting techniques was a layer of concealed force. Each layer of concealed force essentially doubled Luo Yunyang's force. The 8 mountain splitting techniques had always been one of the most difficult cultivation techniques to master. Chief Instructor Lu sighed silently as he watched Luo Yunyang unleash the 6th mountain cleaving strike. If only Luo Yunyang had awakened a combat source core. How great would that be? As he was thinking about this regretfully, something startling happened. He suddenly saw Simon fly away like a kicked ball and smash heavily into the roof of the stadium until he could no longer be seen. The power of one's physical body started to become insignificant when their source power was awakened. When the quality of one's physical power was compared to their source power, the difference was just too great. However, when the two converged, even the lowest quality of power could be earth-shattering. This was also the case with Luo Yunyang's current strength. 10,000 kilos of force amplified by using the 8 mountain splitting techniques had converged on that fist and... What happened? Fat Shui shot up from his seat and stared at the hole in the ceiling of the stadium rather foolishly. He needed to take a second look. Wei Zongxing's jaw dropped, and his heart flooded with complex feelings. He had no words to describe how he felt right now. How was this possible? Everything had indeed. This matter just seemed unreal. Ling Yubing covered her mouth with her hand. Although she was also gifted, this sort of strength was too excessive. It looked like a ball being hit. This was just too sick. A charming smile appeared on Chu Yuan's bright, beautiful face. A feeling of elation washed over her as she watched Luo Yunyang stand proudly in the arena. Back at the Quancheng Rising Dragon Army General Headquarters, the Eagle King was reprimanding an errant subordinate. Although the subordinate hadn't made that big of a mistake, the Eagle King wasn't in a good mood, so he rained a torrent of abuse down on him. The aide standing on the sidelines furrowed his brows and gave his compatriot, who was being admonished, a look that seemed to say, "Good luck, you're on your own." The errant subordinate had a pitiful expression on his face as he looked at the Eagle King. Although this hadn't seemed like a big deal at first, now it looked like the old commander was going to peel away a layer of his skin. "Commander, Commander, good news," a soldier shouted excitedly as he came rushing in. "We won, we won." The Eagle King froze for a second before berating the soldier. "Calm down. Calm down. What do you mean we won? Explain." "We won the competition." The soldier steadied himself hurriedly and tried to hold back his excitement with great difficulty. "We won the competition in the ancient city of Megu." That girl fought again. The Eagle King's expression darkened. There was a hint of deep regret in his voice as he spoke. "No, it was Luo Yunyang. He was the one who won." A minute later, the surrounding area filled with the Eagle King's clear laughter. The subordinate who had been reprimanded only received a small chiding and was sent packing with a kick on the buttocks. The 13 eastern cities were in an uproar. Most people felt some hope in their gloomy hearts. They now knew that their lives in the next few years would be better, as they would be receiving quite a lot of resources. The competitor who placed last among the top 4 would receive 1% of the resources. According to the Da Alliance's rules, the person who placed first would receive 15%, the one who placed second 6%, the one who placed third 4%, and the one who placed last 1%. Although 1% sounded like nothing, it was still 1% of the entire Da Alliance's resources. If this amount was distributed to one individual, it would be an extremely big fortune. If Luo Yunyang won, the living standards of the 13 eastern cities would improve considerably. To think that there is really such a foolish fellow that would deliver victory to us on a plate. We really have to thank Simon. Although I couldn't stand the sight of him yesterday, I can't speak ill of him now. He really is a good person. The commentary of the Sky Vision about the 13 eastern cities was mainly dominated by announcements of Luo Yunyang's victory. Intentionally or not, the people in charge of the broadcast in the 13 eastern cities had released an image of Simon that seemed to radiate with a holy glow. Meanwhile, 5 kilometers away, Simon's face was pale. He felt as if he had been trampled over by 1,000 bulls, yet his body didn't seem to have suffered any injuries. "Martial masters are no ordinary people," said one commentator in conclusion. "Were you born in the year of the bull, Luo Yunyang? Your strength sent Simon flying. Hats off to you." Fat Shui was the first person to rush over when Luo Yunyang exited the arena. "How awesome, I felt damn great as I watched that guy fly away. Ha ha ha." Luo Yunyang felt a little proud of himself. He was certain that he could have tyrannically oppressed Simon, but nothing would beat the pleasure of sending him fly with one punch. "I told you that you don't have to strive so hard. You still have me." Fat Shui rolled his eyes. "Damn you, don't get cocky just because I complimented you once. You got lucky this time around with that idiot. You won't be as fortunate in the next round." "Shut up, you jinx. If you talked a little less, nobody would mistake you for a mute." Ling Yubing walked over and kicked Fat Shui viciously before saying, "Your opponent in the next round will be Lamardo." Chapter 114. King of Luck. When Luo Yunyang got back to the hotel, he received a warm welcome from the crew of the 13 eastern cities. The leader of the crew was Teacher Xie. This had been a pleasant surprise for everyone. A really huge surprise. A 1% share of resources was already a lot, so this had been totally unexpected. Chu Yuan, who had been prepared to continue fighting, eventually forfeited her match in the afternoon, so her opponent advanced automatically to the next round. However, Chu Yuan was much more spirited now. Actually, the way she looked at Luo Yunyang was way more intimate. Only Wei Zongxing still seemed a little displeased. He had no choice but to acknowledge that, many a time, people did not get jealous of the small successes of strangers, but of the meteoric rise of the people around them. In fact, There were many people much stronger than him that he was fine with. He just could not stand Luo Yunyang. Why couldn't this good fortune land on me? If I'd had the same luck, I would surely have performed better than Luo Yunyang. Zongxing, share your experience during your fight with Lamardo. Luo Yunyang should prepare in advance for the next match, Teacher Xie instructed Wei Zongxing with a smile. Wei Zongxing waved his hands around dismissively. I think that sharing my experience would be a waste of time, sir. It would be better to let Yunyang rest. Although his suggestion to let Luo Yunyang rest seemed light concern on the surface, everyone present could guess Wei Zongxing's intentions. Fat Shui's face fell. Although he reckoned that Luo Yunyang had no chance of winning, he would never say such a thing in front of Luo Yunyang. Meanwhile, Ling Yubing retorted rudely, weren't you defeated by Lamardo in one move, Wei Zongxing? Is that why you don't have any experience whatsoever to share? Her blunt words nearly made Wei Zongxing mad. He was a proud person that did not allow others to speak to him this way. He glared at Ling Yubing before snorting, turning around and walking away. He's just a petty fellow, Yunyang. He is only jealous of you. To be honest, your luck really makes others envy you. You don't stand a chance against Lamardo. If that guy demonstrates his might, you should just surrender. Fat Shui hurried over to console Luo Yunyang. When he heard his advice, Luo Yunyang felt the impulse to teach him a lesson. This feeling wasn't just limited to Fat Shui and the others. Even the commentary broadcasted on Sky Vision used 3 words to describe Luo Yunyang, King of Luck. Simon really underestimated his enemy. People say that pride is followed by a fall. That saying is really apt in this case. He chose to show off in the domain he was the least adept in, and thus delivered himself to the enemy. Although he didn't suffer any serious injuries, he was still sent flying. What a pitiful fellow. Who knows what sort of punishment he is facing right now? He certainly deserves it. 1% of the resources was lost due to negligence on his part. If this had been a war, we would definitely have had to make him pay for his negligence. The good fortune of the King of Luck must have ended. He will be facing Lamardo next after all. Whatever the case, he still obtained a share of 1% this time. Luo Yunyang chuckled as he heard these speculations. He turned on his communication device, only to find out that his mailbox was already full. There were messages from his mother and little sister, his relatives from his uncle's family, members of the Ardent Sun Group, the Eagle King, the Flame Emperor and some other commanders. Luo Yunyang browsed through the messages and shut his eyes as he practiced the heaven battling breathing techniques. Although he had quite a few cards up his sleeves and he had complete confidence in himself, he still felt that it would be best to be a little careful when he faced Lamardo. As he practiced the heaven battling breathing techniques, the bright sun and moon appeared in his mind. Layers of powerful energy flowed into Luo Yunyang from the sun and the moon. His state of mind during cultivation had become more and more ethereal. He now felt as if his entire self had sunk into a realm of thoughtlessness and emptiness. Due to the popularity of the 17 Western cities' Sky Vision, the exchange matches between the youngest generation had caught the attention of the entire Da Alliance. Many people had gathered at public areas, awaiting the broadcast of the competition on Sky Vision. Countless reporters were gathered outside the hotel that Luo Yunyang and the others were staying at. Although they had all been warned not to disturb Luo Yunyang before the match, the moment he walked out, they started to take photographs rapidly. The Sky Vision and the newspaper of the ancient city of Maya were filled with all sorts of articles. No matter who had written them, they all concluded one thing. Luo Yunyang would certainly lose. As Luo Yunyang hurried to the competition grounds, Lamardo was still swimming in the azure blue waters of a luxurious villa. 2 young ladies were standing next to him quietly. The ladies, who were both dressed neatly, exuded an air of nobility. Mr. Lamardo, Sir Johann sent a message to inform you not to underestimate your opponent, one of the ladies said gently as Lamardo walked over. Lamardo's expression became a little solemn. Send back a reply that I understand. I'll be careful during the next match. A disciple of Sir Saint Johann like me would never lose to a follower of Marat. As Lamardo spat out these last 3 words, he sounded extremely repressed. He put on a pure white formal suit, as though he would be attending a grand banquet. The only difference compared to his formal attire was the ancient long silver sword he was holding in his hand. Although it didn't seem exotic, any sword that Lamardo held so solemnly was definitely no ordinary weapon. A silver sports car driven by a blonde beauty transferred Lamardo quickly to a much larger stadium. This stadium, which could accommodate 300,000 spectators, was currently full. Look, that's the chief of the Sacred Lion Legion. It's legendary martial Grand Master Jerry. He is the most experienced disciple of the unrivaled warrior. I never expected that he would be interested in a competition between the youngest generation. Even the chairman of the Hexagon Financial Group is here. Numerous big shots from the 17 western cities had gathered to watch the match that was about to start. The majority of them weren't from Maya, yet every single one of them had showed up at that huge stadium. Actually, there's probably nothing to anticipate about this match. Someone lamented loudly in the middle of the crowd. Although he was somewhat rude, nobody questioned his words. Introducing the two contestants of the upcoming match, Luo Yunyang from the 13 eastern cities and Lamardo from the 17 western cities. Now, we will invite the two contestants to take the stage. The voice of Maya's most renowned host rose and fell as he riled up the crowd. Chapter 115. A second source core. When Lamardo got on the stage, the entire stadium went into a frenzy. Compared to their cheering for Simon, their cheering was much more intense this time. Although there were also a lot of people cheering when Luo Yunyang appeared, their cheers were considerably less compared to Lamardo's. Why are so many women cheering for Luo Yunyang? Fat Shui asked in confusion. The answer to his question came in the form of Ling Yubing's fist. Wei Zongxing chuckled. Luo Yunyang has already become the most beloved man in Maya City. You must surely know why. Damn it, why couldn't I be the one to awaken a wood-based source core? Fat Shui wailed as he watched Li Chen blow kisses at Luo Yunyang. These words naturally resulted in another punch from Ling Yubing. Many eyes turned to the scene in the arena. Actually, the eyes of the entire Da Alliance were focused on this match. This wasn't just a mere match after all. This fight would affect the survival of the last 37 strongholds of humanity and the resources billions of people would get. You might be strong, but you aren't a good choice for a fight. Lamardo said indifferently. I am not Simon. If you choose to keep fighting, then I won't show you any mercy. I am responsible for them. As Lamardo pointed at the spectators from the ancient city of Maya below, a rapturous applause broke out all around them. This earth-shattering applause made Lamardo look as if he was shrouded in a holy light. I won't be showing you any mercy either. Luo Yunyang replied unenthusiastically as he stared at Lamardo. All right, this is on you then. Don't go blaming me later. As Lamardo spoke, pure white rays of source power started to spill out of his body. This source power formed an armor around him, as well as an additional pair of wings. When this pair of wings appeared, most people's expression changed. He's a first-grade martial master. Lamardo is actually a first-grade martial master. Doesn't this information mean that he is a second-grade martial master? How could he be a first-grade martial master? Fat Shui couldn't help but tremble as he watched the god-like Lamardo hover in midair. Luo Yunyang had a grave expression on his face as he gazed at Lamardo, who was floating in the air. A first-grade martial master. Even if he gathered all his source power, he would only reach the level of a second-grade martial master. As he thought about this, Luo Yunyang used his mind power to push these ideas aside. Although he reckoned that he might be able to crush Lamardo by using his mind power straight away, this wouldn't benefit the refinement of his cultivation techniques. He had been hoping that he would be able to strengthen his cultivation techniques during his fight with Lamardo. Luo Yunyang braced himself before opening his attribute regulator and making some quick adjustments. Power: 99 Fire, 0 Ice, 41 Wood, 0 Speed, 33 Mind, 54 Constitution, 85 Golden Body, 0 Fire, 0 Ice, 22. When he was done with these adjustments, Luo Yunyang unsheathed his bloody scar saber. A wave of desolate aura suddenly rushed out of his body. A number of spectators close to the arena felt a frigid, bone-chilling sensation the moment Luo Yunyang unsheathed his saber. Some of the big shots who had been conversing suddenly froze. A lot more people now turned to look at Luo Yunyang. His source core is ice-based. A bald old man with a somewhat comical appearance declared irrefutably. Nobody questioned the old man's words, not only because of his status, but also because of his cultivation base. He was Maya's guardian, the chief of the Myrtle Cavalry Regiment and a top-notch martial grandmaster. These three positions were held in very high esteem by most people. Wasn't he supposed to have a wood-based source core? Someone asked doubtfully. Either the fellas from the 13 eastern cities played a joke on us, or he has awakened two source cores. The old man had barely finished speaking, when everyone went into an uproar. Two source cores. Although most people were hearing this theory for the first time, there were still some people who were looking on pensively. What the FCK? That damned Luo Yunyang kept this from us. He isn't just a top-quality assistant. He is a contestant. Damn it, an ice-based source core. Fat Shui exclaimed excitedly. Under different circumstances, he might have been a little envious of Luo Yunyang's two source cores. However, he didn't feel a single shred of jealousy right now. Teacher Xie frowned. Luo Yunyang had kept this from him. He was the team's leader, so the fact that he didn't know his own team member's strength was laughable. When they returned home, he would have a good chat with Lu Shu. Meanwhile, Chief Instructor Lu, whom Teacher Xie was remembering fondly, was bursting with vulgarities that wanted to spring out of his mouth. He hadn't harbored much hope for this match. No, he actually hadn't harbored any hope at all. After all, it wasn't every day that one met a fool like Simon. Under these circumstances, obtaining a 1% share of resources for the 13 eastern cities was already a great achievement on Luo Yunyang's part. However, he hadn't imagined that, before the match even started, Luo Yunyang would give him an even bigger surprise. Ice-cold chi started to pervade the arena as soon as Luo Yunyang drew his saber. Is that really Luo Yunyang, sir? Xu Zhang asked in disbelief as he rubbed his head. Chief Instructor Lu kicked Xu Zhang. Isn't he one of your soldiers? Why the hell are you asking me? Xu Zhang wasn't angry by any means. After he was sent flying, he just ran back over and sat next to Chief Instructor Lu to watch the match. He was smiling wide, so he was obviously not afraid of being kicked again. Sir, I believe that Luo Yunyang might be able to beat Lamardo. If he does, we might even win the competition. Wouldn't a resource increase of 15% upgrade our future living standards? Xu Zhang crooned. From now on, Daddy is going to use two communication devices. 1-4. There is little chance of victory. Chief Instructor Lu shook his head before he added, Lamardo isn't just a first-grade martial grandmaster. He is also a disciple of unrivaled warrior Johann. That doesn't mean that it's a definite loss. Xu Zhang remained unconvinced. How about we make a bet? Chief Instructor Lu suggested. Be my guest. Xu Zhang slapped his bald head and fished some cards out of his pocket before he said, I'll bet all the money I have in these cards on Luo Yunyang winning. Many trainees around them nodded their heads in approval. Although Xu Zhang could be unreliable at times, he was very optimistic about Luo Yunyang's victory. Do you think that I don't know that you have less than 10 Daewon in these cards? Chief Instructor Lu took one look at the cards before making fun of him with a scornful look. How about betting your officer card? Hee hee, I lost my officer card. I am waiting for a replacement. Xu Zhang replied in a deadpan manner as he scratched his head. Sun Miao Miao, who had been listening in, was not polite. Just as I expected, a leopard can't change its spots. She mocked him. Xu Zhang didn't blush. He didn't care about Sun Miao Miao, so he just went back to watching the match. Practically all the 13 eastern cities had come to a standstill, as countless people had fixed their attention to their screens. Could young Luo Yunyang really give them hope? Chapter 116. The 3,000-mile freezing move, it's no use. You might have surprised me, but you are no match for me. Lamardo said in a very self-confident tone as he floated in the air like a deity. I will let you experience the disparity between a second-grade martial master and a first-grade martial master. As he spoke, the wings on his back spread open. In a flash, he had already appeared behind Luo Yunyang's back. His long sword, which was glowing with a white light, stabbed at Luo Yunyang like a bolt of lightning. Its speed was so quick that it was hard to describe. The fact that he was in the air gave him the advantage of higher ground. Therefore, the sword light that flashed out was like a net closing down on Luo Yunyang. As he clutched the bloody scar, Luo Yunyang was as calm as an old monk. When Lamardo's net-like sword descended, he waved about the long saber in his hands. Luo Yunyang had already cultivated the 5 tiger breaking knife techniques close to perfection. Thus, when he faced Lamardo, he didn't have to use any moves. He just moved his saber spontaneously, parrying each and every blow. Fast, fast, fast. The sword light, blurry silhouettes and weaving source power created an abstract scene in the arena. Out of the 300,000 spectators present, there were only about 1,000 who were able to comprehend what was going on. This made everyone really anxious. Nobody even dared to breathe heavily. Everyone, regardless of whether they came from the 17 western cities or the 13 eastern cities, was extremely keyed up as they watched the match. This battle would determine their lifestyle in the next 5 years after all. After a last clashing sound, Luo Yunyang and Lamardo pulled away from their entanglement. Just like at the beginning, Lamardo was floating in midair, while Luo Yunyang stood still on the arena's platform. Their postures didn't seem to have changed, but there were some slight changes to the weapons they wielded. Quite a number of nicks had appeared on Luo Yunyang's bloody scar. In some places it even looked as though it was going to break apart. You were able to withstand my 13 flashing strikes. It seems like Simon's defeat yesterday was no coincidence. It's about time we ended this, though, Lamardo said indifferently as he gazed up at the sky. Although you aren't bad, you were unfortunate enough to encounter me. The difference between us is just too great. Lamardo raised the sword in his hand. As soon as he did, Luo Yunyang sensed a condensing feeling all around him. He had also sensed such a feeling when he had been cultivating the 8 mountain splitting techniques. However, the condensing sensation of the 8 mountain splitting techniques hadn't been as intense as this one. It's the sacred light beheading. Fat Shui's voice was trembling as he watched the dazzling sword in Lamardo's hand become even more blinding. The sacred light beheading was a cultivation technique of unrivaled warrior Johann. Johann had used the sacred light beheading to kill a martial grandmaster from 5 kilometers away. Although Lamardo couldn't be compared to unrivaled warrior Johann, the sacred light beheading in his hand evoked the same fear in people. Lamardo's talent is exceptional. He's actually mastered the sacred light beheading. Looks like this match will no longer be interesting. The chief of the Myrtle Cavalry Regiment exclaimed with a trace of envy in his voice. We should surrender. Luo Yunyang has already done his best, Ling Yubing told teacher Xie. He might have lost to Lamardo, but he is younger than Lamardo by 4 years. This will still be an honorable defeat. Teacher Xie nodded. Luo Yunyang could take part in the competition again in 5 years. He suddenly stood up and said, Luo Yunyang, let's call it quits. You are still young. Your time to shine on this stage will come in 5 years. Teacher Xia's words caused quite a commotion in the stadium. Almost everyone immediately started to discuss this new development. What? This Eastern soldier is actually that young. He is barely over 16. He is 4 years younger than Lamardo, so he could participate in the next competition. Good gracious, Lamardo won't be able to take part in the next competition. Which soldier from the 17 western cities will be able to defeat this young man then? Teacher Xia's words, which were also broadcasted on Sky Vision, spread widely throughout the 13 eastern cities. That's right, Luo Yunyang is only 16. He is the youngest competitor at this competition. A pundit who had been commenting on the fight proclaimed with great fervor. He's spent 4 years less cultivating, so losing to Lamardo isn't shameful by any means. If he fights again in 5 years, this young man will beat everyone. Yes, I believe so too. The reporter commenting along with the pundit went on to add, Luo Yunyang didn't lose because he wasn't strong enough. He lost because he was born a few years later than his opponent. This is an honorable defeat. The bank where Shen Yunyang worked was currently swarmed with people. Luo Yunyang's infectious vigor had made everyone really passionate. Warm tears kept trickling down Shen Yunyang's cheeks. Thank you, Teacher Xie, but I have decided to keep fighting. Luo Yunyang gripped the fractured bloody scar as he stared forward resolutely. How could he surrender? He hadn't even used most of his tricks yet. As soon as he announced his decision, he made some adjustments using the attribute regulator in his head once again. Power: 200 fire, 0 ice, 82 wood, 0 speed, 22 mind, 15 constitution, 24 golden body, 0 fire, 0 ice, 6. When the adjustments were completed, Luo Yunyang raised the saber in his hand. He had been continuously trying to comprehend the 3,000-mile freezing move of the Heaven Battling Ape Dragon chart. According to the Heaven Battling Ape Dragon chart, when the colossal ape spat through its mouth, a glacier that freezed the sky and earth was unleashed. However, Luo Yunyang's grasp of this magical like technique was still inadequate. He could only combine the cold chi within his body and his long saber to form a freezing sword. Your courage is commendable, but courage doesn't equal strength. If you won't admit defeat, then I shall make you give up. Lamardo's voice was as graceful as ever, yet the instant the long sword in his hand moved, the power he had been gathering immediately doubled. A silver sword light rushed forth from Lamardo's long sword and turned into a gleaming 5-meter-long sword that flew in Luo Yunyang's direction. The Sky Vision's live broadcast shot the event from all angles, so every tiny detail was shown perfectly during the broadcast. As a result, everyone was able to see the 5-meter-long blade of silvery white light moving towards Luo Yunyang. The strike was as beautiful as a flash of lightning, and just as impossible for anybody to evade. Although nobody made a sound, countless fists were clenched tightly. This was the only way they could cheer on this heroic, mighty young man. Chapter 117. The 9 varying ape dragon blows. Luo Yunyang unleashed his 3,000-mile freezing move at the exact same moment that Lamardo brandished his sword. His saber gleam didn't leave bloody scar. Instead, it created a 3-meter-long ray that shot straight at the sword light headed towards him. The two energies collided violently in midair. When the pure white sword gleam and the saber gleam clashed, they created a beautiful sight. Luo Yunyang, who was a second-grade martial master, was amazingly able to pull off this strike. However, there is still a big difference in terms of power. The gap between him and Lamardo is not something a saber and a sword can fix. A pundit was expressing his views on Sky Vision. Based on what he knew, this sort of evaluation wasn't too difficult to make. However, the moment he said this, there were some massive changes in the long sword using the sacred light beheading, as well as Luo Yunyang's saber gleam. During the collision of these two forces, a victor finally emerged. The convergence of Lamardo's source power, which had formed the sacred light beheading, had been cut into two by Luo Yunyang's ice source power. The moment the sword gleam of Lamardo's sacred light beheading was broken, a gust of cold air seemed to travel around the stadium. As the frigid gust surged through the stadium, many people who had been full of fervor couldn't help but shiver. How is that possible? That was the sacred light beheading. Simon, who was wearing a black suit and a cap to hide his identity, blurted out in shock, momentarily forgetting about his worry of being discovered. When the sacred light beheading was used, it could even slick off a mountain peak. Although Lamardo hadn't reached that state yet, he hadn't expected the sword gleam of his sacred light beheading to actually get broken during his confrontation with Luo Yunyang. This was something that many people found unbelievable. This Luo Yunyang fella is a damn good actor. Who knew that he had another trick up his sleeve? I was prepared to let him give me a good beating. Fat Shui wailed. It looks like I better not provoke him. Although teacher Xie didn't say anything, the look in his eyes showed clearly that he was extremely interested in the strike Luo Yunyang had used. Lamardo wasn't hurt. He was still floating in midair, but the armor on his body had started to crumble. This was a result of the overuse of his source power. You surprised me. I thought that there was no one in the 13 eastern cities that could make me unleash this move, but you startled me. I'll give you that. Although Lamardo was looking at Luo Yunyang solemnly, the killing intent that flickered in his eyes was even more intense. The sacred light beheading he had just unleashed was probably the strongest power that he was able to control, yet it had actually been cut in half during his exchange with this young man. Lamardo didn't think that there were any problems with the might of the sacred light beheading, so if it had been broken, there could only be one reason why. The rank of the source core that young man had used to converge the power must have surpassed his own source core. How else could it have broken through his source core? Lamardo definitely could not go easy on this young man. As he forced himself to say that, Lamardo raised his hands up before him and made a small cut on one of them. Although the cut was very gentle, after that faint motion, a drop of blood trickled onto Lamardo's long sword. A pure white light blossomed from that drop of blood. As this light blazed even more intensely, Lamardo was enveloped in a white glow while he overlooked the sky and the earth. The moment this white glow appeared, Luo Yunyang felt an immense pressure suppressing him. If his mind attribute hadn't already been at 15, which was much higher than average, and he hadn't been experiencing the effects of cultivating the heaven battling ape dragon chart, this pressure would have definitely cut his combat prowess in half. Everything that's fabricated is ultimately shattered. Although Lamardo's voice was faint, his long sword had already started to move. The instant he brandished his sword, it seemed like invisible fetters started to form in the air. Thanks to this sort of binding, the resplendent, dazzling sword gleam, which looked like it could cut through anything, rushed towards Luo Yunyang. This is the divine judgment. Fat Shui's mouth seemed to convulse. Although he wasn't in the arena, he could still sense the extremely immense power surging forward. This power suppressed his mental state and made him feel like he wasn't facing a human, but a god. Against the power of such a god, he was nothing but an insignificant speck of dust with no power to resist. He didn't even dare entertain that thought. I can sense an immense mental suppression contained within his divine judgment. However, judging by Lamardo's current cultivation base, he shouldn't have been able to unleash the divine judgment. He should. Ling Yubing wanted to voice her thoughts, but she realized she had become incoherent. Teacher Xie had already stood up. He was a martial Grand Master, so he strode forward and tried to rush over to the arena. Mr. Xie, please wait. A rather good-looking middle-aged man blocked Mr. Xie's path. The outcome of the battle hasn't been determined yet. You can't just break the rules as you wish, even if it is a matter of life or death. Mr. Xie was just about to say that they surrendered, when Luo Yunyang suddenly moved. His two hands started to glow. One of them was silvery white, and the other golden red. Two balls of light quickly converged on his palms. In the blink of an eye, two light orbs, one gold and one silver, had appeared in his hands. Although the light orbs weren't huge, it seemed like the power they contained could make one tremble. The instant the two orbs were formed, Luo Yunyang's hands came together and released the 9 varying ape-dragon blows of the heaven-battling ape-dragon chart. During Luo Yunyang's 2 months of isolation, he had been trying to comprehend this move. This was currently the most powerful technique of the heaven-battling ape-dragon chart that he was able to use. Ice and fire were two opposing forces, so if one condensed them forcefully, the force generated would be 10 times more powerful. Although this technique sounded really simple in theory, controlling it was extremely difficult. While Luo Yunyang had been training, he would only unleash this blow by using his original ice and fire source powers. However, when he faced the divine judgment, he used his attribute regulator to raise his ice and fire powers to the maximum. Fire 45, ice 45. As the two energies fused together, Luo Yunyang felt like there was an immense surging power about to erupt from his hands. He immediately blasted it towards Lamardo without hesitation. Chapter 118, Fighting and Victory. Boom. It was like a collision between heaven and earth, yet it also seemed like a star being smashed into pieces. The power that rushed forward from Luo Yunyang's hands crashed against Lamardo's sword gleam. When this seemingly divine power ruptured in midair, blazing lights erupted all over the place, making it difficult for anyone to see clearly what was going on inside. The face of the man obstructing Teacher Xie fell. Suddenly, he soared in the air and headed over in the direction of Luo Yunyang. He waved his hands and threw a sword gleam out before reaching through Luo Yunyang's ice and fire powers and pulling Lamardo out. Lamardo looked as though he had just experienced a huge explosion. His handsome face was soot black, and there were still many blazes burning on his body. "You little thief, how vicious of you!" As the middle-aged man bellowed, his hands moved and a blade of sword light was sent flying towards Luo Yunyang. Although the man had just waved his hands casually, Luo Yunyang could sense that this casual wave was even more powerful than Lamardo's divine judgment. Luo Yunyang's body suddenly felt empty. He couldn't even use the slightest bit of strength. He found it difficult to squeeze any source energy out of his ice and fire source cores, and his entire body seemed to be tottering on the verge of collapsing. Luo Yunyang would currently have a hard time warding off an ordinary strike from Lamardo, let alone a strike that surpassed his divine judgment. "How audacious! Are you trying to start a war within the Da Alliance?" Teacher Xie, who had appeared before Luo Yunyang, moved his hands, creating a 3-meter-long blast that contained a purple lightning. The lightning shot towards the sword light. When the two energies collided in the air, the explosion produced was even more dazzling than the one produced when Luo Yunyang and Lamardo had been fighting. However, as martial Grand Masters, the two of them had already estimated each other's power the instant their exchange had begun. Thus, they didn't continue fighting. "How is Lamardo?" Quite a number of people watching from below asked the middle-aged man as they rushed up quickly. The middle-aged man stared at Luo Yunyang before turning and barking out some instructions. "He's in very bad shape. Hurry up and get someone to bring 3S restoration fluids." As soon as the man snarled, several men rushed out of the stadium frantically. Amidst this chaos, the realization of what had happened finally hit the spectators. Everything suddenly seemed like a dream. In their half-sober, half-dazed state, they all started muttering to themselves, "Did we lose?" When these words were first uttered, no one took notice. However, they were soon reverberating throughout the stadium. "We won. My brother won." Luo Donger shouted proudly as she jumped up in joy at Chang'an City's best primary school. We won. My son really won. Shen Yunyang was sitting in her office at the bank. A warm current that felt both sweet and a little aggrieved surged inside her heart. This current was like a tsunami that suddenly drowned her. Shen Yunyang couldn't help but cry. Her son had suffered so much to be able to reach this point. Her beloved son had made her really proud. Not a single person around her thought that Shen Yunyang's emotions had spiraled out of control. Everyone was just gazing respectfully at her. Her son really was. Sister Ying, have you thought about what I spoke to you about? My niece is really adorable and she has a great attitude. If you want, I could get her to come over so you could take a look at her, a lady who seemed to be a senior executive said stealthily. She smiled wide as she stood next to Shen Yunyang. Given her rank, she was probably Shen Yunyang's superior. However, there was no air of superiority about her now. On the contrary, she was acting as though Shen Yunyang was her own superior. I have no idea when Yanger will be able to return. Shen Yunyang's motherly instincts kicked in the moment she heard these words. Deep down, she really hoped that her son would settle down and start a family. She had always wanted to have a simple, warm family life that included grandchildren. Just as the other woman was about to play matchmaker again, someone shouted, Sister Yunyang, the chairman is here. Suddenly, practically everyone who was related to or knew Luo Yunyang went into a frenzy. There was even a number of people who ran over to Donglu town. There were some martialists who chose to forego cultivating at areas filled with sixth factor. Instead, they ran over to Donglu town middle school to cultivate the ape dragon blueprint. However, their desire to slavishly copy others proved fruitless. They had won second place and a 6% share of resources. This gift was like a very timely rain for the 13 eastern cities. This share, on top of the 26% of the original resources the 13 eastern cities received, had exceeded their expectations. Thanks to Luo Yunyang, the living standards of the 13 eastern cities would improve greatly. Plus, most people were anticipating that Luo Yunyang would soar to first place. Many people felt a renewed hope after Luo Yunyang had defeated Lamardo. Although 6% was a lot, how could it compare to 15%? However, the next scene that was broadcasted by the Sky Vision made the hopeful martialists of the 13 eastern cities choke. The mediocre-looking girl who had ranked slightly higher than Luo Yunyang among the top 4 had suddenly unleashed her tyrannical side. She had used one blow of an axe to seriously wound her opponent, Tom King, who had awakened a lighting source core and was famous as the Freedom City's most talented martialist in a century. Her axe was filled with murderous spirit and boundless massacre. She had used the 7 axes of blood butcher Maratasura. Alice was the most common name in the 17 western cities, yet all it had taken was one blow of the girl's axe for her to become a resplendent entity. Marat's adopted daughter had beaten Lamardo. According to the commentary of a martial grandmaster, when Alice's bloodthirsty bloodline awakened her source core, she would remain in an unbeatable state for 3 minutes. According to that same martial grandmaster's estimation, if Alice used the bloodthirsty bloodline, her fighting strength would reach the level of a martial grandmaster. Martial grandmasters were a symbol of peerlessness. Other than a few beings called pillars of a nation, practically nobody else in the entire Da Alliance could beat a martial grandmaster. Martial grandmasters stood at the apex of this world and looked down from above. They were considered to be in harmony with both nature and humanity. In theory, martial grandmasters never got exhausted, so they could cover long distances in no time. Their bodies were also refined with source power, so even a bombardment would not injure a martial grandmaster mortally. Anytime danger approached a martial grandmaster, they were able to have a faint instinctive reaction. This basically meant that guns and cannons didn't pose a threat to a martial grandmaster. There was only one weapon that could threaten them. This was actually the most important weapon in the entire Da Alliance. However, even the Da Alliance was unwilling to use it. In any case, a 3-minute martial grandmaster was a martial grandmaster all the same. Chapter 119. A 3-minute bloodthirsty state. When this news was broadcasted on Sky Vision, many people from the 17 western cities who had originally been somewhat gloomy found something to cheer about. The name Alice was suddenly imprinted in their minds. However, Alice couldn't really be called a goddess, as her appearance didn't make her stand out from the crowd. Luo Yunyang was familiar with this scrawny girl. A few days earlier, she had been standing next to Lamardo at the banquet. However, there had also been a beautiful girl by Lamardo's side, so this girl had not stood out much. Actually, nobody had even noticed the plain-looking girl. Although there hadn't been anything worthwhile to note during her previous fights, it was evident now that she had been intentionally hiding her power. As soon as the news of Luo Yunyang's victory over Lamardo had spread, a blood-red axe had appeared in her hands. The blade was the size of a truck tire and the entire axe was even taller than the girl, yet the girl twirled around the huge axe as though it was as light as straw. As the axe danced around through the air, it produced a loud whistling sound. A single seemingly gentle blow caused the expression of the girl's opponent to change dramatically. The lance in his hands had formed a barrier that was sliced cleanly in half by the axe's blade. Any ordinary martialist would have considered this a normal, straightforward strike, but Luo Yunyang could see the girl's additional control over her power, her imposing manner, her Asura's 7 axes is a technique almost equal to martial god Luo Kai's Heaven Splitter. When that humongous blade stopped inches away from Tom King's head, Tom King was already frozen in place. He was actually trembling violently. "That's really sick," Luo Yunyang said, smacking his lips. "You are just as bad yourself. Why don't you take a look at yourself before you comment on others? You are clearly just as sick." Fat Shui stuffed a piece of banana into his mouth before asking suspiciously, "Do you really have 3 source cores, you brat?" "I already told you that I have cultivated the last 2 diagrams of the Ape Dragon blueprint, so I have awakened 2 extra source cores," Luo Yunyang replied calmly. He had already prepared himself for this question. "You sicko, you actually managed to cultivate the last 2 diagrams of the Ape Dragon blueprint. Do you know how many people have died trying to cultivate the moon-swallowing devil ape move? That's a taboo technique that practically no one should be able to master. How were you able to cultivate it successfully?" Fat Shui, who looked flustered, suddenly knelt on the ground. "Please accept me as your disciple. Just get rid of your current source core and awaken a wood-based life source core," Luo Yunyang told Fat Shui rather dryly. Fat Shui pouted. His earth-based source core was a source core of the highest grade. How could he get rid of it? Plus, once a person's source core was destroyed, their career within the Da Alliance was over. Chu Yuan gestured at Fat Shui. "Everyone's destiny is different. You don't have to insist on this. The Ape Dragon blueprint is extremely abnormal, so only people like Luo Yunyang, who possess a wood-based life source core, are probably able to withstand its backlash." Ling Yubing and Wei Zongxing nodded their heads. Although they were all undeniably jealous of Luo Yunyang's 3 source cores, they knew very well that their paths were already set. Cultivating 2 source cores was simply impossible for them. Teacher Xie returned with a huge smile on his face. He waved his hands around as he said, "I just informed the Legislative Assembly about your situation. After the superiors conducted a study, they concluded that this method of yours shouldn't be mimicked. If anyone asks you, just tell them that your body's constitution is unique." Got it. Teacher Xia's instructions solved a really troubling issue for Luo Yunyang. It would be really inconvenient for him if people tried excessively to figure out what was special about his circumstances. "Got it, sir," Luo Yunyang replied right away. "You can put on an act during the upcoming match. We have already achieved our goal after all. The top brass has given us 3 days of vacation." Teacher Xie fished a card out of his pocket. "This is 100 million Dayuan. Use it however you please." Fat Shui was left dumbstruck by the sight. He suddenly felt an impulse to rush over and grab the card in Luo Yunyang's hand. 100 million. Although this was a sum that Fat Shui could earn based on his background and abilities, that didn't mean that he could use it as he pleased. 100 million Dayuan. Whoa, if only it was his. "What about me, boss? Although I didn't contribute any victories this time, I still tried my hardest. I should at least be paid a fee for my services, right?" Fat Shui was grinning from ear to ear. Teacher Xie glanced at him with a chuckle before taking another card out of his pocket and handing it over. "Our boss is great indeed. I always wanted to buy a full set of diamond tableware, and now I can finally afford it." Fat Shui clasped the card in his hands and kissed it. "There is 10,000 Dayuan in that card. It's probably enough to buy you a set of fake diamond tableware." "Hee hee, I think the shop next door is having a sale," Teacher Xie said affectionately, patting Fat Shui's cheeks. Fat Shui's face immediately fell. He was about to ask why he was being treated so unfairly, but Teacher Xie had unfortunately already swaggered out of the room. Teacher Xie sent Luo Yunyang and the other 4 a message, saying that he had already relaxed thoroughly. As the others slowly started to leave Luo Yunyang's room, Sky Vision was still jabbering on. The bald commentator kept sharing his vehement, lofty views. Even a martial grandmaster would have to make a strategic retreat against Alice's 3 minutes of bloodthirsty state. Therefore, the resource allocation of the 17 western cities will not be affected. We should probably wait till tomorrow before cheering over our victory. The battlefield of gods was the largest sporting arena in the entire ancient city of Maya, perhaps even the entire Da Alliance. Under normal circumstances, this arena wouldn't be open. However, the battlefield of gods could accommodate 1 million spectators. Although Maya was one of the 37 last cities of humanity, there weren't many events that brought together 1 million people. The reason this sporting arena didn't open often was because, when it did, it consumed a lot of resources. There was already a bustling crowd of spectators outside the battlefield of gods. Half an hour before the match was due to start, the entire arena was already full. Some spectators who had gone there too late, but were unwilling to leave, had gathered outside the battlefield of gods to watch the event on the big screens. Several tall statues of gods stood outside the battlefield of gods like guardians that surrounded and protected the venue, making it seem incomparably awe-inspiring. Chapter 120. I am invincible. Simon draped his cloak a little higher as he stood in a corner. Thanks to his status, there was still a place for him at the battlefield of gods. Actually, his place was top-notch. He was one of the main contestants of this exchange after all. However, Simon wasn't willing to meet anyone. Thanks to Lamardo's loss, which served as a cushion, his own loss to Luo Yunyang was no longer disgraceful. Nevertheless, whenever he recalled how he had been sent flying with one punch, Simon couldn't help but feel distraught and irascible. It was so bad that, whenever he saw others whispering, his imagination would start to run wild. Those people could be secretly discussing his sorry self or mercilessly deriding him. This made him feel like he was on the verge of crumbling. There was a number of times when he even felt like walking forward and asking why they were mocking him incessantly, even though he had heard nothing. "I never expected to see you here, Simon," a dim voice said, startling Simon. Simon looked up and saw a faint smile. "Tom King, I thought that you would need to find a place to rest." The two parties were rivals, so Simon wasn't very friendly to Tom King. Tom King, who was a tall, sturdy man with a rugged charm, took no heed of Simon's sarcasm. He just stood there silently. Simon felt a little displeased. He had been feeling especially irritable over the past 2 days, so he really wanted to find someone to vent on. Tom King's calm demeanor made him feel as though he had thrown a violent bombardment of punches, but had only struck cotton. "I came over because I wanted to see how that unbeatable state of hers actually works," Tom King said eventually. "I admit that I was no match for her, but I also wish to know exactly how strong she is." Simon nodded before asking Tom King unceremoniously, "You think Luo Yunyang will be able to force her to her limits?" Simon had uttered the word, limits, in a grave manner. Tom King hesitated for a moment before he finally nodded his head. The moves Luo Yunyang unleashed during yesterday's match showed that he's already reached the pinnacle of a martial master's prowess. If he is able to repeat that performance, he will surely be able to force Alice to use her peak state. However, I don't know how long he will be able to endure that state. Tom King gazed into the distance as he spoke. An over 10-meter-long rapid gem limousine came to a stop slowly. An attendant in a black suit hurried over to open the door as a calm and cool Luo Yunyang stepped out unhurriedly. Next to him was Chu Yuan and the others, all of them wearing bright smiles on their faces. The 13 eastern cities are very happy. After all, they have already acquired the shares they had hoped to get. I think today they are facing the eventuality of a certain defeat. Simon didn't even bother concealing his resentment for Luo Yunyang. Tom King didn't reply. Although he fully endorsed Simon's judgment, deep down he hoped that Luo Yunyang would force Alice to her limits. Luo Yunyang glanced in the direction of Simon and Tom King. Although he couldn't see who the two people hidden in the dark were, thanks to his acute mind attribute, he was able to sense that they were familiar. He must have probably seen them before. However, he didn't have the time to pay any further attention to them, as his primary opponent was already inside. "Now, let us welcome the two competitors on the stage." After the passionate roar of the announcer, the 1 million spectators in the battlefield of gods immediately quietened down. As Luo Yunyang walked towards the arena in the center of the battlefield with large strides, a bright light shone down on him, illuminating his body. Wherever this light landed, it shone as bright as daytime. When it shone down on him, a hubbub resounded from a corner of the stadium. Luo Yunyang looked over at that corner and saw about 100 people waving the insignia of the 13 eastern cities maniacally. They were residents of the 13 eastern cities who had gone there to support him. Although the noise level inside the battlefield of gods wasn't too high, roars had started emerging in the city centers of all the 13 eastern cities. Don't think that you don't have any friends. You are famous all over the world. When Luo Yunyang walked on the stage, the announcer immediately added, "Next up, let us welcome our legend, Blood Butcher Marat's disciple, Miss Alice." Alice was once again wearing the black dress she had worn at the dinner banquet. However, this time, her hands were holding on to a huge blood-red axe. The axe was even taller than Alice, yet while she held it, it didn't look one bit comical. Instead, the sight made quite a number of people feel a sense of fear. There was a dense killing intent oozing out of Alice. "Alice, Alice, come on, Alice, you can do it." Alice walked to the center of the arena, gazing at Luo Yunyang solemnly. "How unexpected, you actually have 3 different source cores." Alice's appearance wasn't particularly outstanding, but the way she spoke made people really fond of her. It seemed like the girl liked to get straight to the point. "Despite your 3 source cores though, you still are no match for me." Luo Yunyang didn't say anything as he studied his opponent. The girl appeared unperturbed and firm. The huge axe danced around in her hands, as though she was speaking to herself, yet at the same time it acted as a warning. "When I make my move, I will not hold back." Alice's all-out effort would be the 3 minutes of a martial grandmaster's state. While she was in this state, she would be able to slaughter any existence below the level of a martial grandmaster. Although she was skinny and plain-looking, Alice currently gave off a domineering vibe, as though she could sweep aside anyone and anything that stood in her way. Unfortunately, Luo Yunyang would be the one swept aside this time. There was a momentary silence all around them. After 1 second of quiet, a roaring applause rang out all around the battlefield of gods like a tsunami. All the spectators were applauding Alice. After the apocalypse, the 37 cities had constituted the Da Alliance. However, the strength of the 13 eastern cities and the 17 western cities had been similar, so each side had always been trying to gain the upper hand over the other. For the most part, strength had been the deciding factor, so the 17 western cities usually came out victorious, as they had suffered the fewest losses during the apocalypse. That was why the living standards of the 17 western cities were better than those of the 13 eastern cities. As a result, most people from the 17 western cities believed that they were superior to the 13 eastern cities. However, during the previous day's match, Luo Yunyang's strike had filled the atmosphere and made them lose heart. Lamardo, the number 1 fighter of the youngest generation of the 17 western cities, had been defeated. This result naturally wasn't music to their ears. Luckily, they still had Alice, who had saved their pride with one sweeping blow. That day, Alice would certainly be able to send them into a wild frenzy. Chapter 121. Telekinesis Master Alice clutched her huge axe as her eyes started to slowly turn red. Nearly every strong fighter of a martial master rank or higher knew that, the moment Alice's eyes turned completely red, she would activate the bloodthirsty bloodline. The bloodthirsty bloodline would raise her powers several times and allow Alice, who was already a strong fighter, to reach the boundaries of a martial grandmaster. 3 minutes at the level of a martial grandmaster would render one unbeatable and allow them to slaughter any existence below a martial grandmaster level. Fat Shui and the others were in a relaxed mood. They had all gone to watch the final match as though they would be watching a show. In their opinion, their 6% share of resources had met their needs. However, this applause, which was like a tidal wave, made them sense that this fight was no longer about resources. A huge screen suddenly unfolded on the battlefield of gods. Chang'an City appeared on the display, then Quancheng, Chengdu, and so on. Each city center appeared on the screen. Countless masses had gathered at every city center, yet everyone remained silent. Based on their expressions, Fat Shui and the others could guess their attitude. Fat Shui acknowledged that he wasn't a person who got excited easily, yet these feelings caused a weird expression to form on his face. He knew that Luo Yunyang had nowhere to go right now. All he could do was fight with his back facing the wall. He had to fight. He wasn't just representing himself. He was representing the 13 eastern cities. Chu Yuan, Ling Yubing, and teacher Xia's expressions all became grave. They had suddenly discovered that their thoughts on this matter had been too simple. "Luo Yunyang, we are with you," a voice yelled from the large screen. The owner of the voice was a young teenage girl who raised her arm as she shouted. Countless arms were immediately raised on the screen. Many cameras suddenly turned to focus on Luo Yunyang. Both the 13 Eastern Cities Sky Vision and the 17 Western Cities Sky Vision now focused their broadcasts on Luo Yunyang. Luo Yunyang didn't draw his long saber. His gaze was still on the screen as he listened to the many shouts cheering him on. Suddenly, he turned towards Alice. "You can't beat me." Luo Yunyang, who had been standing still, suddenly started to float off the ground slowly after he said these words. The speed at which he rose wasn't quick, so nobody could sense the vibrations of his source power, even though he kept rising without a hurry. 1 meter, 2 meters, 3 meters. Luo Yunyang rose until he was hovering about 6 meters in the air before coming to a stop. He now looked as though he was being hoisted by some form of incorporeal gas. Ling Yubing suddenly stood up and cried out, "He's a telekinesis master." "What the FCK? He really is a telekinesis master." Xu Zhang slapped his own head really hard as he watched Luo Yunyang float in the air like a god on the screen. Only a hard slap could reassure him that the sight before him was real. Is our leader actually a telekinesis master? Whoa, how impressive. Qin Feifei's eyes glittered as though there were 1,000 stars in them. Meanwhile, Base 7 had collectively fallen silent. This was really unexpected for the people back there. A telekinesis master. Although this wasn't unheard of, it was something that the majority of them had never come across, as there were very few telekinesis masters in the world. Actually, telekinesis masters were among the most important assets of the Da Alliance. There were people among them that dreamed of waking up one day, discovering they were a telekinesis master, marrying a beautiful wife and reaching the pinnacle of humanity. However, this was an impossible dream for most people. Do you think there is anything our leader can't do? If someone told me that he could give birth, I would believe it. Xie Tian mumbled. His words lacked reasoning. They were actually so dumb that nobody could retort. However, what he had just said seemed to make a lot of sense. Many people who were busy working all over the 13 eastern cities received similar messages. Get back quickly and watch the Sky Vision. Luo Yunyang is a telekinesis master. This battle isn't over yet. Meanwhile, the martialist who had been speaking confidently on the 17 western cities Sky Vision was now gaping in shock. He had just praised Alice's aggressiveness and speculated that there wouldn't be any suspense during this fight. He had actually said that the only thing that would entertain the audience was betting on how long Luo Yunyang would be able to hold out under Alice's relentless attacks. His face twitched as he watched the scene before him. His carefully prepared facial expressions froze up in shock, doubt and astonishment. His mind was such a chaotic mess that he wasn't able to come back to his senses. It seemed like one shouldn't speak carelessly, especially when a match had not even ended. However, it was too late for regrets now. Words couldn't be taken back. The man suddenly felt absolutely horrible. You already have 3 source cores. Why can't you be a little more low-key? How can you also be a telekinesis master? Can't you give us a break? Mr. Smith, the beautiful female presenter beside him, who was very competent, was fully aware that there shouldn't be any awkward silences, so she smiled brightly and spoke up with a cough. A telekinesis master. This is a whole new domain. It seems like we. As she used polished words in an effort to salvage the awkward situation, Alice suddenly moved. The glow of blood in her eyes had become even more crazed. All right, I had originally thought that fighting you wouldn't be worthwhile, yet you are also a telekinesis master. This is really great. As she spoke, the berserk glow in Alice's eyes glowed even brighter, to the point that her whole eyes became bright scarlet. Blitzkrieg. As Alice spoke, a majestic chi rushed forward from her body and a strange feeling arose in Luo Yunyang's heart. It felt similar to facing Chief Instructor Lu Shu. Back then, he had showed everyone how powerful a martial Grand Master was. The bloodthirsty bloodline erupted along with the unbeatable state of a martial Grand Master, which was supposed to last 3 minutes. Luo Yunyang didn't dare hesitate. He immediately adjusted his mind attribute to the max. Power. 1 fire. 0 ice. 0 wood. 0 speed. 1 mind. 260 constitution. Golden body. 4 fire. 1 ice. 1 die. As Alice suddenly swung her axe in this berserk state, an inexhaustible bloody light flew over to Luo Yunyang and enveloped him. The huge axe was like a cloud of blood that instantly enclosed a small area around Luo Yunyang. Shadows of Alice's axe filled up this tiny space. If an ordinary martial master had suffered this sort of attack, the possibility of escaping would have been zero. If a martial master had attempted to parry these attacks, the overestimation of their abilities would have resulted in failure. Martial masters could only use the source power in their bodies, whereas martial grandmasters could absorb power from all around them. This was a really big difference. However, Luo Yunyang was as cool as a cucumber. A thought flashed through his mind as his two throwing knives, chasing sun and accompanying moon, flew out of his hands and headed straight towards the frantic hacks of that huge, powerful axe. Chapter 122, Mindstorm Bang. As the huge axe and the two throwing knives collided in the air, the bloody shadows that filled the sky dissipated. The majestic Alice couldn't help moving back 3 steps. Although 3 steps wasn't much, Alice had already forced herself into the realm of a martial grandmaster. If she had been forcibly obstructed, then how immense had this clash been? Luo Yunyang felt his head buzz as the throwing knives clashed with the huge axe. Although his body hadn't been in contact with the throwing knives, he had been controlling them in order to parry the blow, so he had still felt the strength of the collision. How strong! Nicely done. Now take another chop of my axe. Alice hissed as the huge axe, which was about the size of a tire, danced in the air. Now that its speed had been doubled, the huge axe was like a blood-red streak flying towards Luo Yunyang. If the previous axe technique had been like dark clouds covering the sky, then this strike was much weaker in comparison. However, all the strong fighters present understood that, although an attack that filled the entire sky was powerful, it couldn't be compared to a concentrated power. This streak might have seemed inferior to that all-encompassing technique, yet Luo Yunyang could sense countless changes behind it. If he tried to avoid it, perhaps the girl would expect and be prepared for that reaction. I can't avoid it. A number of thoughts flickered through the abnormally calm Luo Yunyang. Meanwhile, the chasing sun used the mountain-moving and sea-draining move as it headed straight for the axe. At the same time, the accompanying moon acted like a flash of lightning that flew rapidly with its sights set on Alice's back. It seemed like Alice hadn't noticed the unconventional moves of the accompanying moon, as her silhouette followed the huge axe that rushed straight towards Luo Yunyang. Bang! As the axe clashed with the chasing sun in midair, the knife was immediately sent flying away. Meanwhile, Luo Yunyang's other throwing knife acted like a streak of lightning ready to stab Alice in the back. This strike was like a master stroke. Practically all the spectators watching the scene let out gasps of surprise simultaneously. They all seemed extremely tense. However, the instant that throwing knife was about to embed itself into Alice's back, Alice pulled her arm back amid her seemingly berserk state. A blood-red source power formed a big fist in the air as Alice drew her arm back and sent it smashing into the accompanying moon. The convergence of blood-red source power, which was about the size of a human head, was soundlessly cut in half by the throwing knife. However, this small delay gave Alice a fraction of a second that allowed her to respond and brandish the huge axe in her hand. When she swung her axe this time, a crescent-shaped blood-red axe light was produced. Source lines that hadn't been triggered lit up quickly in the air, creating a dazzling light screen that prevented any off-target blows from striking outside the arena. There were over 100 crescent-shaped gleams, each containing a power similar to Lamardo's sacred light beheading. Alice had displayed the might of a martial grandmaster all over the world. As he faced all the light gleams whistling through the air towards him, Luo Yunyang concentrated his mind power on the two knives, chasing sun and accompanying moon. The two of them formed countless light nets that clashed against the frantic blood-red axe lights. Ah! Alice roared furiously, as though she had become even more frenzied due to her inability to win after fighting for so long. As she snarled furiously, a different sort of red glow appeared all around her. This glow was extremely terrifying. Advanced bloodthirst. A strong fighter watching the match shouted as he stood up. Stop it, do you know what this will? Before the fighter could finish his sentence, Alice had already made her next move. When she swung her axe this time, a long blood-red axe shadow at least a few hundred meters long appeared in the sky. It's Asura's Fury. It was the third of Asura's 7 axes, the earth-shaking Asura's Fury. Marat had used this technique to split apart a powerful source beast that had crossed through the space barrier. Once one was enveloped by this axe shadow, there was simply no time to escape. As soon as Asura's axe was used, the chi locked on and there was nowhere to hide anymore. As Luo Yunyang faced this surging axe blade, he felt the sky and earth all around him crumble. Although his body was floating in the air, he realized that he was completely unable to move. All he could do was take it all and try to fight back. His book on basic telekinesis cultivation, which included levitation and object-controlling techniques, also contained an excerpt related to the Mindstorm method. However, the Mindstorm method was extremely dangerous. When one used it, they needed to have an extremely strong mind power, as there was a huge possibility of a fearsome backlash when it was unleashed. Unfortunately, there was no time to worry about personal gains or losses now. Luo Yunyang used the Mindstorm without hesitation. From an ordinary person's point of view, all Luo Yunyang did was face Alice and stare at her. However, in his gaze was hidden an extremely violent mind power that battered Alice's mind. The moment the Mindstorm was unleashed, Luo Yunyang felt as though he was going to collapse. Although his mind attribute was currently at 260, he could not use any more telekinetic techniques even if he tried. Restore. Luo Yunyang used his attribute regulator and quickly restored all his attributes to their original state without hesitation. After the restoration, his mind attribute only had 1 point, but his other 3 attributes were completely restored. Golden Body. 63. As his constitution was adjusted, Luo Yunyang transferred all his bonus attribute points to his golden body. The only thing he could do now was rely on his golden body to withstand Asura's fury. As soon as Asura's fury was unleashed, Teacher Xie had stood up. Meanwhile, quite a few powerhouses from the 17 western cities had also gotten up. They didn't try to stop Teacher Xie. They just stood by to make a fast rescue if needed. Although it currently seemed like Alice had the upper hand, they were still apprehensive due to Luo Yunyang's status as a telekinesis master. Boom! The blood-red axe descended and hacked hard at Luo Yunyang's body. As it fell, a dazzling golden glow blossomed out of Luo Yunyang. The golden glow was at least a foot thick. When the blood-red axe's head fell against it, a metallic, creaking sound was produced. Although the golden glow appeared unyielding, some cracks still appeared quickly under the pressure of the axe. In the blink of an eye, countless cracks started to form. As long as the huge blood-red axe could produce an additional spurt of energy, everything, including Luo Yunyang's golden body, would fall apart. Chapter 123. The last person standing on the stage when things got really dangerous, Alice, whose eyes were glowing red, suddenly clutched her head with both hands and shrieked violently before rolling around on the ground in pain. "Quick, stop her, that's the Mindstorm," a tall, skinny Western old man shouted. A few Western powerhouses that looked like martial grandmasters rushed over to Alice and caught her with a wave of their hands. "Don't knock her out, let her vent, otherwise, the Mindstorm will shatter her mind into a million fragments. If that happens, even if Alice is able to survive, she will become an imbecile." The tall, skinny old man floated up after checking Alice's condition and barked out firm instructions. The few powerhouses from the west, who all agreed with the old man, split up and held down Alice's arms and legs in an effort to stabilize her. The golden glow surrounding Luo Yunyang's body had also crumbled after the blow of the huge blood-red axe. Given the circumstances, Luo Yunyang's heart was beating like crazy. If he hadn't managed to use the Mindstorm in time, or his golden body had, fortunately, he had managed to use his attribute regulator at the right time. Otherwise, defeating Alice would have been impossible. This is just a friendly competition. Isn't using the Mindstorm a little over the top? The tall, skinny old man asked in an angry tone as he stared at Luo Yunyang. If it's a friendly competition, then why was there a need to use the bloodthirsty bloodline in the 3-minute unbeatable state? Teacher Xie retorted, appearing behind Luo Yunyang at just the right moment. "How come you guys are allowed to commit arson in Maya City, when we aren't even allowed to light a lamp?" The old man didn't say anything. He just shot Luo Yunyang a look before turning away. Who is that man? When he had stared at him, Luo Yunyang had felt as though a huge beast had been glaring at him. Although the man hadn't attacked him, Luo Yunyang could sense how fearsome he was. "He is Uraid, a telekinesis grandmaster." Teacher Xie seemed a little worried. Although a telekinesis grandmaster was at the same rank as a martial grandmaster, it was publicly known that if a martial grandmaster and a telekinesis grandmaster had a showdown, the one that would die wouldn't be the telekinesis grandmaster. If martial grandmasters were rare in the Da Alliance, then telekinesis grandmasters were even scarcer. There were actually less than 10 in the entire Da Alliance. Arg! Alice was still howling hysterically. Her hands were struggling frantically as she tried to escape from the powerhouses controlling her. Unfortunately, she was unable to take even a single step away. Although Maya City's most celebrated host was unwilling to do his job, he still had to walk on the stage 15 minutes later. I hereby announce the victor of this round, Luo Yunyang. The moment this information was announced, a deadly silence spread in the stadium, which hosted more than 1 million spectators. Almost the entire audience had gone there in hopes of winning, yet they were now experiencing defeat. Deep down, they all felt that Alice wasn't at fault. The girl, who looked like demon spawn, had made them feel afraid from the bottom of their hearts. However, this demon-like deity had actually lost to Luo Yunyang. This type of defeat was hard for them to accept. Although they believed that it wasn't true, they had really been defeated. Alice had been defeated at the hands of a telekinesis master. The people from the 13 eastern cities, who were supporting Luo Yunyang, were also silent. They were all in complete shock. Although they supported Luo Yunyang from the bottom of their hearts, when they'd heard that he would be facing Alice, they hadn't thought that he would have any chance of winning. However, things had turned out quite differently. Luo Yunyang had actually come out victorious. He had defeated an entity that possessed a 3-minute unbeatable state. 1 second, 2 seconds. After a full minute of silence, a thundering applause suddenly rang out all around the stadium. Although many people felt their hearts sink, they had to admit that it had been a brilliant match. Although they cared about the shares of resources, which would affect their lives, they would let the officials of the 17 western cities worry about them. About 15 minutes later, Alice finally came back to her senses. Her scrawny face was very pale, yet she still gazed intensely at Luo Yunyang before she left. It seemed as if she wanted to etch his image deeply into her mind. Luo Yunyang boarded the car heading back to their hotel under the protection of the Myrtle Cavalry Regiment. The car was already full by the time he got in. I was really nervous. Teacher Xie coughed lightly before speaking to Luo Yunyang. I have no idea how to reward you now. I was just as nervous. Luo Yunyang, having 3 damn source cores is more than enough. You disgusting person, how could you also be a telekinesis master? Did you know that a tiny, weak spark suffered a huge blow because of you? I really feel like beating you up, Fat Shui said as he made some threatening gestures. I worry that I might not be able to, though. No, I really could not beat you. Ling Yubing smiled as she said, my heart isn't as dark as that little fatty's. I only have blessings for you, Luo Yunyang. Of course, there is also something that you have to remember. If you don't have a girlfriend, you could consider me for the job. I am a graceful girl and a very skilled cook. When Chu Yuan heard what Ling Yubing said, she felt some complex, slightly melancholic emotions flood her heart. When I first heard the competition rules, I thought that you would be the weak link, Wei Zongxing said sincerely. I would like to apologize. I now realize that you were always the strongest one among us. You just didn't want to show off. Ha ha ha, let bygones be bygones. Don't take this to heart. Men shouldn't fuss over a few words. Luo Yunyang replied magnanimously, waving his hands around. However, deep down he attached more importance to Wei Zongxing's behavior. Someone who couldn't stand people who were stronger than them and despised people who were weaker than them couldn't have a kind heart. Even if they discovered that they had a conscience one day, the spite in their bones wouldn't disappear easily. After all, who knew when they would relapse and hurt others again? Wei Zongxing might have said the right words, but Luo Yunyang could still sense a deep hostility hidden in his eyes. This trace of enmity was concealed so well that, although his heart was full of hatred, what was visible on the surface was only the tip of the iceberg. Chapter 124. The Garden of Dreams. According to Fat Shui, the best thing to do that day would be to drag Luo Yunyang along and have some fun without worries. However, the moment these unreliable words exited his mouth, his suggestion was overruled by Teacher Xie. He had good reason to overrule it. Luo Yunyang had just experienced a major battle, so what he needed was to get some rest. Chu Yuan, Ling Yubing and the others all agreed with Teacher Xie, so Fat Shui was suppressed without any chance of rebelling. Luo Yunyang lay on a chair and sorted through his thoughts, summarizing his gains and losses during this battle. He had defeated Alice, yet Asura's 7 axes had been formidable. Although Luo Yunyang had used both the ape dragon blueprint and his mind telekinesis, he had eventually relied on his attribute regulator to narrowly defeat Alice. Luo Yunyang had acknowledged his own shortcomings during this battle. His combat experience was limited, and his technique cultivation wasn't sufficient. Although he hadn't watched Ling Yubing's fight, he believed that a telekinesis master's combat techniques definitely wouldn't be limited to the few methods he had used. Although he had relied on his tyrannical mind power and used the Mindstorm to defeat Alice, this wouldn't be enough against a true telekinesis grandmaster. However, what Luo Yunyang thought about the most were the 3 minutes of martial grandmaster state that Alice had experienced when she had activated the bloodthirsty bloodline. Her display had made Luo Yunyang realize that he couldn't belittle the heroes of this world. He might have an attribute regulator, but other people might have even more unique tricks hidden up their sleeves. He needed to quickly cultivate the heaven-battling ape-dragon chart, especially the breathing techniques it contained. His golden body might be very strong, but improving its state was a problem he needed to take care of. Fast, all these thoughts flashed through Luo Yunyang's mind, making him feel a little tired. He took a deep breath and then used the youthful emperor's secret art of longevity to send a wave of wood-based vitality into his body. Luo Yunyang, we will be returning to the 13 eastern cities in 2 days. Until then, you can get some rest and enjoy yourself, Teacher Xie said after summoning Luo Yunyang and the others the next morning. Although Luo Yunyang and the other martialists were state scholars, they were still teenagers, so there wouldn't be any restrictions to the amount of fun they could have. The moment these words left Teacher Xie's mouth, he was met with a round of cheers. Teacher Xie didn't say anything else. He just waved them all off, indicating that they could just go and have fun by themselves. However, before Luo Yunyang could walk out of the room, Teacher Xie suddenly chuckled loudly. The Council of the Da Alliance has just informed me that Luo Yunyang will be awarded 1 billion Dayuan. You better make the most of this opportunity. It was evident what this opportunity meant. Fat Shui cheered and said, other people's riches are just my worldly possessions. His chubby hands had already grabbed onto Luo Yunyang's sleeves as he looked at him greedily. They would go on a shopping spree. Luo Yunyang brandished the golden card that Teacher Xie had given him as a reward before he went into an uncontrollable shopaholic mode. He had to buy presents for his mother and little sister, as well as some of his relatives and friends. As soon as he found out that there was 1 billion Dayuan in the golden card, Luo Yunyang no longer cared about prices. Bring that over. Yes, that one. Fat Shui gestured at a set of Western attire bossily before he laughed heartily. Wrap it up for me. Sir, this suit will not complement your body type, a graceful female sales assistant advised. Although her conscientious suggestion was definitely good professional ethics, her recommendation was unfortunately rejected cruelly by Fat Shui. FCK, can't you see that I have been losing weight recently? This suit is the most expensive one you have. This is what I want, I don't want to try anything else. Fat Shui was practically snarling, which made the kind sales assistant feel foolish. What a coincidence. I never expected to run into you here, Mr. Luo. Chen smiled at Luo Yunyang, looking pleasantly surprised. She was wearing an elegant long dress. The people in Maya City considered Luo Yunyang someone famous all over the world, yet almost anyone who recognized him in this high-end shopping center would show some restraint. Even though he didn't have any intention of giving in to her seduction, Luo Yunyang's ego still swelled up when he saw Chen. I always knew that you were really strong, yet I never imagined that there would be a wise, far-sighted heart in that strong body. Chen bowed gracefully, just like a fan who had just met her idol. Luo Yunyang was speechless. Meanwhile, Ling Yubing frowned and Fat Shui grimaced behind him. There is a first-rate show that I will be participating in tonight, Mr. Luo. I wonder if you could find the time to attend it and support me. Chen's huge eyes were full of eager anticipation. Show? What sort of show? Luo Yunyang had a stunned look on his face. Other than his life in Donglu Town and Base 7, he really didn't know much about anything else in the world. Is it the celebrated Garden of Dreams? Fat Shui quickly squeezed to the front and clasped his hands together tightly as his heart beat rapidly. Ling Yubing kicked out hard at him. This time, Fat Shui, who was really afraid of pain, acted as though he didn't even feel it. Yes, it is the Garden of Dreams. You could come along with Mr. Luo, Mr. Shui. Chen gazed intently at Luo Yunyang. I've noticed that everyone calls you Yunyang. May I also address you that way? Of course, Miss Chen. You could also call me Fat Shui. We are all friends here. Calling us Mr. is too polite. Ha ha, Yunyang and I will come to your show together. Fat Shui answered on Luo Yunyang's behalf, afraid that the idiot would say something and spoil everything. I have to prepare for the big show tonight, so I shan't accompany you any longer, Luo Yunyang. As soon as she said this, Chen left gracefully. Her beautiful back disappeared from view, leaving only her breathtaking charm behind. What is the Garden of Dreams? Luo Yunyang asked Fat Shui after Li Chen had left. How can you not know this? Hee, let sister explain. The Garden of Dreams is a... Fat Shui chuckled before Ling Yubing could finish speaking. The Garden of Dreams is a top-notch auction that takes place in the West. There will be many high-quality items there. There will even be some people who have managed to buy lots of good stuff. Fat Shui was lying. Luo Yunyang's mind attribute had already surpassed 60 points, so he didn't need to make any adjustments to sense the fat fellow's dishonesty. However, he didn't have anything better to do, and Fat Shui was quite a good friend, so Luo Yunyang decided that he would go over to take a look. What surprised him was Ling Yubing's reaction. Although she had been undermining Fat Shui just a moment ago, she suddenly decided that she wanted to tag along to the Garden of Dreams. Chapter 125. Scram 6 hours later, Luo Yunyang watched beautiful women wearing all sorts of wings strutting out continuously on a massive T-shaped stage. Is this the auction you were talking about? He asked Fat Shui disdainfully. Hee, the auction takes place at the end. Did you know that the Garden of Dreams only happens once a year? During each show, the dreams of every man in the entire Da Alliance are fulfilled. Fat Shui chuckled as he watched the models strut leisurely. My dream was to attend a fashion show before I turned 30. I never expected that I would be able to realize my dream before I even turned 20. It's all thanks to you. Fat Shui suddenly got excited. Look, she winked at me. Whoa, she even blew me a kiss. Right across from them was a 1.80-meter tall blonde model whose sweet features and graceful figure had a relentless charm. She flashed a gorgeous smile all around her under the flashing lights, looking right in their direction. She is obviously smiling at Luo Yunyang, all right. Ling Yubing shattered Fat Shui's daydream rudely. Fat Shui snorted and pretended Ling Yubing didn't exist. Instead, he turned his attention to yet another woman traversing leisurely down the catwalk. Almost every woman that walked down the catwalk seemed to fix her attention in Luo Yunyang's general direction. When Li Chen appeared on stage, she extended both arms in his direction. How is this fellow still so popular? Fat Shui didn't even bother concealing the jealousy in his tone. People tend to worship the strong. Plus, he has a special wood-based source core. Wei Zongxing chuckled. Some people say that Luo Yunyang's source power could make one stay young forever. A mysterious grin appeared on Wei Zongxing's face as he said these words. I am really delighted to see you here, Luo Yunyang. I am Tom King from Freedom City. A tall handsome guy in a black suit walked over to Luo Yunyang. Tom King had been defeated by Alice in Asura's 7 axes. Although he had lost this time, his reputation hadn't received that much of a beating. I have to thank you. If you hadn't injured Lamardo that badly, I might not have gotten a chance to place third at this competition. Tom King suddenly lowered his voice. Of course, this was what I had been promised. Promised? Luo Yunyang could guess what he meant by that. He smiled, but refrained from commenting on this matter. Although you did it unintentionally, the 7-city coalition can't thank you enough. This is 1 billion Daywan. Take it and spend it however you like. Don't decline, you deserve it, Tom King added. Luo Yunyang had yet to finish the 1 billion Daywan he had with him, yet he had received another billion. He had no idea how to describe what he was currently feeling. When he accepted the card, Tom King smiled at him and turned to leave gracefully. Luo Yunyang twirled the card around in his hand and smiled at Fat Shui and the others. Unexpected good fortune, you can all have a share. Don't hold back at this auction. Fat Shui sighed. Going out with you is really a blow to one's confidence. Thank God I am a magnanimous person that can accept you for who you are. Ling Yubing nearly burst out laughing. Fat Shui is really thick-skinned. He is clearly leeching off Luo Yunyang, yet he is still praising himself shamelessly for it. As the few of them joked around happily, Li Chen changed into a glamorous pure white dress and walked over to Luo Yunyang's side gracefully, ignoring everyone else's greetings. Mr. Luo, the auction is about to start. How about I accompany you in? Li Chen extended her hand naturally, gently placing it on Luo Yunyang's arm. Luo Yunyang smiled helplessly at Fat Shui, who seemed to be on the verge of tears, before following Li Chen into the huge auction hall. Many people were already seated when they entered. Based on their manners, Luo Yunyang could sense that these people were very wealthy and respectable. A lot of them had already appeared at the dinner banquet, which Luo Yunyang and the others had attended. Luo Yunyang had arrived a little late to the fashion show, and the event had been rather noisy, so there hadn't been many people there to greet them. However, as he and the others walked in now, quite a number of people stood up hesitantly. Greetings, State Scholar Luo. It really is a pleasure to meet you. I didn't know you were so close to Miss Lichin. Ha ha, I hope that you will grace the banquets I hold at my manor with your presence in the future. State Scholar Luo, I have a collection of fine pre-apocalyptic wines stored at home. If you are free, I would like to invite you over to sample some. Thanks to his impressive mind attribute, Luo Yunyang was able to tell that these invitations were just for show. None of them were sincere. These people did not respect him, they only respected his strength. As he walked over with Lichin, he also sensed a hostile gaze fixed on him. The person looking at him was a tall young guy with handsome features that exuded an air of nobility. The guy didn't stand out from the other guests. His cultivation base was only that of a martialist. Luo Yunyang was able to determine this with a quick scan of the man. He could also tell that he had never met this guy before. There was only one thing that could cause this sort of enmity. Luo Yunyang had stolen the guy's wife. He had stolen Lichin. Lichin, have a seat here. The guy finally called out to Lichin after muttering something to himself. Lichin hesitated for a bit before replying, "Thank you, Fernando, but I still have some matters to attend to with Mr. Luo. When these matters have been resolved, I will." Fernando's expression turned a little sinister. He stared at Luo Yunyang before he said indifferently, "Mr. Luo, Miss Lichin and I have something to discuss. Could you please rest here for a bit?" Although Luo Yunyang did not know the background of this man, his haughty attitude pissed him off. Scram! Luo Yunyang glared at him icily. His killing intent pervaded the vicinity instantly, making the young guy shudder. He belonged to one of the 3 golden family clans of the 17 western cities. Although he wasn't an heir, he possessed a status that ordinary people could only dream of. Most people treated him with respect. Even some martial grandmasters dealt with him in an amicable manner. Therefore, he had always felt like he pulled quite some weight. That was why he had asked Luo Yunyang to move aside. However, he hadn't expected to receive this sort of answer. The fact that there were so many celebrities and notable people around made his face redden. Even though he was angry, he also felt fear in his heart. It was a fear derived from Luo Yunyang's pressure. He felt that the person before him wasn't Luo Yunyang, but a colossal source beast he had occasionally glimpsed from time to time through cracks in the space barrier. Chapter 126. The Fine Ancient Iron Spear. What did you say? Even though he took a deep breath, Fernando's voice was still shaky. Do you want to force my hand? Luo Yunyang replied icily. I apologize, Mr. Luo. Fernando has had a little too much to drink. A middle-aged man around 40 walked over quickly and explained respectfully. When Fernando saw the middle-aged man walk over, he immediately thought that he had found a supporter, so he spoke a little louder. You heard it for yourself, Cheney. Cheney shut down Fernando's crazed snarling immediately. Sir, Mr. Luo is being very polite. As he spoke, he dragged Fernando outside. Polite, my ass. What right does someone from the 13 eastern cities like him have to act cocky in our domain? Just wait till the auction begins. Fernando's voice became even more flustered as his words became more unbridled. However, it was clear that Cheney wasn't about to let him say what he wished. The man covered Fernando's mouth hurriedly with his hand. Luo Yunyang furrowed his brows. Although Fernando didn't get to finish speaking, Luo Yunyang sensed that there would be some problems at the auction later on. Just as he was about to take action, a bell rang and someone announced in a loud voice, "Ladies and gentlemen. After this fantastic, dream-like performance, it is now time for us to view some rare, valuable items." The person speaking was an old man with grizzled white hair who seemed to be in his 60s. The old man spoke confidently and his tone resonated powerfully. Luo Yunyang suddenly heard Lichin's voice in his ear. You were really domineering just now. Fernando was trembling from head to toe. Luo Yunyang felt his head swell as Lichin breathed in his ear. Lichin tilted her head mischievously as she gazed at him. Her beautiful, flawless face shone with a pink sheen under the lights, just like a stalk of fragrant lilac. To be honest, Lichin was more beautiful than any woman Luo Yunyang had ever met. One only had to take a look at her lovable eyes, attractive cheeks and luscious lips. Anybody would dream of going out with her, but deep down Luo Yunyang had already thought of a strong rationale. He had built a solid foundation with a woman he liked. If he pushed, the construction might shake a little, but it definitely wouldn't topple over that easily. Although he wasn't being unreasonable, his young heart already favored a like-minded girl. Let's take a look at the first lot. This item is a pre-apocalyptic gemstone from the crown of a monarch. A glass case with a green jewel about the size of a quail egg was moved to the stage after the old man's introduction. As it was illuminated by all sorts of lights, Luo Yunyang thought that the jewel gave off a very dreamy impression from his point of view. The dazzling multicolored jewel was exceptionally beautiful. However, this sort of item didn't appeal to Luo Yunyang, who used his mind power to confirm that the green gemstone didn't have any uses. Starting bid, 50 million Daewon. Minimum increment, 100,000. The old man said after the gemstone was put on display. I really like this jewel, Li Chen said softly. However, she didn't wait for Luo Yunyang to speak before she raised her hand. 50 million Daewon. As a prominent woman of note, Li Chen naturally didn't lack money. The moment she spoke, everyone around immediately fell silent. A few ladies tugged on the sleeves of their male companions anxiously, implying that it was time for them to show their might. Every man in attendance was extremely wealthy. However, when they saw Luo Yunyang standing beside Li Chen, they all instantly hesitated to bid. 50 million going once. 50 million going twice. The old man had rather high hopes for the gemstone that was being auctioned off first. He had believed that it would be sold off for at least 100 million Daewon. Unfortunately, it was only sold at the starting bid. Nobody had actually made a bigger bid. This was clearly an unforeseen scenario. The man paused on purpose for about 30 seconds between the second and the third call. After confirming that there were no other bids, he said rather dejectedly, 50 million going thrice. Sold. Let's all congratulate Miss Li Chen. From today on, this gemstone is yours. Li Chen stood up gracefully and flashed a smile in every direction before sitting down next to Luo Yunyang once again. Thank you. If you weren't here, I wouldn't be able to win the bid that easily. I would have spent at least 200 million Daewon. Luo Yunyang grinned and replied, don't go starting a cult. Items were continuously brought out to be auctioned off. Most of them were pre-apocalyptic pieces of art, including some calligraphy and paintings. The price of each item was over 100 million Daewon. Luo Yunyang, who had no interest in these things, felt a little drowsy. Fat Shui and the others weren't that interested in the auction either. Just as Luo Yunyang was contemplating whether it was time to leave, the old man announced, next, we will be auctioning off an ancient spear that was discovered in the east. Although it is not known how this spear was forged, its degree of sharpness surpasses that of alloy number 7. As the old man spoke, a 2.1 meter long black spear was lifted onto the stage by 5 men. The moment it was brought on the stage, Luo Yunyang felt the temperature of his surroundings increase by about 4 degrees. Even though it was under the lights, there was no luster on the pitch-black ancient spear. Luo Yunyang's eyes started to glow as he stared at it. The moment his mind power landed on the ancient spear, he immediately sensed a boundless murderous aura rush out of it. The murderous aura rushed straight at him, as if it was trying to attack his mind. Starting bid, 100 million Daewon. Additional increments, 50 million. The old man that hosted the auction stated loudly, 100 million. A firm voice shouted. The first person to place a bid wasn't Luo Yunyang. It was actually a martialist from the 17 western cities. However, practically the instant that he spoke, Luo Yunyang raised the bid. 1 billion. As soon as he said this, every other person who had been about to speak froze in place. They had originally considered increasing the bid bit by bit. They hadn't expected that Luo Yunyang would raise the bid so high before they could even make a move. Everyone in the auction hall immediately fell silent. 1 billion. Mr. Luo Yunyang has bid 1 billion. Any other bids? This is a rare ancient spear. The old host was very excited. After all, the higher the price an item was auctioned for, the bigger the commission he would earn. Anyone would be able to live comfortably on the commission he earned. 1.05 billion. Perhaps someone had been bewitched by the old man's words, because a hesitant voice raised the bid. However, the person had barely finished announcing the bid, when Luo Yunyang said coolly, 1.8 billion Daewon. Chapter 127. The leaked drug prescription. 1.8 billion Daewon was an astronomical figure. It was certainly the highest amount that had been bid at this auction. Almost everyone immediately turned to look at Luo Yunyang. There was quite a number of astute people who had determined that this ancient spear wasn't ordinary the moment it had appeared. Thus, they had all been pondering how to slowly raise the bid before winning the spear with a swoop. However, none of them had expected that Luo Yunyang would raise the bid so insanely. Damn that son of AB *TCH. Would they be able to raise the bid and fight Luo Yunyang to death? Almost everyone already looked hesitant. The person who had raised the bid by 50 million had chosen to remain silent. 1.8 billion going once. 1.8 billion going twice. 1.8 billion going thrice. This time, the old host didn't pause for too long, as the bid had already exceeded his expectations. As the hammer fell, Luo Yunyang exhaled sharply. Fat Shui's heart was aching a little as he said, "That was 1.8 billion, Yunyang. You could have just spent 800 million on that ancient spear, yet you spent an extra billion." Luo Yunyang wanted to explain to the grieving Fat Shui, but Chu Yuan spoke up instead. "If Luo Yunyang did what you suggest, then he might not have been able to win the ancient spear, even if he bid 1.8 billion on it. Although I don't know the origin of the spear, I have a feeling that it is no ordinary item." Suddenly, Chu Yuan added rather seriously, "When I was looking at the ancient spear just now, I sensed a sort of spiritual nature that I can't describe." While the two of them were speaking, the old man announced slowly, "The next item is the last one at this auction. It's not going to be brought up here, but don't worry. If you purchase it, it will be delivered to you within 10 days. We commissioned the Ravenous Wolf mercenary group to obtain this item for the auction. 20 members of the Ravenous Wolf mercenary group lost their lives in the process. This item is currently en route to Maya City from the 13 eastern cities. It's a drug prescription from the 13 eastern cities that was taken from the tomb of Zhu Long. Many strong fighters from the 8 eastern militaries made quite a number of sacrifices to obtain this prescription. The auction for this item will begin now." As soon as the old man finished speaking, Luo Yunyang's expression became ugly. He had already realized what would be auctioned off next. Amid his extreme fury, he felt about 5 formless shapes pressure him and envelope him. These people were martial grandmasters. There were few martial grandmasters keeping watch at Maya City. If 5 of them were gathered there, one could imagine how important this auction was. Plus, there was no secret prescription there. Although Li Chen had intended to invite Luo Yunyang back to her little abode to spend the night, when she saw the killing intent he radiated, she tactfully shoved this invitation to the back of her mind. However, her eyes still looked intoxicated as she watched Luo Yunyang leave. He wasn't very masculine, yet he had a captivating grace about him. He was very unconventional. Although this never showed on the surface, he had a lofty, avant-garde air deep down. He was the sort of man that made one ponder over them. As Luo Yunyang, Fat Shui and the others left, they all had strained expressions on their faces. Fat Shui's chubby body looked as though it was going to explode. "Damn it, if I find out who the bastard that did this was, I will make sure they have a horrible death." Fat Shui roared in the car. He currently looked like a furious lion. Even Ling Yubing, who he normally didn't get along with, didn't try to tease him now. Deep down, Luo Yunyang was even more infuriated than Fat Shui. He hadn't expected that the prescription that he and many others had risked their lives for down in Zhu Long's tomb would actually appear at this auction. How was this possible? He couldn't believe this had really happened right before their very eyes. Luo Yunyang remembered all the insiders who knew about the prescription. Obtaining this prescription had been an extremely difficult task after all. The 17 Western cities have always had a stranglehold on body-forging medicine, restorative medicine and various other sorts of drugs, Fat Shui said, waving his chubby hands angrily. "You guys might not know how difficult it is to obtain medicine, but if you hear some figures, you will understand. Only elite martialists can obtain even the most basic body-forging medicine in the 13 eastern cities." Fat Shui took a deep breath before he added, "Of course, anyone who is willing to spend a lot of money can also obtain some. Any boy from the 17 eastern cities with no birth defects has the right to receive the most basic body-forging medicine. This alone should be enough for you to understand why the 17 western cities have become stronger in recent years and why the weight of their word and authority has increased." Wei Zongxing, who had been silent all this while, spoke up when he heard Fat Shui's words. "You don't have to be so harsh, Fat Shui. We are all part of the Da Alliance. Even though there might be some disparities between us, we must still." "To hell with that," Fat Shui snorted. "Don't act all high and mighty in front of me. We should stand united at this crucial juncture. However, this unity should mean that everyone's thoughts and efforts are directed at a common goal, not used by powerful people to help count their money." The ancient prescription we obtained from Zhu Long's tomb was supposed to help us tear down the blockade of the 17 western cities and allow us to stand on equal footing, yet look at what happened. Let's not talk about who might have leaked the information for the time being, Luo Yunyang said. I believe that there already are people in the 13 eastern cities who are investigating this. What is important right now is that the prescription is in the hands of the Ravenous Wolf mercenary group. When they stepped back into the hotel, Luo Yunyang and the others immediately went in search of Teacher Xie. Although Teacher Xie had been calling himself a teacher, Luo Yunyang and the others could faintly guess his actual identity. You guys are back. Have your arms gone soft from sweeping items up? Let me give you a little advice. Hurry up and spend as much money as you have on hand, because when we return, you won't have any more chances to buy stuff. Teacher Xie, who was holding a pipe in one hand, looked like he was speaking from experience. As he was smoking his pipe vigorously, Luo Yunyang felt like each of his puffs was an attack meant for his greatest enemies. Teacher Xie, the ancient prescription we found in Zhu Long's tomb has been leaked, Fat Shui said immediately. Teacher Xie's hands stopped moving and the smile on his face froze. He studied Luo Yunyang and the other 4 martialists before saying in a grave tone, "When did you find out?" "We attended the auction," Ling Yubing answered. "The secret prescription has already been bought by the Dug family, one of the 3 golden family clans." Chapter 128. The 3 lists. Teacher Xie sat upright in his chair and sighed. That's right, the secret prescription has been leaked. How was it leaked? Fat Shui, who was the first to reach Teacher Xie, asked rather anxiously. We are currently investigating it. Teacher Xie exhaled a puff of smoke. Then, what else can we do? Fat Shui gestured wildly with his hands. Even if I lost my life in the process, I would still do my best to help. I know you are eager to help, but it is no use, Teacher Xie said faintly. If I could, I would slaughter the entire Ravenous Wolf mercenary group. It wouldn't be such a big deal anyway. Although Teacher Xie hadn't revealed his talents, Luo Yunyang and the others knew that he had to be the equivalent of a martial grandmaster. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been dispatched to act as their nanny during this competition. Martial grandmasters could sweep away anything that appeared before them. If Teacher Xie made his move, killing the entire Ravenous Wolf mercenary group wouldn't be a problem. Then why don't you act? Is it because of the martial grandmasters in Maya City? Fat Shui's question was straight to the point. Teacher Xie looked Fat Shui right in the eye before he said calmly, "Sit down. You are good at everything, but you are a little hot-tempered. This is already done. What's the use of getting so worked up over it? Would getting worked up reverse the situation?" Fat Shui went silent when he heard this. He really didn't have any power to retaliate. Although any matter that takes place between us and the 17 western cities does not always have clear lines, there is one thing that's clear. People with a martial grandmaster rank cannot interfere with the vile private deeds of either side. Suddenly, Teacher Xia's expression became even more solemn. You must all know that every martial grandmaster is an important resource for humanity. If you can't do it, then let us go and kill the Ravenous Wolf mercenary group instead. Ling Yubing said fearlessly. Let you go. You guys are the most talented martialists of the 13 eastern cities. How could your talent be wasted on this sort of killing and plundering? Teacher Xie waved his hands around. Plus, you guys are no match for the Ravenous Wolf mercenary group. Even Luo Yunyang is not. Teacher Xia's voice suddenly became deeper. Have you heard of the 3 lists? Yes, they are the Divine List, the Sky List, and the Earth List. Fat Shui answered solemnly. Sure, I've heard of them. I also know that you rank 142nd on the Sky List. This was the first time Luo Yunyang was hearing about these lists. It looked like he would need to improve his knowledge in the future if he didn't want to be oppressed. The people on the Divine List are God-tier experts, the people on the Sky List are martial grandmasters, and the people on the Earth List are the Da Alliance's best martial masters. The leader of the Ravenous Wolf mercenary group, Du Bang, is ranked 10th on the Earth List. Although the 10th spot on the Earth List didn't sound very high, people like Fat Shui, who knew all about the Earth List, immediately fell silent. They all knew very well how difficult it was to reach the 10th position on the Earth List. Besides actual strength, an abundance of fighting and killing experience was also required. Alright, go wash up and head to bed. Although the Legislative Assembly of the 13 eastern cities has informed us about this matter, they have requested that we do not act without thinking. Teacher Xie let out a soft sigh. Luo Yunyang didn't utter a word as he turned to leave. As he was about to head out of the room, he heard Fat Shui ask, "Is Yunyang already on the Earth list, sir?" "He has placed 101st on the Earth list." Teacher Xia's answer was clear. "He probably has the highest ranking among this age group, 101st. This ranking was quite far from what Fat Shui had expected. "Isn't that a little low?" he mumbled to himself. "Although there aren't many first-rate martial masters in the Da Alliance, there are at least 1,000. Plus, every single person who can become a first-rate master must be really gifted. Placing 101st is already very good," Teacher Xie lamented. "Back when I first appeared on the Earth list, my ranking was in the 300 range." As he walked to his own room, Luo Yunyang's face fell. Although Teacher Xie had explained a lot, deep down he felt indignant. He couldn't forget what had happened inside Zhu Long's tomb. Some of their comrades had been buried in their effort to find a path. He couldn't forget Professor Qin and the others, who had insisted on the safe delivery of the drug prescription, even though they knew that they would die. He couldn't forget, so many lives had been sacrificed to ultimately obtain that ancient prescription, only for it to end up in the hands of these people. Luo Yunyang felt really indignant. How could something so many people had traded their lives for so easily become a means for others to earn money? Fat Shui walked in after knocking on the door. "I really can't stand this, Yunyang. I feel like I'm going to explode." Fat Shui swung his arms around crazily. "I never expected that someone would use such an important drug prescription for their own personal benefit." What can you do?" Luo Yunyang didn't wait for Fat Shui to finish. "Could you attack and kill the Ravenous Wolf mercenary group without Teacher Xia's approval?" Fat Shui slumped onto the couch like a deflated ball and clutched his head. "When you are not a martial grandmaster, it's difficult to do as you please. Do you have anything else to discuss? If you don't, then stop fretting and get out. Hurry up and enjoy the pleasures of life. We will be leaving Maya City in 2 days." As he spoke, Luo Yunyang took out his communication device and dialed a number quickly. "Is this Miss Lichin?" "It's me, Luo Yunyang. Are you free today? I just received a bottle of good wine." Lichin sounded overjoyed on the other end of the line. "I am free. I'm at a manor outside the city now. I'll come find you." "That's not necessary. There are too many people around here. I'll come find you instead," Luo Yunyang said firmly. Fat Shui pointed at him. You are still in the mood for that right now." He sounded a little pissed. "Oh, go ahead, brother. You mustn't get cold feet when it's time to honor the 13 eastern cities." When Luo Yunyang saw Fat Shui's sorrowful expression, he realized that his thoughts had gone astray. Luo Yunyang was too lazy to explain. "You are my dear brother, Luo Yunyang. I also want to experience glory. Could you introduce someone to me?" Fat Shui grabbed onto Luo Yunyang's arm just before he left the room, as though he had suddenly remembered something. His face radiated with warmth. In answer to his request, Luo Yunyang extended his hand and gave Fat Shui a hard slap across the face. A hotel car transported Luo Yunyang quickly to the manor Lichin stayed at. Even though it was outside Maya City, there were over 10,000 troops of the Myrtle Cavalry Regiment stationed there, so there were no safety issues. "Yunyang, it's so great to see you." Lichin quickly walked over and greeted Luo Yunyang. She was wearing casual clothes, yet her fair, delicate skin stood out. Chapter 129. Godslayer anticipation was evident in Lichin's eyes. Luo Yunyang's scent had infatuated her. She tried her best to sniff it, as if she wanted to breathe in Luo Yunyang's smell and keep it in her chest forever. To her, Luo Yunyang was an inexperienced young man. What she cared about was maintaining her own charm. "Is it my source power that attracts you?" Luo Yunyang entered the manor's hall and looked at all the homely decorations before he suddenly said, "Then I shall let you have a taste of the power of my wood-based life source core." His words were like a sudden bolt for Lichin, who was caught off guard. Her hidden intentions had now been laid bare. Lichin felt something she had never experienced before. It was a feeling that made her frantic. Before she could say anything, she felt Luo Yunyang's fist smash heavily into her back. Suddenly, a wave of power rushed through her body. As this wave of power struck her, Lichin lost consciousness. Luo Yunyang sat in Lichin's bedroom as the beautiful woman lay in a deep slumber on her spacious water bed. There was a metal spear in Luo Yunyang's hands that was radiating with a cold glint. It was the ancient spear he had bought at the auction. Just before Luo Yunyang had taken the car to Lichin's manor, the people from the auction house had delivered the item. Thus, He had brought the spear to Li Chen's manor. 1.8 billion. The moment Luo Yunyang had first seen the metal spear, he had known that it was not ordinary. He clutched the spear in his hand and rapidly made some adjustments by using the attribute regulator. In a flash, his mind attribute was adjusted to 260. That's not right. Why does the spear's desire to kill seem weaker after this adjustment? What Luo Yunyang wanted to know most was where the murderous aura of the ancient spear had come from. Most importantly, he wanted to use his own mind power to engulf that murderous aura and raise his mind power. However, as his mind attribute increased, not only could he not sense the origin of this murderous aura, but the ancient spear's desire to kill felt further and further away. Could this be because of the decrease of his constitution? As Luo Yunyang pondered over this, he opened his attribute regulator and made some more adjustments. Then, he used his wood-based source core and tried to pour its power into the ancient spear. It was a grade 1 wood-based source core, so the power derived from it was very strong. However, the instant his source power flowed into the metal spear, Luo Yunyang felt a strong resistance forcefully expel his own power. He was not welcome. Perhaps the power of the ancient spear and his wood-based life source core were opposing forces. If he tried to force this, he wouldn't be able to injure anyone. He actually might even end up hurting himself. Luo Yunyang switched to his ice-based source core without hesitation. The instant he forced out this power, the metal spear turned azure blue and the wave of killing intent within it was amplified several times. Luo Yunyang could vaguely sense two words emerging on the ancient spear. He urged his ice-based power on and kept increasing its intensity. Thanks to his attribute regulator, Luo Yunyang was able to raise his ice-based power to the maximum. The murderous aura on the azure blue spear became even heavier, but the two words still didn't reveal themselves. Luo Yunyang could sense that the two words hadn't changed. He retracted his ice-based power and switched to his fire-based source core. The golden red source power flowed into the ancient spear, which acted like a hungry vagabond that had not eaten in days. It swallowed Luo Yunyang's source power frantically. God Slayer. The two words concealed on the ancient spear looked like two tiny blazes as they appeared before Luo Yunyang's eyes. It was the ancient God Slayer spear. As he clutched the God Slayer, Luo Yunyang felt a wave of killing desire flood his heart. This desire made him feel all fired up. Luo Yunyang suddenly had an idea. He used his fire and ice-based source powers separately, one on each hand. When these two powers were used, the bright scarlet ancient spear turned two different colors, scarlet and azure blue. The two tangled colors had a peculiar beauty about them. However, as he stared at the strange beauty of the spear, an image that seemed to have been sealed into the spear appeared in Luo Yunyang's mind. A 3-meter-tall man that looked like a deity brandished the ancient spear in his hands before casting it away. As he threw it, the ice and fire powers revolved wildly within the spear like a massive dragon soaring through the sky. Boom! The ancient spear pierced through the body of a colossal beast as large as a planet. The colossal beast instantly crumbled into pieces in the starry sky. Although the image was simple, Luo Yunyang could sense its implicit charm. Especially when the man had thrown the long spear into the air. Such a strong desire to kill was an indescribable mystery that Luo Yunyang was able to detect, yet unable to comprehend. Luo Yunyang shut his eyes and slowly re-experienced the moment the deity-like man had thrown the spear. The man's actions had looked rather casual, yet Luo Yunyang believed that if he tried this himself, he would find it very difficult. Not right, not right. This still isn't right. Time trickled by as Luo Yunyang tried to visualize this. However, as he became aware of the wisdom behind that throw, he realized that it wasn't a throw, but a profound technique. Who exactly was that deity-like man? And what was that giant creature that he destroyed with one throw? The sound of an alarm beeping softly roused Luo Yunyang from his entranced state. He took a look at his communication device. The time he had set had arrived. Luo Yunyang stood up and checked on Li Chen. He wanted to make sure she wasn't feeling unwell because of his source power before he left through the room's window and soared into the sky. In the blink of an eye, Luo Yunyang had already disappeared into the darkness. The moment he left Li Chen's residence, a man in a secret underground room in Maya City said loudly, "He left. That kid really left Li Chen's nest. Ha ha ha, I knew he wasn't meeting Li Chen just to vent some of his rage." About 3 minutes later, the news that Luo Yunyang had left Li Chen's abode reached an old man's ears. The old man, who had a skinny, dried-up face, gave off a really shrewd vibe. He drummed his fingers against the table lightly before breaking into a strange grin. We just wanted to catch a small shrimp, yet it looks like we have caught a big fish. As soon as he said this, the old man instructed the man waiting by his side, "Go tell them not to show any mercy." Chapter 130. A brand new martial grandmaster. Sir, Luo Yunyang's aptitude is extraordinary. He will surely possess a strong power that will ward off source beasts in the future. Why are we? An immaculately dressed lady with beautiful features seemed to be trying to advise the old man against something. I know what you are trying to say. You think that there shouldn't be any internal fights among the Da Alliance during these unstable times, right? The old man waved his hands, cutting off the woman. If we want to make the Da Alliance even stronger and more capable of withstanding those damned source beasts, we have to get rid of people like Luo Yunyang. Only by weakening the 13 eastern cities and controlling them under the 17 western cities regime will humanity have a better chance of survival. Suddenly, there was a tinge of excitement in the old man's tone. This isn't just my opinion. It's what everyone else thinks as well. The beautiful lady didn't say anything. She quickly wrote down the old man's order and started to head out the door, when she suddenly said, "The ravenous wolf might be strong, but he will not necessarily be able to hold back Luo Yunyang. He is the person who defeated Alice after all." The old man waved her off. Alice isn't bad. Many people envy her 3-minute martial grandmaster state. However, the ravenous wolf has made a breakthrough. You might not know this yet, but 3 days ago, the ravenous wolf met over 100 B-grade dire beasts and killed them. Ha ha ha, if it wasn't for his breakthrough, do you think that I would have allowed this information to be leaked? This is a drug prescription on par with the body-forging medicine that the 17 western cities control after all. A look of astonishment appeared on the woman's face before it quickly gave way to a hint of sympathy. Although Luo Yunyang was very strong, the opponent he would be facing now wouldn't be a mere first-rate martial master, but a martial grandmaster. Although brand new martial grandmasters were the weakest kind of martial grandmasters, as they didn't have a big chance of using their source power to shed their mortal body, they were still martial grandmasters. A source core that could connect to the sky and earth produced a boundless source power. A single strike could contain an earth-shaking might, which wasn't something a first-rate martial master could compare to. This was a problematic situation. The news of Luo Yunyang's departure had reached both the old man's ears and Teacher Xie rather quickly. Teacher Xie had naturally been able to hear this news through some secret means. His face was ashen as he rushed into Luo Yunyang's room. Unfortunately, there was no sign of him there. "Why didn't you inform me that Luo Yunyang went out?" Teacher Xie asked Fat Shui, letting out a thunderous roar. Fat Shui was dumbfounded. He had originally thought that Luo Yunyang was extremely lucky for bringing the 13 eastern cities glory. He hadn't expected that he would actually go hunt the ravenous wolf. He said he was meeting Li Chen. I didn't expect that this would happen. Let's hurry up and bring him back. Ling Yubing and Chu Yuan hadn't expected that Luo Yunyang would actually try to slaughter the ravenous wolf mercenary group. Although they were really disgusted with the ravenous wolf mercenary group for stealing the secret prescription of the 13 eastern cities, they had to accept Teacher Xia's decision. Ling Yubing shivered as she thought about the opponent Luo Yunyang would have to face. Her heart seemed to constrict as she lay on the ground weakly. "Bring him back. We can't bring him back." Teacher Xie shook his head. "There are already 2 martial grandmasters waiting where we are staying. I can't go out. Even if you went, you would just be throwing your lives away." Fat Shui was the closest to Luo Yunyang, so when he heard Teacher Xia's words, he couldn't help blurting out, "Don't tell me we are just going to stay here and sit helplessly in the face of a crisis." Teacher Xie didn't say anything. Suddenly, his communication device started beeping rapidly. When he glanced at it, his expression turned bleak. "He's at the Balkan coast." Teacher Xia's tone was desolate. "They will be crossing paths in half an hour." The Balkan Sea was full of strong winds and crashing waves. Ever since the apocalypse, the oceans had become a forbidden territory for humanity. All aircraft carriers had been capsized by colossal sea beasts, so humans could no longer head out to sea that easily. However, there were exceptions to this rule. A ship was currently floating on Balkan Sea, which was only 100 meters deep. The ship was a pre-apocalyptic yacht. Although it was full of spots and stains created through the passage of time, some beautiful decorations still displayed stubbornly its past splendor. A slim man stood at the ship's bow loftily as the sea churned violently beneath his feet. Although the ship was stable, the man gave off an even steadier vibe. Have something to eat, boss. A tanned robust man who was built like a bull held onto an ox leg and offered it respectfully. The slim man didn't say anything. The robust man suddenly felt a swaying motion beneath his feet. A premonition of immense danger instantly filled his heart. He unfortunately wasn't able to dodge in time. He wasn't even able to make a single move. Although he was a second-grade martial master, he couldn't even cover his body with his source power in time. Just as he shut his eyes and waited for his death, a palm appeared beside his ear. The hand grabbed onto a tentacle that was roughly as thick as a bucket and tugged forcefully upwards. Splash! Waves of seawater rose up as an at least 3 stories tall octopus was dragged into the air. In the blink of an eye, the slim man was in the air and a long blade had appeared in his hand. The blade light was like snow as it swept across horizontally, slicing the 3-story tall octopus into 2. Droplets of red blood dyed the surface of the ocean in a flash. Meanwhile, a dark green crystal had appeared in the slim man's hands. It's a great, a dire beast. The tanned, bull-like man was trembling. He knew very well that if the slim man hadn't acted, that massive octopus would have killed him. My brothers and I would have it really good if we followed you, boss. We wouldn't have to worry about being pursued or killed anymore. Ha ha ha. The slim man seemed rather immune to this sort of flattery. His expression didn't change as he handed the crystal to the bull-like fella and said, "Take this source crystal. It's not bad for cultivating. You must remember, Tosin. In this world, even a mountain you can lean on could collapse. People you rely on could run. You can only rely on yourself." Tosin nodded his head before he said respectfully, "I will always be your loyal, devoted, unwavering follower, boss. You wouldn't leave me to fend for myself, would you?" Ha ha ha. The slim man laughed heartily. Suddenly, several people rushed out. There were both men and women among them, yet a dense killing intent radiated from each of them. When they saw the corpse of the octopus, which looked like a small mountain floating about 100 meters away, fear shone in their eyes. Chapter 131. A life and death battle on the ocean. To these people, an A-grade dire beast was an opponent that would require their utmost effort to defeat, especially on the ocean. In the past, at least 3 of them would have ended up in the mouth of that massive dire beast. However, this time the beast had been sliced apart by their leader with 1 slash. We will probably be able to run riot throughout the entire Balkan Sea in the future, boss. A lady with fiery red hair and a face full of scars licked her blood-red lips. Alright, what have you all run over here for? That man is our treasure. The slim ravenous wolf said rather insipidly. His name wasn't really Wolf, but ever since he had founded the Ravenous Wolf mercenary group, his old name had been tossed aside. Practically everyone called him Ravenous Wolf now. He wouldn't dare die. Do you want to see him, boss? I made some small talk with him yesterday and broke 3 of his bones. An extremely brutal-looking man said with a giggle. The Ravenous Wolf shot this man a look before pushing open the door and entering the ship's hold. Inside was a man who was tied against the hold's pillar. 2 iron chains had been pierced through his shoulder blades. The mottled bloodstains on his skin reflected the torture that this man had suffered. Although he was currently standing there in a daze, based on his tall build, one could guess that he had been a soldier. When we cross the Balkan Sea, we will reach Maya City. When we get there, our mission will be considered complete. The Ravenous Wolf eyed the tall man as he spoke with a sinister laugh. At least try to survive until we deliver the goods. How was yesterday? If you try to go on a hunger strike again, we won't torture you. Your young daughter in Shindu will be taking your place instead. She's such a tender little girl. Her screams when her arms are cut off will sound so sweet. I hope you all die horrible deaths. The man opened his eyes. His right eye was bloodshot, and there was a bloody hole where his left eye used to be. We will live happily ever after, thank you. Ha ha ha. I'm afraid our boss has already become a martial grandmaster. Did you know that? Martial grandmasters get very far in this world. If our boss was to walk into the 13 eastern cities, your people would have to welcome him with the most ardent etiquette, the bull-like Tosin said as he roared with laughter. His words made the man's heart sink. He knew what a martial grandmaster status meant. As Tosin had said, when a martial grandmaster entered a city, they always received the warmest of welcomes. Boss, we have some new information. The woman with the fiery red hair walked over quickly. Our sources say that someone is coming here with a death wish. The Ravenous Wolf's expression didn't change. Martial grandmasters were not permitted to act, but as a brand new martial grandmaster, he was the most invincible entity around right now. Hunting me is a suicide. The man hunting you is called Luo Yunyang. He recently defeated Alice, the martialist with the 3-minute martial grandmaster state. He is a telekinesis master and a genius with 3 source cores. The instructions from the top say not to let him live no matter what. The ravenous wolf's eyes lit up when he heard the woman's words. Meanwhile, the big man who was shackled to the pillar started to roar maniacally. You mustn't hurt him, he is a ray of hope for humanity. If he is allowed to mature, he will become a pillar for other humans to lean on. You can't just kill him for your own benefit. A slap landed heavily on the man's face, making him spit out a few bloody teeth. The ravenous wolf strode out of the ship's hold indifferently. The shoreline had already appeared in the distance. When he gazed at it, he noticed a figure standing upright on it like a javelin. The figure stood loftily on the beach, staring straight at the ravenous wolf. The two of them were facing each other, separated by the wide ocean. Dark green waves rolled and crashed as the fishy-smelling wind roared. While the wind screamed, a number of people were using various means to keep an eye on this place. Die, die, die. Just go and die. Lamardo lay on the sofa, cursing exasperatedly. He hadn't recovered from his injuries yet, so all he could do was lie around for the time being. Although he had lost the match, his status hadn't been affected much. He was still a legend in the 17 eastern cities, but he could vaguely sense that most people's attitude towards him was no longer the same. For example, there were some people who had always been very deferential towards him. Although they were still extremely respectful now, there was a hint of coldness in their expression when they talked to him. Lamardo could sense their disdain beneath the surface. This made him feel deeply sad. These days, he would often remember for no rhyme or reason the following saying: "Don't be afraid of being used by others, only be afraid of being useless." He had originally wanted to climb to the top and become an accomplished disciple of the unrivaled warrior. Although unrivaled warrior Johann had yet to reply to him, deep down Lamardo knew that his silence had already made his attitude on this matter clear. This was all Luo Yunyang's fault. That son of AB*TCH. Unrivaled warrior Johann had hoped that Lamardo would be able to defeat Marat's disciple, yet he hadn't even gotten a chance to face Marat's disciple. This competition was really important to the 17 western cities, yet he had only managed to place 4th. Ha ha ha, challenging a martial grandmaster, even if he is a brand new one, is suicide. Let's watch you die. In contrast to Lamardo's crazed manner, Alice was standing at the peak of a mountain, looking extremely tranquil. She was wearing total black clothing, so she looked like a scrawny black stick. However, as she stood upright on the mountain peak, she gave off a vibe that made people afraid to look straight at her. I have already passed on your request to the master, miss. An old man that looked like a specter appeared beside Alice. What did he say? She asked as serenely as ever. The old man shook his head. The master gave no reply. From what I understand, I'm afraid that the master won't get involved in this matter. When she heard the old man's words, Alice turned away and started to head down. The old man blocked her path. I know that you really wish to beat this man yourself, miss, but he is currently seeking his own death. Furthermore, a sensitive issue that concerns the entire Da Alliance is connected to this matter, the old man said honestly. This issue is not something you or I can do anything about. The 13 eastern cities do not lack martial grandmasters. However, they have chosen to remain silent at a time when the existence of the entire Da Alliance is on the line. We can't just ignore this. Life, death, poverty, wealth. Everything depends on fate. The old man's words were vehement. He met Alice's gaze before he added, the ravenous wolf has already become a martial grandmaster. He just advanced to a martial grandmaster level, but he is the one being targeted. The old man paused before he muttered softly, Luo Yunyang is a telekinesis master, so he should have already sensed that the ravenous wolf is no ordinary man. If he chooses to run back to Maya City, he might have half a chance of surviving. Chapter 132. A spear roaring across the horizon. When Luo Yunyang and the ravenous wolf's gazes met, the waves all around them were still surging as strong as ever. The instant their eyes met, Luo Yunyang immediately sensed that the ravenous wolf was different. He was a martial grandmaster. Although his aura was still a little unstable, he was indeed a martial grandmaster. The ravenous wolf did not try to conceal his aura. He was like a hunter ready to hunt his prey and deliver an extremely hard blow. He smiled right at Luo Yunyang. The distance between them was only 100 meters, so the ravenous wolf was certain that he could kill Luo Yunyang with one move. That was why he was smiling. His smile was especially dazzling because he believed that the situation was under his control. However, the instant he smiled, Luo Yunyang made his move. He threw the long spear he had been holding in a flash. The spear acted like a flash of lightning. The instant it left Luo Yunyang's hands, the combination of his two powers, the frigid ice and the intense fire, made the ancient spear look like a streak of lightning that shattered the sky as it flew towards the ravenous wolf. The ravenous wolf was still grinning smugly as Luo Yunyang threw the spear. However, when the long spear roared across the horizon, his expression changed. A deep sense of dread was evident on his face as he raised his long blade manically and faced the rapidly approaching spear without hesitation. However, the spear seemed to have a sort of invincible charm about it. Thanks to this strange charm, the ravenous wolf's long blade wasn't able to stop it in time. When the long spear pierced through his body, the ravenous wolf dropped the blade and used his hands to grab the shaft of the spear. His eyes were wide open, as if he couldn't believe what had just happened. Why hadn't he had the power to resist that spear? Why had the power hidden in the spear shattered his source core by impaling his body? This was unbelievable. The flight of the spear had lasted only for the blink of an eye. When it was over, Alice shivered on the mountain peak she was standing on. As she had watched the spear strike, she had wondered whether she would be able to take it. Lamardo was flabbergasted. He couldn't believe what he had just watched either. The ravenous wolf was the leader of one of the top 10 mercenary groups in the world, so he was someone that many people looked up to. Plus, he had also recently advanced to a martial grandmaster. An entity that was supposed to be unrivaled had actually been impaled by a spear. The ravenous wolf had wanted to climb to the apex of life and reach a position he had been yearning for. However, while his heart had been filled with inexhaustible hope, that long spear had soared through the sky and reached him. The bull-like man called Tosin was shaking uncontrollably. A moment ago, he had felt like something extremely powerful had brushed past him. In the face of this power, he felt as insignificant as a cockroach. Boom! Just as Tosin started to feel alarmed, the ravenous wolf's body shot out like a massive boulder and fell into the ocean. The ravenous wolf was dead. This man, who had been praised for his might, had traveled all over the east and become a martial grandmaster, had been defeated by a spear. The ship was still following the tide and heading towards the coast. However, after the attack of the spear, a weird silence seemed to take over the whole area. Luo Yunyang stood on the shore like a god, welcoming the ship that was about to arrive. Although he was standing perfectly upright, he was the only one who was aware of his true condition. He didn't dare move, as he simply didn't have the strength to make even the smallest movement. That yin-yang spear toss had consumed all the power within his body in an instant. He didn't have any energy or strength left anymore. Luo Yunyang felt as if his entire body had collapsed. He was using his last ounce of willpower in an effort to stay upright. The yacht was still approaching. Luo Yunyang could already see Tosin's tanned, savage face. Although he had been storing his power for quite some time, just before he had released the spear, he had also adjusted some of his attributes to the max. He now adjusted his ice and fire powers, which had been raised to 50, back to normal. Luo Yunyang was already rather familiar with the attribute regulator, so he knew that his best option would be to revert all his attributes to their original state. Although he still wouldn't have any strength, this way he would at least be able to use his mind attribute. His power and physical strength were so low that he couldn't even move, but his mind attribute was still abundant. Mind. 65. His mind attribute had actually increased by over 10 attribute points. Could this increase have been caused entirely by that spear strike? You killed, boss. Tosin stared at Luo Yunyang, his voice shaking slightly. Luo Yunyang seemed rather devilish in his eyes. The woman with the fiery red hair clenched her fists tightly. A frightening killing intent was radiating from her body. The few other fighters of the ravenous wolf mercenary group had also rushed over. They were all glaring at Luo Yunyang as though he was some sort of demon. Are you all members of the ravenous wolf mercenary group? Luo Yunyang asked, indifferently as he eyed Tosin and the others. Catch him and kill him. He must have exhausted a lot of power to kill boss with that strike. We will surely kill him if we all rush at him. Let's avenge our boss. The red-haired woman's blood-red eyes and malevolent face made her look both deranged and fearsome. If we all work together to kill him, the rewards will be enough for us to live comfortably for the next half of our lives. Perhaps some of the rewards might even allow us to break through our current boundaries, she hissed venomously. Kill him. The moment the woman spoke, the other mercenaries started to get restless. Mercenaries were usually bullies that preyed on the weak and cared only about their own profit and benefits. If they were given a sufficient reward, they would even sell their souls to the devil. This was what mercenaries were really like. Practically the instant that woman shrieked, they all rushed over to Luo Yunyang with a crazy expression in their eyes. However, the moment the red-haired woman shrieked, a throwing knife flew out of Luo Yunyang's hands, heading straight for her. The knife was like a streak of lightning. Although the woman's evading speed was fast, she found it difficult to find a way to react. In an instant, the flying knife had severed her head. Chapter 133. Real Men Don't Cry. The bunch of mercenaries charging over at Luo Yunyang turned pale after the woman's death. They had only rushed over at Luo Yunyang because they had thought that he had run out of strength. However, they hadn't expected that he would still have other tricks. The appearance of the flying knife crushed their last ounce of fighting spirit. Kneel or die. Luo Yunyang's voice was still calm as he stood loftily on the shore. However, amidst that calmness was a might that could make one's heart shudder. Tosin was the first to kneel. Although he was a savage, his savageness depended on whom he was facing. Each and every mercenary knelt on the ground without daring to budge. In a flash, the throwing knife descended on their arms and legs. The mercenaries didn't have any way to resist the knife, which was being controlled by Luo Yunyang's mind power. Although they were in immense pain, they didn't even dare make a sound. Tao He were just pieces of meat, so Luo Yunyang, who was wielding the knife, had complete control over their lives. Thus, they didn't dare voice any complaints. He is really careful, the old man on the peak said softly with a hint of admiration in his voice. Alice, who had been staring at Luo Yunyang as she stood upright on the spot, said faintly, I'm afraid that his body is having a hard time restoring its motion. That spear toss probably drained all his strength. The old man's tone had a hint of dread as he said, even I would have found it difficult to dodge that spear, miss. It was really terrifying. Alice didn't say anything. Instead, she looked at Luo Yunyang in a new, peculiar light. About 15 minutes later, Luo Yunyang finally recovered his ability to move and took a few slow steps towards the yacht. As he walked towards it, nobody dared make a sound. Luo Yunyang reached the ravenous wolf. He had not expected that the ravenous wolf would pull that long metal spear out of his body before dying with his eyes wide open. There were no bloodstains or any other evidence that the long spear had just killed someone. Although it was as heavy as ever, as Luo Yunyang held it, he felt as if there was a strong bond between them. When he pushed open the door and saw the man strung up by his shoulder blades, he immediately felt anger surging in his heart. When the man saw Luo Yunyang with his remaining eye, his expression was strange. Mr. Luo, I never expected to see you here. Ha ha ha, I am really happy. When Luo Yunyang saw the one-eyed man, his previously calm demeanor became furious. He was very familiar with this man. Although he didn't stand out from the crowd, he had been a part of the group that had walked out of the Sun and Moon Palace alive. He might have suffered some serious injuries in Zhu Long's tomb, but he had still managed to survive before being tormented this way. I have revealed quite a lot about the secret prescription, Mr. Luo. I'm afraid that this will cause the 13 eastern cities a huge loss. They transported me over a long distance to get a first-rate telekinesis master to search my mind. They didn't believe me. I know that I am guilty of a terrible crime. I have betrayed the 13 eastern cities, but I didn't have a choice. Tears started flowing out of the man's remaining eye. His tears were stained with blood. I should have remained loyal, but they have my daughter. She is only 13, Mr. Luo. I am her father. The man seemed to be inconsolable. He was gasping hard and breathing with difficulty due to the pain in his body, as well as the issue with his daughter. He seemed to be trying his hardest to breathe this way to alleviate the pain and avoid choking and dying. Luo Yunyang gazed at the man, who had been strung up by his shoulder blades. There was not a single good muscle left in his body, yet tears kept streaming out of his remaining eye socket. Real men don't cry. Although Luo Yunyang had always kept this phrase in the back of his mind, he realized that he didn't agree with it anymore. How were they able to capture and bring you here, when you are in the sky-high military? Luo Yunyang asked, grabbing the man's arm. The man was still in disbelief. Luo Yunyang's mind attribute was high, so the other man couldn't compare to him. Are you going to give up on saving your daughter? Luo Yunyang asked. It was Ni Xin. He brought the people who captured me. The man gnashed his teeth as he spoke. His voice was filled with hatred. Ni Xin. Luo Yunyang was only familiar with the surname, yet when he heard it, a frigid expression flickered across his eyes. Is that the Ni family? Luo Yunyang asked solemnly, looking straight at the other man. Yes, it is. I never expected that they would do such a thing. The man shook his damaged arms in a somewhat deranged, painful manner, causing droplets of blood to trickle out of his wounds. Do not fret. The future is long and unpredictable, Luo Yunyang said as he walked to the man's front. I am already exhausted, Mr. Luo. My light is fading. They used special methods to keep me alive. The only reason I endured so far was the hope of seeing my daughter live on. The man's mind was becoming clearer by the second. His expression was also much calmer now. I was really foolish. How could I believe them? They would have just killed me and then hurt my daughter. The man, who had just calmed down, flared up once again. The many wounds on his body looked aggravated. Luo Yunyang shook his head gently as he watched the demented man. Although he had a wood-based life source core, the man's current injuries were too serious. His light was indeed fading. He simply had no chance of surviving. Outside the yacht, a mercenary who ran out into the sea in an effort to flee was cut in two by Luo Yunyang's throwing knife. Tosin and the others, who had started to get restless, became even more scared. They all kept kneeling down. They no longer dared act without thinking. Mr. Luo, please bury me, in the ocean. I am too ashamed to return to the east. The man slowly calmed down. The pupil of his remaining eye was now expressionless. Luo Yunyang nodded and said softly, Don't worry, Lu Kai. If your daughter is still alive, I will save her. When he heard Luo Yunyang's promise, Lu Kai, who was still pinned to the pillar, relaxed completely. His mouth curled up into a relieved smile. Luo Yunyang remained silent. He just watched as Lu Kai, who had suffered all kinds of torture, passed away in silence. He felt as though a raging wildfire had combusted in his heart. This combustion was even more violent than the one he had felt when he had heard that the prescription had been stolen. Chapter 134. The name that shook the whole world. As they were enveloped by Luo Yunyang's killing intent, Tosin and the others started shaking uncontrollably. Some of them even wet their pants. Don't kill me, a tall, built fella that looked kind of cruel wailed. He had barely finished speaking, when Luo Yunyang's long spear ripped his throat open. Mr. Luo, I know where the ravenous wolf's treasury is. I was the one who helped store all his belongings. This was the first time Tosin felt like he was at the threshold of death. Afraid, he rushed over to Luo Yunyang and blurted out, the reason the ravenous wolf was able to advance to a martial grandmaster has something to do with his treasures. If you let me go, I will tell you everything. Where is his treasury? Luo Yunyang's expression changed. Although he was still extremely furious, he was now more cool-headed. You must promise to let me go. Tosin cried out loudly. A strange glint appeared in Luo Yunyang's eyes. This was the first time he was using his mind power to search through someone's mind. However, even though it was the first time, Luo Yunyang still used his mind-searching technique frantically. He immediately rushed into Tosin's mind and seized all his memories. The robust Tosin turned into a dazed imbecile. Meanwhile, a crazed, bloodthirsty look appeared in Luo Yunyang's eyes. The remaining mercenaries were all slaughtered on the spot with a wave of his long spear. Luo Yunyang gazed at the spear, which was dripping with blood. To him, this spear seemed like a demon that had emerged from the depths of hell. 5 minutes later, Luo Yunyang left the yacht. When he left this time, he was holding on to the long metal spear and carrying a small bag made of an unknown material. Inside that bag were the ravenous wolf's lifetime savings. These were a martial grandmaster's savings. Although he had become a martial grandmaster recently, his savings were still enough to make one go crazy. Even though a lot of people were watching Luo Yunyang leave, no one dared budge. That day, the news that Luo Yunyang's flying spear had killed the ravenous wolf spread widely in the martial grandmaster circle. Just like the match at the battlefield of gods, this battle made people feel a sense of lingering fear. As the ocean waves undulated in the long dark night, a yacht floating on the sea turned into smoke and ash. The next morning, Li Chen woke up from her deep slumber, only to find Luo Yunyang holding the ancient spear in his hand and standing quietly in the garden. When she gazed at his figure, which was standing as upright as the ancient spear, Luo Yunyang turned around. He gave her a smile before he left. Li Chen thought that Luo Yunyang looked really formidable and intimidating as he clutched the ancient spear in his hands. He seemed so. This image of Luo Yunyang was deeply etched into Li Chen's heart. Luo Yunyang's silhouette had disappeared from her field of vision for quite some time before Li Chen finally broke out of this enthralled state. Why does it feel like my entire body is full of power? As she moved her arms about, Li Chen felt her entire body relax completely. Her face was radiant, and her entire existence seemed to have a sort of uncanny vigor. It's a pity that he only punched me once, but his punch was still really satisfying. Li Chen muttered to herself with a resolute look in her eyes. When Luo Yunyang left Li Chen's residence, he trudged back to Maya City. The ancient spear he was holding in his hand made him seem like he had a peculiar aura. Almost everyone that came across him felt an immense fear. Please enter the city, Mr. Luo. Over 100 soldiers of the Myrtle Cavalry Regiment, who were the guardians of Maya City, gripped their weapons a little tighter as they watched Luo Yunyang walk to the city gate. They didn't know what had happened, yet when they saw Luo Yunyang, their eyes shone with fear. Suddenly, a senior officer walked over quickly. He eyed the long spear in Luo Yunyang's hand before he said respectfully, "We have hired a car to take you back to your hotel, Mr. Luo." There was no need. I will walk. Luo Yunyang, who was currently enjoying the scene before him, rejected this suggestion and strolled in the direction of the hotel. Sir, holding that spear and walking to the hotel in this manner isn't appropriate. How about we use force too? A soldier suggested to the officer softly as he watched Luo Yunyang walk away proudly. The officer glanced at the soldier before he said faintly, "He can do as he pleases. We cannot afford to offend a martial Grand Master." The Da Alliance had been around for 52 years, yet no incident had ever shaken the 37 cities as much as Luo Yunyang striking and killing the martial Grand Master Ravenous Wolf on the Balkan shore. Teacher Xie, Chu Yuan, Fat Shui and the others all stared at Luo Yunyang blankly as he entered. Although they all knew him very well, they suddenly felt as if Luo Yunyang was a stranger. Fat Shui wanted to express his delight by rushing over to Luo Yunyang and giving him a hug, yet he stopped himself. The strength he sensed made him flinch involuntarily. He now felt afraid to get any closer hastily. Although he hadn't seen that earth-shaking spear strike for himself, he had found out about it through the message Teacher Xie had sent via his communication device. That night, Luo Yunyang's long spear had soared through the air and killed the ravenous wolf instantly. Anyone who knew the ravenous wolf realized how difficult it would be to deal with that long spear and the person who had thrown it. "You've worked really hard, Yunyang." Teacher Xie took a deep breath before he added, "Now go rest up." Luo Yunyang nodded and walked over to his private room. Wei Zongxing had an envious expression in his eyes as he watched Luo Yunyang walk into his room slowly. He knew that, from that day on, Luo Yunyang's might would be acknowledged everywhere and the distance between them would widen once again. Teacher Xie, will the death of a martial Grand Master affect the 17 western cities? Teacher Xie gazed at Wei Zongxing before he said resolutely, that incident never happened. Although Teacher Xie's words were not very direct, everyone understood what he meant. Nothing had happened. The theft of the drug prescription and the death of the ravenous wolf would never appear in an official report of the Da Alliance. The Da Alliance needed to maintain its stability. Although some incidents had taken place, they would make it seem as though nothing had happened. The ravenous wolf had been a fairly new martial Grand Master, so he naturally wouldn't get any benefits. As for the man who had killed him, Luo Yunyang wouldn't be credited this accomplishment publicly. Nevertheless, Fat Shui and the others knew that nobody would be able to erase this incident. The ravenous wolf had lost his life to that spear. Chapter 135. Ni Xin. While Fat Shui and the others welcomed Luo Yunyang back, far away in the eastern city of Chengdu, a handsome young man was smiling as he watched a beautiful lady walk leisurely towards him. The lady was tall and dainty. She was actually what most people would call a goddess. As their eyes met, her expression was gentle and warm. "I am a little late, Ni Xin. Sorry to keep you waiting," she said gracefully. The man chuckled lightly. "It's fine. You can serve the dishes now," he told the waiter. As the two of them chatted, all sorts of delicacies were served to their table. The waiter also uncorked a bottle of red wine that appeared rather old and expensive. "This is pre-apocalyptic red wine. Have a taste. The grapes that existed back then have already gone extinct," Ni Xin explained elegantly as he raised his glass of wine. There was a yearning in the lady's eyes as she gazed at this fabled wine. Although she knew that if she drank this glass of wine, she would fall into the warm trap of this man, she believed that she wouldn't regret it. She suddenly felt a faint anticipation in her heart and a desire to let her body fall into this ensnare. "There's some urgent news, sir." A man in a black suit rushed in hurriedly and passed a message to Nixin. Although Nixin was a little unhappy about being interrupted during such an important meeting, he was more concerned about this news than about the lady in front of him. He owed his status to his family clan. Without the backing of his family, everything he owned would be nothing more than an illusion. This night, Luo Yunyang's long spear soared through the air and killed the ravenous wolf instantly. The message was short, although it only contained a few words. When Nixin read it, he shuddered. He knew very well what sort of person the ravenous wolf was. He also knew that after the death of the ravenous wolf, a big portion of his business would go down the drain. "Go," Nixin instructed his subordinate. He was too lazy to acknowledge the woman beside him, whom he could win over any time he wished. The beautiful lady had always had people revolve around her. She was actually considered a goddess by many. Thus, she had never experienced this sort of rejection before. Just as she was about to throw a tantrum, she noticed Nixin's expression. His killing intent made her smartly swallow whatever words she had been about to say. A short while later, Nixin arrived at a small simple courtyard. An old man was unhurriedly doing some gardening work. The courtyard was filled with all sorts of flowers and plants. Ever since the apocalypse, the land of the 37 cities had become extremely scarce and precious. Many residences had been stacked with layers after layers of additional floors. Practically no one cared much about space or sunlight anymore. "What's up? You seem panicky. What's the matter?" the old man asked in a cool tone as he glanced at Nixin. Nixin didn't feel any resentment at this rebuke. On the contrary, he actually kept smiling. "I know why you are here. This matter ends right now. Just consider yourself unlucky to encounter such a stumbling block," the old man replied with a smile as he snipped off a flower's branch. His voice was slightly warmer now. The smile on Nixin's face widened as he said softly, "How can we just leave the matter as is? This isn't the first time Luo Yunyang has caused the Ni family problems after all. Our family will settle its debt with him, but now isn't the right time. This incident will definitely create some ripples." The old man waved his hands gently. "This is not for you youngsters to worry about. Just go have some fun. My place is dull and uninteresting. It's not suited for young people like you." The old man's words were like music that instantly pacified his fretful spirit. If the old man said that this was nothing, then it was nothing. However, when Nixin thought about the losses he had suffered, he felt a faint ache in his heart. This matter definitely wasn't over. As he left that extremely expensive plot of land, Nixin clenched his fists. He took out his communication device, dialed a number and said indifferently, "That burden is no longer of any use. Go ahead and..." Nixin had originally planned on ordering his subordinates to get rid of her, yet he changed his mind halfway through. "Break her limbs and toss her out." When he was done, Nixin felt much more at ease. If someone made him unhappy, then he would make them uncomfortable for the rest of their lives. By the time he returned to his room, Luo Yunyang had already calmed down. He took a deep breath and took out of the pouch the 2 gemstones he always carried with him. These 2 gemstones contained Kai Hen's cultivation base. In the past, Luo Yunyang had used the 2 gemstones to cultivate twice as effectively as an ordinary person. However, he now felt an even more urgent desire to use them. He had not used these 2 gemstones at Kai Hen's manor because he had still been trying to comprehend them. The spear that had ruptured the sky had not just struck down the ravenous wolf, but also stirred Luo Yunyang's emotions. These thoughts and feelings also appeared on the heaven battling ape dragon chart. However, there was also a second reason. Although Luo Yunyang hadn't thought that anyone would challenge his might there, Kai Hen's place had still not been safe. Now that teacher Xie was there, things were different. As he clutched the 2 gemstones in his hands, Luo Yunyang felt like a dried-up ocean frantically absorbing the power contained within the gemstones. While he used the breathing techniques, images of the sun and the moon appeared in his mind. A golden pyramid and a glowing silvery white light flowed out of the sun and the moon and into Luo Yunyang's body. As he used the heaven-battling breathing techniques, Luo Yunyang fell into a realm of thoughtlessness. The 2 source cores within his body ravenously absorbed all the energy that flowed into his body and stored it away. After an indefinite amount of time, Luo Yunyang broke out of this state of thoughtlessness. The images of the sun and the moon had disappeared, and his body felt extremely comfortable. Luo Yunyang glanced at the 2 gemstones in his hands, which had actually shrunk in half. These 2 gemstones were no ordinary objects to him. Their new size immediately made Luo Yunyang's face convulse. He quickly opened the attribute regulator in his mind and saw that there was already quite a number of changes to the figures displayed. Chapter 136, A First-Grade Martial Master Power. 135 Fire, 46 Ice, 45 Wood, 8 Speed, 19 Mind, 65 Constitution, 100 Golden Body, 19 Fire, 5 Ice, 5 Luo Yunyang's power had surpassed 100 points and reached 135. His 2 sub-attributes, Ice and Fire, had also experienced a massive increase. These changes shocked Luo Yunyang. When he regained his composure, he started to quietly ponder over the changes in his body. Ever since the awakening of his source cores, the uses of his power had kept decreasing. What Luo Yunyang considered most important were his source cores. His 2 source cores, Ice and Fire, had risen to 45 and 46 points really fast, which meant that if he used his attribute regulator, these sub-attributes could easily surpass 100 points. Although Luo Yunyang hadn't tested this theory out yet, he believed that 100 would probably be a very crucial number. The reason he had experienced such a massive breakthrough was his sky-shattering spear, which had aroused his source cores and led to this result. Luo Yunyang wondered whether he would get the same effect the next time he used the sky-shattering spear. Although he really looked forward to this splendid thing happening again, deep down he knew that it wouldn't be so easy to replicate. This was just like using body-forging medicine. The second time he used it would produce negligible results and ultimately not have any effect. After a simple analysis, Luo Yunyang urged the power of his ice-based source core. In an instant, a silver armor made out of source power covered his body. Although the armor was extremely stable, the moment it appeared, Luo Yunyang felt the temperature in the room drop by several degrees. Luo Yunyang kept urging on his source core in the hopes that it would be able to form a pair of wings. Unfortunately, although the power of his source core wasn't weak, it still wasn't able to form wings. Luo Yunyang took a deep breath and quickly started using the heaven battling breathing techniques. In a moment, his scarlet source core was stimulated. As the 2 source cores released their energies, he felt a scorching hot and frigid cold chi revolve around the meridians in his body. Although Luo Yunyang believed that he could bear this, when he tried to converge the 2 types of power in an effort to form wings, he suddenly felt a massive ripping feeling. This was too damn unpredictable. Back when Luo Yunyang had struck Lamardo, he had thrown the sky-shattering spear. Although he had used the power of these 2 attributes, he had blasted the 2 energies out as they had been about to converge and explode. However, this time Luo Yunyang was trying to use his ice and fire powers to form a pair of wings. Just as he was about to give up on this attempt due to that massive ripping feeling, his wood-based source core, which had been very quiet, suddenly sprung up. Although his wood powers were rather limited compared to his ice and fire powers, as the power from his wood-based source core flowed in, Luo Yunyang felt the meridians in his body, which had been about to rip apart, instantly calm down. A pair of wings, one golden red and the other silvery white, sprouted out of his back. Despite the lack of assistance from his attribute regulator, Luo Yunyang had formed wings. This pair of wings, which had been created through a convergence of source power, represented Luo Yunyang's combat strength. He had already reached the standards of a first-grade martial master. Just as Luo Yunyang was about to retract his wings, a frantic knocking sound was heard. Thanks to his mind power, Luo Yunyang could sense that it was Fat Shui. He was planning on walking over and opening the door, yet as soon as the thought flashed through his mind, the door opened soundlessly by itself. Fat Shui fell to the floor when he saw it. What the hell? You could have given me a heart attack, Luo Yunyang. Can't you just give me a... Fat Shui stared at Luo Yunyang, who was standing 5 meters away, before he suddenly put his hands behind his head and shouted, "You are a telekinesis master, you pervert. Is anything the matter?" After a night's cultivation, Luo Yunyang now felt much better. He smiled at Fat Shui. Hee, nothing much, I just came here to see you," Fat Shui said excitedly, waving the newspaper in his hands around. "You are really awesome, brother. Did you know how freaking awesome you are?" Luo Yunyang smiled faintly as he watched Fat Shui's deranged behavior. Killing a martial grandmaster had been rather pleasing, even if that martial grandmaster had only advanced to that level recently. You managed to make Lichen look 5 years younger in one night. Damn, how much source power did you use? Fat Shui waved the newspaper in his hands wildly. Do you know how many women are going crazy over you right now? Luo Yunyang froze for a second before he rushed over to Fat Shui and snatched the newspaper. What exactly happened on that beautiful night that made the goddess face glow? The goddess changed completely because of him. It was Luo Yunyang from the 13 eastern cities. How impressive. As he read page after page of reports, Luo Yunyang's head swelled. Although these reports documented Lichen's glowing radiance and younger appearance, the focus of the articles was on Luo Yunyang. There was even one article that stated, "The sun set and rose once more, yet many things happened overnight." Nothing happened between us, Luo Yunyang said with an innocent look on his face as he stared at Fat Shui's mischievous grin. I know that you didn't do anything, but Lichen's youthful radiance definitely had something to do with you. Fat Shui chuckled deviously as he looked at him with a disbelieving expression. Luo Yunyang was speechless. He really wanted to tell Fat Shui that the only thing he had done was punch his goddess, but his words would be groundless. It's time to eat. Teacher Xie is still waiting for you. Fat Shui bumped into Luo Yunyang with a doggish smile before he added, Did you hear? We received enough roses today to fill up 3 rooms. Some nouveau riche even sent a truckload of blue roses. According to their market price, they cost at least 10 million Dayuan. Luo Yunyang was momentarily dumbfounded. When he stepped out of the room, he saw that the hallway was filled with heaps of roses. They all belonged to him. After the apocalypse, roses had become much weaker. Most of them had already gone extinct in the 13 eastern cities. However, they were also scarce in the 17 western cities, which hadn't been affected too badly by the apocalypse. Generally speaking, a wedding ceremony decorated with stalks of roses was considered pretty lavish in the 17 western cities. Nevertheless, tons of roses were currently piling up at the hotel they were staying at. Chu Yuan and Ling Yubing, who were both holding roses, looked even more tender than the flowers in their hands. When they saw Luo Yunyang, Chu Yuan smiled faintly. Meanwhile, Ling Yubing channeled her inner gangster. Do you have any appointments tonight, brother? If you don't, then let's not waste any more resources. Ling Yubing joked, moving her arm around Luo Yunyang's shoulder as she held a rose stalk in her mouth. Luo Yunyang extended his hand and flicked Ling Yubing's arm off before kneading her forehead. I'm full of energy. How about you let me release some of that energy now? The female gangster immediately turned into a small rabbit with a trodden tail that ran away shrieking. Chapter 137. The difficulty of seeking out Luo Yunyang. Even with a lot of resources, Wei Zongxing suddenly walked out as well. The way he gazed at Luo Yunyang was a little strange, yet he approached Luo Yunyang warmly. Yunyang, last night you were really... Wei Zongxing gave him a thumbs up as he spoke. Luo Yunyang understood what Wei Zongxing meant. However, he hadn't heard the exchange between Luo Yunyang and Ling Yubing, so he was on a completely different wavelength. When he joined the dots, his expression changed. Ling Yubing and the others immediately started roaring with laughter until their bellies hurt. All right, knock it off. Teacher Xie walked out of his room. His eyes shone a little brighter when he saw Luo Yunyang. As a martial grandmaster, Teacher Xie had a rather keen sense of the cultivation bases of people below his own level. Luo Yunyang's aura was clearly much stronger than it had been when he had left the previous day. You had a breakthrough. Very good, Yunyang. I knew you weren't bad. As he spoke, Teacher Xie took out a document. You are now a Rising Dragon Army honorary delegate. A smile appeared on Luo Yunyang's face as he looked through the appointment letter. He had known that he would receive a considerable promotion after this, but he hadn't expected that he would become an honorary delegate. Every single one of the Rising Dragon Army's 4 great generals and 8 honorary delegates enjoyed a considerable status in the 13 eastern cities. They were all people that could make everyone around them quake. They were also all martial grandmasters. Although there was no such law, it was kind of an unwritten rule in the 13 eastern cities that the honorary delegates needed to be martial grandmasters. Although Luo Yunyang wasn't a martial grandmaster, he had become the Rising Dragon Army's 9th honorary delegate. No need to feel surprised. You deserved this. You killed the ravenous wolf, who had just advanced to a martial grandmaster, after all. Teacher Xie scratched his head. When I first heard the news, it was quite a shock. Damn it, I never expected those fellas to be scheming like this. When he had come across the ravenous wolf, Luo Yunyang had sensed that he was different. He had felt in his heart that he was a martial grandmaster. However, when he heard that the ravenous wolf had actually been a martial grandmaster, Luo Yunyang felt both a little afraid and a little proud of himself. Fat Shui, Ling Yubing, Chu Yuan and Wei Zongxing exchanged shocked glances. They had already praised Luo Yunyang for slaying the ravenous wolf, yet they hadn't expected that he had actually killed a martial grandmaster. The ravenous wolf had just become a martial grandmaster, which meant that he had been at the peak of his life. The moment he had ascended to the summit, he had been killed. This was, Luo Yunyang had actually killed a martial grandmaster. As Luo Yunyang was lost in thought, Teacher Xie handed over another document. This one didn't have a seal on it. On the document was a photocopy of a newspaper clipping. The contents on the clipping were simple. It was a report about the suppression of a criminal gang. After an intense resistance, the gang had been wiped out completely. Although this was just an ordinary incident, Luo Yunyang could sense the hidden meaning behind it. Are they trying to justify their behavior, Teacher Xie? Luo Yunyang asked unenthusiastically as he raised the paper in his hand. Teacher Xie pondered this slightly before ultimately nodding his head. Although he wasn't satisfied with this outcome either, there was nothing he could do. Some issues required mutual compromises. Good, Luo Yunyang said indifferently as he set the paper down. Teacher Xie paused for a second before he answered, the majority of worldly affairs aren't as simple as you think, Yunyang. Even martial grandmasters have to compromise plenty of times. Teacher Xie chuckled. This isn't about other people reaching a compromise with you. Luo Yunyang fell silent for a while. He stared at Teacher Xie before he eventually said, enunciating every single syllable, but I'm not satisfied. Teacher Xie didn't say anything. Meanwhile, someone was making a racket outside. Luo Yunyang was thinking about it, when the window suddenly opened. Luo Yunyang, Luo Yunyang, Luo Yunyang, I love you. You are my god, Luo Yunyang. I love you. Ah, the noise came from outside the window. Numerous gorgeously dressed women were holding flowers in their hands as they proclaimed their love loudly. Luo Yunyang could even see a few familiar faces among them. A foolish feeling immediately overshadowed the murderous aura that Luo Yunyang had been sensing just moments ago. Luo Yunyang had originally wanted to stroll around Maya City. He didn't know when he might get a chance to return after all. However, he had no desire to head out under these crazy circumstances. After Teacher Xie had spoken to them a little more, they all went about their own business. Luo Yunyang returned to his own room once again. He casually turned on the sky vision and heard the presenter, who was speaking loudly. Beautiful Lichen will be appearing on your screens shortly. Take a look. She seems to have gotten 10 years younger overnight. How did she do that? When the presenter was finished, the camera turned to a youthful Lichen, who looked like she was 17 or 18 years old. Her radiant face was glowing as she walked energetically under an encirclement of fluorescent lights. No comment, really. A few of her assistants were shouting loudly at the reporters, who were trying to interview her. However, the crazed reporters weren't listening to them. Miss Lichen, it is rumored that Mr. Luo Yunyang spent the night in your room. Was he busy the entire night? Luo Yunyang felt the urge to viciously beat up the reporter who had asked this question. Although Miss Lichen has declined to answer any questions, we can all guess what happened last night. There are already a lot of women gathered outside Mr. Luo Yunyang's doorstep. Hello, ma'am, may I know why you are here? The scene cut to an elderly lady in her 60s or 70s. Luo Yunyang felt his brain hurt. He turned off the sky vision right away. He was no longer in the mood to keep watching. Yunyang, 6 debutantes from the 3 biggest financial groups have invited you to spend the night with them. Fat Shui waved the invitations around in the air as he rushed over. Luo Yunyang slammed the door shut in his face. Then, he used the basic telekinesis cultivation techniques to calm himself down and took out a small bag made of an unknown material. The bag was extremely durable. Luo Yunyang had tried using both his hands, yet he still could not rip it apart. This was the spoils of war he had earned by killing the ravenous wolf. According to his speculations, the value of this bag alone had to be more than 10 million. However, what Luo Yunyang was most concerned about was the contents of the bag. There was a black-colored diamond card inside. Luo Yunyang recognized this sort of card. It was an anonymous bank card given only to top customers. Back at home, Luo Yunyang would occasionally hear his mother mention this sort of card. This particular card, which he had found on the ravenous wolf's body, was a part of his loot. There had to be quite a lot of money in it, yet this wasn't Luo Yunyang's focus. He casually chucked the card aside as his gaze fell on a thin book. Chapter 138. A drop of divine blood. Luo Yunyang flipped through the book, which was called the Sky Wolf Step, and found out that the Sky Wolf Step and the diving dragon body technique that he possessed were two different approaches to the same end. However, the Sky Wolf Step seemed to be at a slightly higher level than the diving dragon body technique. Luo Yunyang had already more or less studied the diving dragon body technique, so he browsed through the Sky Wolf Step manual quickly before setting it aside. He had already comprehended the conundrum inside. As long as he cultivated the Sky Wolf Step properly, he would be able to use it. Lastly, Luo Yunyang took out a piece of green rock. The rock had been placed at the innermost part of the bag, inside an exquisite box. It was clear that the ravenous wolf had considered this rock really important. Although the green rock was only about the size of a fist, it actually felt like it weighed over 500 kilos. This was a weight that martialists of his grade could carry. However, an ordinary person would have been crushed by this rock. When Luo Yunyang touched it, he didn't feel that there was anything special about it. When he used his mind power to probe the rock though, he seemed to sense an inexhaustible vitality hidden inside it. This vitality was as boundless as an ocean. According to Tosun's memories, this thing must have been the key to the ravenous wolf's ability to become a martial grandmaster. It was also an item that the ravenous wolf had acquired on an expedition to a dangerous location. Tosun didn't have a clue about the whereabouts of this location, as he hadn't been on that expedition. The only member of the ravenous wolf mercenary group that had taken part in that expedition and made it back alive had been the ravenous wolf. Back then, the ravenous wolf had suffered some serious injuries. Although he had refused to mention anything about the expedition, Tosun and the others believed that their comrades had been mercilessly slaughtered by him. From that time onwards, the ravenous wolf had started becoming stronger. In the end, he had become a martial grandmaster during an operation in the 13 eastern cities. If this boundless vitality was absorbed, it would provide massive benefits to the cultivator in question. When Luo Yunyang sensed that boundless vital energy, his wood-based source core started to pulse rapidly, just like a starving child that had just seen its favorite snack. Luo Yunyang paused for a second to think. Then, he used his mind power to keep probing that green rock. As he penetrated it, Luo Yunyang felt like he had trespassed into a huge ocean made out of an inexhaustible vital energy. A minute later, he realized that his mind power could not proceed any deeper. Luo Yunyang, who knew that this green rock wasn't ordinary, didn't hesitate. He immediately used his attribute regulator to raise his mind attribute even higher. Mind attribute 200, 260, 300. A mind power of 300 attribute points could be considered pretty extreme. When his mind attribute hit 300, Luo Yunyang felt a vortex form in his mind. There was something muddled and unknown about this vortex as it condensed slowly. Luo Yunyang simply had no way of condensing it. The reason was the green rock. Luo Yunyang didn't pay too much attention to that condensing vortex, as his mind kept probing that rock. When he had broken through several layers of barriers, Luo Yunyang opened his eyes wide. An image had suddenly appeared in his mind. The image was a drop of green blood that fell to the earth. The instant the drop landed, it created a crater with a 100-meter diameter in the ground. Then, there was nothing. Just green blood and inexhaustible vitality. Although Luo Yunyang still couldn't determine the origin of this blood, he quickly used the youthful emperor's secret art of longevity on the green rock. The attributes were identical, so when Luo Yunyang activated that technique, wave after wave of green power surged frantically into his body. This power, which was full of vitality, seemed much purer. It was also filled with even more vital energy than the source power produced from the youthful emperor's secret art of longevity. As this power swarmed in, the green source core started to get bigger. In the blink of an eye, it had already doubled in size. As he absorbed the power of the green rock, Luo Yunyang was very tense. The stone that had formed from that drop of blood was very special. Although Luo Yunyang had used his mind power to probe it and absorb the energy inside it, this didn't mean that it couldn't contain anything else. Thus, in order to avoid getting hurt while trying to gain an advantage, Luo Yunyang paid close attention out of fear that a problem might arise. Fortunately, nothing unexpected happened while he was cultivating the youthful emperor's secret art of longevity. This pure boundless power made Luo Yunyang feel as though he was full of an immense vital energy. The green rock had already shrunk a little. As Luo Yunyang used his internal vision to view his green, wood-based source core, he realized that it had grown at least 10 times in size compared to his previous cultivation. There were many differences between the heaven-battling ape-dragon chart and the youthful emperor's secret art of longevity. Prior to that day, Luo Yunyang's cultivation had focused on the heaven-battling ape-dragon chart, so his cultivation of the youthful emperor's secret art of longevity hadn't been enough and the power of his wood-based source core had made very little progress. However, this green rock had allowed Luo Yunyang's source core to swell up considerably. Power: 175 fire, 46 ice, 45 wood, 75 speed, 19 mind, 65 constitution, 121 golden body, 22 fire, 5 ice, 5. When he saw the changes on his attribute regulator, Luo Yunyang got a big scare. He had only absorbed 1/10 of the power of that green rock, yet his wood-based source core had made a lot of progress. It was no wonder that the ravenous wolf had been able to use the green rock to become a martial grandmaster. Whom exactly did this drop of blood belong to, though? And why had it allowed him to make so much progress? As Luo Yunyang contemplated this, a thought popped up in his mind. He had always thought that god-grade powerhouses, such as martial god Luo Kai, had already reached the apex of cultivation, yet now he felt that his views had been really ignorant. 3 days later, Luo Yunyang was sitting in a plane heading back to the 13 eastern cities. Compared to their journey there, this time there were even more escort aircrafts and the majority of the people on the plane were in a celebratory mood. Luo Yunyang was pondering over the techniques of the heaven-battling ape-dragon chart with his eyes shut. Meanwhile, Fat Shui and Ling Yubing kept gesticulating at him. 1 billion Dayuan, just for one night. Fat Shui took the juice the flight attendant handed him. He couldn't help himself any longer. Brother, are you aware that you have already been elected the most valuable man in the world? He teased. Luo Yunyang's face darkened. Suddenly, the image he had seen before he had boarded the plane appeared in his mind. At least 10,000 people had used clothes to form 8 big words in the parking lot outside the airport. These 8 words had made Luo Yunyang want to kill someone. Chapter 139, Will He Come? It is rumored that the number 1 beauty of the 3 big golden clans, who is already over 50, is still. Fat Shui hadn't even finished speaking, when he suddenly felt a power bind his body. Although he was a second-grade martial master, which meant that he wasn't weak by any means, he still couldn't budge. He felt as if some sort of formless binds were crushing him, making it hard for him to breathe. Although Ling Yubing and Chu Yuan were startled to see Fat Shui being restricted by this formless pressure, the two of them decided not to speak up. The telekinetic abilities of a telekinesis master might not be very effective on someone of the same rank, but they were effective against people of a lower rank. Fat Shui was currently being crushed beyond any doubt. Teacher Xie, who had naturally sensed this change, turned to glance at Fat Shui, who looked as though he was trapped in a ball as he made threatening gestures. Teacher Xie didn't say a word. He just pretended he hadn't seen a thing and minded his own business. This plain fellow deserves some punishment. About half an hour later, Fat Shui's punishment was over. When Luo Yunyang retracted his mind power, Fat Shui scurried back to his seat and kept his mouth shut. When they returned to the 13 eastern cities, Luo Yunyang and the others received a very warm welcome. However, what made Luo Yunyang really displeased was that the majority of the people welcoming him were women, perhaps due to the news that had spread from the west. When Fat Shui saw this, he really wanted to remark on his friend's popularity among girls. However, when he recalled the punishment Luo Yunyang had inflicted on him, he shut his mouth tactfully. Luo Yunyang was resting quietly in a hotel in Chengdu, when his communication device started ringing. Boss Luo, help. The message was only 3 words long, but the sender was Shang Ben. Shang Ben was an outspoken man from the Royal Forest military. Some time ago, he and Luo Yunyang had crashed their way through Zhu Long's tomb, so he could be considered a fan of Luo Yunyang's who got along with him really well. Isn't he from the Royal Forest military? Although Chengdu was quiet that night, splendid lights were still glowing brightly in the distance, where countless residents were celebrating Luo Yunyang and the other martialists' success. Meanwhile, Shang Ben was lying in a shrubbery. On his back was a small 12-year-old girl, who was lying on him weakly. The little girl's face was pale, but although there was pain and discomfort written all over it, the girl still didn't make a sound. "It's all right, let me know if you feel uncomfortable." The normally carefree Shang Ben showed a hint of tenderness. "I'm all right, Uncle Shang," the little girl said softly. Hee, you aren't a royal forest crack trooper for no reason, Shang Ben. You actually managed to escape our numerous tries to kill you." A black-clothed man with a cold voice appeared mysteriously, stepping in front of a large rock. Shang Ben's expression became grave when he saw the man. "Qin Tisho, you hurt the Koi Guard brothers, yet you still want to run." Qin Tisho glared at Shang Ben as he spoke in an icy tone. "Yes, the Koi Guard is so great." Shang Ben's tone was full of fury. "You people wouldn't even let a little girl live, We can't let this little girl live. Her father betrayed the 13 eastern cities. Who knows how much trouble he's caused us. You must be aware of the value of that item." Although Shang Ben knew that the little girl's father had already been branded as a criminal, when he heard Qin Tishu's words, he felt like his chest was about to explode. "You are no fool, Qin Tishu. Don't tell me that you can't see that this is all a part of a plan. Don't tell me that you don't know who is pulling the strings. Don't get carried away, Shang Ben. This is just wishful thinking. This matter has already been settled. He will not be able to change anything." Qin Tishu pointed his finger at the little girl. "Even though her father is dead, he is still a traitor in other people's eyes. You will become the accomplice of a traitor. People like you are criminals that conspire against the Da Alliance." Shang Ben's spirits dropped to an all-time low. As a military man, Shang Ben wasn't afraid of death. When he thought that he had actually become a traitor though, he felt extremely indignant. The word traitor was something Shang Ben had never imagined would be associated with him. However, the current situation made him sense that there was an extremely high possibility that he would be branded as one. Qin Tishu was one of the 10 senior colonels of the Koi Guard, so his words were simply, "I can't die, whatever happens, I mustn't die." Shang Ben couldn't help but recall a propaganda poster he had seen in the message he had sent out. The state scholars had helped the 13 eastern cities win a crucial victory. All of this seemed very distant to Shang Ben, though. All a person like him could do was watch those people from a distance. "Will he come? You are helpless now, Shang Ben. No one will come and save you. The least I can do is leave your corpse intact." Qin Tishu's voice was chilly. "Why won't anyone come and save him?" Just as Shang Ben raised his last remaining weapon, which was a short dagger, he suddenly heard a faint voice. Pure ecstasy dawned on Shang Ben's face when he heard this familiar voice. Qin Tishu snorted. "Sir, the Koi Guard is currently apprehending 2 traitors. It is best that you don't interfere, or what?" Luo Yunyang asked coolly, standing 10 meters away. Qin Tishu's expression became ugly. He had already recognized who Luo Yunyang was. As one of the 10 senior colonels of the Koi Guard, his words usually carried a lot of weight. However, the man he was facing was no ordinary person. He was the Rising Dragon Army's 9th honorary delegate, an unparalleled state scholar, and, based on the information he had just received, he had recently killed a martial grandmaster. This incident touched upon an unwritten arrangement between the 17 western cities and the 13 eastern cities, which was why the 17 western cities had remained silent on this matter despite suffering a huge loss. Why is he here? Shouldn't he be attending a banquet and getting praised and complimented by countless people? "Greetings, State Scholar Luo." Qin Tishu took a deep breath before he walked over to Luo Yunyang quickly and said seriously, "The Koi Guard is acting on orders. Our superiors have ordered us to handle this case. Please do not make things difficult for us. Otherwise, it will be difficult to report this to the Viceroy." "Kneel." Luo Yunyang spat out icily. Qin Tishu's expression turned really ugly. Although he felt that the disparity between him and Luo Yunyang was very big, he had to save his dignity. How could he not be angry? Luo Yunyang had asked him to kneel as soon as he had arrived. Just as he was about to show him his unyielding spirit, he felt a wave of pressure crush down on his body. He simply had no way of resisting this force, so he knelt down on the ground right away. Luo Yunyang was a telekinesis master. Qin Tishu suddenly remembered Luo Yunyang's other identity. He was a telekinesis master who had used the Mindstorm to defeat Alice. "I never thought that you would really come, Boss Luo." Shang Ben was unable to keep his emotions in check anymore. Luo Yunyang flashed a smile at him before he appeared in front of him in a flash. Before Shang Ben could react, Luo Yunyang's fists had smashed hard into his body. Xiang Ben's huge body was immediately sent flying away and the little girl in his arms landed in Luo Yunyang's hands. "You are a bad person. Why did you hit Uncle Xiang, you?" Although the little girl was crying, she was unable to move. When she fell into his arms, Luo Yunyang's face darkened. He could sense that the little girl had many broken bones. Actually, the tendons in her arms and legs had all snapped. This was even worse than dying. "Ha ha ha, thank you, Boss Luo. Your punch made me recover quite a bit. Damn, I wonder how many people in the Da Alliance would like to receive a beating from you." Xiang Ben got to his feet and ran over to Luo Yunyang quickly. He felt much more vigorous and spirited as he stood next to him. "Who is she?" Luo Yunyang's expression was chilly. He had a vague idea about the identity of this girl, but he still sought a confirmation. Xiang Ben's smile disappeared completely. He fell silent for a bit before he said, "Her name is Xiaoyu. She is old Lu's daughter. When I ran into her on the streets, she had already been beaten up." Luo Yunyang glared at Qin Tisho. His dense killing intent made Qin Tisho feel as if he was about to explode. "This girl's father is a traitor. We were doing our job. You can't just listen to one side of the story." Qin Tisho gesticulated frantically as he tried to explain. Before he was done, his body was already sent smashing into a huge tree in the distance. The tree snapped and Qin Tisho was left in a daze from the collision. "Where is Ni Shen?" Luo Yunyang asked indifferently. Qin Tishu's heart shuddered violently. When Luo Yunyang spat out that name, he realized right away that he already knew the whole story. You only get 2 chances. You just wasted one. You must know that I don't really need much of a reason to kill you." Luo Yunyang's hands were behind his back as he carried the little girl, and his voice was as calm as ever, yet the killing intent in it couldn't be hidden. What would happen if he got killed by a martial grandmaster? Qin Tisho didn't dare think about it. Someone like Luo Yunyang, whose future was limitless, could kill a martial grandmaster. However, the people behind him wouldn't dare make Luo Yunyang pay with his life. Worst case scenario, he would just be tasked to complete some kind of mission as punishment. "Ni Shen is currently at your celebratory banquet." As soon as Qin Tisho said this, he felt like he was about to collapse. This feeling was partly caused by fear and partly by the pressure on his body, which was dissipating. He suddenly felt as if his entire body had gone soft. Trash. The instant this word entered Qin Tishu's mind, he felt as though a violent storm had been brewing in his mind. Something similar to a tornado that completely disintegrated his every thought into fragments. "Let's go." Luo Yunyang, who was carrying Lu Xiaoyu, took the lead and walked forward. Xiang Ben glanced at the imbecile-like Qin Tisho and scratched his head before catching up with Luo Yunyang. He suddenly seemed to think of something. "Boss Luo, don't tell me you are," he blurted out. Luo Yunyang didn't say anything. He just strode forward without looking back. Chapter 140. Walking out of the dazzling lights, the boisterous party was filled with young men and women decked out in gorgeous clothes. Ni Shen was sitting in a corner, watching the elegantly dressed guests. There were quite a lot of people that he knew there, so every time their eyes met his, they would pay their respects to him. Ni Shen would just nod his head faintly. He wasn't the guest of honor at this banquet. The protagonists were the group of people who had returned victorious. His family had actually advised him not to attend this banquet. Although he knew why they had done so, Ni Shen hadn't paid attention to their request. Instead, he had come over. His forebear had already told him that the matter had ended there and wouldn't be pursued any further. He might have lost, but he still wanted to attend the party. He wanted these people to know that he could not be broken. Besides, he had only lost a few of his subordinates during this incident. He hadn't really suffered a great loss. The most dazzling guest of honor had yet to arrive at the party. Ni Shen wasn't going to provoke him, at least not face to face. However, in a sense, his presence there was already a form of provocation. So what if Luo Yunyang was a state scholar of the 13 eastern cities? What would he be able to do? As Ni Shen thought about Luo Yunyang seeing him, yet having to act like he hadn't seen him, he felt like laughing. His foolish younger brother hadn't been able to get it. When he had heard the news, he had stayed at home and continued to train diligently. This was really. Ni Shen shook his head as he thought about his foolish brother. Then, he swirled his glass of fine liquor and walked over to a young man who was trying to flirt with a woman in red clothes. The man was dressed immaculately in fine apparel. He bent his head over to whisper something to the woman, who giggled foolishly. "How come you came, Xiaolong?" Ni Xin grinned as he called out to the man. When the man saw Ni Xin, he froze for a second. Then, he smiled slowly. "Brother Ni, I actually didn't want to come, but my father insisted." Ha ha, the man called Xiaolong felt a little displeased. Most people called him young Master Long, but he personally liked it best when they called him Master Long. However, whenever Ni Xin saw him, he would address him Xiaolong and always grin arrogantly, as if he was indirectly trying to make things difficult for him by pushing him off his high pedestal. "Damn it, Daddy is here. This is not the right time for young people like you to riot. Why hasn't the main guest of honor appeared yet, Xiaolong?" Ni Xin asked unenthusiastically. Xiaolong gave him a faint smile before he said, "I heard that he went out, but will be returning soon. He is a little strong-willed, but he is really popular. My old man says that I mustn't provoke Luo Yunyang no matter what. I never ever go against my old man's orders." Ha ha ha, Xiaolong's words made Ni Xin's expression change. He suddenly laughed. "Yeah, fortune is ephemeral. Now is his time to shine. He is already soaring with success. However, after this phase, he will inevitably." Xiaolong chuckled, but didn't say anything. He knew what Ni Xin was thinking. He had also heard about Ni Xin's issue, so he was secretly taking delight in his misfortune. There was really nothing else he could say about this matter, besides comment on the strength of the Ni family. The latest resource allocation has allowed the 13 eastern cities to expel many years of stale air. "Come on, everyone, let us raise our glasses and celebrate this victory," said a middle-aged man. Although his clothes were rather ordinary, he gave off a dignified vibe. Just as the guests in the hall were raising their wine glasses to make a toast, the huge steel doors were suddenly pushed open and numerous lights shone out of them. A young man stepped in through the large doors. He was dressed casually, so his attire seemed a little inappropriate for the occasion. However, what caught everyone's attention was the shabbily dressed little girl he was holding in his arms. Even more peculiar was the big man following behind the young man. The big man's clothes were even more inappropriate for the occasion. Ni Xin raised his eyebrows at this unexpected sight. He had recognized the person who had just stepped in. This fellow had caused him a lot of trouble. Next, let us welcome the man who provided this outstanding service, State Scholar Luo Yunyang. Although the host was surprised for a moment when he saw Luo Yunyang, he quickly recovered and introduced him. Thunderous applause was suddenly heard, accompanied by fervent cheering. "Luo Yunyang, Luo Yunyang." Luo Yunyang strode steadily through the cheering crowd. His eyes found his target in no time. He strode over to that person without hesitation. Everyone watching felt as though his body was exuding some sort of power that pushed them aside. Ni Xin suddenly felt a little flustered. He had no idea why this son of AB*TCH was walking straight towards him. Damn it, a wise man knew better than to fight when the odds were stacked against him, so his first thought was to hurry up and hide. However, when he considered the consequences of hiding, Ni Xin steeled his resolve. Hadn't his old man said that this matter had been settled? Although he believed his father, he still wondered what Luo Yunyang could do to him. The little girl that Luo Yunyang was carrying was most likely the little girl whose limbs he had ordered his men to break. What could Luo Yunyang do, though? Interrogate Ni Xin. If he did, Ni Xin wouldn't answer his questions. He would at most receive a small admonishing from Luo Yunyang. How would he react to a scolding? Would he stamp his feet in fury? Would he? As Ni Xin was squirming with unease, Luo Yunyang walked up to him and hissed venomously, "You must be Ni Xin." Ha ha, I didn't expect State Scholar Luo to actually have heard of me. That's right, I am Ni Xin. It's a pleasure to meet you, State Scholar Luo. Ni Xin gave a crisp, hearty laugh and put on an extremely cordial expression. He even offered his hand to Luo Yunyang. However, as he extended his hand to shake Luo Yunyang's, Luo Yunyang bellowed unceremoniously, "Scum." He didn't hold back at all. His abuse was plain and direct. Ni Xin could feel his blood start to boil the moment that he was insulted. He had never been humiliated this way in front of so many people. "What are you saying, Luo Yunyang? Who do you think you are? How dare you speak this way to me, you? Don't think that just because you..." Ni Xin flew into a rage out of humiliation. His face was flushed with shame as he pointed at Luo Yunyang. He needed to shower him with an equal torrent of abuse. However, before he could even finish speaking, Luo Yunyang had already made his move. His fist struck out in the blink of an eye and sent Nixin flying. Nixin was like a sack that landed heavily on the ground. The whole hall was completely silent as countless eyes were watching Luo Yunyang closely. Although they didn't dare believe that everything that had just happened was real, Nixin had indeed been sent flying. Chapter 141, The Sky-High Tiger King, What the FCK is Going On? Fat Shui, who had been chatting excitedly with a few well-dressed ladies about his experience in Maya, was left stunned by this sudden turn of events. As someone from a powerful, outstanding background, he had received all sorts of information when he had returned to Chengdu. Fat Shui had already found out about the leaked prescription. The hidden truth behind this issue wasn't something he hadn't expected. However, he hadn't expected that Luo Yunyang would actually use these sort of methods. Fat Shui had no time to overthink. He just rushed over to Luo Yunyang. Meanwhile, Chu Yuan, Ling Yubing and Wei Zongxing rushed over as well. They were all really close to Luo Yunyang after all. When he reached Nixin, Luo Yunyang raised his hand and used telekinesis to lift Nixin from the floor and pull him over. His hand clutched Nixin's throat right away. Just as Luo Yunyang was about to use his source power to kill Nixin, his green source core suddenly shuddered and an absorbing force started to form in his hand. When he had been cultivating the youthful emperor's secret art of longevity, Luo Yunyang had only absorbed the vital energy of trees. This art hadn't been very effective on animals. However, an abundant absorbing force had actually formed within his green source core this time. Luo Yunyang used this absorbing force without hesitation. When he did, a wave of source power and vital energy rushed frantically into his body. This source power wasn't very strong, yet Luo Yunyang could sense that its energy was diverse. It seemed like it wouldn't be very useful if it was absorbed by his wood-based source core. When Luo Yunyang hesitated for a second, his ice and fire-based source cores automatically produced a vortex that engulfed this wave of source power. "Stop!" A middle-aged man in his 40s shouted angrily at Luo Yunyang as he rushed over anxiously. Although the man was only a second-grade martial master, judging by his appearance, he had to be someone with an important status. "Are you speaking to me?" Based on the worry written on his face, Luo Yunyang could guess that this man had some sort of relationship with Nixin. When he glared icily at him for an instant, the man was wrapped up in a powerful wave of mind power. The man found it difficult to breathe while he was enveloped in Luo Yunyang's mind power. Although he was a second-grade martial master, Luo Yunyang's improved mind attribute had widened the gap between them. Luo Yunyang was a telekinesis master, so his mind attribute could hit 300 points. Don't do it, Yunyang. There will be hell to pay if you kill him. Fat Shui warned him loudly. He was the first one to rush over to him. Luo Yunyang smiled at Fat Shui as he said indifferently, "So what if I do?" Fat Shui paused for a bit, before he said in an extremely grave tone, "His family includes several martial grandmasters. If you kill him, the consequences will be severe." Luo Yunyang stared at the suffering Nixin as he said coldly, "Are there martial grandmasters in your family?" "My father is a martial grandmaster, and so is my third uncle. My family includes 2 martial grandmasters." Nixin shouted hysterically, "If you have to know, my third uncle is actually the disciple of a martial god." The large hall was so silent that one could practically hear a pin drop. Everyone's eyes were on Luo Yunyang. They all knew very well that the situation had spiraled out of control, so there would certainly be some consequences. The Ni family included 2 martial grandmasters, and Nixin's third uncle was the disciple of a martial god. This fact alone made most of the people present feel an immense pressure. They all thought about what they would do if they found themselves in a similar situation. Luo Yunyang's palms landed on Nixin's face. Moments later, Nixin's face looked like a swollen pig's head. It is said that dragons birth dragons, phoenixes birth phoenixes, and the offspring of rats burrow in the dirt. If your father is a martial grandmaster, then why aren't you one? Does your father consider you a failure? How can a piece of trash like you dare threaten me? I thought you loved breaking other people's limbs. Today, I shall break your limbs. Consider this my way of helping your father discipline his unfilial son." When he finished speaking, Luo Yunyang thrust his palm at Nixin, smashing him onto the marble floor. The instant he landed, Nixin felt his tendon snap. His scream, which sounded like a pig being slaughtered, resounded throughout the hall. Suddenly, numerous figures rushed over from all directions. An old man in his 50s walked over quickly. The old man, who was very imposing, seemed to have an immense oppressive aura. This new arrival made everyone go silent again. It's the Sky-High Tiger King. Someone cried out in alarm. 7 out of the 8 Eastern militaries were dispatched everywhere. Only the Sky-High military oversaw Shendu, as it had been the strongest among the 8 militaries ever since they had all been established. The tall, built old man, who looked like a fierce tiger, walked amid a flurry of shouts until he was 30 meters away. The old man shot Luo Yunyang an icy stare. You have to learn your place. Kneel. A form of aura was exuded from the old man as he spoke. Luo Yunyang felt like he wasn't facing a man, but a fierce tiger that was snarling at him. When the guests felt this crushing aura, most of them backed away quickly. Even Chu Yuan's expression had turned ghastly. Although she was a capable person, a martial grandmaster could assimilate their blood and vital energy with the sky and earth, so she naturally couldn't resist this sort of power. Luo Yunyang wasn't afraid of the pressure of the Tiger King. His mind attribute had already hit 300 points, so this mental suppression wasn't very effective on him. Lu Xiaoyu, who was still in Luo Yunyang's arms, turned pale. Luo Yunyang used some of his mind power to shield her from this pressure while he used his free hand to pick up the metal spear strapped to his back. It was the ancient spear called God Slayer. The instant Luo Yunyang used his ice and fire source cores, the God Slayer stirred up as though it was welcoming some old friends. As the ancient spear vibrated, the murderous aura it produced started to converge on Luo Yunyang's body. If Luo Yunyang was a drawn bow, then the God Slayer he held in his hand would be an arrow ready to shoot out at any moment. The Sky-High Tiger King's expression immediately became ugly. Although his aura was strong, he could sense a similar killing intent coming from Luo Yunyang. He hadn't really thought much about the fact that Luo Yunyang had killed the ravenous wolf. He hadn't really considered that a brand new martial grandmaster would be that strong. However, this unceasing murderous aura made him feel an immense threat and fear for his own life. If he wasn't able to dodge that spear, his body would be buried there. Chapter 142, Unfit. Luo Yunyang's aura was rising. Right now, his entire mind was focused on the God Slayer. His ice and fire source power, which was double what it had been when he had slain the ravenous wolf, had also formed an immense vortex that was ready to follow the God Slayer's attack. Stop. Hold it. Stop right there. At practically the same time, 3 loud shouts resounded through the hall. 3 figures rushed in like a flash of lightning right afterwards. Although they were not all equally tall, each of them emitted a valiant aura. What are you trying to do, old tiger? An old man in a royal forest uniform shouted loudly at the Tiger King. The Sky-High Tiger King's eyes were wide open. In his raised left hand was a convergence of his strongest attack. He simply didn't have the time to talk right now. One of the other 2 old men was Teacher Xie. When he glanced at Luo Yunyang, who was grasping the God Slayer, he said, "Stand down, Yunyang." Silhouettes rushed over from every direction as everyone's eyes turned to Luo Yunyang and the Tiger King. The Sky-High Leopard King has arrived. The Sky-High Battle Emperor has arrived as well. Damn, something big is about to happen. Something big is about to happen. This is already a big deal. A bunch of astonishingly powerful individuals rushed over one after the other. Their arrival made the atmosphere extremely heavy. However, everyone's focus was still on Luo Yunyang and the Sky-High Tiger King. Calm down and speak nicely, old tiger. Don't do anything yet, a strong man who had a good relationship with the Sky-High Tiger King said. The Sky-High Tiger King appeared solemn. Although he wanted to dispel his technique, he simply wasn't able to stop it right now. Luo Yunyang's ancient spear gave him a premonition. The moment I shrink back even the slightest bit, calamity will follow. Stand down, Yunyang. Dispel your technique first. Teacher Xia's expression was extremely grave as he stood in front of Luo Yunyang. Luo Yunyang didn't follow Teacher Xia's instructions. Instead, he said indifferently, "He just asked me to kneel. I will only dispel my technique if he takes back his words." The Sky-High Tiger King's expression turned really ugly. He was a general of the Sky-High military and a martial grandmaster, so he was on a very high pedestal. Asking someone to kneel was an order that was always on the tip of his tongue. Of course, he wasn't hot-headed by any means. He would usually consider who his target was before he ordered them to kneel. However, an originally small matter had been blown completely out of proportion that day. The man now felt too awkward to stop halfway in front of so many spectators. Everyone move away, I want to see how this kid's strike will affect me. The sky-high Tiger King shouted loudly. The angry man gave off a majestic aura. Most of the people present could sense a domineering intensity coming from his aura. Unfortunately, this sort of intensity didn't scare Luo Yunyang, who clutched the God Slayer in his hand as his own aura kept rising. All the elite martialists who had attended the banquet quickly dispersed. Although they wished to know exactly what the outcome would be, preserving their own lives was more important than watching this spectacle. Every martialist present knew that a martialist's aura was extremely important. Once this aura reached its peak, it would become a roaring tide that no one would be able to block. Many people were looking at Teacher Xie. They clearly believed that he would be able to keep Luo Yunyang in check. Teacher Xie had a headache. According to his understanding of Luo Yunyang, the moment he made a decision, no one, including him, would be able to change his mind. Your words were kind of hurtful, old tiger. How about you apologize to Luo Yunyang? The Tiger King nearly exploded when Teacher Xie blurted out these words. How could I ever apologize to a younger martialist? He said with a snort. If you have a death wish, then I shall grant it. Your body will be buried here tonight. As the Tiger King spoke, a silvery white chi started to gush out of his body. This chi fused with the air in a 10-meter radius around the Tiger King and formed a massive white tiger that roared above the Tiger King's head. After the formation of this ferocious tiger, the Tiger King's aura intensified. Shang Ben, who was standing behind Luo Yunyang, felt his entire body start to tremble. He really had no way of describing his emotions as he faced this shocking sight. Unfortunately, making the sky-high Tiger King apologize was not something most people could achieve. Everyone stand down, a faint voice yelled before two figures walked over. One of them, who was wearing a military uniform without any insignia, had a resolute attitude as he walked forward. The moment Luo Yunyang saw him, he felt that the man was like a large, bottomless abyss. However, he also felt a kind of ease and comfort. Although this was the first time he had seen this man, when he recalled some information he had acquired, Luo Yunyang was able to determine who he was. Apologize for your words, Tiger King, the man said in a tranquil tone as he looked the sky-high Tiger King in the eye. As a general of the sky-high military and a martial grand master, the sky-high Tiger King was very much like the lord of a region. Asking him to apologize to someone was simply inconceivable. When he heard the man's words though, the sky-high Tiger King seemed to hesitate. Then, he glanced over at the other man. The man, who was tall and broad, sensed the Tiger King's gaze and immediately chided, "Didn't you hear what Viceroy Lu just said? Or perhaps you want me to repeat it? Don't act indignant. Although he hasn't used this strike yet, if he does use it, the one who will end up dead will be you." The man said icily as he watched the sky-high Tiger King's expression change. Let's not talk anymore. This alone is a good enough reason for you to apologize. Although Viceroy Lu was a slim man with a pale face, his slender body seemed to contain an immeasurable strength. He was the Rising Dragon Army's viceroy, Lu Qubing. The sky-high Tiger King stared at Luo Yunyang, who was still holding the child on his back. Although he was extremely indignant, there was a part of him that didn't doubt what the man had just said. He might feel displeased that he wouldn't be able to block Luo Yunyang's attack, but he eventually let his dauntless aura dissipate by half. He didn't wish to die yet after all. I apologize. My words were out of line. The sky-high Tiger King stared at Luo Yunyang as he hissed out each word. Slowly, after hearing the Tiger King's clearly insincere apology, Luo Yunyang said indifferently, "If you want to stand up for others, you must consider your own strength first." Chapter 143. Cursing someone mentally. The atmosphere of mutual hostility dissipated after Luo Yunyang put away his spear. The majority of spectators that hadn't been able to retreat far enough let out a collective sigh of relief. This matter could be considered settled now. A painful groan was suddenly heard, making most people remember one of the protagonists of this incident. Ni Xin, the young master of the Ni family, was currently whimpering on the ground like a dog with a broken tail. "You must help me take revenge, uncle. He did this intentionally. He attacked me intentionally." Ni Xin looked at the Tiger King emotionally. The Tiger King's face had darkened when Luo Yunyang had spoken, yet when he heard Ni Xin's cry for help, his face flushed with fury. "This matter has been settled," he bellowed at Luo Yunyang. "What you are doing to Ni Xin is basically going against the entire." Lu Qubing coughed lightly, as if giving the Tiger King a warning. The sky-high Tiger King did not continue his tirade, but everyone could guess what he had been about to say. I'm afraid we will need a justification about this matter, Brother Cubing. This matter? What matter? Luo Yunyang said indifferently, staring all around him. Did something happen in the 13 eastern cities while I was away? If something did, please let me know. The Tiger King's temper flared. He knew what Luo Yunyang was talking about. Just as he started to seethe with anger, someone held him back. Although he remained silent, this didn't mean that Ni Xin would as well. Ni Xin pointed at Luo Yunyang and said, the people at the top have already made things clear about the leaked secret prescription. Targeting me like this only means that you are. Leaked secret prescription? What leaked secret prescription? Did this happen while I was away? Luo Yunyang turned his gaze to Teacher Xie before he said, is this true, Teacher Xie? How could you not tell me that such a thing happened? Teacher Xie was no ordinary man. As soon as he made eye contact with Luo Yunyang, the two of them came to a silent understanding. Luo Yunyang wasn't acting dumb. He was outright lying without even batting an eyelid. Why did you do this to me if you had no idea about this? Ni Xin wailed bitterly. Just a while back, he had been able to lift 500 kilos, yet now he was practically a cripple. This feeling of uselessness made him feel extremely uncomfortable. Luo Yunyang was to blame. Ni Xin really wished that he could snap Luo Yunyang's tendons, flay his skin and feed his bones to the dogs. I only did this to you because you cursed at me. Luo Yunyang waved his hands around. Don't go looking for witnesses. Even if you didn't scold me verbally, you did in your mind. Luo Yunyang gestured with his hands. Don't forget that I am a telekinesis master. I am really adept at matters of the mind. When the people around them heard Luo Yunyang and Ni Xin's exchange, they nearly burst out laughing. Luo Yunyang was basically saying that his attack was justifiable because Ni Xin had cursed him mentally. No one knew whether to laugh or cry when they heard this. This reasoning was so strong that it left everyone speechless. Ni Xin started coughing so violently that he nearly coughed his lungs out. You must have thicker skin than a city wall. How can you not feel ashamed? How can you distort the truth like this? You utterly shameless. The Tiger King had a similar ugly expression on his face. He stared at the smug Luo Yunyang before glancing at Ni Xin, who had already been helped up. Ni Xin moved as if he didn't have any bones left in his body. The Tiger King felt an immense rage flood his heart. All right. He couldn't say anything else. If a normal person had beaten Ni Xin to a pulp, it would have been an amazing feat. However, Luo Yunyang was different. Although no one had admitted that Luo Yunyang was a martial grandmaster, the Tiger King and everyone else already recognized him as one. Plus, Luo Yunyang was a martial grandmaster that had recently brought great glory to the 13 eastern cities, so it seemed like a huge, resplendent halo had already been placed on his head. As long as he didn't do anything extreme, no one would be able to do anything to him. However, even if he did do something extreme, the Da Alliance would most likely act like nothing had happened. Ni Xin's beating would probably be considered a trivial matter. Although the Ni family was rather prominent, no one would care about Ni Xin's dignity. Luo Yunyang felt a wave of delight as he watched the fuming Ni Xin. This was just a small fight between kids. This matter is settled, Lu Qubing said insipidly. When this Ni kid gets better, tell old Ni to discipline his child properly. One has to follow the necessary etiquette when dealing with a martial grandmaster. The Tiger King felt so sad that he wanted to cry. However, when he glanced at a few of his comrades who were standing by his side, he decided to remain silent. Although he didn't like suppressing his anger, lowering one's head required courage, while raising one's head required strength. Lu Qubing wasn't someone he could afford to offend. Plus, Luo Yunyang's actions hadn't been that extreme. Let's go then. At Lu Qubing's final words, the murky clouds in the sky seemed to disappear instantly. However, Ni Xie, who was being helped out of the hall, suddenly fainted and collapsed on the ground. Shang Ben, who was standing beside Luo Yunyang, teared up. He was extremely moved, yet he didn't know exactly what to say to express his feelings. Meanwhile, Lu Xiaoyu was already crying uncontrollably. Come on, let's have a few drinks. Lu Qubing gestured at the man who had come along with him before extending the invitation to Luo Yunyang. Luo Yunyang didn't decline the invitation. He just smiled and followed Lu Qubing as he strode outside. Are you aware that the Ni family will be your mortal enemy from now on? A silver bottle of wine had mysteriously appeared in Luo Qubing's hand as he spoke to Luo Yunyang. The man took a big gulp. Luo Yunyang glanced at the serious man before nodding his head slowly. Even if I hadn't done this, they still wouldn't have treated me as a friend. Another bottle of wine appeared magically in Luo Qubing's hand. As he tossed it to Luo Yunyang, he said softly, "I thought that you would kill Nishin as soon as you arrived. Well done, your progress has exceeded my expectations. I wanted to slaughter Nishin, but I hesitated the moment I was about to do it." As he glanced at Luo Qubing's slim build, Luo Yunyang felt an inexplicable sense of trust. Then, he told him everything that he had originally wanted to keep buried in his heart. Chapter 144, Warrior, a warrior must advance courageously. Luo Qubing met Luo Yunyang's gaze before he said in an extremely tranquil tone, "This might sound easy, but it's difficult to do. That's why you shouldn't have any psychological barriers." Luo Yunyang nodded. "My wood-based life source core can now reverse vitality. I already absorbed most of Nishin's vital energy. I only left a little. I reckon that he's already at death's doorstep, so he won't live long." Although Luo Qubing had already speculated that Luo Yunyang had reached an exceptional stage, when he heard Luo Yunyang's words, he turned pale and nearly stepped on his own foot. "Is that why you didn't kill him right away?" "Partly. Another reason was because I felt that, although killing someone openly is extremely valiant, doing so might cause you and the Rising Dragon army quite a bit of trouble. I used this vitality reversing method to make things simpler." Luo Qubing unconsciously turned his head and glanced at Luo Yunyang. Any killing intent on his face had already disappeared completely. He no longer had a sinister expression. He was actually even smiling back. Luo Qubing sighed inwardly. This ever-smiling fellow was really frightening. He appeared overcautious on the outside, but he always thought things through over and over. When he made a decision to kill someone, he was firm and decisive. Although he was very young, the way he had handled this matter reminded Luo Qubing of a scheming killer hiding quietly and suddenly appearing with a killing knife. Yes, very good. Although a leader needs to know when to show gratitude and take revenge, he also needs to be mature. "Come on, let's go to my house and chat." Being invited to Luo Qubing's home was a great honor among the Rising Dragon army. The people who had been granted this honor could be counted on one person's fingers. Luo Qubing was the Rising Dragon army's viceroy, so Luo Yunyang thought that his residence would be very spacious. However, it was in fact pretty ordinary. Luo Qubing's house was actually similar to Luo Yunyang's previous house. There was only a room and a hall, both of them very out-fashioned. There was just a shabby old table and a few chairs in the room. The only thing that betrayed Luo Qubing's status was the neat viceroy uniform hanging on a hanger. "Disappointed?" Luo Qubing asked, as though he could read Luo Yunyang's mind. Then, he laughed at himself. "Or are you disappointed that this old fogey doesn't have a pretty daughter or granddaughter?" Ever since Luo Yunyang had met Viceroy Luo Qubing, he had found him very grave and solemn. He had never imagined that he would say such self-mocking words. "The apocalypse was too long ago for young people like you." Luo Qubing's voice was extremely tranquil. "This house was my home before the apocalypse. It is still my home now." Luo Yunyang tactfully decided not to ask anything else. If someone stayed at the same place and refused to move away, this meant that this place had a significant meaning to them. If that place was related to the apocalypse, then its significance would surely be even bigger. "Actually, quite a number of people wanted me to demolish this house and turn it into a small district for Rising Dragon army dependents. People are really straightforward when it comes to using one's power to bully others." A pot of wine and a plate of peanuts were placed on the table. Luo Qubing poured 2 cups as he said earnestly, "The first cup will be a toast to your victory at this competition." When Luo Qubing gulped the wine down, a red flush appeared immediately on his face. "Don't think that this is something trivial. It is actually something massive. Your victory will put food on the table of countless kids and improve the living standards of the entire 13 eastern cities." Luo Qubing refilled the cups to the brim before he added, "The second cup will be a toast to the ravenous wolf's death. You now rank 10th on the Earth list." Luo Yunyang raised his cup and clinked it against Luo Qubing's. Luo Qubing coughed softly. "You might be very angry about this, but let me tell you something. I am also furious. When I heard that the secret prescription had been stolen, I felt the urge to kill someone. How could they dare kidnap a person right under our noses? This was simply a provocation." Luo Qubing gestured wildly with his arms. "At the time, I even wanted to start a war. If we started a war though, the odds of victory would be stacked against us. Even if we defeated the fellows from the 17 western cities, our many years of accumulated hard work would go to waste. Humanity would truly have no hope anymore. How can they be so brazen? Luo Yunyang's voice sounded a little detached as he placed down the cup he was holding in his hand. They have a plan to avoid the source beasts, Lu Qubing said really solemnly. Their plan is called the Ark Plan. You have probably read the story of Noah's Ark. That's right, their plan is to build a massive flying ship that will carry the majority of humanity's elites into space and escape to a planet they have already selected. They believe that they can avoid source beasts this way. It is because of this plan that quite a number of people from the 13 eastern cities want to avoid being at a disadvantage and have chosen the 17 western cities instead. The Ark Plan. Luo Yunyang felt a chill when he heard this. Although he didn't know how big the Ark would be and how many people it would be able to hold, when he thought about it flying into the cosmos, he immediately understood that it would require massive amounts of energy. The number of people it would carry naturally wouldn't be very big. If the elites were gone, one could imagine what would happen when the source beasts arrived. We have always opposed this plan, but the allure of survival is just too great. That's why there is a number of people who act honorably in the open, but have already approved this plan in secret. Lu Qubing sighed deeply. Most people cannot understand matters of life and death. Oh, I forgot. Let's toast this third cup of wine to you, for not killing Ni Xin right away. Although I would have tried my hardest to protect you, I'm happy that I didn't have to do it. Lu Qubing's words were magnanimous, yet Luo Yunyang could hear the sincerity in them. After 3 cups of wine, Lu Qubing placed his cup down and said, "That's enough wine. Take a look at my collection. You can pick 3 items from it, but your choices will be final. I don't accept returned goods." Lu Qubing was the Rising Dragon Army's viceroy. Although his residence was simple and unadorned, this didn't mean that he didn't own anything nice. 3 cups of wine, 3 issues, 3 items. Luo Yunyang didn't decline. He followed Lu Qubing into his storeroom, which only took up an area of 1 square meter. It actually looked like a really old green cupboard. All my belongings are here. Take your pick. Chapter 145. The Source Beast Core. Many boxes were arranged neatly inside this inconspicuous iron cupboard. Unlike the iron cupboard, each of these boxes had been made using the finest metal alloys. Earth Dragon Source Beast Core. The instant Luo Yunyang's gaze swept across the items, the words on a box caught his attention. Was that the core of a source beast? Was there actually a source beast core inside? Even in Chengdu, one could still see colossal source beasts behind the space barrier on the mountains. If there was a fold in the space barrier, larger source beasts would block the sun with their spread wings. Although the space barrier still existed, the threat that source beasts posed to humanity had not eased up. Humanity had always viewed source beasts as its biggest enemy, yet Luo Yunyang had never actually seen a source beast, let alone a source beast core. Is this real? He asked seriously as he picked up the box. Of course it's real. Lu Qubing took the box out of Luo Yunyang's hands and opened it with a click. An earthen yellow rock about the size of a fist was lying inside. Although it was not polished, when Luo Yunyang saw its spiritual power, he sensed the majestic power within it. If his current source power was worth 1 Dayuan, then the Earth Dragon source core before him was worth 10,000. Back then, a tiny crack formed on a plateau and this Earth Dragon source beast charged out through it. Lu Qubing's voice was level, yet as Luo Yunyang listened to him, he could hear his tragic sorrow. A city we had fortified was turned into ruins in less than 5 minutes. We lost 13 martial grandmasters in an effort to slaughter this source beast. Martial grandmasters enjoyed an extraordinary status in the Da Alliance. One could imagine how powerful source beasts were, if one source beast had killed 13 martial grandmasters. Luo Yunyang didn't make a sound. Although Lu Qubing's description of this battle had been very simple, Luo Yunyang could tell how terrible it had actually been. The source power of a source beast is really tremendous. We have no way of harnessing it, so all we can do is keep it as treasure. When Luo Yunyang picked up the box with the source core, he calculated that it weighed no less than 50 kilos. He glanced at the green cupboard before returning the source core to Lu Qubing. He was the Rising Dragon Army's viceroy, so all the items he hoarded were naturally extraordinary. Although his other belongings weren't as shocking as the source core of the Earth Dragon, they weren't shabby either. After he went through all his treasure, Luo Yunyang pondered the issue for a bit. Then, he chose 3 items. A bright smile appeared on Luo Qubing's face when he saw Luo Yunyang's choices. The man sighed deeply. I am really pleased with your selection. Although these aren't the best items I own, they all suit you really well. As he spoke, Luo Qubing picked up a circular disc that was about a foot wide. These discs were left behind by a deceased friend of mine who was also a telekinesis master. When people get old, they tend to reminisce about the past. Luo Qubing waved his hands around dismissively. Never mind, you are also a telekinesis master, so I will pass on to you some of the cultivation insight my friend left behind. Luo Qubing walked over to a bookshelf and picked up a hardcover notebook. This is a diary of his cultivation experiences. You can have it, he said. Oh, I forgot, these discs are called Buddha discs. There are actually some mechanisms hidden inside them. According to my friend, whenever he reached his limits, he would split them into 9 discs and control them all in the air at once. Buddha discs. The main reason Luo Yunyang had chosen these treasured discs was his perception. He believed that if he controlled these discs with his mind power, they would be even more powerful than his throwing knives. However, he hadn't considered the strong mind power that he would need in order to control them. This was going to be a difficult task. The current sum of his attribute points had already hit 400. Although Luo Yunyang believed that he could split one disc into 9, he felt a chill in his heart as he imagined doing it. Thank you, Viceroy, I will not shame these treasured discs. Luo Yunyang accepted the diary solemnly. Luo Qubing pondered this for a bit before he pointed to the second item Luo Yunyang had chosen and said, I found this item in a demolished Taoist temple before the apocalypse. Although I'm not very clear about its use, the powerful vitality contained within it will complement the youthful emperor's secret art of longevity. Luo Yunyang smiled. The second item he had chosen was a rather ordinary block of wood. However, Luo Yunyang could sense the incomparably powerful vitality within it. The green source core within his body wanted to swallow this vitality. However, Luo Yunyang didn't know what this wood was. When he had absorbed the divine blood, his wood-based powers had increased very quickly, so one could say that he had reached a crossroads. Once he got past this crossroads, he would be able to become a martial grandmaster. Luo Qubing's eyes landed on the third item, which was a golden bottle that contained a golden fruit about the size of a fist. This is the golden body fruit, which grows in the area where the golden body fluid is produced, Luo Qubing said as he eyed the fruit in the bottle. After eating it, even an ordinary person is able to acquire a golden body, so even a first-grade martial master's attack is not able to deal much damage to them. Golden body fruit. Luo Yunyang glanced at Luo Qubing, who chuckled. This item isn't really of much use to me. I don't need golden body fruit to withstand a first-grade martial master's attack. You take it. Luo Yunyang had already tried all sorts of possible means to improve his golden body attribute, so he naturally felt overjoyed to acquire the golden body fruit. Thank you, Viceroy, he said sincerely before he asked in confusion, are there any other treasured items similar to the golden body fruit in the world? Why, you wouldn't be satisfied even after eating the golden body fruit. Luo Qubing glanced around him before he said solemnly, although the apocalypse threw our lives into chaos and increased our chances of falling apart at any moment, according to biology experts, opportunity and risk come hand in hand. The apocalypse allowed many organisms to evolve and created immense opportunities. Just the energy contained in the food that we eat has increased at least 10 times ever since the apocalypse. There are even some rare resources in certain special places. The factors that are able to improve strength and chi will continue to slowly increase at base 7. The future is long, but, will we really be able to hold on? Luo Qubing's expression was kind of sorrowful. It was obvious that the man who carried the entire Rising Dragon army on his shoulders was a little pessimistic about this matter. Chapter 146, Forceful Breakthrough. 3 cups of wine, 3 gifts. When Luo Yunyang decided to leave Luo Qubing's simple home, Luo Qubing walked him to the door personally. Although he was just being polite, Luo Yunyang could clearly sense over 100 sets of eyes watching them as Luo Qubing walked him out. When Luo Qubing walked back in, there was another person in the room. This person didn't seem to fit inside Luo Qubing's room, which rarely saw visitors. The visitor was too tall and big, so Luo Qubing's room seemed really small in comparison. Have you made a decision? The visitor asked after taking a sip of wine. Luo Qubing nodded, but didn't say anything else. The Ni family just passed on the news. Ni Xin is dead, the visitor added. Luo Yunang's expression was calm as he said softly, his death might not be a bad thing. I never expected his family to actually take such firm action, though. Luo Yunyang said that Ni Xin would be able to live for at least another month. That kid will definitely face some inconveniences. The built man chuckled despite the fact that his face was serious. Actually, this is nothing. I had already decided to let him go to the Iron Blood Fort. Ni Xin's death was unnecessary, Luo Yunang replied calmly. The Iron Blood Fort, that place is full of. Luo Yunang waved his hands around dismissively. If he doesn't go to the Iron Blood Fort and learn through experience, how will he be able to take over my position? You know that I won't be able to hang on for much longer. A short silence enveloped the room before the tall man chuckled. You are a scourge, you probably still have a few more years to go. If I do go, burn my body along with this house. Luo Yunang instructed in an unconstrained tone. Luo Yunyang hadn't heard the news of Ni Xin's death. After leaving Luo Yunang's residence, he had immediately headed to the Rising Dragon Army's encampment in Chengdu. This base occupied more than 25 square kilometers, so Luo Yunyang was given a cultivation room about the size of a basketball court. As soon as he sent away the attendant who had received him, Luo Yunyang started his routine cultivation of the ape dragon cultivation chart, the youthful emperor's secret art of longevity, as well as his mind telekinesis. After all this was over, he took out the golden body fruit that was kept in the bottle. Although he didn't know how long this fruit had been preserved for, when he took it out, it still seemed to maintain its fresh smell. Luo Yunang hadn't mentioned any requirements for using the golden body fruit. Luo Yunyang trusted Luo Yunang deeply, so he swallowed the golden body fruit without any hesitation. Back when he had used the golden body fluid, he had suffered great pain. However, the process was not complicated this time. Although it wasn't painless, this was a sort of pain that Luo Yunyang could stand. His outer skin became even more concentrated before a layer of old skin eventually fell off. An hour later, Luo Yunyang felt the last trace of medicinal effect wear off. He took a deep breath and moved his body. Layers of golden rays surged forward from his muscles and flesh. This radiance made Luo Yunyang look like a golden sculpture. The golden body fruit had helped his defensive prowess improve greatly. According to Luo Yunyang's estimations, the golden body fruit had more than doubled his defensive capabilities. He quickly opened the attribute regulator in his mind and saw that his golden body sub-attribute had increased quite a bit. Power: 185 Fire, 46 Ice, 45 Wood, 85 Speed, 19 Mind, 65 Constitution, 151 Golden Body, 81 Fire, 5 Ice, 5. Although his constitution hadn't increased a lot, the increase in his golden body sub-attribute was great. It had actually hit 81 points. One golden body fluid alone had been really effective. Luo Yunang had only had one such fruit, but could there perhaps be even more within the sky-high military? Luo Yunyang had originally not considered his golden body very important. However, his battle with Alice had made him realize its significance. Powerful defensive capabilities might not be of much use most of the time, when he crushed ordinary opponents, but it had a miraculous effect in a life-and-death situation. When it came to a showdown between powerhouses, only the survivor was able to have the last laugh. After he validated the effects of his golden body, Luo Yunyang didn't stop immediately. He still had something he wanted to do. He wanted to become a martial grandmaster. Despite his cultivation of the heaven-battling ape dragon chart, Luo Yunyang was still far from the realm of a martial grandmaster. However, his wood-based powers had improved very quickly. Back when he had absorbed the energy of the divine blood, he had faintly felt as if he was about to rip apart the chain and lock wrapped around his body. Becoming a martial grandmaster was a huge feat for a martialist. If awakening a source core determined how one's life would go, then becoming a martial grandmaster was the most important step in one's lifetime. Although Luo Yunyang was very confident in his own ability to become a martial grandmaster, his confrontation with the Sky-High Tiger King had made him realize that this was the most important thing he had to do right now. After obtaining the Ravenous Wolf's divine blood, getting that mysterious wood from Luo Yunang and acquiring his attribute regulator, Luo Yunyang believed that he had accumulated enough resources to. The energy left within the divine blood was only half what it had originally been. Based on his estimation of the Ravenous Wolf's usage of the divine blood, Luo Yunyang believed that the amount he had absorbed had already surpassed the amount the Ravenous Wolf had used. However, he still hadn't become a martial grandmaster. Luo Yunyang used the youthful emperor's secret art of longevity once more and started to maniacally absorb the energy within the divine blood. Unlike the previous times, he was now prepared to completely absorb all the energy within the divine blood. The turbulent energy, which was full of vitality, kept flowing into Luo Yunyang's body. That green source core of his absorbed the energy frantically and converted it into his own power. 10 minutes, 30 minutes, 1 hour. Luo Yunyang didn't know how long he had been absorbing, but he eventually discovered that the energy the divine blood was able to provide was decreasing. After a fizzing sound, the stone formed from the divine blood burst in Luo Yunyang's hands. As the rock shattered, all the energy contained within it surged into Luo Yunyang's body. Luo Yunyang, who could use his internal vision, sensed that his green source core had grown from a tiny speck to roughly the size of a ping-pong ball. A nebula-like vortex had also formed all around the source core. This vortex could only revolve within his body. Although Luo Yunyang could sense the existence of the outside world, he simply had no way of connecting with it. Chapter 147. Martial Grandmaster. A martial grandmaster breakthrough required both an accumulation of experience and an element of luck. This was something that Luo Yunyang had heard from Teacher Xie. According to Teacher Xie, 10 years ago, when he had been just a top-notch martial master, a coincidental chance had allowed his source core to break through his body's binds and turn him into a martial grandmaster. Becoming a martial grandmaster didn't just depend on physical capabilities and accumulated experience. A slight comprehension and understanding were also necessary. If someone lacked this aptitude, they would find it difficult to break through the boundaries of a martial grandmaster even if their body had accumulated enough energy. This was also why there were so few martial grandmasters in the world after so many years. Luo Yunyang grasped the piece of wood filled with boundless vitality and used the youthful emperor's secret art of longevity once again. Waves of energy quickly assimilated with the wood-based life source core within his body. Unfortunately, he had absorbed too much energy this time, so the absorption rate of his wood-based life source core was diminishing. Most of the energy started to converge in the area around the source core. The area around the source core, which looked like a nebula, kept gaining more and more energy and becoming even more concentrated. In his mind, Luo Yunyang could see that a portion of energy had even congealed into some form of liquid. Breakthrough, breakthrough. Luo Yunyang knew that he had already reached the path to becoming a martial grandmaster. As long as he broke through this obstacle, he would be able to advance immediately. However, this barrier seemed extremely firm. Although the power Luo Yunyang exerted collided frantically against the formless barrier, there was no change whatsoever. The green vitality kept flowing from that piece of wood and into Luo Yunyang's body. Half an hour later, Luo Yunyang sensed that the energy this strange piece of wood was able to provide had started to drop. If this energy was used for cultivation, a meticulous effort would surely allow Luo Yunyang's wood-based life source core to reach the peak state of a martial master. If Luo Yunyang dedicated a period of time to gaining experience, then when the conditions were right, he would advance to a martial grandmaster. However, trying to overcome this barrier now was wasting a really big amount of energy. If this went on, the final result wouldn't be good. If he wasn't able to advance to a martial grandmaster this time, then he didn't know when he would get another chance. As Luo Yunyang became anxious, he suddenly remembered his attribute regulator. He didn't know what the power of his source cores was after the last adjustments and whether it would be able to help him with the breakthrough. Power: 370 fire, 0 ice, 0 wood, 352 speed, 2 mind, 35 constitution, 13 golden body, 0 fire, 0 ice, 0. His 3 power sub-attributes had all increased along with his power and been transferred to his wood attribute. Although there were no changes to his wood-based source core, Luo Yunyang could sense that the wood power within his body had increased about 4 to 5 times. Boom! Luo Yunyang gathered all his power and used it against the barrier obstructing his body's source power from linking with the sky and earth. Suddenly, his frantic use of the youthful emperor's secret art of longevity started to greedily absorb the energy within that strange piece of wood. After what sounded like the roar of a thunder, Luo Yunyang sensed waves of energy maniacally pour from the sky and earth all around him and into his body. When this energy entered his body, Luo Yunyang felt his entire body relax. He suddenly felt a fluttering feeling, as though he was about to fly. The sky and earth all around him seemed to assimilate with him and become one. Every single move of the sky and earth seemed to be under his control. This feeling was extremely invigorating. In the past, Luo Yunyang's perception of his surroundings had relied entirely on his mind power. However, the changes he sensed all around him now seemed to be some sort of instinct. In a moment, all the sixth factor within 50 meters of Luo Yunyang flowed steadily into his body. This energy passed through his source cores and tempered his body. In the past, the source power in Luo Yunyang's body had been like a tree without roots in a river without a source. However, the external world had now become the roots of his tree and the source of his river. It was like a never-ending stream. A martial Grand Master was as strong as a squadron of 10,000 soldiers. Although Luo Yunyang had previously had some doubts about this, he didn't anymore. A top-notch martial master might be strong, but being surrounded and besieged by thousands of enemies would exhaust them. However, martial Grand Masters could absorb energy from the air around them, so their power was naturally never exhausted. Go! Luo Yunyang was pleasantly surprised when he brandished his palms. The green source power converged in the air before him, forming a large, meter-long palm that was sent smashing into the ground. Normally, Luo Yunyang would only have been able to use this sort of power-expelling method around 3 or 4 times. However, after using this move, whatever energy he had used was replenished in the time it took him to take 10 breaths. Luo Yunyang felt so refreshed when he sensed the unlimited energy in his body that he felt the impulse to soar into the sky. That will do, Martial Grand Master. Luo Yunyang quickly quashed that impulse. A brand new Martial Grand Master that had just broken through the sky and earth barrier shouldn't display his power, but rather hone his foundation until it was solid. Luo Yunyang used the youthful emperor's secret art of longevity once again. However, this time it wasn't a martial master technique, but the technique of a brand new martial Grand Master. Wave after wave of vast qi gushed from the sky and earth and entered through the Guanyuan acupuncture point that had split open, flowing frantically into Luo Yunyang's body. When this energy entered, a crust appeared around Luo Yunyang's source core, which had already reached its peak before the breakthrough. This crust wrapped around the source core and made it several times larger in an instant. The green source core grew to the size of a chicken egg. 3 days later, Luo Yunyang, who had been immersed in his cultivation, finally opened his eyes. He felt extremely sensitive. Not even a single blade of grass swaying in the wind within 50 meters of him was able to escape his eyes. He had broken through the boundaries of a martial Grand Master. Luo Yunyang opened the attribute regulator in his mind once again. Although he had already prepared mentally for what he would see, when he saw the changes in the figures, his expression changed dramatically. Power: 700 fire, 46 ice, 45 wood, 503 speed, 33 mind, 86 constitution, 204 golden body, 81 fire, 5 ice, 5 wood, 13. Although Luo Yunyang wasn't very surprised by the emergence of a wood-based constitution, the improvement of his power was really too much. The difference between a martial Grand Master and an ordinary martial master was evident solely through the changes in their power. Luo Yunyang's eyes glowed when he saw the changes in his power. Even though these attributes were a huge resource for a normal martial master, Luo Yunyang believed that he needed even more of these resources. Practicing a few techniques of the Heaven Battling Ape Dragon chart and some mind telekinesis methods would no longer be a problem for him. Chapter 148, The Qishan Martial Academy. The coach that traveled from the airport to Chang'an was packed. The majority of the passengers looked extremely tired. The flight from Chengdu to Chang'an had been long, and the dangers that occurred from time to time made it feel even more unbearable. Compared to all these passengers, who were mostly successful people, Luo Yunyang appeared rather unremarkable. People hadn't forgotten how he looked yet, so Luo Yunyang had employed some mild mind techniques to disguise himself. Appearance-changing technique. Luo Yunyang needed no drugs or mask. All he had to do was use his mind power to seem like a delicate, ordinary young man to the other passengers. Damn, Luo Yunyang from Chang'an City was really great this time. He obtained so many supplies at once. Our living conditions will improve greatly in the future. A rather tall, fat man said loudly. His words immediately caught the attention of the other passengers. There were even some people that gave him a thumbs up and chimed in. Indeed, I watched the last match as well. Alice used her 3-minute unbeaten state, yet she was still defeated by our telekinesis master. Luo Yunyang is a great person. Damn, I grew up close to where Luo Yunyang and his family used to live. I never expected that my village would actually produce such a hero. Luo Yunyang had already heard enough praising words, so he didn't pay any heed to them. Instead, he was thinking about the transformation of the Buddha disc. The Buddha disc didn't just consist of 9 discs. When Luo Yunyang had disassembled it, he had discovered that there were actually 81 discs. He didn't know how the owner of the Buddha disc had created this killing machine. The disc was thin as a cicada's wings and sharp beyond comparison. If one manipulated it using telekinesis, it could break through most people's defenses. According to the previous owner's account, Luo Yunyang's cultivation had already allowed him to control 5 flying discs at once. When he adjusted his mind attribute, Luo Yunyang was confident that he would be able to control 9 discs at once. I heard that Luo Yunyang's mother works at a bank in Chang'an. I shall go and look for her. I want to ask her about her experiences and how she managed to raise such a son. Forget about it. This kid has innate talent. Innate talent. Understand? What could you hope to achieve by grooming your kid just like him in the future? As the bus moved along, people kept talking about Luo Yunyang. Luo Yunyang gazed dully outside as he waited for the vehicle to enter Chang'an City. We have arrived at the Qishan Martial Academy. A pretty attendant announced gently when the vehicle was about 5 kilometers away from the outskirts of Chang'an City. As soon as she made this announcement, 2 tall, big martialists stood up and headed for the exit. The Qishan Martial Academy. There had been a period in Luo Yunyang's life when the Qishan Martial Academy had acted as a huge motivation for him. Before he had acquired the attribute regulator, Luo Yunyang's way of thinking had been simple. He'd had only one option. In order to change his life, he'd had to get into the Qishan Martial Academy. When he had enrolled at the Rising Dragon Army, the Qishan Martial Academy had started getting further and further away. Luo Yunyang instinctively got out of the bus. He stared at the wide main gate of the Qishan Martial Academy before he strode in. It was noon and the classes were over for the day, so there were many people walking around. Luo Yunyang blended into the crowd of neatly dressed, proud young students easily. Shen Yulong is currently attending the Qishan Martial Academy. I wonder how he's doing. This thought popped into Luo Yunyang's mind as he walked through the large gates of the Qishan Martial Academy. Which class did Shen Yulong belong to? Hey, there, may I know which class Shen Yulong is in? Luo Yunyang asked a random student that walked by. The student, who turned around quickly, was a slender girl with long hair. Although she was a student at the Qishan Martial Academy, she looked very delicate. She was actually walking as unhurriedly as a sloth. Even though Luo Yunyang had gotten accustomed to being surrounded by beautiful girls in Maya City, he still found this girl beautiful. Just be honest. If you want to hit on a beautiful girl, then stop using excuses. A mocking voice said, ringing out right next to Luo Yunyang's ear. Luo Yunyang suddenly realized that the girl had a companion. Although her friend wasn't tall, when her thick lips opened slightly, sharp, unkind words flowed out. Luo Yunyang was speechless. His popularity among women had always been dazzling, yet also heavily laden with forbidden fruit that he wasn't able to avoid. He had unexpectedly been caught in a tangle with a strange girl. How hilarious. Although this was what he was thinking, he didn't want to lower himself to the girl's level. He had been reminiscing about the past absent-mindedly, so when he had asked a random person for information, he hadn't expected them to actually be a beautiful girl. If he didn't wish to talk to her, then he could just find a different target. When Luo Yunyang turned away to leave, the delicate girl rebuked her companion and said gently, "Please don't take offense. Her mouth might be rather provocative, but she has a good heart. We're in the same class as Shen Yulong. You can just follow us." Luo Yunyang nodded. He had coincidentally ran into Shen Yulong's classmates, so it wouldn't be so hard to locate him now. He didn't know if his friend had a communication device, but if he memorized Shen Yulong's number, finding him would be easier in the future. As he followed the 2 girls, Luo Yunyang took note of the surroundings of the Qishan Martial Academy. "Hey, what are you staring at our behinds for? Stop." The short-haired girl suddenly turned around and berated Luo Yunyang. Luo Yunyang looked at the girl, feeling really bored. He was just looking for a friend. Why did she have to act like a nagging mother? "Shut up before I get angry and shut your mouth myself," Luo Yunyang said icily. The short-haired girl, who was usually a firecracker, felt her body shudder and an indescribable fear fill her heart as she faced Luo Yunyang's aura. This fear made her shut her mouth in humiliation. Aren't you being a little unreasonable? Hey, do you want to know something? Your little fat friend is a hero who saved a damsel in distress. How extraordinary. Luo Yunyang's expression changed when he heard the short-haired girl's words. He stared at her as he asked, "What do you mean by that? You better make yourself clear. You will be able to ask Shen Yulong soon. This matter can't be explained properly so quickly," the delicate-looking girl said softly. By then, a 5-story school building had appeared before Luo Yunyang. He was able to sense Shen Yulong's aura among the throngs of people coming and going. However, his friend's aura didn't seem to be doing well. What is there that you can't explain properly? You just don't want to offend someone you cannot afford to. The short-haired girl scoffed. Your fat friend has a good heart, but he should really be more careful when it comes to his status. I heard that someone argued with him a week ago and broke one of his arms, which caused our class to. As the short-haired girl was speaking, she realized that Luo Yunyang had disappeared. When she followed her companion's eyes, she saw Luo Yunyang's silhouette entering the classroom in an eerie manner. Chapter 149. You can beat him till you are satisfied. Shen Yulong still had fat cheeks and a big belly, but his eyes no longer had that spirited glow they used to. On the contrary, his face now seemed haggard and sallow. You ruined my clothes, kid. When will you pay me back? Unless you plan on avoiding it. A young man who looked like a hooligan pinched Shen Yulong's cheek as he mocked him. Backing out of a debt isn't a good idea, Shen Yulong. You wouldn't even be safe at school anymore. Even if you left Qishan Martial Academy, you still wouldn't be able to run. I have already made inquiries about your home address. The guy's eyes were glowing like an eagle's watching its prey. You are from Donglu Town. Hee, that place is nothing like Chang'an. Nobody would be surprised if it was destroyed by a dire beast. You are all too much. I'm not someone who is easily bullied. I also have people to back me up. Every word that came out of that guy's mouth was beyond rude. Although Shen Yulong should have gotten angry long ago, he had tried controlling his emotions and putting on an indifferent front. However, when the guy mentioned his home, he couldn't sit still any longer. This undisguised threat had really offended him. Ha, did you guys hear this? This kid says that he has supporters to back him up. I'm so scared. Ha. The hooligan-like guy kept teasing Shen Yulong and rapping his knuckles against his forehead. I'm so scared that I'm about to wet my pants. Who are your supporters? Did they come crawling out of your mother's womb? Let me see what sort of abilities they have that allow them to back up someone from the Qishan Martial Academy. Shen Yulong took a deep breath. Just as he was about to go berserk, a gentle voice was heard saying, "You asked to see me." When he heard this voice, Shen Yulong turned his head around abruptly and saw Luo Yunyang standing aside quietly, just like he always had. Yunyang, what are you doing here, you brat? Shen Yulong cried out in astonishment when he saw Luo Yunyang. Luo Yunyang seemed like an ordinary young man to everyone else. The faces of the 2 female students who had walked over with him fell. They hadn't expected that this young man would actually cause trouble. I was passing by, so I decided to pay you a visit. I didn't expect that you would have actually been in trouble. Luo Yunyang glanced at Shen Yulong before he said rather coldly, "Why didn't you look for me? Would you have handled this silently by yourself if I didn't happen to pass by? You are my leader. If I was unable to handle this, I would have come looking for you. I wouldn't have kept this from you, even if you didn't come visit me. I was planning on heading over to your house tomorrow," Shen Yulong said as he scratched his head stupidly. Luo Yunyang laughed. Then, he turned his eyes to the other guy, who was about to step forward, and said indifferently, "Let's beat them up. Let me see whether you have made any progress after all these days at the Qishan Martial Academy. You won't even ask for an explanation." Shen Yulong squirmed. "Do we need a reason to beat someone up?" Luo Yunyang flexed his wrist like a ruffian. Shen Yulong felt dumbfounded as he recalled his friend's status. Although he knew that his own cultivation base wouldn't have been high enough to defeat these people, now that Luo Yunyang was there was nothing to be afraid of. "Damn it, Daddy has bared with you for a long time. Now the time has come for me to beat you all up till your mothers can't recognize you anymore." Shen Yulong snarled, waving his fists around. He had endured this for far too long already. Ha, bring it on, fatty. If you can, then step right up. Seeing you flip out like this today made Daddy finally feel like you are a man. The hooligan-like guy roared with laughter. I just don't know whether you will be able to beat Daddy up. While he was speaking, Shen Yulong rushed over, using the Qishan Martial Academy's most basic technique, the void-shattering fists. The other guy could avoid this technique with his eyes closed. However, just as he was about to grab this opportunity and beat the fatty into oblivion, he suddenly felt like 1,000 kilos of force were pressing down on his body. This pressure made his movements 10 times slower. Being slow could cause a martialist to die. By the time the guy raised his arms slowly, Shen Yulong's fist had already smashed hard into his face and sent him flying into the air. Ah! One of the guy's loyal followers shouted in surprise when his brother was sent flying. Shen Yulong's classmates were even more astonished. This group, which had approached Shen Yulong with bad intentions, was composed by Qishan Martial Academy's most tyrannical bullies. However, they were also older students who had been cultivating for 3 years, so one of them alone could defeat the entire class. None of them had expected that the quiet Shen Yulong would actually beat their leader, who had dared Shen Yulong to beat them up. While they were all dumbstruck, Shen Yulong rushed towards them. As everyone was staring in space blankly, Shen Yulong pushed them down to the floor. When they tried to struggle up to their feet, they felt the same formless pressure. After a wave of slaps, every single one of the 7 hooligan-like students had a swollen face. Shen Yulong, who had previously appeared dejected, was now beaming happily. Was this fatty just a tiger disguising himself as a pig? The short-haired girl whispered to her delicate-looking friend. Probably not. The delicate girl shook her head. Although I don't really know what happened, Shen Yulong would never act this way. Shen Yulong used this opportunity to hit the hooligan lying on the ground once again before turning to Luo Yunyang. How refreshing. This had been an unlucky year for me so far. I spilled a basin of water while taking a bath. Then he had spilled a basin of water while taking a bath. Luo Yunyang, who knew that the matter couldn't have been so simple, stared intently at Shen Yulong. Damn it, God FC King, damn it. After I spilled the water, I coincidentally came across the son of AB*TCH from the Qin family. He had stopped the most beautiful girl of our school and was confessing his love for her. You know me, big brother. Thanks to a basin of water, he had been given a chance to become a hero and save a damsel in distress. As Luo Yunyang studied the fat parts of Shen Yulong's chubby body, he couldn't help but laugh. Did you really become a damsel-saving hero? I still have a long way to go. Shen Yulong said honestly. Let's go and find that fellow. Luo Yunyang waved at him and walked with large strides towards the exit. This time, you can beat him until you are satisfied. Although Shen Yulong hesitated slightly as he watched Luo Yunyang stride out of the classroom, his excitement was soon evident on his face. He had been tormented a lot during the past month, yet now he had the chance to set things right. How could he pass that up? As Luo Yunyang and Shen Yulong stepped out of the classroom, Shen Yulong's classmates followed them. Although they didn't know whether Shen Yulong would succeed in getting revenge, they definitely wouldn't miss this spectacle. Chapter 150. What will you do if I tear it down? Did you hear? Shen Yulong flipped out and beat up Zheng Yunwei. Dang, I heard that he's going to pick a fight with Qin Shang as well. Did you knock your head or something? How could that be possible? How could Shen Yulong beat up Zheng Yunwei? A boy in Qishan Martial Academy training attire asked his companion in disbelief. Suddenly, he stopped talking with a grunt. He had just seen that impossible scenario unfold before him. Shen Yulong and an unfamiliar boy were heading straight for the practice room where Qin Shang was. The fatty kicked the door to Qin Shang's practice room open. Although practice rooms were public at the Qishan Martial Academy, nobody used the best, most luxurious practice room for cultivation purposes. That practice room belonged only to Qin Shang. When the door was kicked open, a 16-year-old girl came running out with tears in her eyes. Behind the girl was a topless guy, who roared at Shen Yulong furiously, "Damn you! You are asking for it." In the past, whenever Shen Yulong saw Qin Shang, he would apologize cautiously. However, Luo Yunyang was standing behind him this time. Shen Yulong, who had just vented his many grievances, felt the impulse to slaughter anyone that walked up to him. Therefore, he aimed a resounding slap at Qin Shang's face without hesitation. Although Qin Shang was a low-level, third-grade martial master, his cultivation base was still that of a martial master. At the Qishan Martial Academy, any student that could become a martial master basically ruled over everyone else. Even the academy's teachers didn't make things difficult for martial masters. Qin Shang's lips curled into a cold grin as he watched Shen Yulong's palm fly towards him. How could he use this trashy method against him? He had to be insane. As he was about to raise his hand and strike back, he suddenly realized that his arm felt like it was bound. He simply couldn't move it. Although his body wanted to evade the hit, it seemed like he couldn't do it. Just as he thought to himself that things weren't looking good, a slap struck the side of his face. "You, how dare you hit me?" Qin Shang bellowed. His first reaction was to cover his precious face. Damn it, he had never been shamed this way in front of so many people. As he was about to explode, a second slap landed on the other side of his face. "Beat this scoundrel to death, brother. He doesn't deserve to live." The girl who had come running out of the practice room wailed angrily as she stood trembling on the sidelines. Without further ado, Shen Yulong's palms clenched to fists and he started raining blows down on Qin Shang's body. Shen Yulong was already a second-grade martialist. Although there was quite a gap between him and a third-grade martial master, his punches alone were able to give the other guy a bloody nose and a swollen face. "I will kill you. I will kill your entire family. I'll make you regret this." A biting roar echoed out of Qin Shang's mouth. This was the first time he had been beaten up like a villain. Someone had hit his face in front of a crowd. Although he was a martial master, he wasn't able to resist this beating in the slightest. This made him feel extremely humiliated. As he spoke, Shen Yulong unleashed yet another barrage of punches and kicks. "Pleased," he proclaimed loudly, "this is for trying to bully others." Shen Yulong put all the strength in his body in each punch, making his fists draw blood. This time around, he really gave it his all. All the people watching the spectacle had odd expressions on their faces. Shen Yulong had been a rather unremarkable person at the Qishan Martial Academy. If he hadn't gotten in Qin Shang's way and been taught a lesson by his lackeys, nobody would even have remembered him. However, this student was actually beating up the first son of the Qin family, one of the most powerful families in the entire Chang'an city. Qin Shang was beaten up rather cruelly. A martial master like him would normally be way better than his opponent, who was only a martialist. Everyone watching didn't dare make a single move. However, there were still some people who left quickly to call for help. Luo Yunyang watched indifferently as Shen Yulong vented his frustration. He just stood on the sidelines silently and started to think. "Stop, Shen Yulong. Where did you get the courage to beat up a fellow student? Stop it right now. Go to the isolation chamber." A middle-aged man shouted at the wild Shen Yulong as he rushed over hastily. When the bystanders watching this spectacle heard the middle-aged man's shouts, none of them dared make a sound. They were afraid that, if they made any noise, the man would grab them. Even Shen Yulong stopped immediately. "Dean He, catch him. I want to break his bones and flay him. I want to bury him alive." Qin Shang howled loudly the moment he saw the middle-aged man, who seemed like a savior to him. The man glanced at the bruised, beaten Qin Shang and shouted loudly once again, "The lot of you, take Qin Shang to the academy's infirmary immediately. Use the best medicine. As for Shen Yulong, detain him." Dean He, Qin Shang was bullying others. "Shen Yulong came to my rescue. You shouldn't punish him." The girl who had come running out when Shen Yulong had kicked open the door suddenly stepped forward bravely and tried to help Shen Yulong. "Nonsense. I can see that you and Shen Yulong have conspired to plot against Qin Shang. Bring her to the isolation chamber as well. I have to interrogate her properly." There was a flicker in the middle-aged man's eyes as he glanced at the other students around him. "How many of you saw them beating up Qin Shang? Follow me to bear witness." Dean He's pressuring gaze made most of the students lower their heads. A few students who were on good terms with Qin Shang stepped forward without delay. Shen Yulong attacked Senior Qin Shang sneakily. "I saw Senior Qin Shang trying to heal Li Li before Shen Yulong attacked him. I saw it too." Senior Qin Shang endured the beating without retaliating. Otherwise, how could Shen Yulong even hope to match Senior Qin Shang's strength? "I saw it too." In just a moment, at least 10 students had started speaking. Their lively tone made it seem as if they were speaking out for justice. Shen Yulong's chubby body was shaking and the girl, whose name was Li Li, seemed to be at a loss. Although the other students didn't speak up, judging from their expressions, they just weren't able to. "Continue. You were doing fine. Why did you stop?" Luo Yunyang said calmly, glancing at Shen Yulong. Shen Yulong, who had been shaking with anger, finally came back to his senses. He now felt even more furious than before. He was just about to strike, when Dean He shouted loudly, let's see if you dare. Words cannot be taken back. I said so now he has to do it. Luo Yunyang stared at Dinhe as he said indifferently, if you are still dissatisfied after this, I shall tear down this entire trashy school of yours. Chapter 151. A fist that defeats 10,000 techniques. As the dean of the Qishan Martial Academy, He Mingwu was a rather prominent figure in Chang'an City. Even the consul of Chang'an City would greet him with a smile when they happened to cross paths. However, he hadn't expected that the Qishan Martial Academy, which was He Mingwu's domain, would actually be tarnished by an unknown young man. The young man had even threatened to tear down the Qishan Martial Academy. This rampant unbridledness made He Mingwu really angry. He was the sort of man who would rather die than be humiliated. How could this young fellow make threats there? Who are you? How dare you behave atrociously at my academy? He Mingwu pointed at Luo Yunyang as he bellowed furiously. The two girls who had led Luo Yunyang to Shen Yulong were speechless. They hadn't expected that this fellow would actually be so silly. Beating Qin Shang was not a big deal, but offending Dinhe was. It's better if you don't know who I am. Luo Yunyang folded his arms before he sized He Mingwu up and gestured with one hand. I shall give you a chance to get away. I am a magnanimous person, but you better write off whatever just happened. Otherwise, you might end up wetting your pants. Seize this deranged man. He Mingwu roared when he saw that this young fellow became even more unbridled instead of showing some restraint. As soon as he barked out these instructions, two martial masters rushed forward. They were both teachers at the Qishan Martial Academy and trusted aides of He Mingwu, so when they saw their master become enraged, they rushed forward right away. The two of them coordinated smoothly. One of them walked over and tried to grab Luo Yunyang's right hand, while the other one aimed at Luo Yunyang's left hand. Luo Yunyang was able to sense 4 to 5 variations in the techniques the two men used. An ordinary person would have no means of avoiding them, but unfortunately, the two martial masters had encountered Luo Yunyang. Luo Yunyang despised these sort of toadies that worked as accomplices for a villain, so he naturally wasn't polite. He just brandished his fists as he faced the two martial masters. Grins formed on the faces of the two martial masters when they saw Luo Yunyang's hands. This young man was courting death. The two of them were experts at capturing enemies and had worked together for many years. If this young fellow intended to take both of them on at once, then he had to have a really good sense of humor. As the two of them were secretly snickering, Luo Yunyang's fist suddenly appeared before their eyes. Before they could even think of how to evade the blow, Luo Yunyang's fists had already smashed into their faces and sent them flying. Even though Luo Yunyang hadn't used any of his source powers, his strength was still more than enough to blow them away. Everyone watching the fight was shocked, including He Mingwu, who had a clear understanding of the cultivation bases of his two subordinates. Although there was still a big gap between the two of them and He Mingwu, even if he tried, he wouldn't be able to beat both of them with just one strike. Although this outcome had been caused in part due to his subordinate's arrogance, a martial master's reactions were still extremely quick. Even though the two men had underestimated their enemy at first, they should have still been able to redeem themselves quickly. Would He Mingwu be able to beat this young man? Never mind. Heroes knew when to bow and submit. Why would he go looking for trouble? As He Mingwu thought about this, the notion to surrender became stronger. Suddenly, he said calmly, based on the way you move, it seems like you are also someone with a high status. Aren't you afraid of making a fool of yourself by coming to the Qishan Martial Academy and causing trouble? Luo Yunyang moved a step closer to He Mingwu before he said disapprovingly, didn't you want to have me seized? Come on. I shall grant you your request. Do it. He Mingwu had a slightly embarrassed expression on his face. As the dean of the Qishan Martial Academy, it wasn't easy for him to stoop so low. Still, he had reached a compromise that would turn a big problem into a small one and a trivial matter into nothing. However, he hadn't expected that this fellow would be so shameless as to goad him into taking action. He Mingwu's heart was filled with rage as he cursed Luo Yunyang silently. He was itching to walk up to him and give him a couple of slaps. Why was he so goddamn impudent? Luo Yunyang's previous actions had made He Mingwu somewhat apprehensive. He believed that if he acted rashly, his odds of victory wouldn't be very high. Who the hell was this unreasonable, irritating fellow? Regardless of who he was, He Mingwu wouldn't be kind to him that day. You asked for it, kid. Don't blame me for bullying the young. He Mingwu took a deep breath, leapt up and charged towards Luo Yunyang. The instant his legs touched the ground, he sent 36 kicks in Luo Yunyang's direction. Each of these 36 kicks contained a trace of water-based source power, so they were like a billowing tidal wave about to drown Luo Yunyang. It's Dinhe's raging wave kick. Someone shouted excitedly. The waves formed by the convergence of water shadows made the spectators feel like they were watching a stormy tide beating against the shore. Many people found this sight frightening. Just as a number of people felt worried for Luo Yunyang, the boundless tidal wave suddenly vanished completely. All that was left behind was a fist. A fist that belonged to Luo Yunyang. This fist struck He Mingwu in the pit of his stomach and sent the first-rate martial master of the Qishan Martial Academy flying. This time, Luo Yunyang didn't show any mercy. When He Mingwu hit the ground, Luo Yunyang's ice-based source power froze him into place. Qin Shang and his comrades stared with open mouths as they watched everything happen. Never in their wildest dreams had they expected that the Dean who backed them up would actually be beaten by this fellow in one move. Luo Yunyang looked at the rigid He Mingwu on the floor as he dusted his hands with a satisfied smile. If he hadn't become a martial grandmaster, he would still have been able to defeat his opponent with one blow. However, he might have had to use a lot more effort and force. Ever since his breakthrough, everything felt extremely sensitive. Luo Yunyang had been able to find quite a few loopholes in He Mingwu's technique the moment he had used it. The sight of He Mingwu on the ground made everyone in the practice room go silent. Practically everyone was looking at Luo Yunyang in fear. There were even some people who were recalling his words. So what if I tear down this trashy martial academy of yours? Just moments ago, everyone had believed that Luo Yunyang was nothing more than a deranged man shooting his mouth off. However, now that he had beaten so many people, they had no choice but to acknowledge his ability. He Mingwu was finally able to move again after spitting out a mouthful of blood. Hurry up and find the president. Someone is causing trouble at the Qishan Martial Academy. He shouted angrily. His words immediately woke up a lot of people, who found the words, Academy President, reassuring. The strongest person at the Qishan Martial Academy wasn't He Mingwu, but the Academy President, who ranked third on the Earth list. Although the Academy President had not become a martial grandmaster yet, most people believed that he could rival a few weaker martial grandmasters. Some people even used the term, semi-martial grandmaster, to describe the Academy President. You rank 10th on the Earth list, Yunyang. The Academy President ranks 3rd. Are you sure you are up to this? Shen Yulong whispered after quickly walking over to Luo Yunyang. The President ranked 3rd on the Earth list. Although Luo Yunyang had heard teacher Xie speak about the Divine List, the Sky List and the Earth List, he didn't really have a clear understanding of the abilities the people on these lists possessed. He had only gone to the Qishan Martial Academy to pay a visit to Shen Yulong, yet he was actually about to meet the 3rd in rank person on the Earth List. This was something Luo Yunyang had not expected. Now that he was a martial grandmaster, he probably wouldn't be on the Earth List any longer. It's fine, he's just the 3rd in rank person on the Earth List. Luo Yunyang waved his hands around dismissively. If this matter isn't handled today, I'll just take you away from this rotten place. It's not like you've made any good memories here. When Shen Yulong recalled his bitter experiences there, he nodded his head slowly. All right, I'll follow your lead. Chapter 152. The divine 6-star fruit stalks of purple bamboo grew in the bamboo forest on the western side of the Qishan Martial Academy. Each stalk of bamboo was like a long spear, and the layers of bamboo leaves created a dense, stifling atmosphere. If the 6th factor there was measured, the quantity would actually be comparable to the one at base 7. Inside the bamboo forest sat 2 middle-aged men. Between them was a pot of tea that emitted a cloud of smoke. New geniuses emerge every year. The soldier-like, middle-aged man on the main seat said as he lifted his cup. Challenging the sky-high Tiger King was rather ballsy. Although the man seated across from him had a calm demeanor, when he heard these words, a flicker of loathing appeared in his eyes. He is also arrogant, vicious and merciless. I'm afraid that you don't know this, but Ni Xin has died. Do you know how he died? His entire life force was extracted from his body and he was left for dead. So young, yet so vicious. People like him don't live long. When the soldier-like, middle-aged man didn't reply, the other man added, he still hasn't become a martial grandmaster. A martial grandmaster state isn't easy to achieve. The middle-aged man sighed deeply before he asked, the Ni family won't let this go, right? Definitely not. The martial grandmaster of the Ni family was about to act, but Lu Qubing pressured him into standing back. the mild middle-aged man added dully. The Ni family has already offered a reward for Luo Yunyang's capture. The soldier-like man's expression suddenly changed. The gaze he shot at his guest was a little cold. He had obviously already guessed the reason behind the man's visit. There wasn't even the slightest hint of fear in his guest's expression as he picked up his cup and sipped his tea nonchalantly. "Did you really come over here just to have some tea?" "Smart as always," the calm man said with a laugh. "This time, I've come to persuade you into taking action. Don't you know what sort of person Luo Yunyang is? Let's not even mention his rising reputation. He is practically a hero in the 13 eastern cities. If Lu Qubing is there, I cannot afford to provoke him." The soldier-like man's voice sounded like a faint warning. "I know, Brother Qi." His guest smiled. "Although you haven't become a martial grandmaster yet, you must know that the entire Da Alliance was founded to fight the invasion of the source beasts. Even though there are some people in the 13 eastern cities who wholeheartedly want to uphold the alliance, their word carries no weight throughout the 13 eastern cities when it comes to certain things, such as the Martial God Mountain." When the soldier-like man heard the words, Martial God Mountain, a glimmer of excitement and reverence appeared in his eyes. Thanks to his status, he was respected throughout the 13 eastern cities. However, when he heard about the Martial God Mountain, the admiration he felt was sincere. The other man continued talking calmly. "The reward is a divine 6-star fruit and a ship ticket. If we join forces, you can have the divine 6-star fruit and I'll get the ticket." As the president of the Qishan Martial Academy, Qi Yunhao ranked 3rd on the Earth list. When he heard about the divine 6-star fruit, his eyes glowed brightly. "What are you saying? Is there really a divine 6-star fruit? How is that possible? The divine 6-star fruit appeared before the first apocalypse. How can there still be one now?" Qi Yunhao struggled to control his emotions. The divine 6-star fruit was clearly extremely appealing to him. There aren't any more pre-apocalyptic divine 6-star fruits. However, that doesn't mean that there aren't any current ones. The man continued insipidly. "I'm afraid that a second apocalypse will take place soon. The previous one left our world ravaged. We still don't know what state we'll be in after the second apocalypse strikes. Perhaps the waves of source beasts that arrive will be able to destroy everything. That's why I have to get hold of an Arc Plan ship ticket." Qi Yunhao took a deep breath before he said, "If there is really a divine 6-star fruit on the table, then I will do it. If I have to give up everything I have achieved, then so be it. Who can guarantee that the Ni family has a divine 6-star fruit, though?" The calm man smiled faintly as he said, "I can guarantee it. The divine tree on the Martial God Mountain has produced 30 fruits. I have seen it with my own eyes, Brother Qi." Qi Yunhao picked up his teacup and took a sip. "The martial god's disciple is indeed generous. I'll do it, ha ha ha. You are Brother Qi, indeed. If you had survived the apocalypse, then your achievements would have been even greater." Qi Yunhao waved his hands around dismissively. "I'm only doing this for my own sake. The world has undergone some massive changes. How could one survive without becoming a martial grandmaster? Although the Arc Plan is good, I am not ready to leave yet. I live alone, so my greatest pursuit lies in my own progress. I know that Luo Yunyang will die unjustly, but this is a kill or be killed situation. That is the way of our world." The calm man nodded and said, "We have to act fast. Based on what I know, the 13 Shadow Wolves have already made their move. They want the divine 6-star fruit for themselves." While the two men were talking, Qi Yunhao's communication device suddenly started ringing. Although the middle-aged man didn't wish to be disturbed now, when he saw the number, he accepted the call. "What's the matter?" Qi Yunhao didn't conceal his displeasure. He was actually like a god at the Qishan Martial Academy. He was the core that everyone revolved around. "Someone is causing trouble at the academy, President. Dean, he has gotten injured," a bald middle-aged man who had appeared on the communication device's display said hurriedly. When the screen cut to the practice room, the situation before Qi Yunhao's eyes was clear as day. A cold glint flickered across his eyes as he saw He Mingwu lie on the ground, unable to move. He had a very clear understanding of He Mingwu's cultivation base. Although he didn't think very highly of that suck-up, one still needed the master's permission in order to beat their dog. The Qishan Martial Academy and Qi Yunhao's dignity were on the line. If Qi Yunhao sat by idly and watched as somebody beat up his subordinate and deputy, then there would be no need to keep the Qishan Martial Academy up and running. "Who is this?" Qi Yunhao asked suspiciously when he saw the calm, composed young man on the display. Meanwhile, the man beside Qi Yunhao paused. Although he had not intended on getting involved in this, his eyes suddenly lit up. There was a frenzied glow in his eyes now. Although he watched the scene through the display, he still exclaimed, "That's an appearance-changing technique. This person is a telekinesis master. I'm not surprised that he dared cause trouble over there." Qi Yunhao snorted. He'd never liked telekinesis masters, so when he heard that a telekinesis master was causing trouble at the academy, he stood up immediately. "That's not right. That's Luo Yunyang," the calm man exclaimed, looking pleasantly surprised. Chapter 153. Dance Without Me. The moment Qi Yunhao recognized Luo Yunyang's communication device started ringing. When Luo Yunyang picked up the call, Chief Instructor Lu's voice rang out. "Yunyang, head to the Rising Dragon Army Chang'an General Headquarters immediately." Lu Shu had always regarded Luo Yunyang highly, so he rarely used this sort of tone to order him around. "What's going on?" Luo Yunyang asked. Judging by the way Lu Shu spoke, this could only mean one thing. Something had happened at the Rising Dragon Army Chang'an General Headquarters. That was why he had to hurry over. "The Ni family has secretly placed a bounty on you. The sum is extremely high. You are now in grave danger." Lu Shu's voice was filled with anger and indignation. "You are still young, Yunyang, so you don't really understand how things work in the 13 eastern cities. To put it simply, the profane authority of the 13 eastern cities belongs to the Da Alliance. However, there is actually an organization at the top. This organization and the 13 eastern cities restrict each other. They represent the majority of the top-notch powerhouses that aren't affiliated with the Da Alliance government. For example, the chairman of this legislative assembly is a martial god." As he heard Lu Shu's rapid-fire words, Luo Yunyang's eyes flickered. Back when he had still been going to school in Donglu Town, he had always thought that the alliance of the 37 cities controlled everything. However, as he came in contact with even more people, he realized that the world wasn't as simple as he had thought it was. For example, the 8 militaries, which he had once considered the most powerful armies in the world, couldn't do anything they pleased. Another example was the relationship between martial gods and the 13 eastern cities. Lu Shu's words had finally made one thing clear. Ever since the emergence of martial gods and other similar powerhouses, the Da Alliance and these god-grade individuals had been in a subtle, yet odd relationship. Although Luo Yunyang found it hard to guess the bottom line of this sort of relationship, he believed that, most of the time, it was the Da Alliance that yielded. The Ni family relied on the disciple of a martial god. Due to the existence of this disciple, the Da Alliance chose to turn a blind eye to certain issues. In this case, the Ni family hadn't openly said anything regarding Luo Yunyang's assassination, so the Da Alliance could only use some protective measures to handle it. When a martialist's power reached a certain high level, such as the martial god level, they could potentially subjugate an entire nation. However, martial gods were only one category of powerful entities. "Are there any god-grade martialists out to kill me?" Luo Yunyang asked the question he was most concerned about after pondering it silently for a bit. "Who do you think you are to talk about god-grade individuals? If these god-grade experts really moved against you, even the Chang'an General Headquarters wouldn't be able to shelter you," Lu Shu said before adding rather anxiously, "It's rumored that the 13 Shadow Wolves have already accepted this assignment and are heading towards Chang'an with their full forces. If there aren't any god-grade experts among them, then there isn't much to worry about," Luo Yunyang said before ending the call straight away. However, he hadn't even shut off his communication device when it started to ring frantically again. Luo Yunyang frowned when he saw that the Flame Emperor was calling him. The Flame Emperor had been treating him really well and was actually rather protective of him. Of course, Luo Yunyang respected the Flame Emperor just as deeply. He hesitated for a bit before answering the call. "I've already discovered your location, kid. You are currently at the Qishan Martial Academy, aren't you? Someone is going to come pick you up in a bit." The Flame Emperor's tone was a mixture of gratification and solemnity as he said, "You must take note of the Academy President, Qi Yunhao. He ranks 3rd on the Earth list. If our assumptions are right, he must have been enticed by the bounty the Ni family has offered. You don't have to worry, though. Just stay right there. I have already sent some men to pressure the Qishan Martial Academy. They probably won't dare touch you for the time being. The people I sent to fetch you should be there in 5 minutes." The Flame Emperor didn't wait for Luo Yunyang to reply before he ended the call. Based on the background sounds he had heard during the call, Luo Yunyang believed that the Flame Emperor probably wasn't at the Rising Dragon Army headquarters, but on a plane. His communication device started ringing once more. This time, Luo Yunyang really didn't feel like answering it. However, when he saw the name displayed on the screen, he ultimately decided to pick up the call. Viceroy. Luo Yunyang felt only heartfelt admiration for Viceroy Lu Qubing. Ni Xin is dead, kid. His family has secretly placed a bounty, which will be making things really difficult for you. Lu Qubing said before breaking into a round of violent coughing. Do you know what beating a wolf with a stalk of hemp means? This is what describes our current situation best. A leader must know when to stand tall or submit. Head to the Rising Dragon Army Chang'an General Headquarters and hide. No matter how strong these assassins are, they won't be able to step foot into the Chang'an General Headquarters. When this storm passes, everything will vanish into thin air. Luo Yunyang listened attentively before he said seriously, I understand that the Da Alliance is unwilling to fight over certain matters, Viceroy. However, I believe that these people should not be indulged. If they want to kill me, then just let them come. I really want to see who will be killing whom. Lu Qubing had guessed that this would happen before he had even advised Luo Yunyang. This kid had his own opinions that he didn't abandon easily. As expected, his guess had been spot on. Although Lu Qubing still wanted to say a few more words of advice, he suddenly realized that the call had been cut short. This kid is really... Lu Qubing shook his head helplessly as another violent round of coughing hit him. Although Luo Yunyang had been very stubborn, there were still some matters that he had to attend to. As Lu Qubing was speaking with another big shot through his communication device, a message popped up. Lu Qubing frowned at this interruption, but didn't pay attention to it. However, the big shot he was having a conversation with suddenly looked at him oddly and said, I think you should take a look at the sky vision, old Lu. Lu Qubing froze for a second before checking the message he had received. The message was from a subordinate of his. There was only one line at the top that read, I heard that some scums want to kill me. I shall be waiting at the Wind Rain crossing tomorrow. Come if you dare. This message had Luo Yunyang's name written all over it. How ferocious. This sort of challenge wasn't entirely useless. It could possibly scare off a few people that were thinking of assassinating him. However, it would be unreasonable to consider it effective. Luo Yunyang would actually be showing up at the Wind Rain crossing, so who knew how many people might take advantage of this information? He is too young. While Lu Qubing was contemplating how to help Luo Yunyang deal with the aftermath of this situation best, another message appeared under the first one. This one read, if you people do not come, Daddy will follow his boss's advice and hide at the Rising Dragon Army's Chang'an General Headquarters. He. Then you fools can worry all you want. More creases appeared on Lu Qubing's forehead. This kid had a death wish. Didn't he know that, thanks to his loud proclamation, even people who hadn't planned on showing up would come running to join in the action? He simply loved ruining his plans. Chapter 154. Leaving on a rosy cloud, the majority of the Qishan Martial Academy students in the practice room were staring at Luo Yunyang in a strange new light. Although they didn't know his identity, Luo Yunyang had done something that had delighted them. However, he had also trampled all over their school's reputation. While a big number of people was looking forward to the academy president's appearance in the hopes that he would be able to knock out Luo Yunyang, a loud rumbling sound was heard. Some people who couldn't help but look outside the practice room saw a squadron of combat aircrafts. What the FCK? The Qin family is awesome. They even mobilized combat aircrafts. A student said as he watched the aircrafts fly high up in the sky. Being able to beat up a hooligan like Qin Sheng was very satisfying, but if his family retaliated, things would get tragic. They couldn't afford to offend a big financial group like the Qin family. If anyone experienced Qin Sheng's oppression in the future, they would just swallow their anger to avoid getting in trouble. Although Qin Sheng was all muddled up from the beating he had received from Shen Yulong, when he saw the fighter aircraft speeding over, a pleased look appeared on his face. If being rich was a crime, then he would gladly be found guilty. Who were these people who dared despise him? It seemed like his family hadn't abandoned him. They had actually sent air reinforcements. Ha, this battle array was something no ordinary person could accomplish. This kid must be detained and taught a severe lesson. This is the only way my anger will be soothed. Damn it, a lot of people despise me, but who do you think you are to dare stand up to me? I bet you think of yourself as a goddamn savior. As Qin Sheng cursed silently, several figures jumped off the combat helicopters. Each and every one of them was equipped with all sorts of heavy weaponry. Although the usage of hot weaponry against martial masters and higher-ranking individuals was not very effective, ordinary people found these weapons really intimidating. Reporting, Sir Luo, the Combat Dragon Brigade has been ordered to fetch you back to the base. A firm-looking, middle-aged man said as he saluted Luo Yunyang. The Combat Dragon Brigade, which was the strongest squad of the Rising Dragon Army, was composed by over 100 smaller squads. Normally, the squads would use their own names during missions. If the Combat Dragon Brigade's name was used, then this meant that there were at least half of the Combat Dragon Brigade's divisions there. When Luo Yunyang looked at the middle-aged man, he realized that he was a first-grade martial master, so he could be considered a powerhouse among martial masters. If I don't return, are you going to tie me up and drag me back? We have been ordered to take you back to the Chang'an General Headquarters at all costs, honorary delegate. Although the middle-aged man stood straight and saluted once more, his tone was firm. Your family has already arrived at the Chang'an General Headquarters. They will be safe there. Your mother is hoping that you will hurry back to the Rising Dragon Army. Luo Yunyang chuckled soundlessly as he stepped out of the practice room. He glanced southeast before turning back to Shen Yulong. All right, have you had your fill? Yes. Shen Yulong was buzzing with excitement as he looked at the rows of Combat Dragon Brigade elite martialists around him. His voice was actually a little shaky. Luo Yunyang nodded and patted Shen Yulong's shoulder. Let's go. There isn't much to learn at such a trashy place. If you return with me, you could join the Rising Dragon Army's elite class tomorrow. The Rising Dragon Army's elite class? This was something that every Kishin Martial Academy student had heard of. There were actually many students who had been working hard towards this dream. However, most of them would have their dream crushed at a preliminary stage. If Luo Yunyang had let Shen Yulong enter the Rising Dragon Army's elite class earlier, the majority of the students would have turned their noses up. Things were different now, though. Luo Yunyang had taken action and brought a flashy aircraft array along, so anyone could tell that he undoubtedly stood out from the masses. This proved that he wasn't just talking big. Who is he? A number of people asked their companions in bewilderment as they watched Luo Yunyang get on a helicopter. Although their question wasn't answered, the majority of them kept watching him with fervent gazes. The instant Luo Yunyang stepped into the cabin, a cold glint flickered through his eyes. This time, he sent out a wave of repressive mind power. The moment he used his mind power, his appearance-changing technique faded away. Luo Yunyang's actual appearance was reflected in the eyes of every Kishin Martial Academy student present. 10 combat helicopters escorted Luo Yunyang's party as it headed over to Chang'an City. Only when the aircrafts flew off into the distance did most of the Kishin Martial Academy students finally recover from the shock. Luo Yunyang. It was actually Luo Yunyang. We got to see Luo Yunyang. Shen Yulong's friend was actually Luo Yunyang. My idol. I never dreamt that I would get to see him in person. Whoa, it really was Luo Yunyang. I saw him clearly, it was him. A fervent clamoring arose among the crowd. There were even some tears in a few people's eyes. The most passionately discussed name in the 13 eastern cities was Luo Yunyang's. The short-haired girl who had led Luo Yunyang in his search for Shen Yulong said in a dreamlike trance, that was really Luo Yunyang. After seeing him, I suddenly realized that handsomeness can be very specific. I saw him and talked to him. Did I look bad at the time? Did I look particularly unladylike? The long-haired, delicate girl clasped her hands to her chest and said, I didn't look that great either. When He Mingwu heard that this person had actually been Luo Yunyang, he was astonished. However, he was still rather calm. Meanwhile, Qin Sheng looked as forlorn as though he had just lost his father. Although he was conceited, he knew that the difference between him and Luo Yunyang was great. Considering his status, taking revenge was impossible. Just as half of the Kishin Martial Academy was cheering jubilantly and the other half was feeling deep regret, Qi Yunhao and the calm middle-aged man walked out of the bamboo forest. What a tremendous spirit, the calm middle-aged man said with a heartfelt sigh. He really is an outstanding hero of his generation. Qi Yunhao nodded, his eyebrows scrunched up as he said gravely, if the two of us make a move, the probability of killing him won't be very high. Yes, his position on the Earth list must be even closer to the top. The two of them were silent for a moment before their eyes met. They both had a resolute expression on their faces. The reward for killing Luo Yunyang was too tempting after all. The offered items were things that they had been yearning for in their dreams, so they wouldn't give up, even if they had to put their lives on the line. If it's just the two of us, killing Luo Yunyang will be difficult. However, it won't be just the two of us fighting, the calm-looking, middle-aged man said in an encouraging manner. His reckless challenge means that we still have a chance. Right, the wind-rain crossing is probably our only opportunity. However, what we don't know is how dangerous it will be when the time comes. Qi Yunhao's fist struck a huge boulder as he muttered something to himself. The huge boulder instantly shattered into pieces. Even though it will be dangerous, we still have to do our best. Fortune favors the bold after all. Chapter 155. Returning on a windy, rainy night, the wind-rain crossing, which was located 150 kilometers north of Chang'an City, was considered to be out of Chang'an City's safe zone. There were all sorts of dire beasts that roamed over those plains, so normally there weren't many people there. Although it had been a major ferry crossing before the apocalypse, after decades of natural disasters, it had long lost its modern vibe. The only thing that betrayed that it had once been an important ferry crossing was a tall concrete platform overrun by tenacious seeds and all sorts of sprouting plants. The wind-rain crossing was a grim sight in the dark night. Amidst the light breeze and fine rain, a nightjar was cawing. The faraway howls and roars of wild animals made anyone who heard them perk up. Although the land around the wind-rain crossing was a familiar setting, it didn't look the same that day. "Will he come?" Qin Yunhao, who was hiding inside the hole of a rock, asked, his voice wavering slightly with uncertainty. Although he was hidden inside the hole, he was certain that he could kill off anyone within a 100-meter radius in under 30 seconds. The calm middle-aged man in the black suit was hiding beside him with his eyes shut. He actually seemed to be in deep thought. His body was not moving, yet it exuded a strange aura. Although the possibility of him appearing isn't very high, this is a really rare opportunity, the man in black replied softly. I have already sensed the traces of 13 people, including a number of old friends. When he heard his words, Qi Yunhao frowned slightly. Calling these people old friends wasn't a very appropriate way to describe them. Have the 13 shadow wolves come? Qi Yunhao asked. This was the most important question. Haven't seen any signs of them, but I can conclude that they have hidden all around the wind-rain crossing. As soon as Luo Yunyang arrives, they will strike and hope to kill him at once. The two men spoke in hushed tones. There was also quite a number of other people like them, who were having the same sort of muted conversations. All these people had gathered there for one purpose, to assassinate Luo Yunyang. They believed that this was a great opportunity, regardless of whether Luo Yunyang actually showed up. Although they found his challenge on the sky vision a little comical, they still had no problem accepting it. He was still young after all, and young people tended to act impulsively. Will Luo Yunyang show up? Although Ni Yongsan was at home, he wasn't cultivating. He was sitting in the corner of a large hall, watching one of his uncles. The death of his older brother, Ni Xin, had made his family feel ashamed and humiliated beyond belief. If they scrubbed aside this disgrace, then their prestige and reputation would suffer a huge hit. However, due to the pressure of the rising dragon army, they couldn't take action openly. That was why they had placed a bounty. This way, even if the rising dragon army investigated this matter, they would not be able to find any conclusive evidence. The moment someone brought Luo Yunyang's head to them, the Ni family would honor their word and hand over the promised rewards. He will probably come, said a middle-aged man confidently before adding, young people are ambitious. Plus, judging by his ostentatious behavior, if he dared to speak this way, then he will definitely see this through. I'm just afraid that he won't be able to leave the rising dragon army's general headquarters, said a rather sinister-looking young man with a snort. This kid is arrogant and conceited. He considers everyone inferior to him. If he doesn't show, then the reputation he has built will be tarnished. A gloomy middle-aged man said regretfully. The hall went silent. Although the middle-aged man's words made sense, the people present realized that, despite their high hopes, as long as Luo Yunyang was hiding behind the rising dragon army, they wouldn't be able to do anything. Can't our uncle think of something? A boy whose face looked really similar to Ni Yongsan's asked. Ni Yongsan didn't have a favorable impression of this boy. Actually, deep down he felt the urge to slaughter him. Although your uncle is the disciple of a martial god, this is the best he can do. He isn't a martial god after all. The hall went silent once again. The chiming of a clock made Ni Yongsan frown. He was already used to this chiming, as it had been ringing throughout the Ni household for many years. This sound meant that it was already 10 p.m. However, Luo Yunyang hadn't showed up yet. It seemed like he wasn't going to come. Just as Ni Yongsan started to feel extremely disappointed, someone came rushing in frantically. Luo Yunyang has boarded a vehicle and is currently rushing to the Wind Rain crossing. The eyes of every single member of the Ni family lit up when they heard this short, simple announcement. Say, do any of you think that this is some sort of rising dragon army scheme? A middle-aged man asked abruptly with a grave expression on his face. Whether it's a scheme or not, this has nothing to do with us. If the rising dragon army kills off all the people trying to assassinate Luo Yunyang, then they will have even more enemies in the future. Continuous information started reaching the hall where the Ni family was gathered. It was mostly news concerning the Rising Dragon Army. The Rising Dragon Army's Combat Dragon Brigade had not taken action. The Flame Emperor had not taken action. None of the other Rising Dragon Army squadrons had taken action. All these news only pointed to one conclusion: the entire Rising Dragon Army was not taking action. Every member of the Ni family was extremely suspicious about this outcome. What was the Rising Dragon Army up to? Did they really believe that Luo Yunyang would be able to return safely from the Wind Rain crossing? The Sanggu Research Center, the Farm God Research Center, the Tyrannical Age Financial Group. Every single power of the 13 eastern cities had its eyes fixed on Luo Yunyang's silhouette as he rushed over to the Wind Rain crossing unaccompanied. He was 10 kilometers away from the Wind Rain crossing, 5 kilometers away from the Wind Rain crossing, 1 kilometer away from the Wind Rain crossing. The gales were picking up as the sky above the Wind Rain crossing darkened. When the news that Luo Yunyang was 1 kilometer away from the Wind Rain crossing reached them, yet another piece of news was transmitted. Luo Yunyang had stepped out of the vehicle and was walking towards the Wind Rain crossing with the ancient metal spear that had killed the ravenous wolf in his hand. Nobody made a move. However, thanks to the ancient metal spear in his hand, Luo Yunyang was able to sense traces of killing intent all around him. Some people concealed this intent, but there were others who didn't care enough to bother. One such person was standing under a huge tree about 200 meters away. The man grinned when Luo Yunyang came into sight. His gleaming teeth seemed extremely eerie in the dark night. Luo Yunyang returned the smile before raising his speed attribute to 300 without hesitation. In the blink of an eye, he had become quicker than the speed of sound and appeared before the man. He waved the long spear, startling the grinning man for a split second. The man's body was suddenly impaled and lifted into the air. Chapter 156. Phantom Assassination. Luo Yunyang took the initiative to kill off Gong Sunquo, who ranked 13th on the Earth list. What was the difference between the 10th and 13th person on the Earth list anyway? There actually wasn't much of a difference, which was why Gong Sunquo had decided to face Luo Yunyang. Of course, this was also a strategy he used to pressure Luo Yunyang mentally. Unfortunately, Gong Sunquo had been too naive. He had been killed with one strike before he could achieve his goal. Although his judgment had played a part in this, Luo Yunyang's speed had been so fast that Gong Sunquo simply wasn't able to react in time. Luo Yunyang had a composed expression on his face. He wasn't delighted over Gong Sunquo's death. As he lifted Gong Sunquo's corpse on his spear, he glanced all around him and said indifferently, "Anyone else?" Although his tone wasn't very high and he sounded a little lazy, the sight of Gong Sunquo's body on his long spear said everything that needed to be said. Rain continued to pour down, yet the entire field was now more silent than ever. It seemed as though every living thing had stopped breathing. Some strong fighters that had been about to come out of hiding decided to hide tactfully once again. They didn't think that they were stronger than Gong Sunquo, so they weren't willing to become Luo Yunyang's next target. This was why they chose to hide instead. Nobody replied, except for the sound of the rain and the howling wind. There was no other sound to be heard. Luo Yunyang moved his arm and tossed Gong Sunquo's body into the raging river of the Wind Rain crossing. Then, he stuck his spear directly in front of him and said, "I thought that there were some heroic people out to kill me, yet it turns out that it's just some scum." Qi Yunhao felt a pang of anger when he heard Luo Yunyang's words. Although he was aware that he was past the age when he could get worked up over a few words, Luo Yunyang's arrogance still made him feel extremely displeased. However, no matter how displeased he felt, he couldn't make his move right now. What he wanted was the divine 6-star fruit that one needed in order to break through the boundaries of a martial grandmaster. He didn't just want to let off some steam. Meanwhile, his companion was much more composed. He was actually like an old fisherman who had just seen a large fish get hooked, yet wasn't in a rush to lift the rod. Instead, he released the line and allowed the fish to struggle in the water before waiting for it to get exhausted and reeling it in easily. He also looked like an extremely patient hunter waiting for the final strike. The two men didn't have to wait long for the chance to make a mortal strike. Just as the winds and rain started to pick up, a sharp arrow suddenly surged through the sky towards Luo Yunyang. The arrow was really fast. An arrow imbued with source power was faster than a bullet and more powerful than most hot weapons. The arrow appeared before Luo Yunyang in a flash. Luo Yunyang had already noticed it, so the instant it soared towards him, he twisted to the side and evaded it. He had just dodged it, when an explosion of gunfire started ringing out all around him. The guns being used were loaded with armor-piercing rounds. Even though they weren't much use against high-grade dire beasts, they could still hurt human martial masters. Most martial masters would do their best to avoid such a hail of bullets. Sharp gunfire kept ringing out in every direction, yet Luo Yunyang didn't seem to panic at all. He just pointed his palm at the sky and a layer of frigid source power was blasted out towards the hail of bullets, enveloping them instantly. The bullets actually came to a standstill in the air. Suddenly, 13 more arrows surged towards Luo Yunyang. Before he could deal with them, a beam of gun light, a blade light and 3 sword lights besieged him from different directions. This was a tightly coordinated surprise attack. 5 people suddenly appeared, each one with a cultivation base of a first-grade martial master. Their combined efforts had the ability to intercept and kill a top-notch martial master. The smile on Luo Yunyang's face widened as he watched these attacks. The long spear in his hands suddenly circled around in the air. Although the ring it created was ordinary, the gun light and sword lights actually changed direction eerily and headed straight for it. Some strong fighters realized that they were unable to control their own source powers as they flowed in a steady stream towards the ring Luo Yunyang had drawn with his spear. When they reached this frightening crossroads, 3 men suddenly rushed towards Luo Yunyang from the wind-rain platform. Each of them wielded a huge hatchet and hacked away manically at Luo Yunyang. Their huge hatchets were covered in a murky yellow source power. When this power landed, it formed a 5-meter gravity field. Although the 3 men were also first-grade martial masters, when they combined their power, their attack was stronger than the previous 5 men's surprise attack. Luo Yunyang's expression didn't change. While he stood on the spot awaiting the relentless attack of the 3 huge hatchets, he looked as though he was just admiring the stormy weather. As the 3 hatchets descended towards him, Luo Yunyang didn't move. The 3 hatchets had strangely started towards the ring Luo Yunyang had drawn with his spear. You are absorbing our source power. Someone cried out in alarm. In just a moment, Luo Yunyang had nullified the attacks of the 3 axes, the 3 sword lights, the gun light and the blade light completely. Meanwhile, a huge boulder coming from the river of the wind-rain crossing flew over at him. Behind this huge boulder was an enormous, at least 20-meter long, water dragon that had appeared from the river. On top of this dragon stood a man. As the sword in his hand flickered, a dazzling sword light seemed ready to fly over at Luo Yunyang. It was the water-splitting dragon beheading. The man's cultivation base was slightly stronger than a top-notch martial master's. He could actually be considered a semi-martial grandmaster. He was also a key figure in this attack. All the people who had made a move had actually just been creating an opportunity for him. Luo Yunyang's expression became even chillier as he stared at the figure standing atop the water dragon. As the sword light was about to be unleashed, Luo Yunyang quickly made some adjustments. He used the attribute regulator in his mind to transfer the over 700 points of his wood power to his ice power. Although his ice attribute hadn't made a breakthrough or reached the state of a martial grandmaster yet, by drawing support from his wood-based source power's breakthrough, Luo Yunyang could keep absorbing cold chi from the sky and earth. 3,000-mile freezing move. When Luo Yunyang waved his hands, a cold chi blasted out of his palms. In an instant, this inexplicable frigid power had frozen everything, including the air, within 30 meters of him. The vivid, lifelike water dragon was frozen in the air. The strong fighter who had been controlling the water dragon had barely unleashed his sword light, when he froze in midair. Suddenly, the assassination attempt of the 13 shadow wolves had turned them into a bunch of ice sculptures. The wind and the rain were both frozen. The 13 shadow wolves who had attempted an assassination had been frozen in the air by Luo Yunyang's technique, the 3,000-mile freezing move. Although they could still breathe, they were all unable to move even the slightest bit. Out of the blue, a frightening chill flowed into their bodies. Chapter 157. Pushing in all directions, the huge wind-rain platform, which was now littered with ice sculptures, was a strange sight to behold. There was no wind, and the rain had stopped falling. "He's a martial grandmaster," someone cried out, turning pale with fright. The confidence Xianxia had at the beginning was thoroughly depleted. If Luo Yunyang's cultivation base had been extraordinary, he wouldn't have been that flustered. There would still have been a chance of killing a top-notch martial master after all. However, Luo Yunyang was actually a martial grandmaster. This was a totally unforeseen outcome that left him flabbergasted. The boundaries they yearned for and the realm they had been hoping to reach were the reasons they had all gathered there to try and kill Luo Yunyang. They had done this for the sake of obtaining the divine 6-star fruit they would get after killing him. Although they didn't have much hope of killing a top-notch martial master, they were still willing to give it their all. However, they hadn't expected that their target would have already become a martial grandmaster. Luo Yunyang, who could now connect with the energies of the sky and earth, had the fighting strength of 10,000 soldiers. The smile on the face of Xianxia's companion had disappeared completely. His body tightened like a clamshell, and his previous self-confidence smacked him in the face. It was actually really comical. He had been so ignorant and narrow-minded that he had underestimated Luo Yunyang. No wonder he dared to come. He has already become a martial grandmaster. The two of them no longer had any intention of fighting. They were actually racking their brains for a way to leave. A martial grandmaster. The 13 shadow wolves have died unjustly. It was lucky that we didn't make the first move. Otherwise, we would have died too. While Xianxia and his companion were talking, the Ni family had already received the news over at Chengdu. The members of the Ni family who were keeping tabs on the fight had ugly expressions on their faces. A martial grandmaster. Although the Ni family didn't fear martial grandmasters, having bad blood between them and a martial grandmaster wasn't something anyone would like. I always thought that Luo Yunyang's challenge was some sort of scheme, yet I hadn't expected that he was actually a martial grandmaster. He has already reached the martial grandmaster realm despite his young age. If he keeps progressing at this speed, then our family. For a moment, the large hall was so quiet that one could hear a pin drop. If Luo Yunyang kept progressing this way, then his future cultivation base would make people shudder with fear. Don't worry, everyone. Luo Yunyang might have entered the realm of martial grandmasters, but this doesn't mean that he won't die at the wind-rain crossing. During their discussion, an elegantly dressed middle-aged man pushed the door open and entered. When Ni Yongsan saw the middle-aged man, he shrunk back, even though he was already sitting in the corner. Although he was the Ni family's genius, his father's brilliance still overshadowed his. All the other members of the Ni family looked at the newcomer respectfully. "Greetings, big brother. Greetings, great uncle." As all sorts of greetings and salutations echoed around, the middle-aged man waved his hands dismissively. "You all better remember this. The Ni family had absolutely nothing to do with this matter. If anyone lets anything slip, I can't promise that your family will be safe." Nobody dared say anything. The middle-aged man didn't bother paying attention to the rest of the family. He just stared out of the large hall with a slightly strange expression. Meanwhile, quite a number of people throughout the 13 eastern cities had already heard the news about the wind-rain crossing. In an instant, discussions started sprouting everywhere. The people who were closer to Luo Yunyang naturally cheered jubilantly, while the people that wanted him dead scowled miserably, as if they were mourning the loss of a dead parent. Fat Shui, Chu Yuan and the others were all astonished, Fat Shui especially so. When he heard the news, he asked disbelievingly, "What was that?" "Big Boss Luo is a martial grandmaster." "Damn, is that really true? This is too much of a blow." Back at the wind-rain crossing, Luo Yunyang stood erect with his spear in his hands. All around him were 10 shadow wolves, completely frozen in place. They all maintained their unmoving posture quietly. "Ha ha ha, a martial grandmaster at such a young age. You are as talented as a god-grade powerhouse." 2 men, one tall and one short, came strolling out slowly. As soon as they appeared, Xianxia's face fell. When he saw the 2 men, his body let out an unconscious shudder. "What are they doing here? Do you know them, Brother Qi?" The calm middle-aged man, who seldom saw Qi Yunhao act this way, asked carefully. They are the two venerables of the Dragon Elephant sect. Qi Yunhao lowered his voice. He sounded somewhat upset as he said, if I knew that these two would appear, I would never have come. His companion's face froze when he heard the words, Dragon Elephant sect. Ever since the apocalypse and the emergence of the sixth factor, the path of ancient martial arts had flourished once again. The people who trained hard and surpassed ordinary humans had become even more powerful after the emergence of the sixth factor. After coming to an agreement with the Da Alliance, the hidden world sects generally didn't get involved in worldly affairs. However, the 13 eastern cities had always felt a certain respect for them. Due to their cultivation of ancient arts, the martial grandmasters that emerged from these secret sects tended to be stronger than normal martial grandmasters. This was because they were taught secret techniques by their own sects. Luo Yunyang could sense that these two were not ordinary men. The instant they appeared, he was able to sense the surging power in their bodies. These two men were not mere martial grandmasters. Judging by their aura, they had to be stronger than martial grandmasters like the Flame Emperor and the Sky High Tiger King. If you were allowed to keep cultivating, you could become a top-notch martial grandmaster in the near future, the tall, skinny man lamented, as though he was gazing at an entire younger generation. It's a pity you will not be given that opportunity. This is what people call temptation. Someone offered a price that we couldn't resist, so you will have to die. However, we will give you a chance to kill yourself. You are considered a martial grandmaster after all. We are also martial grandmasters, so we will let you die with dignity. The two venerables of the Dragon Elephant sect appeared as self-confident as if they were about to eat Luo Yunyang up. Luo Yunyang stared coldly at them as he retorted fearlessly, I would like to gift the words you just uttered back to you and give you the chance to take your own lives. Just hurry up and die. Looks of surprise appeared on the faces of the two men. Suddenly, they burst into laughter. Ha ha ha, it seems like you won't be convinced while you are alive. Does your mother know how arrogant you are? Never mind, never mind. Today, the two of us will teach you what a sect really is. As he spoke, the shorter man brandished his fists. A source power rushed forward from his hands and formed a huge khaki elephant that charged towards Luo Yunyang. Chapter 158, Courting Death. The huge khaki elephant charged over with a crushing force. No ordinary martial skills would stand a chance against this huge elephant made of source power. Although Luo Yunyang still had some aces up his sleeve, he frowned as the huge khaki elephant amplified the short, plump venerable's power tenfold and crashed towards him. If there had been some distance between them, Luo Yunyang would have used the god-slaying spear. Unfortunately, there was not sufficient distance. Therefore, after only a split second of hesitation, Luo Yunyang quickly raised his speed to 600 points. A 600-point speed would make most people feel desperate. The instant the huge elephant came rushing at him, Luo Yunyang disappeared without a trace. As soon as he dodged, he had already appeared behind the venerable, aimed the spear at his head and stabbed. Crash! The elephant venerable's fist blocked the onrushing spear just as it was about to strike him. Although the man's response was somewhat hurried, Luo Yunyang had still been unable to hurt him. Luo Yunyang walked in a circle around the elephant venerable and kept striking out with his spear. The elephant venerable acted like a rock. Although his reactions seemed weary, Luo Yunyang still found it difficult to wound him. Of course, this was because of the martial grandmaster's incomparably keen senses. After 39 successive strikes, Luo Yunyang retreated and landed on the right side of the platform of the Wind Rain crossing. When he stopped attacking, the elephant venerable let out a huge sigh of relief. Luo Yunyang's speed had made the elephant venerable feel desperate. Although he was a veteran martial grandmaster, he wasn't able to trap Luo Yunyang. How fast? If it had been just the two of us, we wouldn't have been able to complete this assignment. The dragon venerable clapped his hands and called out, my two old friends, it seems like you have no choice but to lend us a hand. Ha ha ha, we could lend you a hand, old dragon, but then you'd have to give us a share of the rewards. A hoarse voice said before two short old men with a metallic luster on their faces stepped out of the darkness. The tense atmosphere at the Wind Rain crossing intensified when they appeared. The top-notch martial masters that had originally been prepared to strive for their future prospects now realized in astonishment that this affair was way out of their league. This was a game they couldn't participate in. One could imagine their disappointment when they discovered this. My name is Jinzhong. The old man standing on the right pointed at his companion. This is Tongzong. You can call us the Golden Clock's two elders. You are really fast and you possess a rare talent. Unfortunately, the two of us still have to take action. I advise you to surrender. Jinzhong and Tongzong moved quickly, appearing on either side of Luo Yunyang. Meanwhile, they seemed to wave their hands about rather unhurriedly. A faint golden source power poured out of the two elders' hands. When this source power formed golden ripples in the air, the ripples converged to form a giant clock with a radius of at least 20 meters. Everything, including the air enveloped within this huge clock, started to constrict. What kind of technique is that? Qi Yunhao cried out in alarm. He had already retreated 3 kilometers. The middle-aged man inhaled sharply before he said, "It's the golden clock trap. I'm not talking about the ordinary physical golden clock training, but the golden clock school's ultimate technique." Before the first source power ever came about, this golden clock technique had been considered pretty much a joke. However, ever since the emergence of source power, the golden clock's two elders have mastered this technique completely. Their golden clock technique can contract and expand. If it contracts and is used defensively, it can withstand the attack of any martial grandmaster entity. If it's used offensively, it can demolish an entire hill. The calm man had a strange expression in his eyes. That's why the Da Alliance's control of this world has started to become weaker. As Qi Yunhao watched the ever-shrinking golden clock, which now only had a radius of 10 meters, he sighed. Luo Yunyang wanted to display his might this time, yet he hadn't expected that they would send 4 martial grandmasters. The Rising Dragon Army commanders must be extremely vexed. The calm man wasn't in the mood to discuss this now. What has that got to do with us? Damn it, it seems like I don't have any hope of getting a ship ticket this time, he said in a gruff tone. Forget about the ship ticket. We should consider ourselves fortunate if we are able to leave this place alive, Qi Yunhao said bluntly. In fact, the 13 shadow wolves were really unlucky. Although the 13 shadow wolves had not been completely wiped out, they wouldn't be a force to be reckoned with in the Da Alliance anymore. Several figures suddenly emerged from their hiding places. They all had already given up and chosen to observe this battle between the martial grandmasters from a distance. Perhaps they might be able to gain some information by watching this battle. This information could help them break through the martial grandmaster boundaries. Of course, that would be the best case scenario. This is going to be tough. I hope Luo Yunyang will be able to endure a little longer, said a woman with a long scar on her face. Her scar made her seem extremely fierce. When the golden clock appeared, Luo Yunyang immediately felt a crushing pressure on his body. Not only was the golden clock a defensive technique, but it could also restrict the movements of the people trapped inside it. Actually, this could be considered the golden clock's greatest function. Luo Yunyang stared at the golden clock's 2 elders and the dragon elephant's 2 venerables. He had a faint mocking grin on his face as he asked disapprovingly, "Is it just the few of you?" Although his voice sounded the same and his expression was the same, everyone could hear his underlying message to everyone at the Wind Rain Crossing. Could they really beat him? Don't tell me that you think the 4 of us aren't enough. The elephant venerable, who had suffered a little during his exchange with Luo Yunyang, took a slightly bigger offense at Luo Yunyang's arrogance. He gnashed his teeth in anger as he said, "This time, you'll have no way of escaping." Who wants to escape? Daddy came here to kill and satisfy his cravings. How would I show my face again in the future if I ran now? Luo Yunyang said with a smile. The moment he said this, the golden clock's 2 elders chortled heartily. Meanwhile, mocking grins formed on the lips of the dragon elephant's 2 venerables. You must be in denial, Luo Yunyang. Are you trying to stall in hopes that someone will come and rescue you? It's no use. Even if the Flame Emperor came, it would be difficult for him to save his own life, let alone yours. As for the Rising Dragon Army, I'm afraid that they would be in even more trouble if they left Chang'an City. All you can do right now is dream about getting rescued. Luo Yunyang glared at the self-assured elephant venerable and chuckled calmly. It is often said that kind words cannot persuade the dead. If you people have a death wish, then you can't blame me for granting it. As he spoke, Luo Yunyang finished making some adjustments on his attribute regulator. This time, he raised his mind attribute to 1000. As a result, there were some drastic changes in his other attributes. Power: 1 fire, 0 ice, 0 wood, 0 speed, 2 mind, 1000 constitution, 20 golden body, 2 fire, 0 ice, 0 wood, 0. Chapter 159, 18 lines of Buddha discs. The dragon elephant's two venerables and the golden clock's two elders were considered entities with a significant status among martial grandmasters. In their opinion, coming to kill Luo Yunyang was akin to slaughtering a chicken with a battle axe. It was a big fuss over a minor issue. This was what the golden clock's two elders believed. The reason the two of them were there was just to prevent the rising dragon army and the Da Alliance's experts from assisting Luo Yunyang. However, they had never imagined that this son of AB*TCH would be so troublesome that they would have to take action and support the dragon elephant's two venerables in restraining him. Actually, judging by Luo Yunyang's tone, it sounded like they were the ones being targeted. How could that even be possible? They were all seasoned warriors after all. When Luo Yunyang threatened them, the four of them exchanged looks. At practically the same moment, the dragon elephant's two venerables struck out at him. A shadow of a dragon and an elephant made out of surging source power flew over at Luo Yunyang. The instant the two men brandished their fists, the Buddha disc that had been in Luo Yunyang's leather pouch flew out and floated above his head. The Buddha disc, which was enveloped in Luo Yunyang's mind power, radiated with a strange glint. As the shadows of the dragon and the elephant surged towards Luo Yunyang, layers of light erupted from the Buddha disc, forming two lines that flew out and intercepted the attack of the dragon elephant's two venerables. Their attack was the heaven-shaking dragon elephant technique. Before the apocalypse, this type of technique had only increased one's strength. However, ever since the emergence of the sixth factor and the source cores, the source power that generated from their fists could form a dragon and an elephant in the sky. This attack felt just like being chased down by a real dragon and elephant. However, as they were about to take advantage of this opening to seize Luo Yunyang, several beams of light came rushing forward. The eruption of these flickering light beams caused the khaki elephant to bear the brunt of the attack and get shredded to pieces by the frenzied light rays. Although the green dragon took a hit a small while later, it was also destroyed quickly. This was a totally unforeseen situation for the dragon elephant's two venerables, whose faces fell immediately. That was only the beginning, though. The light rays that had cut through their attacks kept flying towards them like a whirlwind. It was only at this point that they managed to see clearly what was attacking them. Those were light discs as bright as the moon and possibly infused with a majestic might. He's a telekinesis grandmaster. The dragon venerable wailed loudly. You are a telekinesis grandmaster. Luo Yunyang didn't respond. As a thought flashed through his mind, 9 light discs circled around like a net, trying to envelop the dragon venerable. The elephant venerable and the dragon venerable, who were surrounded by the 9 light discs, brandished their fists relentlessly against the shimmering discs. Bursts of source power formed several dragons and elephants that tried to intercept the light discs. However, the Buddha discs, which were infused with Luo Yunyang's mind power, could not be blocked by their congealed source power. In an instant, all the dragon and elephant shadows were destroyed. Open! The dragon venerable bellowed as he waved his arms around. 9 dragon shadows burst from his palms frantically and rushed towards the 9 gleaming Buddha discs. The instant he used this attack, the dragon venerable's body was pushed back. Meanwhile, the elephant venerable also roared out a technique, causing his source power to form an earthen wall in the sky and block 9 more light discs that had been attacking him. He was using this opportunity in an effort to retreat. The 2 men retreated until they were beside the golden clock's 2 elders. Then, they stopped and stared at Luo Yunyang as though he was a demon. He was both a martial grandmaster and a telekinesis grandmaster. This fellow was young. No, he was actually ridiculously young. He had only been a top-notch martial master some time ago, back when he had been in Maya City. Even though he had killed a brand new martial grandmaster, they still hadn't thought that he was worth their attention. Now, they were afraid. They knew all about the might of a telekinesis grandmaster. Although they had managed to block Luo Yunyang's moves, they had already used their strongest suppressive techniques. If the fight went on, they would eventually die. Telekinesis grandmasters were basically considered invincible among their peers. Although these people were really experienced, they couldn't be considered top-tier entities in comparison to a telekinesis grandmaster. How about we call this quits, Luo Yunyang? Jinjiang said solemnly as he took a step forward. The golden clock's 2 elders hadn't made a move during Luo Yunyang's 18 Buddha disc attack, not because they didn't want to, but because they didn't dare. They had already abandoned any thoughts of making an enemy out of Luo Yunyang. According to their reasoning, Luo Yunyang was already someone they couldn't afford to offend. Brothers like us can admit when they are defeated. We will never stand against you again in the future. The Dragon Venerable said. Luo Yunyang glared at the sincere Dragon Venerable with a snort. His mind had already gotten to work. The 18 flying discs formed a light net that flew towards the Dragon Elephant's 2 venerables and the Golden Clock's 2 elders and tried to blanket them. Are you trying to eliminate us? Tongzong shouted angrily when he saw this. You might be strong, kid, but I'm afraid that crushing us won't be that easy. The 4 martial grandmasters joined forces and sent light shadows containing sky and earth source power towards the Buddha discs that were heading straight for them. They wanted to smash the Buddha discs to smithereens, but the discs were too quick. The mind power contained within them allowed them to conquer everything before them, so the layers of light were immediately beaten. Kill, kill, kill. Luo Yunyang urged the Buddha discs to fly even faster. The huge golden clock with the 20-meter radius had already vanished completely. Although each of the 2 golden clock elders had formed a small golden clock around his body, these clocks clearly couldn't withstand the attacking strength of the Buddha discs. During a small lapse of concentration, a piece of flesh was carved out of the top of Tongzong's head. Qi Yunhao and the calm middle-aged man were watching this battle with open mouths, their backs already drenched in cold sweat. As they watched Luo Yunyang, who was still standing on the wind-rain crossing, they felt that the young man before them wasn't prey. He was actually a monster that made them feel incomparable fear. It was no wonder that he had chosen to fight them without hesitation. It wasn't surprising that the higher-ups of the Rising Dragon army had actually allowed him to come out and walk this seemingly deadly path either. He was not a mere martial grandmaster. He had already become a telekinesis grandmaster. Why would someone like him fear people like them? Compared to him, they were no stronger than paper tigers. As they experienced the frenzied barrage of the discs, the flustered martial grandmasters tried their hardest to save their own lives. A single mistake was all it would take for them to lose their lives. Let's attempt a joint strike, venerables. After swatting away a light disc, Jinzhong moved his arms quickly in the air over 10 times. Suddenly, a small golden clock formed in front of his body. Meanwhile, a shining golden clock made of light appeared in Tongzong's palm. When the 2 clocks came into contact, they fused together and a solid-looking golden clock appeared in the air. Chapter 160. Sky Luo. The giant golden clock seemed to contain a crushing power. The instant it was formed, the dragon elephant's 2 venerables waved their arms simultaneously and the light shadows of a dragon and an elephant flew towards it. As they were controlled by the dragon elephant's 2 venerables, the green dragon and khaki elephant seemed to fuse with the golden clock and increase its might. The dragon elephant golden clock can die now. The golden clock's 2 elders shouted at the same time, pushing forward violently with both hands, as though they were moving something extremely heavy. The golden clock, which contained the source power of the golden clock's 2 elders and the dragon elephant's 2 venerables, glided towards Luo Yunyang. Although it didn't seem very fast, the ice sculptures and rocks on the wind-rain platform disintegrated as it passed by. The martial masters watching from the sidelines had expressions of fear and awe on their faces. The fear stemmed from the chills they felt in their hearts as they watched the golden clock. They also felt awe because the very sight of the clock seemed to depict what they would be like after they became martial grandmasters. This strike had the power to change the entire landscape. Although they were out of the attack's range, everyone still felt a pulling force as this strike blasted out. If these men, who were several kilometers away from the golden clock, were still affected by this force, then what would happen to Luo Yunyang, who was the target of the attack? Would he be able to stop it? He was a telekinesis grandmaster. This fact alone was sufficient to make most people feel awe, yet everyone knew that the body of a telekinesis grandmaster was the weakest. When facing an immense power, a telekinesis grandmaster was always the first to fall. Practically the instant that the golden clock shot towards Luo Yunyang, his monstrous eyes, which were floating in the air, flickered once more. Luo Yunyang used a technique he had read in the diary of the Buddha disc's previous owner. However, it was one that the owner had never used before. A few more light discs flew out of the existing 18 Buddha discs. This time, the 36 light discs turned into 36 beams of light that shot towards the huge dragon elephant golden clock. Metallic sounds that sounded like a clock being struck by a violent storm rang out all around. Golden rays of light, khaki rays of light and a white light as dazzling as a day collided frantically all over the wind-rain platform. Qi Yunhao and the other assassins stood still, staring at these crazy collisions without batting an eyelid. Although they already knew what the outcome would be, this display still lit up a flame in their hearts. The Rising Dragon Army has requested to move the 2 satellites so we can watch what's happening at the Wind Rain Crossing. Someone shouted in the Ni family's hall. As soon as he did, the large screen that took up an entire wall was turned on. The display was full of light and shadows. This brightness made the eyes of some weaker individuals itch. What's going on? Although there were some shouts, they quickly faded when everyone realized that the Ni family elders were gazing at the screen with grave expressions. Luo Yunyang must die this time, Ni Yongsan's father, Ni Tianyuan, said with a slightly fanatical flair. As a martial Grand Master, Ni Tianyuan could sense how formidable Luo Yunyang was. He also believed that, if Luo Yunyang survived, he would become a powerful threat to the Ni family. Therefore, Luo Yunyang had to die. A lot of eyes were focused on the huge base of the Rising Dragon Army's Shendu General Headquarters. Lu Qubing and the other high-ranking officials of the Rising Dragon Army were also watching this exchange of source power. The giant golden clock and beams of pure white light were as bright as day. Luo Yunyang shouldn't have been let out, an old man who looked like a martial master said, his face fraught with worry. It's too dangerous. Lu Qubing didn't say anything. His expression made it seem like he wasn't really bothered by this situation, even though Luo Yunyang's life was on the line. However, anyone who knew Lu Qubing well would have noticed his shaking legs under the table. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds. Meanwhile, at the Sky High Military General Headquarters, the Sky High Tiger King, the Leopard King and other powerhouses also had their eyes fixed on the image transmitted through the 2 satellites. Ever since the apocalypse, humanity's dream of rising further up in the sky had become faint. Even the numerous satellites up in space had become pieces of trash over time due to a variety of reasons. There were only 2 satellites that could still be used, yet they were shut most of the time. The reason was that the Da Alliance was worried that these satellites would crumble and fall apart. Although they were extremely important assets in the eyes of the Da Alliance, the 2 satellites were eventually activated for the sake of observing the situation at the Wind Rain Crossing. Thanks to Lu Qubing's intense requests, the Wind Rain Crossing was now watched by many people. This kid is really crazy. The Sky High Tiger King's voice was full of stirred-up emotion. Nobody replied. Most people had their eyes glued to the screen, afraid that a problem might come up. I'm afraid that he won't be able to hold on for much longer. The Sky High Leopard King wrung his hands with a sigh. Meanwhile, people were also watching at the Sanggu Research Center, the Tyrannical Age Financial Group, and the Farm God Research Center. Fat Shui's fists were clenched tightly as Chu Yuan stared at the screen. Most of the people who were close to Luo Yunyang were urging him on mentally. Although they wished that they could help him, they were separated by thousands of miles, so they were unable to offer even the slightest bit of support. Back at Base 7, Lu Shu and Xu Zhang were sitting before the screen silently, watching the dazzling light show. Will Luo Yunyang be able to win this time, sir? Xu Zhang asked fretfully, patting his bald head. Lu Shu's thoughts were in a turmoil. Although the person in question was the most outstanding student he had ever groomed, he still had nothing to say. Shut up and watch carefully. Xu Zhang patted his own head. He couldn't remember how many times Lu Shu had reprimanded him, yet he couldn't help repeating this question every 30 seconds. On the large screen, Luo Yunyang looked both like a deity and a demon as the Buddha discs revolved around his head. The giant golden clock spun furiously before him, the dragon and the elephant alternating in the air as though they were ripping the sky apart. All right, stop asking me. The signal is delayed by 2 minutes. If you are that anxious, you can call the Chang'an General Headquarters. Lu Shu said in a trance-like voice just as Xu Zhang was about to ask him the same question again. You should have said so earlier, boss. I'll go make a call now. Xu Zhang leapt up and made a beeline for the base's communication device. Chapter 161. Let me drink some water before speaking. Lu Shu didn't bother stopping Xu Zhang, who went to make the call. Right now, he felt extremely nervous. This Luo Yunyang kid really enjoyed making him worry. As a martial Grand Master, he understood how much danger Luo Yunyang was currently in. At the same time, Lu Shu's heart was filled with anger. He felt an immense rage that welled from the depths of his heart. According to his personal logic, humanity had already reached a very critical crossroads. People had to unite and cultivate talent instead of destroy it over certain people's selfish motives. However, no matter what Lu Shu thought to himself, he actually had no say in this. Although the Da Alliance controlled humanity on the surface, there was actually a limit to its authority. What truly controlled humanity was a huge union. A union that, although not consolidated, still possessed supreme authority. This union, which was called the Heavenly God Union, contained all of humanity's strength. Martial God Marat and unrivaled warrior Johann, who were God-grade experts that could be considered treasures of humanity, were the heads of the union. Assembly. The Da Alliance had only been established thanks to the support of this union. Even the people with the highest authority within the Da Alliance were just considered ordinary citizens by this union. Is there any need to make the call now? As many thoughts flashed across Lu Shu's head, the lights on the display became even more dazzling and several rays of light scattered randomly in all directions. Boom, boom, boom. Xu Zhang turned around and saw numerous lights exploding on the screen. He froze on the spot in astonishment. Although he already knew that the outcome had been decided, this conclusion was not what he had been hoping for. As the explosions of light cleared away, the two men saw several light discs swirl in the air. Below these light discs were the struggling golden clock's two elders and the dragon elephant's two venerables. They were indeed struggling. Both the golden clock's two elders and the dragon elephant's two venerables had light and deep wounds all over their bodies, the elephant venerable especially so. Although he was doing his utmost to block the attacks, one of his arms had already been sliced off by a fluttering light disc. After losing an arm, the elephant venerable became extremely frantic. Every strike of his remaining arm was overflowing with violent source power. However, the 36 light discs were like a constantly revolving blade net. Even if he managed to avoid one by luck, he still wouldn't be able to block them all. His defeat was clearly imminent. We are all martial grandmasters, Luo Yunyang. We are all people with the strength to resist source beasts. You mustn't kill us. Doing so would be disgraceful. Jinzhong shouted. Suddenly, he felt a pang in his heart. He just couldn't die now. He still had many things he wanted to do. Luo Yunyang answered Jinzhong's words by shaving off a layer of skin from his scalp. The dragon venerable, who was bleeding profusely, cried out. According to the martial gods, every martial grandmaster is an irreplaceable resource. We mustn't massacre one another. An internal strife wouldn't be beneficial for us. A mocking grin appeared on Luo Yunyang's face after he heard the two men speak in turn. These men had been very different when they had surrounded him a small while ago. It felt great to watch them grovel and preach about being humanity's martial grandmasters now. How could he put up with these fellows, who were suddenly singing a different tune? Luo Yunyang wasn't bothered by their requests in the slightest. The 36 Buddha discs that were urged on by his mind power were like 36 suns revolving in the air. The shimmering, flashing lights made it seem as though the four martial grandmasters had no chance of escaping. Are the martial grandmasters going to be defeated? Qi Yunhao's voice trembled slightly as he spoke. He was an entity close to a martial grandmaster, so he knew all about a martial grandmaster's might and only felt reverence for this sort of entities. However, four real grandmasters were currently in a hopeless situation without an obvious way out. There was also a very high possibility that they were going to die. Hurry up and get out. The calm middle-aged man told Qi Yunhao, as if he had suddenly realized something. Qi Yunhao suddenly came to his senses. If Luo Yunyang managed to slaughter the four martial grandmasters, then wouldn't people just like him be next? Don't act impulsively, Luo Yunyang. I am the Da Alliance's Grand Sky Corps Viceroy Zhu Yi. I'm using my status as a viceroy to order you to stop this massacre immediately. A voice said, suddenly resounding from the sky. When he heard it, Qi Yunhao, who had been about to leave, looked up and noticed that a helicopter had appeared in the sky. The voice was clearly coming from the helicopter. The Grand Sky Corps Viceroy had come. The Golden Clock's two elders and the Dragon Elephant's two venerables perked up. This was an extremely crucial moment for their lives. The saying, time is money, wasn't enough to describe what they were feeling. Right now, time would determine whether they would live. Golden Clock, Dragon Elephant. When this shout was heard, the four men brandished their arms at the exact same time, causing a golden clock to appear before them. Compared to the golden clock that had been blasted at Luo Yunyang earlier, the Golden Clock Dragon Elephant was very different. Its primary objective wasn't to attack Luo Yunyang, but be used as a defense against his attack. In an instant, countless Buddha discs struck the top of the golden clock with loud sounds of impact, and cracks started forming on the golden clock one after another. Luo Yunyang, stop immediately. This is an order. Zhu Yi's tone became more serious. However, Qi Yunhao and the others felt disappointed that Zhu Yi hadn't appeared himself. Someone is using the helicopter's equipment to broadcast his message to Luo Yunyang. Qi Yunhao observed the helicopter meticulously before turning to inform the man beside him. The calm middle-aged man shook his head. A red mist has already descended over Luo Yunyang. I'm afraid that Zhu Yi can't stop him anymore. Luo Yunyang, withdraw right now. The dragon elephant's two venerables were in the wrong. I can make them pay the price, but if you kill them right now, humanity will suffer a huge loss. You don't want to betray humanity. As Zhu Yi's voice was broadcast, cracks continued to appear on the golden clock that enveloped the four martial grandmasters. The golden clock, which was made purely out of source power, looked as though it was about to shatter into fragments. All right, Luo Yunyang, if you won't listen to me, then I shall let the Rising Dragon Army's viceroy speak to you. Suddenly, Lu Qubing's voice was heard. Before Lu Qubing could speak, he started coughing. Yunyang, cough cough cough, cough cough, cough cough cough. When the golden clock's two elders and the dragon elephant's two venerables heard that Lu Qubing was going to speak, they immediately expected that they would be saved. However, after a succession of sparse coughs that dragged things on, whatever faith had been reignited quickly faded away. They felt extremely unlucky to be in this situation. Let me drink some water, before speaking. Lu Qubing finally managed to complete a proper sentence. All videos have ads disabled. YouTube doesn't pay me enough to cover electricity costs. If you are well off, please consider donating via PayPal or becoming a member of this YouTube channel. Thank you.